In addition, punters have reported seeing a mysterious shadow-like figure donning a black hat, who usually stands in the hallway before disappearing without a trace. So what in the world could possibly be going on here? Can this all be chalked up to strange circumstances and coincidence? Or is this old pub genuinely haunted by a deviant spirit? Let me know your take on this in the comments section down below.
That is horrible. That is the face of a girl that does not want to work here no more.
The following video captures something that no parent would ever want to see on their baby monitor video feed. This video, which was shared online by Caters News, shows a baby in a crib during the middle of the night. At first, nothing of unease can be seen, but that doesn't last for too long. Take a look at the bone-chilling footage and see if you can notice what makes this video so unsettling.
Looks like she's digging a hole to get out. My baby sister's awake.
A face can be seen peering in at the baby.
I don't know, baby, where's Everest?
Seconds later, the infant begins thrashing about in the cot.
Looks like she's digging a hole to get out. My baby sister's awake.
Melissa Smith, the mother of the baby in the video, insists that she's always been a huge skeptic when it comes to anything related to the paranormal. But that all changed in September of 2016, when, after a miscarriage, she began to experience some truly terrifying things going on and around her house in Toronto, Canada. The same night Melissa lost her child, she said that a children's toy began turning itself on and off and started to play music. In addition to this, she also claimed that the closet doors would begin to slam shut, and she could hear mysterious banging on her bedroom door despite no one else being home. Strangely, if we watch the footage again, there appears to be a shadow on the left of frame that comes in and out of the footage.
Looks like she's digging a hole to get out.
Admittedly, this might just be from the person who's filming the baby monitor footage on their phone. But this still doesn't explain that mysterious face peering in on the crib.
Looks like she's digging a hole to get out.
So what do you think this mysterious ghostly face is? Is it the ghost of a child, some freaky coincidence, or is this just a trick of the lighting and Melissa has nothing to worry about? Whichever way you look at it, it's certainly a frightening piece of footage.
My baby sister's awake.
Nottingham's Prism nightclub is rumoured to be haunted. It has a turbulent 95-year-long history and was once the site of a correctional facility which housed some of the UK's most notorious criminals. According to some eerie CCTV footage captured on site, it seems perhaps the spirits of the former inmates never left. The manager, Thomas Dodd, was checking the security camera footage one night when he saw something that shocked him. Take a look at the footage and see for yourself. As you can see, one of the bar's fridge doors appears to miraculously open all by itself, before a bottle goes flying out of it. As you can probably understand, Thomas was shocked upon reviewing the footage, and still, to this day, has no idea what could have caused the bottle to fly out of the fridge. It hasn't been made clear whether or not Thomas is skeptical of the paranormal, but it's hard to explain this any other way. Mum of 5, Tracy Lenehan, was sharing some sweet and happy memories of her late father Terence with her eldest daughter Natalie in October of 2019. What started off as a relaxing day for Natalie and Tracy quickly turned into something truly creepy. While Tracy was telling her daughter all about her late father, the two women noticed something bizarre in the window of their Liverpool home, which is when they decided to pull out their camera. Have a look at the clip. The mum had just marked what would have been her father's 83rd birthday after he sadly passed away due to complications with pneumonia following a stroke he suffered in 2009. When they saw the strange figure in the window and pulled back the curtain, they were surprised to see that there was nobody there. The mother-daughter pair were left even more freaked out when they reviewed the footage and noticed that there's a hand that appears to be holding Natalie's in the window reflection. Here's the reflection again in slow motion. It genuinely does look like another hand is holding Natalie's hand. So is this really the ghost of Tracy's late father Terence? Watch the eerie footage again and decide for yourself. Andrew Ward is a paranormal investigator that lives in a secluded cottage in Melbourne, Cambridgeshire, UK, which just so happens to be 400 years old. He says his cottage is haunted by an entity and wants to see if he can capture it on camera for his viewers to see.
Well, we're upstairs in the bedroom now actually, and as I said, I've got a camera on the window and it's going to be on all night. And in fact it's going to be on for the next few nights, just in case we don't see the ghost the first night. So let me just show the little rig up we've got at the moment. So here's the camera.
He sets up a camera in his bedroom to record during the entire night. This is what he captured. Andrew believes this is definitive proof that the cottage is haunted after more than 30 years of rumours and speculation from previous occupants, with one stating that someone had actually died there just years prior. Some viewers suggested perhaps it was the wind that opened the window. However, the opening of the latch looks far too deliberate for a simple breeze. Furthermore, this window is on the second floor and opens outwards, ruling out the possible use of string or wire. So I'd love to hear your take on this eerie piece of footage in the comments section down below. TikTok user The Weird Shelf uploaded a piece of trail cam footage that was filmed late at night somewhere in Wisconsin. In the video, we can see an animal roaming around the area when it suddenly becomes spooked by something. Take a look. A glowing pair of massive wide eyes appears off in the distance between a couple of trees in the forest. Some viewers suggested it could be none other than the folkloric creature Bigfoot, or even the Rake, but others have suggested it could just be a large coyote or even a wolf lurking in the bushes. Sadly, the video is shrouded in secrecy with little to no information about the piece of footage being known. However, even without a lot of context, it still remains an eerie video that will more than likely cause you to think twice about wandering around the woods late at night. Imagine digging a well so deep that it breaks into hell. Well, some think it has happened before. In 1989, Trinity Broadcasting Network, a radio show, reported on the well to hell for the first time. The well comes from an urban legend in Russia that asserts the drilling of a well so deep that it actually went all the way to hell. The legend goes that Mr. Azakov, leading a team of engineers, drilled a hole somewhere in Siberia, going as deep as 14.4 kilometers or around 8.9 miles down. While drilling, they broke into a cavity which piqued their interest. The team lowered a microphone which was heat tolerant and other sensory equipment down into the hole. The equipment showed the temperature to be 1000 degrees Celsius, which is around 1832 Fahrenheit. However, the microphone seemed to pick up something a little more unsettling than high temperature. It sounded like screaming voices coming from the middle of Earth. Here's a sample.
I warn you, what you are about to hear is very disturbing indeed.
It's said that the miners all went insane and started fighting each other. When a secondary team arrived to help with the drilling, they discovered the camp in disarray, and the first squad of miners were missing. A Finnish newspaper named Amenasastia reported the story for the first time. After that, American tabloids picked up the news and it spread like wildfire. Trinity Broadcasting Network is a Christian network that quickly took up the story and said it was proof of the existence of hell. While he was visiting the US, a Norwegian teacher, Arge Rendellen, said that the story was merely a product of people's gullibility. He later wrote to Trinity Broadcasting giving his point of view. Interestingly, he went back to Norway and read another account of the story which was supposedly factual. The story said that the well was cursed and quite real. Also, it said a bat-like creature, which could be associated with a demon, flew out of the well and blazed across the sky. Trinity Broadcasting didn't do anything to verify whether it was a hoax or not and ran the story. Later, many versions of the same story were heard around the US. For instance, in 1992, Weekly World News published the same storyline but with a different location. According to this story, the incident took place in Alaska, where Satan climbed out of the well and killed 13 miners. Today, you can find the horrific retelling of the story on many YouTube videos that also have the infamous tormented sounds. However, it was later revealed that the sound effects were taken from different sources, with Barren Blood, a 1972 horror movie, being the most prominent source. Just when these sounds were injected into the urban legend remains a mystery. In 1983, the CIA wrote a very bizarre report called the Gateway Report that claimed an altered state of consciousness can be the gateway to astral projection. In 2003, the report was declassified and has since fueled conspiracy theories and readers' imaginations worldwide. Named The Analysis and Assessment of the Gateway Process, the document was 29 pages long. It dove into the CIA's investigation of whether hypnosis and mind control could be helpful in the Cold War. The report is quite dense and wordy, going from complex topics like quantum mechanics and neuroscience to a pseudoscience that has, since its release, been debunked. Some people have called it a mind labyrinth, as it goes on to explain scientific underpinnings of some spiritual concepts and space-time transcendence for 24 long pages. It discusses transcendental meditation, hypnosis, biofeedback, universal holograms, and spiritual beliefs. According to the report, the universe comprises of interacting energy fields, and that the mental states are merely energy variations. The human consciousness follows the same principle, being a vibrational energy pattern. Once an individual achieves a state known as hemi-sync, they can enter an altered state of consciousness. In this state, the vibrations of their consciousness are not limited by physical reality. Thus, they can tune into the energy field purely and freely. Some took this report quite literally and thought it to be the basis of the laws of attraction, which states that bad thoughts attract bad outcomes while good thoughts attract good outcomes. Others believe the CIA was investigating the idea of mind warriors that could literally travel through space and time using their mind alone, the applications of which are limitless. As if it wasn't already mysterious enough, the report misses page 25. Ever since its declassification, there have been requests to the CIA to release page 25. However, the CIA denies the existence of this page in the first place. Due to this, the page became the holy grail for conspiracy theorists, curious minds, astral projectors, and pretty much anyone who knew about the report. As interesting and mind-boggling as this report was, the CIA didn't invent the Gateway experience. In fact, the report was based on the teachings of Robert Monroe, who's the founder of the Monroe Institute. The Institute emailed news outlet Vice after reading the publication's first article on the Gateway report, saying that they actually had page 25 in their archives. As it turns out, page 25 of the report discusses the Absolute, which is the universe's governing energy. As per the report, this universal hologram is an endlessly flowing spiral that intervenes with reality as we know it. Whether page 25 was left out on purpose or accidentally, no one really knows. We do know that the Monroe Institute still exists, and apparently has exercises to facilitate astral projection. Human beings have been obsessed with UFOs for as long as they've speculated about their existence. However, your story has to be highly credible for it to become the basis of the X-Files. Callie Cale lived in Victoria, Australia with her husband in 1993. One day, she was in her car with her husband driving through the Dandenong Ranges when they saw a blimp-like object flying through the sky. It had a row of 5 or 6 orange lights and made a distinct circular shape. The couple spotted the object a number of times during the night before seeing the object fly off rapidly. What happened next is a complete mystery. Cale felt like her memory went blank, almost like a cut in a movie, when she realised they were several hundred metres down the road with no memory of having travelled the distance. When the couple got home, they noticed that they had lost a full hour. On top of that, Cale had a triangular mark close to her belly button that was quite painful. Undergoing hypnotherapy, she had flashbacks over the coming months, and later went on national television to narrate her story. Cale claims that several alien beings appeared in a field. They had no discernible features aside from bulbous red eyes. They seemed to be able to communicate telepathically. Another car just up the road also pulled over to witness the event. They later corroborated the story, giving further details. They claim they were taken aboard a craft and examined by alien beings. They too claim they had a triangular wound on their lower abdomen following the incident. A Melbourne-based paranormal research group, Phenomena Research Australia, was called in to document the case. A 300-page report was written up detailing the bizarre incident, including interviews from multiple witnesses. Sadly, intergroup politics muddied the case and the report was never released to the public. Many UFO enthusiasts believe that the unreleased report is a golden opportunity gone to waste. In the 2016 X-Files reboot, Fox Mulder himself referenced this historic case. Interestingly, I was just looking at the map of where this allegedly took place, and it's only 20 minutes from where I currently live. Maybe one day we'll do a live stream from the exact location where this now infamous alien encounter took place. Been having any weird dreams lately? Maybe it's this man paying you a visit in your dreams. This man is apparently a man who multiple people have repeatedly seen in their dreams since 2006. Andrea Natella, an Italian marketer, made a website in 2008 called Ever Dream This Man that took the internet by storm, as many people claim to have seen the man in their dreams. However, despite so many people dreaming about him, no one could find the actual person. This man first surfaced when a woman told her psychiatrist that she kept seeing a man in her dreams. The psychiatrist sketched the man. Later, one of his male patients saw the drawing and claimed he too had seen the man while dreaming. Interestingly, none of them had actually ever seen the man in real life. Upon this interesting revelation, the psychiatrist sent the drawing to his colleagues who had patients with repeated dreams. Patients of 4 of the psychiatrist's colleagues recognized the man as the person they kept seeing in their dreams. When the story went viral in 2009, over 2,000 people from all over the world claimed to have seen the man in their dreams. People from New Delhi, Paris, Dubai, Manila, Stockholm, Amman, Rome, Berlin, and many other cities identified this man from their dreams. The dreams were spread over an interestingly expansive spectrum. While some people experienced romantic and even sexual closeness to the man, others were in deadly situations with him. In an interview with news outlet Vice, Andrea Natella said that he dreamt about this man for the first time in 2008. It was on this man's instructions that he made a website to identify him. However, no human looking like this man has ever been found. Natella's website, thisman.org, presents the following theories to explain this occurrence. Carl Jung, a psychoanalyst and psychiatrist, provided the concept of an archetypal image of the unconscious mind that people see in difficult times of their lives. This man could be an example of an archetype. Another theory was that the man could be a godly manifestation. Perhaps some corporation was conditioning people mentally to dream about the same person. Some people only had dreams of this man after they had seen his picture online or heard about him from others. It's difficult for people to remember the faces of those they dream about, so people may have been inaccurately describing the man in their dreams as Natella's this man. However, just as the story hit fever pitch, it was discovered that thisman.org was linked to a website called guerrillamarketing.it, a fake marketing agency known to pull large-scale hoaxes. And while this man was outed as a publicity stunt, it was never explicitly linked to a product or service, which chalked it up as a sort of marketing experiment. In 2010, a production company purchased the rights to the This Man IP, and plans for a feature-length movie were announced. However, there's been no announcement since. Derived from American folklore, the story of the Melonheads is known all over Connecticut, Michigan, and Ohio. According to urban legend, melonheads are tiny humans with giant bulbous melon-like heads that roam around the states attacking people, especially around Halloween. In Michigan, the melonheads are said to live near Felt Mansion and have also been seen in the wilderness surrounding Ottawa County. Different sources attribute the origin of melonheads to various reasons and entities. One story narrates that melonheads were actually kids suffering from hydrocephalus, a condition in which cerebrospinal fluids fill the brain, putting pressure on the skull. Initially, according to the legends, these children were kept in the Junction Insane Asylum, which is in close proximity to the Felt Mansion. During their stay at the asylum, the children were physically and emotionally abused, leading them to become feral. It's said that they fled to the forests around the asylum and are said to still reside there. However, the Allegan County Historical Society denies the presence of any asylum in that area ever, although the land was once a prison. Another story says that these children lived in the Felt Mansion and plotted to kill the doctor responsible for abusing them. Local teenagers still hang out near Felt Mansion and have reported seeing the melonheads, calling them wobbleheads. Visitors to the area have also reported seeing curtains move in empty old buildings and strange noises coming from the rooms, such as footsteps and heavy breathing. In Ohio, melonheads are said to live in Kirtland. The local law narrates that a mysterious doctor named Dr. Crow or Dr. Melonhead used to perform unusual experiments on children. As a result, the children developed malformed bodies and abnormally large heads. Upon suffering this abuse, the melonheads killed the doctor and burned the orphanage down. There's even a 2010 horror movie called The Legend of Melonheads based in the Kirtland suburbs. Meanwhile, melonheads seem to be as far spread out as Connecticut, sited in New Haven County, Fairfield County, Western, Eastern, Stratford, Monroe, and Shelton. It's interesting that the myth is so pervasive and has spread around the United States, linked by uncanny details. As with most urban legends, it's difficult to point to one exact incident as the nucleus of the tale. So is there a strand of truth that runs through these tales to spark the legend in the first place? Could the melonheads really be out there, lurking in the woods? No top secret facility is as well known as Area 51. With the spot's infamous reputation, Redditors were quick to assume that extraterrestrials are behind the bizarre happenings in this footage, recorded near the facility and shared to the site by user Stews35. Area 51 was built in 1955 in the deserts of Nevada in the United States. According to the stories, the facility became the site of top-secret research into extraterrestrial life after an alien spacecraft crash-landed in Roswell, New Mexico, a few states away. No one knows exactly what goes on behind the closely guarded gates of Area 51, but there have been plenty of stories about UFOs, alien technology, and even extraterrestrial creatures held hostage for decades, undergoing gruesome experiments. The Redditor who posted this footage claims that it was recorded near the mysterious Area 51. The video was filmed in the dark of night. The only light comes from several mysterious orbs floating in the distant sky.
Look at that. Oh. You see how many there are?
Yeah.
Later, the footage shows only one large orb hovering in the same spot. However, we can now see two smaller dots of light zipping around the sky. So what could these strange lights be? It isn't often that we see ordinary aircraft hovering in this manner, and even less common to see them looping around in the sky in frantic circles at nighttime. The fact that this footage was allegedly filmed near Area 51, a mecca for extraterrestrial enthusiasts worldwide, only serves to deepen the mystery behind this bizarre sighting. Climate change has a lot of people worrying about the weather. However, this footage shared to TikTok by Dapper Dan P is hard to explain no matter how you slice it. The footage was recorded on an overcast day. The person filming points the camera up towards the sky, showing a slate of grey cloud. Take a look. This cloud appears to be forming a perfect square in the sky. Clouds come in many shapes and sizes, but it's highly unusual to see one with perfect lines and sharp corners. Many who have seen clouds like this are certain there can only be one explanation: government weather control. There have been stories circulating for decades suggesting that governments of various countries are using mysterious technology to control the weather, and by extension, the populations of their countries. So could this square cloud be a sign of government weather control? If so, what's the government attempting to accomplish? Without additional evidence, this strange phenomenon remains a mystery. The International Space Station is a great opportunity for countries around the world to work together to learn more about our universe. According to Redditors like Rochi, who uploaded this clip, the rest of us can also learn a lot by watching the station's live video feed. The ISS regularly broadcasts live video footage from the space station, where those of us on Earth can see all of the exciting things going on among the stars. In this footage, one eagle-eyed viewer noticed something odd happening not far from the space station. There appears to be a long, wide object floating through space.
What in the world is that?
The object seems to split apart into two pieces. Before drifting back together. This isn't the first time that strange things have been spotted on the ISS live feed. Many who regularly observe the feed theorise that the footage is regularly monitored and cut off when evidence of strange things appears on video. Often, the video in question goes missing from the video archives, seemingly confirming the theories of a mass cover-up. Some Redditors who watch this video aren't quite convinced that it depicts evidence of an alien craft. Instead, they suggest that a light flare reflection on the ISS's window could have caused the strange phenomenon we see in the footage.
What in the world is that?
Others, however, are certain that something fishy is going on. What do you think? Let me know your theories down below. Have you ever been alone in the forest and felt like you're being watched? This video from TikToker CallieGrace918 may have an explanation for that eerie feeling. The footage was filmed in a forest in Oklahoma by a friend of the TikToker. It appears to be late fall or winter as the trees in the area seem to be bare of leaves. However, it's one tree in particular that's caught the attention of the hikers behind the camera. Take a look. Near the middle of the trunk, someone's carved an extremely detailed face peeking out from inside the tree.
Got this tree with this. It is a trip. It is.
The bizarre thing is, this tree is deep in the woods with nothing else around to suggest that the tree's been carved. It would seem someone's done this purely to mess with passing hikers, which is kinda awesome. Even though this is just a carving, there have been legends about spirits inhabiting trees in many cultures across the centuries. The Greeks had dryads, the spirits of beautiful young women who lived in oak trees. The Buddhists had the Naraphon, who grew from trees in the forest of Himaphan and were eaten by the deities. The Thai have Nangta Kian, who haunt Hopia odorata trees and may haunt those who cut down their trees without permission. So, hats off to the person who carved this face. May your work continue to creep out hikers for years to come.
Got this tree with this. It is a trip. It is.
We're used to seeing UFO videos showing a single blurry light in the dark night sky. However, this video from Redditor LilRed0073 is something else entirely. The footage, which was submitted to our subreddit, was shot in the skies above Raleigh, North Carolina, USA. At first, the video appears to show nothing out of the ordinary, just a bluish-grey sky. However, if you look at the sky more closely, you may notice something odd. The sky appears to be glittering with dozens of small lights. The white-coloured lights are scattered across the sky in what appears to be an even, regular pattern. They're so small that their source is impossible to see. Some viewers believe that what they're seeing in this footage is most likely a fleet of far-off alien spacecraft flying in a regular formation above the Earth. However, others thought it may have been some kind of light anomaly reacting with the clouds. Others suggested lanterns or balloons floating through the air. So what do you think's been spotted in the skies above North Carolina? Let us know your theories down below. When Redditor Bobber Gal uploaded this strange piece of footage, it sparked a fascinating debate as to what's actually been captured on film. The footage was recorded on a doorbell camera. We see a young boy watch as two motorcycles turn on their headlamps and drive away. After the second bike speeds around the corner, a dark, mysterious figure suddenly begins running towards the house from down the street. It rounds the corner quickly and heads off after the motorcycles in a blur. What makes the footage so strange is that the running figure seems to fade in and out as it runs after the motorcycles. Sometimes it seems relatively solid, but at other times it seems less opaque. The footage is particularly scary because, according to the Redditor, one of the riders wrecked their bike just after this footage was recorded. Eerier still, if you watch the start of the footage again, the figure seems to appear out of thin air. It pauses and stands still as if watching the motorbike riders before it starts sprinting down the street. So who or what was the dark figure, and did it cause the accident? Some viewers think that it was some sort of malicious ghost or spirit who had targeted the person on the bike, but others are less certain. If it is just a person, why were they acting so strangely before suddenly chasing the bikes? Did they have some sort of malicious intention? Ghost or criminal? What do you think? Let me know your theories down below. YouTuber Mario Lara is no stranger to the paranormal. For the most of 2021, he's been posting his experiences with the supernatural to YouTube. His latest encounter seems to be one of the most frightening to date. Mario owns a party supply shop in Mexico. For months, it's been exhibiting some very unsettling and inexplicable events. Items often move without reason, strange whispers can be heard after hours, and ghostly figures have been spotted haunting the shop. Despite its cheery, bright appearance, the premises seems to have a sinister presence lurking within it. Mario has decided to set up some cameras and other equipment in order to get evidence of the shop's eerie haunting. In this clip, early in the evening, some strange activity begins to manifest. Watch what one of the cameras caught. Here we can already see things beginning to move as some items fall off the shelf, seemingly all on their own. Later in the evening, as one of the investigators decides to get some rest on a sofa, something eerie happens in the background. Then, around 30 seconds later, this happens. As you can see, the TV slides across the floor towards the sleeping man. Not long after, the man is awoken by a loud banging noise. He jumps up and grabs a flashlight. When he notes the position of the TV, he seems perplexed. Next, we see footage of the investigator killing some time while playing a PlayStation VR. As his attention is fixated on the screen, something truly chilling happens in the background. Watch. A small, transparent form appears near the back of the room. Only its dark, short hair is distinctly visible as it moves in rapid blurs along the wall, staring at the man. When the investigator later attempts to communicate with the entity, he hears strange sounds in response to his questions.
Si estás aquí conmigo, dame una señal, haz un ruido. Yo agradezco mucho. ¿Eres una mujer? Sí, es una mujer. Vuelvo a preguntar, ¿te tiene atada algo a esta? Ok, eso estuvo fuerte. El demonio que habita este lugar. Me dirijo al demonio.
A camera shows a candle being blown out in an empty room. The investigation team believes that the ghost of a child is dwelling in the store. They theorize that the child's spirit has an attachment to a particular item, a piñata of the Disney princess Moana.
Vamos a ver de los otros lugares donde venía el sonido, porque venía del área de los dulces, donde está la...
For now, the ghost seems relatively harmless, but no one knows how far it'll go. This next piece of terrifying footage comes from TikToker Paulina Lara62, who is actually Mario Lara's niece from the previous segment. The footage shows Paulina alone in the back room of the shop where the investigation of the previous segment took place. Take a look at what happened. As you can see, Paulina appears to be dragged across the room by some unseen force. One of her legs is sticking up in the air as she slides. To make matters even stranger, take a look at the wall near the doorway where the worker is dragged. This is the Moana Pinata that Mario believes is haunted. The doll's arms and legs are stretched out as if hung from a cross. The doll never moves from its spot on the wall, but that hasn't stopped viewers from speculating that the creepy doll might be to blame for the strange events in the footage. Paulina later posted a photo on her Facebook page that shows just how scary this incident was for her. Hours after her shift ended, her ankle is ringed with a dark black bruise. This is an ongoing saga that we'll definitely keep an eye on, and we'll be sure to post updates as they come to hand. In the meantime, check out Mario Lara's channel for all his previous evidence caught on camera. As always, there's links in the description box below. Not many people can claim that they've had an actual alien encounter. Even fewer have abduction stories that experts believe to be credible. According to the Birmingham UFO group, this footage is one of the rare cases where they believe the victim's claims. It all started when a woman from Droitwich, England confessed to her husband that she believed she'd been abducted by aliens while sleeping. At first, he didn't believe her. He decided to try and put her mind at ease by setting up an infrared camera in their bedroom one night to record them while they slept, hoping that seeing evidence of her peaceful night's rest would be enough to convince her that the extraterrestrials had been nothing but a bad dream. Unfortunately, the video shows something very different from what he expected. In the clip, we can see the couple sleeping peacefully under a white duvet. A few seconds into the footage, the duvet rises above the sleeping woman. When it falls back down, it falls all the way to the mattress. The woman appears to be gone. According to the timestamp, the footage is sped up. Approximately 12.5 minutes later, the duvet billows up into the air, even higher this time. When it falls back down, it lands on a prone body. It appears the woman is again peacefully asleep in her bed. The next morning, she once again claims to have been abducted in the night. The footage seems to confirm it. UFO investigator Dave Hodrian contacted the woman in the footage to further look into the events that were caught on camera. Hodrian sent the video off to two separate video analysis experts who were at a loss to explain what the clip showed. The woman in the footage, who wishes to remain anonymous, claims to have been abducted by aliens on two separate occasions. The first incident occurred on the 3rd of December 2010. At around 1 AM, the woman got up to check on her daughters in bed. When she walked past a window, she noticed a strange disc-shaped object floating above the field adjacent to their home. The object began to glow and came closer to the house. At this point, the woman claims that she felt like the object was observing her, and that a strange feeling of calm washed over her, and strangely, she just went back to bed. Later in the night, the woman felt like she was no longer in her own bedroom. It felt like she was naked, lying on an unfamiliar hardened surface in a darkened room. Her eldest daughter was said to be kneeling beside her. She leaned in and whispered, "Mum, it's alright, don't worry. It's your turn, Mum, don't be scared, they're not going to hurt you." Suddenly, she felt like she was floating down a tunnel of some kind. At this point, she was paralyzed and could only move her eyes. She could sense that there were several small beings standing around her. It felt like these beings were able to talk directly in her mind. They reassured her that no harm would come to her. The woman recalls several invasive experiments happening to her before suddenly waking up back in her own bed. She was naked, with her nightgown strewn on the floor some distance away. Frightened, she woke her husband up to explain what had happened. The following morning, the woman felt sharp pains in her lower abdomen near her ovaries, as well as an aching finger on her left hand. In the subsequent days, the woman became anxious about sleeping. It got so bad that her husband decided to install the infrared camera in their bedroom, which brings us to the footage we just saw. On the night this footage was captured, the woman recalls a buzzing feeling happening in her head before being taken to a room filled with the small beings once again. One of the beings began moving its hands over and around the woman's body, but not touching her directly, keeping about an inch or two away. Again, as if by telepathy, the being communicated, reporting a series of ailments that the woman suffered from, such as a stomach ulcer in her lower abdomen. Moments later, the woman felt a familiar rushing sensation, as though floating down a tunnel or corridor. Without quite realizing it, it was the morning after. In the mirror, she noticed that she had 2 asymmetrical bruises around her lower belly. Certain that something strange had happened, the woman and her husband checked the security footage and were stunned at what they saw. The footage seemed to prove that she was abducted and removed from her bed for a period of time. This case is far grander in scope than what we've been able to cover here. To read Dave Hodrian's full report on the incident, I'll put a link to the Birmingham UFO Group's website in the description box below. Strange things can happen in the dark of night, such as the bizarre events recorded and shared to TikTok by user Tracy Perez 408. The footage was recorded on an indoor security camera mounted near the ceiling of their bedroom. At the start of the video, we see a man asleep on the bed. Immediately, the footage becomes strange when something small and black seems to run across the floor and under the bed. 30 seconds later, a sinister-looking hand reaches into the room and slides down the door jamb. Not long after the hand appears, the door slowly creaks open.
¿Qué piensa de eso, Luis, usted?
After a few more seconds, an unidentified object suddenly rolls into the doorway, crashing into the foot of the bed.
Es una bola.
Things take a terrifying turn when the man in the bed begins to move.
En la casa del Carmen me asustaban más todavía, vea. Ay, puta, lo tomaron. ¿Sí vio?
The man awakens in a panic and tosses a pillow at his sleeping roommate. Seconds later, something strange happens to the chair in the middle of the room.
¿Y eso que haya qué es? Una bola, yo no sé qué lanzaron. Ahí va la silla, va la silla.
With so many strange little details happening in this clip, there's been a plethora of theories suggested in the comments section. Some believe that the whole thing's a prank, perhaps orchestrated by another roommate. However, the moving chair, the creepy hand, and strange crawling black thing have left a lot of viewers on edge, suggesting that some kind of entity might be haunting this house.
En la casa del Carmen me asustaban más todavía, vea. Ay, puta, lo tomaron.
So where do you sit, prank or haunting? Let me know in the comment section down below. TikToker Fernando Victoroli has uploaded some footage that has left viewers thoroughly creeped out. The footage was recorded during a night shift at a train station. We see 2 railroad workers walking alongside the tracks as the TikToker walks behind them, recording the train as they walk past it. See if you can spot anything weird as they walk along. They don't seem to notice that they've caught something strange in their footage. Pay close attention to the train's windows. You may just see a creepy face staring back at you. The face at first is difficult to make out through the dark window. It's white with dark sunken eyes. It appears for only a moment before the night shift worker moves on down the tracks, blissfully unaware that they're being watched by something. Obviously, it's very late at night and the train is parked at the depot, so there's no reason for anyone to be on board. Could this be a simple case of pareidolia, the brain's tendency to see faces in inanimate objects? Or is there something more sinister at play here? Take a closer look at the footage and draw your own conclusions. When you're having a bad day, you might feel like a dark cloud is hanging over you. However, unlike the man in this footage from Tech World TV, you probably don't have any proof on film. The footage shows an older man walking across a busy street. Watch what happens. There appears to be a strange black mass hovering just behind him as he walks, almost as if a shadow figure is perched on his back. The man seems to take no notice of this bizarre shadow that seems to be tightly attached to him. Some viewers have suggested that the dark shadow could actually be some sort of protective spirit, as the man walks across the busy road easily without being injured by oncoming traffic. So is this just an ordinary shadow, a shadow person, or some sort of guardian angel? Let us know what you think in the comment section down below. You might want to check the weather forecast before heading to a little town in the Pacific Northwest called Oakville, Washington. A blip on the west coast with a population of just 723, Oakville is famous for being home to a weather anomaly that has kept people wondering what exactly they saw falling from the sky on August 7th of 1994. Residents of the town claim that torrents of blob-like rain began falling from the sky at around 3 AM on this bizarre evening in 1994. It was enough that witnesses who were on the road in those wee hours of the morning recall needing to turn on their windshield wipers to keep up with the downpour. Unlike normal rain, the blob rain was a squishy substance that felt like jello in your hands. We all know the warning not to get caught in a rainstorm because you might catch a cold. This advice apparently also translates for blob rain. Curiously, people who got caught in the blob storm began reporting physical symptoms of illness almost immediately. Most reported dizziness, nausea, general malaise, and flu-like symptoms. A few people who touched the blob rain had to get hospitalized with intense symptoms. There's even a credible report of a kitten dying after coming into contact with the mysterious substance. The blob rain on August 7 wasn't an isolated occurrence. If you ask the locals, the rain fell multiple times over a period spanning about a month. The death toll of dogs and cats in the area reportedly rose with each rainfall. So what was the goo that rained down over a sleepy Washington town all those years ago? The situation was so serious that the Washington Department of Ecology actually tested goo specimens that locals had gathered. While the department's official analysis concluded that the substance didn't contain any human or animal parts, independent lab testing of a sample stored in a local woman's freezer did contain a nucleus that pointed to human or animal origin. The independent sample was sent to the Washington State Health Laboratory, where it was tested by epidemiologist Mike McDowell. Over time, McDowell studied the mysterious substance and came to the conclusion that it was man-made. He reported his findings to his supervisor. The following day, the sample went missing. McDowell subsequently reported the missing sample to higher-up management, where he was allegedly told to not ask questions and to move on. Several blob origin theories have been floated around over the years. The most popular one is that the goo was actually jellyfish debris caused by military bomb testing in the ocean. Another theory is that the blobs were actually waste from commercial airline toilets. However, the Federal Aviation Administration has stepped in to debunk this idea. The truth behind this weather phenomenon seems destined to remain underground. Nobody has ever come forward with an explanation in the more than 25 years since the Oakville blob incident occurred. Believers and skeptics can't stop picking at a case dating back to the 1950s in London. Known as the Battersea Poltergeist event, this haunting became a sensation back in its day, due to gripping details involving spontaneous fires, strange messages appearing on the walls, and handwritten ghost letters addressed to a teenage girl. While the haunting took place in the London area, home of Wally and Kitty Hitchings, it was their teenage daughter named Shirley who seemed to be the focus of the alleged ghost's attention. The haunting began with a bang one night in 1956 at 63 Wycliffe Road in Battersea. The Hitchings family heard a loud bang reverberate through their home. They would later describe the sounds as seeming as like they're coming from the roots of the house. Next, objects like clocks and cookware began flying through the home without explanation. It wasn't long before the bold entity was trashing entire rooms in the Hitchings residence. The clattering became so boisterous that the family's neighbours began complaining about the noise. While all of this seems pretty standard as far as hauntings go, the ghost was about to write a new chapter that would put this haunting in the history books. The alleged ghost that was pestering the Hitchings family soon began penning letters to Shirley under the name of Donald. The family also noticed that the entity seemed to be following Shirley around the house based on the noise patterns that they could observe. The Battersea Poltergeist event quickly became fodder for British television shows and magazines. Many claim that it was all an elaborate hoax. The most common theory was that Shirley had conjured up all of the details in a bid for attention. Even family members speculated that Shirley might be carrying out the ghostly deeds on her own, while under the influence of possession. While experts ranging from exorcists to mediums were trotted out to try and get to the bottom of the letter-writing ghost amid the media fanfare, no breakthroughs were ever made. Ghost hunters interested in tracking down Donald today are out of luck because the Hitchings home was demolished in the 1960s. Shirley is still sticking to her story all these years later. Now 80 years old, the great-grandmother who resides in Waterlooville recently told newscasters that she still dislikes speaking about Donald because she fears it'll make him return. Did the sea eat 3 lighthouse keepers keeping watch in Scotland's Outer Hebrides in the early 1900s? Perched in a moody setting near the highest point on Eilean Moor, the Flannan Isles Lighthouse is so fascinating that it's been the subject of a Doctor Who episode, the inspiration for a Genesis song called The Mystery of Flannan Isles Lighthouse, and the topic of several books. So what exactly happened at this 75-foot lighthouse to create so much fascination? It became apparent that something dreadful had happened at the Flannan Isles Lighthouse, when a steamer passing by on its way in from Philadelphia noted that the lighthouse's light was not operating on December 15 of 1900. When a relief vessel arrived on the island to check out the situation 11 days later on December 26th, it was discovered that the lighthouse's 3 keepers had vanished. The keepers, James Ducat, Thomas Marshall and Donald MacArthur, were nowhere to be found, leaving behind a series of mysterious clues. Replacement keeper Joseph Moore was first on scene. Inside, he discovered abandoned plates of food, meat, potatoes and pickles. A chair was overturned. The clock on the wall had stopped ticking as if frozen in time. 2 of the 3 keepers' coats were gone from the rack, but 1 remained behind. A logbook was discovered that contained even more strange details. An entry from Thomas Marshall on the 12th of December 1900 read, "Severe winds, the likes of which I've never seen before in 20 years. There was also notes saying that James Ducat had been keeping to himself and Donald MacArthur had been seen crying. A scribbled message mentioned that all 3 men had been praying. Bizarrely, local weather reports at the time indicate that there were no recorded storms in the area for the 12th, 13th and 14th of December. The weather was calm up until the 17th. However, an entry in the logbook on the 15th read, "Storm ended, sea calm, God is over all." These logbook entries certainly do deepen the mystery, but there is some speculation that the entries have been fabricated. Some historians claim that the real logbooks were lost in the 1901 inquest into the incident. So what really happened? The investigation at the time concluded that the men had gone down to the rocks surrounding the lighthouse, sometime after dinner on the evening of the 15th. It was then that a large wave came without warning to sweep them into the sea. With no bodies to claim, people familiar with the incident began to come up with speculation about what really happened to the men. Some claimed that they had arranged for a boat to take them away to a new life. Others insisted the men had been spies. There was even a tale about a ghost ship coming ashore to carry the men away. Another popular theory claims that one of the keepers went mad before murdering his companions on that desolate stretch of grey-skied rock. The one thing that both skeptics and paranormal pushers can agree on is that the Flannan Isles Lighthouse truly is a ghost lighthouse today. This historic light became automated back in 1971. While it continues to guide the way for seafarers today, you can be certain that every sailor with the knowledge of the area's local history thinks twice before trusting this potentially misguided guiding light. In 1971, in a small town in the Jaén region of Spain, a family reported that something very strange was happening in their home. On August 23rd of that year, Maria Pereira discovered a strange marking on her kitchen floor that seemed to resemble a human face. Maria was so disturbed by the image that she had her husband and son destroy the kitchen floor with a pickaxe before laying down fresh concrete. Before long, the family claimed that a new face appeared in the concrete of the kitchen floor. Soon, word of the strange phenomenon spread around town and people began visiting the home to get a glimpse of the face. The incident became so famous that the mayor of the town forbid the destruction of the image and ordered that the concrete be systematically and safely removed so the phenomenon could be properly studied. Soon after, more faces of different shapes, sizes, and genders appeared. Local townsfolk began speculating as to what was actually happening in the Pereira family home. Many believed that the faces were a thortographic phenomenon, whereby the deceased former owner of the home, Maria Gomez Camara, was making faces appear in the concrete to make contact from beyond the grave. However, the discovery of zinc, lead, and chromium on the kitchen floor has led to the hypothesis that the faces were painted on the floor as a hoax. So was Maria Pereira making faces for attention and money? Nobody really knows to this day. Plenty of scientists and engineers have been brought in to study the concrete floors in the Pereira family home over the years. A skeptic from the Spanish Society of Parapsychology named Ramos Pereira concluded that pigment and paintbrush bristles could be easily observed after conducting infrared photography in the home. However, other experts have concluded that the images were not made with paint after conducting testing. While the best guesses state that the family members used some combination of oxidizing agents, resin, nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and acetic acid to create the inexplicable images, nobody's been able to prove concretely that the images were made using external manipulation or elements. Skeptics who have attempted to recreate the faces using concrete solvents, hydrochloric acid, and silver nitrate have been unsuccessful. The mystery of the Belmez faces has been the source of several books and television specials in Spanish media over the years. Many skeptics today believe that the images were made using some combination of paint and acid, in an attempt to drum up a money-making scheme. However, the fact that nobody's ever been able to pin down exactly how the images were created allows this story to perpetuate over and over, minting itself as a puzzling unsolved mystery that will continue to perplex audiences for years to come. American Fork Canyon is famous for its rock climbing, hiking, and choice fishing spots. but those who have visited will tell you there's something more mysterious going on in this scenic mountain range. Nestled in Utah's Wasatch Mountains, this spot is supposedly haunted by the spirit of two lovers who are forever entombed in Timanogus Cave. The tale behind the haunting of American Fork Canyon purports that a Native American warrior tricked a princess, who was the object of his affection, into marrying him by posing as a god who would save her people from a drought if she agreed to be his wife. Upon discovering the lie, the betrayed princess took her own life by leaping from a cliff. The warrior placed her body inside Timanogus Cave after discovering what she had done. Those who believe the story point to the heart-shaped mineral formation that droops from the cave. American Fork Canyon is a hotspot for alleged haunted happenings. Many hikers have claimed to see a little boy wandering alone on the trails. When they approach him to see if he's okay, he runs off, never to be seen again. Others report the appearance of a man who thrashes about on the trail before disappearing. People who hang around the canyon at nighttime report seeing eerie hitchhikers along the winding, foggy roads, who have an uncanny habit of disappearing into the mist of headlights just as the cars slow down to offer a ride. These tales would be easy to dismiss if American Fork Canyon didn't have such a habit of attracting death and darkness. Several people have died in rock climbing accidents at the canyon over the years. The ghost culture at American Fork Canyon has taken on a life of its own in recent years. If you decide to camp here, park employees will tell you endless tales of hearing footsteps, feeling someone brush up against their skin, or overhearing whispers while doing surveillance around the park. Both employees and visitors routinely find themselves stepping into cold spots on the trails. These unexplained chilly zones can even be felt on 90-degree days when the sun is beating down over the canyon. If you want to suss this eerie paranormal destination out yourself, American Fork Canyon can be accessed via the Alpine Loop Scenic Byway on State Route 92. The scariest thing about window shopping is often the hairy price tags. However, according to this video from YouTube channel The Hidden Underbelly 2.0, shoppers who look at one window display in Chihuahua, Mexico might find themselves worried about a little more than just maxing out their credit cards. In this video, we see two young women on a sunny street in Mexico. As they look into a shop front window, something eerie happens. Watch. If you look closely at the mannequin's eyes, you can see them shift slightly. These women are not the first to be terrified by this mannequin. She's known as La Pascualita, and she's been gracing the shop's windows since March of 1930. Locals were instantly abuzz with gossip about this mannequin, shocked at how lifelike it appears. Her hands, in particular, struck locals as uncanny, as traces of veins could be seen through the dewy skin. The gossip reached a fever pitch when people began talking about how much the mannequin resembled the shop owner's daughter, the daughter who had only recently passed away from the bite of a black widow spider not long before she was supposed to be married. Rumours began to circulate speculating that La Pascualita wasn't a mannequin at all, but rather the pristinely embalmed body of the shop owner's daughter. It wasn't long before passers-by began reporting that they had seen the mannequin moving, particularly its eyes. Because of the rumours about the mannequin's grisly origins, many now believe that the spirit of the shop owner's daughter is still attached to the shop, watching people pass by through the mannequin's eyes. So is this uncanny mannequin really the well-preserved body of a bride who died too young, or is it simply a loving tribute from a grieving father? Watch the clip again and come to your own conclusions. Antiquing is a popular pastime, and often trips to antique stores can lead to some truly amazing finds. When YouTuber Muna Bruzon saw something at an antique fair that they just had to have, they had no idea what they were getting themselves into. In 2017, this YouTuber visited an antique fair and instantly spotted an old doll. The doll's eyes seemed to follow them everywhere they went. Intrigued, they purchased the doll and took it home, hoping to prove that it was more than just their imagination. They immediately began recording footage in hopes of capturing proof of the doll's supernatural nature. The toy didn't disappoint. If we watch that again, we can see the doll's head turn to look at them for several seconds before turning away. The owner's hands are nowhere near the doll's head when it turns. They set the doll down and continue to examine it, this time moving its head manually to see if there's any logical explanation for how the head was able to turn on its own. As the owner manipulates the head, the doll's eerily lifelike eyes appear to move to stay focused on the person holding it. Some dolls are made with weighted eyelids that can open and close on their own, but there's no easy explanation for how its eyes could move completely on their own. The person who purchased this doll felt like it was calling out to them in the store by following them with its eyes. The video footage seems to confirm this suspicion. So is this doll really haunted? Is it somehow possessed, perhaps by the spirit of a former owner? Or is there another way to explain the footage? Let me know your theories in the comment section down below. This video from the YouTube channel Obscura shows yet another mannequin doing something that should be physically impossible. This video was recorded on a cell phone camera by someone waiting outside a strip mall on a grey, rainy day. It's unclear what made them pull out their camera in the first place, but they seem to be clearly focused on a nearby storefront featuring two mannequins. Watch what they caught. As you can see, the seated mannequin's head turns to face the camera. Even without a face, it seems to be staring straight at the person in the car. Viewers of this video have come up with several theories about what's going on. Some viewers suspect a simple trick of the eye, theorizing that a raindrop sliding down the car's window could have created a strange shadow or a refraction that made it seem as if the mannequin's head had moved. Others think that the video was simply a setup, suggesting that a person in a white bodysuit was posing as a mannequin inside of the shop. Still, others are certain that the mannequin is somehow haunted or possessed. No matter what's going on here, the video is undoubtedly creepy. Anyone would be unnerved by a blank, featureless face turning to stare at them directly through the hazy rain. So is this mannequin haunted, or is it just a trick of the light? Tell us what you think down below. YouTuber Smith doesn't really believe in ghosts, so when the doll that they kept on their old chase began acting strangely, they were at a loss for an explanation. The YouTuber and their wife were out browsing a flea market when they came across this old composition doll. Prior to the 1940s, these dolls were made of a composite of sawdust, glue, and other materials such as cornstarch, resin, or wood flour to increase their durability. You're much more likely to find one of these dolls sitting around an old flea market than you are to spot a more fragile porcelain doll. This particular doll isn't in great shape, with some of the material peeling off its legs. This isn't uncommon for a composite doll, though they were marketed as unbreakable. The composite material began to deteriorate over time. Despite its less than pristine condition, the couple happily took their new friend home and made it comfortable on their old chase. That's when things started to get freaky. Take a look. Much to their surprise, the doll began moving on its own, slowly raising its right arm into the air above its head. These old dolls had no mechanical parts, so there's no simple explanation for how it could be moving. With absolutely no information about this specific doll, they had no idea what to think. The doll's new owner turned to the internet for answers. Some skeptics think that the video could be a hoax. Because of the way the camera and the doll are placed, it wouldn't be too hard for an accomplice to stand off screen, moving the doll's arm with an invisible piece of wire or string. However, others are certain that this creepy old doll is haunted. This is an older clip and no new information has surfaced since filming, so for now this mystery remains unsolved. Ventriloquist Andy Gross is certainly used to being surrounded by dummies that others might find a little creepy. In this video that he shared to his YouTube channel, Andy Gross Live, he has his first taste of being freaked out by his own dummies. In the video's introduction, Andy states that he's noticed the dummies in a certain case in his home changing position while he's away.
Lately, when I've been coming back from some of my shows, these guys have changed positions. Now, I don't mean just a little bit. I mean like this guy here with the black hat. His head was actually turned all the way around last week when I came home. The guy on the end in the white right there, he was laying down inside the case.
He suspects that his wife or one of his children might be trying to mess with him, so he decides to set up a hidden camera during his next trip away to hopefully catch the culprit in the act. What he sees on the footage, though, is not at all what he expected. Upon returning home, he notices that one of the dummy's heads seems to have moved. He reviews the footage, expecting to see a member of the household sneaking into the room and moving the doll. Unfortunately, he sees something much creepier.
Just gets me every time. I mean, so weird and creepy.
As you can see, the dummy's head moves completely on its own.
Right?
The way it moves couldn't have been due to gravity alone, and Andy states that he's checked the doll's mechanism closely, but nothing about it seems unusual.
Ooh, this is kind of strange. Here we go. Hi. Just a normal puppet.
So what could have caused this dummy to move on its own? Ventriloquists typically give their dummies personalities during their acts, but seeing one move without its owner nearby is certainly unnerving. Of course, many viewers have suspected that it's all just a prank. After all, ventriloquists put on shows to entertain. However, Andy has maintained that this isn't a setup and that he was quite freaked out by the footage. Andy ends the video stating that he plans to capture more secret footage, and if it happens again, he's going to move house. Probably a good idea. In June 2021, paranormal investigators Lalo Escalante decided to search a local cemetery in Culiacan, Mexico. They had heard rumors of strange things happening on the property. Locals often report hearing screams and spot unusual shadowy figures walking through the property late at night. The most unsettling story revolves around a supposed haunted doll that sits in one of the graves. It's said to come alive and move among the tombstones. Under the glow of a full moon, the investigators explore the graveyard. For the first 10 minutes or so, the YouTubers appear on edge. They claim to hear strange noises coming from all directions of the cemetery.
¿Alguien ahí? ¿Qué ves? ¿Está haciendo algo? No se alcanza a ver nada. No se alcanza a ver la luna llena, güey.
After exploring for some time, they come across a mausoleum and look inside to find a tall doll with lengthy blonde hair standing next to a large cross and flowers.
Ay, la madre. Estoy cagado, güey. Estoy que le recagado, güey.
What happens next is sure to give you the chills. Watch.
Amigos, eso estaba así. No mames. No mames. ¿Crees que la abrió ella, güey? Pero qué pedo, güey. No mames. Esto se abrió sola, cabrón. No mames. La muñeca se movió, Chicho. Chicho se movió, güey, la muñeca, güey. La madre, güey. La madre, güey. Ay, güey. A la mierda.
As you can see, the doll appears to move inside the sealed mausoleum.
La muñeca se movió, Chicho. Chicho se movió, güey, la muñeca, güey. La madre, güey.
There's no doubt about it, viewers have been terrified by this clip. There seems to be no way that the doll could move without the explanation of something otherworldly. To make this incident even scarier, a month prior, a separate group of urban explorers known as Urbex MX captured the exact same doll moving on its own. Take a look.
Ay, mamacita, se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey.
This incident was captured during a live stream. Hundreds of viewers watched in real time as the doll moved inside the mausoleum.
Ay, mamacita, se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey.
So is this graveyard home to restless spirits? And is this doll really possessed by some unknown entity? According to these two separate accounts, it would appear so.
Ay, mamacita, se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey.
The following video, uploaded to the Facebook page Mr. Ngiri, shows what appears to be a piece of security footage that's filmed along a motorway. The clip starts off normal enough, and we watch a couple of vehicles drive by on the road. As they pass, they don't seem to notice that there's actually a mysterious figure standing just off to the side. Take a look. The figure lurks in the shadows at the top left of screen, and it's only slightly visible to the naked eye. Although it may be difficult to see at first, the figure soon begins to walk into the light. It looks tall and lanky with long, thin legs. Up until this point, you may be excused for thinking it's simply a person, but what happens next will certainly change your mind. As you can see, the figure suddenly drops down on all fours and runs away at top speed. It looks as though it's actually some sort of hairy creature like a large dog or wolf. As soon as it starts to run, it seems clear that it's not human at all. Videos like these are often hard to analyse due to a lack of accompanying information. In this case, all we have is this strange piece of CCTV footage, and we're left to mull over the details in our own minds. Was this strange shadow really an animal? Take another look and let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Taking family photos is something that millions of people do all around the world in order to preserve happy memories. However, sometimes the photographer manages to catch something they didn't expect on camera. This image, uploaded to Reddit by GLBBLV25, was captured on Christmas Day 2012. The young girl in the image is the uploader's sister who was taking part in a performance held at their school. On first glance, the picture seems innocent enough. However, if you take a close look at the background, you may notice something strange. There appears to be a pair of ghostly white legs. They seem wispy and ethereal, and in parts are actually transparent. In the photo's description, the uploader notes that it was taken 10 years prior, and ever since then they've believed that it shows something paranormal. The uploader also mentions that they're 100% certain there was no one standing behind their sister when the photo was taken. They go on to say that when they were in the 8th grade at the same school, 2 students who lived close by had committed suicide only a few days apart. Despite the uploader's thorough testimony, several viewers have suggested that the strange image is more likely to be the result of long exposure. So what do you think? Has this photo really captured a ghostly entity? Or was the uploader mistaken and there really was someone standing behind his sister the whole time? This video was uploaded to the YouTube channel Viral Press and showcases a snippet of surveillance camera footage captured inside a police station in northern Thailand. Take a look at what happens. Watching that again, we can see a snake slither in through the front door. It cautiously approaches the man who's completely oblivious as to what's happening. Then, just as the reptile rears its head to strike, the man turns. Startled, he manages to raise his leg just as the snake lunges forwards. The man eventually is able to subdue the creature. He then shows it to one of the police officers that's come out to see what the commotion was. Luckily, neither the man nor the snake were harmed during the incident, and the snake was eventually released into bushes some distance from the police station. While it's not known whether the snake seen in this video was venomous, there's still no telling what could have happened had it successfully sunk its fangs into the unsuspecting man's leg. It just goes to show that danger could creep up on you in the most unexpected of places. Reddit user Haslan Hafiz, 97, shared this piece of footage to the social media platform in an apparent attempt for answers. The brief clip, which was captured in Malaysia, shows something strange happening at night time. Take a look. The figure is some distance away, making it hard to see in any great detail. It appears to be wearing a long white robe or dress, and it walks as though it's gliding across the pavement. The figure's identity remains a mystery to all those who have viewed the footage, including the uploader themselves. Most have been quite spooked by the video, noting the figure's obvious ghost-like appearance. One theory that seems to be gaining momentum is that the figure might actually be a woman dressed in Muslim prayer garb, who's returning from a nighttime prayer service. While this is certainly possible, there's little denying that seeing a person walking along like this at nighttime immediately conjures up ghostly images in one's mind, especially if you're familiar with the tales of La Llorona and other similar white lady spirits that are said to roam the earth alone under the cover of darkness. A Reddit user named Westway09TN has a security camera set up outside their home, just like millions of others around the world. These cameras are designed to monitor our homes and ensure our safety while we sleep. However, sometimes they catch some seriously unexplainable things. Take a look. The uploader notes that the footage was captured at 3:52 AM, a time known as the witching hour, often associated with paranormal activity. As you can see, a large glowing orb proceeds to fly by the camera before finally disappearing off screen. The object definitely looks as though it has a straight trajectory as it moves. It doesn't look to be floating around aimlessly like one might expect a piece of dust or spider's web to do. Because of these strange characteristics, it's understandable why the uploader was probably at least a little bit freaked out by what his cameras captured. Many paranormal enthusiasts believe orbs to be supernatural in nature. However, these days, it's just as easy to find someone who believes that orbs are little more than dust particles reflecting the camera's light, or even an insect moving across the camera's lens. In this case, it seems that there might actually be something a little more mysterious about this particular orb, due to its large size and movement. So what's your stance on objects like this? Do you believe they're supernatural? Or do you think there's other ways to explain them, like dust, insects, or spider webs? Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. This creepy photo was uploaded to Reddit by user BrokenStrings94. It's supposedly a photo of their nephew captured in a wooded area of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. It seems the two were out for a typical stroll when the photo was taken, and upon initial inspection, it may have looked completely normal. However, if you take a closer look at the image, you'll see something that might just give you chills. There appears to be a mysterious man in a large coat standing right behind the uploader's nephew. Some have suggested the mysterious figure is probably little more than a case of pareidolia, the tendency for one to see meaningful shapes and patterns in plain objects. The uploader too has noted that their nephew was standing about 300 feet in front of several trees. Their branches could be responsible for the strange shapes we're seeing. Add to that the fact that the photo itself is about 10 years old and has poor resolution, and it seems more than likely that there is a logical explanation for the strange anomaly. Still, it seems the longer you stare at the photo, the more lifelike the mysterious stranger actually becomes. The following video, posted to Reddit by user OKBudget818, shows a young boy straight up spitting some fire for the camera.
Go to the plate, yeah. Yeah, the metal plate right next door. Yeah, that's all I have in store, yeah.
As he attempts to impress the audience with his freestyle skills, something rather creepy happens when a disembodied shadow appears. Take a look.
You go into the abyss, yeah. This is kind of crazy. And why are you so lazy?
The boy doesn't seem to notice and continues his song.
Yeah, I don't discover anyone, I'm slow.
About 20 seconds after the strange shadow brushes past the wall, something even stranger happens. Take a look.
Yeah, this is really cool, yeah, really cool.
As you can see, the door next to the boy suddenly opens. This time, he seems genuinely startled and immediately turns to investigate. He soon stands up and enters the adjacent room, only to discover there's nobody there.
There's no one there. What?
Several skeptically minded viewers think that the mysterious shadow seen earlier in the clip might actually belong to someone who's later responsible for opening the door. If this is the case, it's unclear whether or not the boy is actually in on the prank. There's certainly something unnerving about the boy's initial reaction that seems to suggest he was really quite shocked when the door opened.
Yeah, this is really cool, yeah, really cool.
Whether or not it was moved by a human prankster or something genuinely paranormal is still unknown. Take another look at the footage and let me know what you think's going on in the comment section down below.
It's really cool, yeah, really cool.
Many urban legends tell of a story of a deranged mental patient who escaped an insane asylum to prey on nearby men, women, and children. While these stories are often complete fabrications that play on common fears and misconceptions about individuals with psychological problems, in the case of the Cropsey legend, a killer associated with a mental institution who was convicted of murder, it probably didn't turn out how most people would expect. According to the most common iteration of the popular legend, which circulated around New York City through the 70s and 80s, Cropsey was an escaped mental patient who hid in the tunnels underneath an old tuberculosis hospital during the day. At nighttime, he would supposedly prowl the darkness, in search of wayward children and vulnerable targets to prey on. Some iterations of the tale claim that he had a hook for a hand, and the character even made an appearance in The Burning, a 1981 slasher film. Although it's a thrilling tale, no such figure was ever found on Staten Island. Some people even believe that this story was just a clever way to keep kids and teenagers from exploring the many abandoned factories and institutions dotting the landscape of Staten Island at the time. Nonetheless, while the details of the Cropsey legend may have been exaggerated and distorted over the years, the tale does have a strong basis in reality. The story has its roots in a string of disappearances from the early 70s to the late 80s. Throughout this period, children went missing around Staten Island, and although authorities suspected a man named Andre Rand from the start, they simply couldn't find any concrete evidence to detain him. Despite having been convicted of sexually assaulting a girl in the late 1960s, Andre Rand had somehow managed to keep his job as a custodian and orderly at the Willowbrook State School, a mental institution on Staten Island that he'd been working at since the mid-1960s. Although the institution didn't seem to care about its employees' backgrounds, his shady past eventually came to haunt him after the disappearance of a young girl named Alice Pereira on Staten Island in 1972. Aware of his criminal record, local police questioned the man soon after the girl was reported missing. However, despite their suspicions, they didn't have enough evidence to detain him, so they had to let him go. Over the next 15 years, he was thought to be involved with several more disappearances, but he was only charged in one incident, wherein he kidnapped 11 children and brought them across state lines to buy them lunch. Thankfully, nobody was hurt in the incident, but he only served 16 months. Once he was out of prison, the disappearances continued. Finally, in 1987, a girl named Jennifer Schweiger was reported missing, and she had last been seen with Andre Rand. By this time, the Willowbrook State School had recently closed, and its large campus had become a prime location for squatters and vagrants, including the recently unemployed Rand. Suspicious of the man and aware of his whereabouts, the local authorities searched the school, and after more than a month, an officer noticed what appeared to be a shallow grave on the premises. Soon after the grave was discovered, the police dug it up and identified Schweiger's body. Nearby, police found a makeshift camp that had been erected by Rand, all but confirming their suspicions. Following this discovery, Rand was found guilty of first-degree kidnapping, but they didn't have enough evidence to convict him of murder. He was sentenced to 25 consecutive years in prison, and he was set to be released in 2013. However, in 2004, more evidence was uncovered that linked him to the 1981 disappearance of Holly Ann Hughes, a young girl from the Staten Island area. Again, they couldn't convict him of murder, but he got another first-degree kidnapping charge and was sentenced to another 25 to life in prison. It looks like he'll be eligible for parole in 2037, so if you live in New York City, then you should be extra careful and pay close attention to the headlines around that time. Have you ever seen a mannequin that looks so lifelike that you could have sworn it was a genuine human body? If you have, then you're not alone, and this may explain why so many stories of corpse mannequins have popped up over the years. One fateful day in 1976, a studio was filming an episode of The $6 Million Man at the New Pike Amusement Park in Long Beach, California. A hanging mannequin was obscuring a shot, so one unlucky film technician had to move it so that the crew could continue filming. As he started to get it out of the way, an arm broke off, and it became pretty clear that this wasn't any ordinary mannequin. Within an instant, he noticed human bone and muscle around the broken piece of the mannequin's arm, and the crew quickly realised they were dealing with a corpse. After some investigation, it was found that the corpse belonged to an old criminal named Elmer McCurdy. Having been linked with a series of unsuccessful train robberies and bank heists, he eventually met his end after being shot by police officers in 1911. Due to his lack of friends or family, nobody claimed his body, and it was quickly embalmed and put on display by a dubious undertaker. At some point in 1916, some carnival owners posed as McCurdy's brothers to con the undertaker out of McCurdy's body. From then on, the body was used in sideshow attractions by a slew of different owners across the United States, and it eventually found its home at the New Pike amusement park. Upon being uncovered by the film crew 65 years after his death, McCurdy was finally buried at a cemetery in Oklahoma. If you've ever been on a road trip, then you've probably dealt with your fair share of questionable motels. Between the drug deals, questionable hygiene, and strange characters that frequent them, there's no wonder that there's so many urban legends that have centered around these dilapidated venues. One of the most common stories describes a family or individual unwittingly spending the night in a room with a corpse under the bed. Still, despite the legends, there were never any verified instances of this happening until a couple booked room 222 at a Memphis hotel in January 2010. Upon entering their room, they immediately noticed a foul odor, and no matter what they did, they couldn't cover it up. Coincidentally, detectives from the Memphis Police Department investigated the motel concerning a missing person case a couple of times over the next few days, but they never checked out the Sargent family's room, and the hotel staff claimed they hadn't noticed anything strange about the room. The missing woman was Sony Millbrook, and she and her family had been staying in room 222 at the motel for several weeks before she had allegedly checked out. Despite having checked out, she was reported missing after she failed to pick up her children from daycare. However, the trail was cold and the police couldn't seem to find a lead. In the meantime, the Sargent couple complained about the room to the motel staff, but they refused to let them stay in a different room. Sick of the smelly room, they stayed at another hotel for some time, but they eventually came back because they couldn't find a better price elsewhere. Upon their return, they spent another day in the room, and it was even smellier than before. Finally, more than 5 weeks after the Sargent couple had first checked in, a motel worker found a corpse under the bed in room 222. Following this, Lakeith Moody, the woman's boyfriend at the time of her disappearance, was apprehended and sentenced to life in prison for the strangulation of Sony Millbrook. While it's good that the culprit was eventually brought to justice, one has to wonder why it took so long. Why did the hotel staff not report the strange smell to the police? And why did the detectives not check the room in which the missing person had been staying? While some people have conspiracies and wacky theories about both aspects of the case, the most likely answer is plain incompetence. Thus, whether you're managing a hotel or running an investigation, it's always important to remember to follow your nose and leave no stone or bed unturned. In 1981, rumours started to spread about an arcade game like no other. They called it Polybius and said that it had psychoactive effects like some kind of hallucinogenic drug. While many have said that games have addictive properties, much like a drug, people claim that Polybius gave users a strong psychological urge to keep playing the game. While many variations of this legend exist, most versions of the story claim that the Polybius arcade cabinets mysteriously appeared in various spots throughout Portland, Oregon, and caused a slew of deaths and hospital visits immediately after their installation. Moreover, their appearances allegedly coincided with encounters with government agents and mysterious men in black. Reportedly, users would develop amnesia, hallucinations, insomnia, and other serious symptoms after playing the game. According to the most common version of the tale, all game cabinets disappeared within a month of installation, making the story conveniently difficult to verify for skeptics and journalists at the time. No genuine Polybius arcade cabinets have ever been found, and it's widely considered to be a simple urban legend. Nonetheless, several games have caused physical and psychological symptoms in various individuals throughout the history of gaming. Around the inception of the Polybius rumour, an Oregonian named Michael Lopez had to call emergency services after playing the game Tempest on an otherwise ordinary day. He claimed to have experienced a severe migraine and had vision issues after playing the game for some time. According to a newspaper in the area, the bright lights and flashing effects were very disorienting. Thus, the game could have plausibly caused migraines or affected individuals with sensitivities to flashing lights. Games, hardware, and visual media were not as well regulated back then, and video game studios often hired very small and inexperienced teams because the medium was still rather new at the time. Consequently, it's no big surprise that bad or harmful video games were occasionally released to the public. Tempest is just one of many games throughout history that have caused medical problems for players. For example, in 1982, 18-year-old Peter Bukowski achieved a high score in the game Berserk, and subsequently experienced a cardiac event that led to his death. While some sources claim that he was obese or suffered from heart disease, according to other reports, he was a healthy young man with no known problems. Whatever the case may be, his death serves as a cautionary tale to temper your excitement and not get too carried away, otherwise you could find yourself in an ambulance. The aforementioned deaths and other similar events in the early 1980s likely had some influence on the Polybius myth. Moreover, video games were relatively new at the time, so people would ascribe strange and magical properties to arcade cabinets, consoles, cartridges, and other related media. Of course, most people now understand that video games are just complex compilations of binary code that don't contain any supernatural properties, but it's still a good idea to limit your screen time and not get too excited when you do well in a game. If you've ever worked in a high-rise office building, you've probably heard the urban legend of a guy pretending to test the strength and sturdiness of the windows and accidentally plunging to his death. Gary Hoy, a securities law specialist at a company in Toronto, plunged from the 24th floor of the TD Bank Centre in Toronto after jumping through a window in an insane stunt that had no real purpose. People have whispered about unbreakable windows in skyscrapers across the globe for as long as skyscrapers have existed, but nobody ever dared test the urban legend until July 9, 1983. For some reason, on that day, Gary really wanted to liven up the atmosphere for a group of new interns while conducting a routine tour. Upon reaching a conference room, the man claimed that the office windows in the office were impossible to break, and to his credit, he wasn't exactly wrong. As he reportedly done many times before, Gary Hoy took position and slammed himself against the window, but that would be the last thing he would ever do. The window was quite durable, it didn't break after the 160-pound man rammed into it. However, the window did manage to pop out of its frame. Unable to stop his forward momentum, Gary Hoy flew out the window with the window pane and died upon impacting the ground just a couple of seconds later. While his death was tragic, thankfully nobody else was injured in this event. The man's recklessness could have easily killed or injured several passers-by if they would have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. By going out in such a way, Gary Hoy will forever be immortalized in television shows and online articles as someone who suffered one of the most avoidable deaths in history. We've covered the Cecil Hotel in LA numerous times here on our channel. It's ignited a morbid curiosity in people all over the world, with its dark history of murder and suicide. One of America's most notorious serial killers, Richard Ramirez, or the Night Stalker, called this hotel home in 1985. Then there's the Eliza Lamb case that has continued to baffle authorities for years. Lamb's body was found in the hotel water tanks after a lengthy search. The mystery only deepened when the LAPD released the now infamous elevator footage. A vital piece of evidence that shows Lam acting strangely just hours before she died. Now, a new piece of footage captured inside the Cecil Hotel has been released. TikToker VNG uploaded a short clip taken by their uncle, who's part of a team that's renovating the old hotel. Take a look at what happens. As you can see, the door seems to open all by itself. It does this several times before the clip eventually ends. Even though the hotel has seen plenty of real-life crimes and horrors, the comment section remained divided on this clip. Several commentators noted that many hotels have automatic doors for workers and guests, which could explain why the door is moving. They also noted that it was interesting that the camera person moved his camera every time the door did any movement, meaning any activation light could have turned on off camera. Another commenter noted that the door looked like it was undergoing a test as part of the hotel's fire alarm system, which could explain its rapid opening and closing. Still, others were adamant that this was proof of the hotel's haunted history, with some comments saying that they had stayed at the hotel and experienced some very unsettling things firsthand. So what do you think? Do we have proof of something ghostly here? Or was the TikToker's uncle having a goof at his niece's expense? And just a reminder, if you've got your own scary photos or videos you'd like to submit to us, head to our brand new Slapped Ham subreddit. There's a link in the description box below. You can also email us at the address that's seen on screen there, submissions@hammedia.net. Many of us like to think that the spirits of loved ones will visit us once they've passed away to watch over us. It's a comforting thought for many, though a creepy one for others. Reddit user mgirl21202 shared to our Slapped Ham subreddit an example of what she believes to be her grandmother's spirit checking in on her son. In the first picture the Redditor shared, we see a photo of the grandmother in question. The second photo shows us a screenshot taken from some type of security system inside her son's room. Her son is standing to the left of frame with his arms up. Directly behind him in the doorway, we can make out what seems to be an older woman wearing a gown. The Redditor explained that her grandmother looked exactly like the figure does in the photo, even wearing the same gown. Most other Redditors were amazed by this and believed it was indeed the grandma coming to pay her grandson a visit, perhaps even trying to comfort him. A video shared to Reddit by user Ashik Sunil shows something mysterious lurking deep in the woods. Take a look at what was captured on camera. There appears to be a humanoid figure hiding amongst the foliage of some trees. Whatever it is, it has a large head, very long arms, and strange black eyes. It looks directly at the camera before turning and walking away, disappearing from view. Right off the bat, most people believe this video was easily faked. After all, it's simple enough to buy an alien costume and pose for the camera in the woods with some friends. Many also found the video to be somewhat humorous, as the alien seems to be more annoyed than anything else. So what do you think? Give the video another look and judge for yourself. User PoLeo shared a picture to Reddit that was taken by a family friend. Seems to show something rather eerie. In the photo, we see 3 young children standing on the top of what looks to be a small bench leaning against a fence. Just in between the 2 kids on the right, an unsettling face can be seen. It has piercing yellow eyes, white skin, and a mouth that is agape. Some people in the comments section believe that this was just a person wearing glasses that reflected harshly in a flash. Although, zooming in, you can't make out any frames on the person's face. The OP said that this photo was taken adjacent to a cemetery, although where and when remains unknown. So, until more info comes to hand, the truth behind this eerie photo will have to remain a mystery. Actor and model Tanalia posted a photo to her Instagram that freaked her followers out. Over the course of several months, Leah and her partner Nick Hogan, son of former wrestling star Hulk Hogan, posted that strange things were happening around their house that they couldn't quite explain. Then in August 2021, Leah posted a series of still frames from her CCTV security system. At first glance, nothing looks particularly out of place. In the second screenshot, we can see a figure standing in a doorway at the very end of the living space. The figure looks to be a woman wearing a black dress. The night this footage was captured, Leah heard some strange noises coming from their cinema room. When she checked the security app on her phone, she saw the strange person standing in their kitchen. Close friends who saw the image were freaked out, but thought the figure looked strangely similar to Leah herself. Some comments agreed that it felt paranormal in nature, but a lot of people said it was probably a prowler and that she should call the police. So what do you think's been captured on Tanalia's security camera here? Ghost or a very real intruder? Let me know what you think down below. This next clip comes from the Facebook page Zona del Terra. It seems to show something eerie unfolding on a quiet country road. In the video, we can see CCTV footage of a car parked on the side of a street. A man comes to get something out of the car when something strange happens. Watch. Watching that again, we can make out what seems to be a transparent figure that appears directly behind the man. Whatever it is, it seems to push the man from behind. The Flash, X-Men Mutant, a Vengeful Ghost, these were some of the ideas thrown around by Facebook users, though no one seemed quite sure what was actually happening in the clip. So take another look and let your theories rip in the comment section down below. UFO videos will always divide the internet, and a video posted by Hawaii Munja on Instagram is apparently no different. The clip has caused a lot of debate on whether it's further proof of the existence of aliens or just another fake floating around the internet. Take a look at what was captured. We can see the sky is filled with what looks to be hundreds of bright circular objects. At one point, the camera holder zooms out to give us a better perspective of just how far away the objects are. The original poster of the video noted that the UFOs seem to be moving independently of each other, jockeying for their position in the sky. The Instagram user does go on to suggest that perhaps this was simply a group of balloons released during some type of celebration, maybe a wedding or funeral. Many of the comments agreed that these were just balloons or perhaps lanterns and that there was nothing more to worry about. However, the sheer number of objects is certainly bizarre, and it doesn't seem quite right that that many balloons or lanterns would be released into the atmosphere. Unfortunately, there's no times, dates, or even a location attached to this piece of footage, so it's hard to investigate it further. So as it stands, it'll have to be added to a growing number of mysterious UFO videos that float around the internet. Thunderstorms can be scary enough all on their own, what with the roaring thunder, sudden lightning, and torrential rain. But what if something paranormal was added to the mix? That seems as though it could be the case for a video uploaded to YouTube by ChrisBrandy602. What was supposed to be a simple check of a home security camera quickly turned very strange for this YouTuber. The first minute of the video shows us the exterior of their home. The description suggests that the YouTuber was checking the camera for lightning as their power had just gone out for a few seconds. Everything seems normal at first until something rather unnerving can be seen. Take a look at what the camera caught. We can see a very quick glimpse of a ghostly figure passing between the two cars. At first, it can be hard to see. However, when you slow the footage down, you're able to get a better view. We can see that the figure is slim. Whatever it is, it's only visible for a second before it seems to vanish into thin air. While the YouTuber believes that they may have caught an alien in this footage, its sudden disappearance has other viewers suggesting it could be a ghost. There is a chance that this simply could be a person walking by the camera. However, one does wonder why anyone would be walking around in such a terrible storm, not to mention that it also seems like they vanish. So what do you think it could be? Lanky alien visitor, a spirit, or someone who just got caught in the rain? Let us know what you think down below. The last thing any of us want to see while out on the ocean is something large and terrifying emerging from the water. Unfortunately, that doesn't just happen in sea monster movies if this clip, posted to TikTok by When Did We Forget, is anything to go by. In the video, we see a man in a small boat on the ocean. Then, as the camera turns back to face the man, we see a horrifying sight. Take a look. As you can see, an enormous object appears to rise out of the ocean, creating a huge wave in the process. As usual, there were plenty of theories as to what this could be, with everything from a sea monster to an artificial wave being suggested. However, several TikTokers claim that this was actually the result of an iceberg flipping over in the water as seen in similar clips. That would explain the whitish colour that we can see the object has. Still, there's no denying that seeing this in person must have been a terrifying experience. Hopefully all who witnessed it were able to make it out of there safely. Exploring supposedly haunted locations takes bravery, and YouTuber Dark Ghost Paranormal apparently has plenty of it. On this occasion, the ghost hunter decides to explore an old house that is said to be a hotbed for paranormal activity. In the first video, the YouTuber wanders around the property while using his equipment to listen for EVPs. He hears strange noises from time to time, but isn't able to catch anything on camera. That is until about 15 minutes into the clip. As the YouTuber begins to speak, we hear a strange squeaky sound in the background.
Так, мне нужно сейчас будет ИГФ.
The YouTuber quickly turns the camera to face the noise and we can see an accordion sitting on a table in the near distance. Watch what happens. The accordion appears to start playing all on its own. A few minutes later, as he attempts a seance to speak with any resident spirits, something eerie is caught on film. As you can see, there's a disembodied shadow that passes by on the wall. In a later video, the YouTuber decides to return to the old house in hopes of catching even more activity. He explores various rooms, then 9 minutes into the video, something haunting happens. Take a look. As you can see, to the right of frame, just under the mirror, some kind of object is suddenly ejected into the air and disappears from view. Soon after, both the mirror and sleeping bag on the couch begin to move all on their own, as if manipulated by some sort of unseen force. This YouTuber is one of the more popular ghost hunters on the platform, often praised for his bravery during moments that would petrify most people. The fact that he went back to the house even after everything he witnessed in the first video definitely says a lot about his character. So what was causing all of the commotion? Was it a restless spirit, a demon perhaps? Viewers continue to remain divided on the matter. While there's no clear answer, one thing's definite. This is not a house for the faint of heart. Hopefully the YouTuber decides that 2 visits was more than enough, as another one may not please the presence that seems to occupy this space. In this next clip, uploaded to TikTok by user SpookyBoy, we see something strange floating through the air. In the brief clip, we see a shot of the night sky. Lights from the buildings in the background illuminate the area. However, it's the dark object floating in the air that has many viewers confused. At first, it's hard to make out in any great detail, but a close-up soon reveals that the mysterious object seems to have a human form. It continues to glide slowly from right to left before the clip eventually finishes. While some viewers were quick to joke that the figure resembled Superman, Mary Poppins, or even Harry Potter, others took the sighting a little more seriously. Could it be a human with a jetpack similar to the one we reported on last week, or even some kind of alien being? It seems that this is one mystery that won't be solved anytime soon. There's a lot of creatures that roam around Australia, from deadly spiders and snakes to some that sound scary but really aren't, like the Tasmanian devil. This YouTube video, uploaded by Warmonger, shows us something that was supposedly spotted in the small town of Rocky Gully in Western Australia. Take a look at what was captured. As you can see, a couple of seconds in, we can see a bizarre creature running on all fours. It moves swiftly, disappearing into the darkness. While several viewers believed that this was simply a human, one actually claimed that his friends had seen a similar creature in Adelaide on 2 separate occasions. If this is true, then perhaps there really is an undiscovered cryptid roaming the vast outback of Australia. Give the video another look and tell me what you think it is in the comments section down below. This next video, uploaded to TikTok by user Paranormal Vids, was meant to be just a cute clip of a kid playing the piano. Take a look at what was captured though. As you can see, something appears to move in the background. A closer inspection reveals that it appears to be a toy train slowly rolling forward. As there doesn't seem to be anything pushing or pulling the train forward, it's easy to turn to the supernatural for answers. Could it be the work of a ghostly child who simply wanted a playdate with the girl? Or is there something more sinister at work here? Hopefully the abnormalities cease and the girl can get back to practicing the piano in peace. While old, dilapidated houses and eerie mist-filled graveyards seem like the perfect place to spot a ghost, sometimes it can be the most mundane settings that provide the backdrop for potentially paranormal videos. In these next 2 videos shared to TikTok by Paranormal Vids, it seems that even a simple trip to the grocery store might be something to reconsider. In the video, we see what's most likely security camera footage of the interior of the supermarket. Take a look at what the camera's captured. As you can see, there's a strange blurry shape that appears in the center of frame. While based on this footage alone, it would be easy to dismiss the shape as dust or even an insect on the lens. However, what happens in the next video will likely change your mind. Take a look. Once again, the shape appears, though this time, just after it vanishes, several objects tumble from the grocery shelf. This footage is certainly a head-scratcher. Items don't usually tumble to the floor for no good reason. One wonders then if the shape was actually a poltergeist, possibly attempting to let its presence be known to those around it. Whatever the case may be, one thing seems certain. It might be wise to keep your eye out for the paranormal, even while you're doing your weekly shop. Sometimes it's not potentially paranormal sightings that cause the most fear in humans. There are still many places and situations that people would prefer to avoid in the natural world. The perfect example is the murky depths of the ocean. In this video posted to TikTok by Velvet Horror, we see a scuba diver casually swimming around, when suddenly something absolutely chilling happens. Take a look. If we watch that again, we can see out of the haze emerges an enormous shark. The shark hits the diver in the back of the head, seeming to take a tentative bite as he does so. The diver ducks down in shock, just turning their head in time to see the large beast swimming away. It seems that everyone who's commented on the video so far agrees that this footage is downright horrifying. Judging by the size of the shark, the diver was extremely lucky that it didn't decide to take a larger bite. There's little doubt that it could have fit the diver's whole head inside its mouth. For millions of people all around the world, going to church is a weekly activity that connects them with their spirituality. This next clip was aired on EXN, a paranormal TV show in Mexico. The footage starts off normal enough, showcasing a large church full of people gathered around and singing. But little do these churchgoers know that they may have been joined by something not of this world during their usual Sunday gathering. Take a look at what the cameras caught.
Comentaba que estas presencias siempre han estado junto a nosotros, pero en este caso ve.
A mysterious glowing white figure can be seen sitting amongst the crowd. What's particularly interesting here is that nobody in the group seems to notice the strange figure sitting with them. Given the setting, many viewers have dubbed this figure an angel. The fact that it's pure white and looks to be glowing has left many people in awe that this congregation may have been graced by the divine. But as always, I'll throw this out to you, the viewer. What do you think's been captured on camera here? Let me know down below. The following video was featured on Fox 2 St. Louis and tells the story of a man named Doug Lueders and his son Kyle, who was a football player for the local youth team in Fenton, Missouri. Sadly, Doug's son Kyle passed away at the young age of just 20 after getting into a car accident with a truck on Highway 40 at Winghaven. He was on his way to a game he was scheduled to play that day. Months later, a man named Brian Roth was taking a photo of his grandson and his teammate at the exact same football field that Doug's son Kyle was headed to when he got into that fatal accident. All seemed perfectly fine at first until Brian took a look at the photo. As you can see, there's a strange white figure to the left of the boys. Upon seeing this, Brian was equal parts fascinated and a little freaked out simply because he had no idea what was happening in the photo, so he submitted it to Fox 2 St. Louis, who covered the story. When Doug saw the story, he and the rest of his family became convinced that the figure seen in the photograph was that of Kyle, hovering over the field and giving it his watchful eye. So could this really be Kyle's spirit hanging out at the football field that he loved so much? While there's no way to prove this for sure, if it gives Doug and his family some peace of mind, then that's all that matters. The following clip was uploaded by the YouTube channel Church of Christ for the Family and was recorded back in June of 2012. The footage in question was taken by a man who was filming his daughters inside the church. As the two girls sing and the rest of the churchgoers clap along, something strange seems to happen right in front of the videographer. Take a look. An almost transparent figure appears to move in front of the camera. The church believes that the figure is an angel visiting their place of worship. In the description of the video, the church says that the man filming was not only able to see this apparition in the video screen, but that he also saw it with his naked eye, confirming that there was indeed something there. Is this genuine footage of an angel roaming the halls of a church, or is there another way to explain the sighting? In 2018, a Michigan couple were relaxing at home when they got an alert from their home security system that movement had been detected out the front of their home. When they checked the feed, they were puzzled by what they saw. Homeowner Glenn Thorman was stunned to see something hovering over his truck. The bizarre image prompted Glenn and his wife, as well as their pastor, to believe that an angel paid them a visit in the middle of the night. The Fox News team who covered the story spoke to Pastor Don Piper about the strange image. A number of years ago, Piper was in a car accident where he believes he actually died and visited heaven, then returned back to Earth after being resuscitated. Pastor Don Piper believes Thorman's image does indeed show an angel, and that angels are around us more than we'll ever know. According to Piper, when he died, he was carried by a large number of angels up to the gates of heaven. And if the story is true, then his confidence that there was an angel in Thorman's driveway does make for a fascinating conclusion. So what do you think? Is this really an angel? Love to hear your take on the image in the comments section down below. Seven-year-old Asher Lyles from Texas loves to play around with his mum's phone. Asher and his family were on a plane flying back to Houston after visiting relatives in Washington. Asher got bored in the middle of the flight and asked his mother Kerry if he could take photos with her phone. The family thought nothing of it. While she was scrolling through her son's photos, Kerry noticed all of them were normal, except for this one. As you can see, there's a cloud that resembles a person with open arms. Kerry uploaded the photo to her Facebook profile. Friends and family were stunned at the strange image. Kerry believes that the figure floating around in the sky is Asher's guardian angel, saying that he's always had something watching over him and protecting him. Asher has Down syndrome, and his mother believes he's always had a sixth sense when it comes to people needing a comforting hug or a big smile. She says that she'll never know the definite truth behind the image, but is taking comfort in her beliefs and says that she was just happy her son was able to find some joy in his photos. This video was uploaded to the YouTube channel Scott Nuber Official in December of 2015. It shows a large sermon taking place in a church in Pretoria, South Africa. Everything seems fairly normal until around the 2-minute mark, when the cameras catch something odd in the crowd. It looks as though a large array of white glowing figures are standing amongst the other churchgoers. Some commenters have said that this is just a bunch of people dressed in white, which is making the camera pick up on it brightly. But that doesn't seem to be the case, as there are other people in the same room wearing white that aren't glowing in any way. Most people in the comment section, however, praise the Lord, firmly believing that this is a sign from God. So what do you think? Is this a camera glitch, or is something divine playing out before our very eyes? Take another look and decide for yourself. In mid-2013, 19-year-old Katie Lentz was driving along Route 19 near Center, Missouri, when she was struck head-on by a drunk driver traveling in the opposite direction. Lentz was pinned in the front seat of her convertible. When emergency respondents arrived, Lentz's vital signs were declining rapidly. She asked the officials to pray with her, when suddenly a man who appeared to be a Catholic priest appeared out of nowhere, despite a 2-mile perimeter blocking the scene. This strange man approached the wrecked vehicle and began to pray. A member of the rescue crew said that when the man was praying, there seemed to be a complete calmness that fell over the entire scene, putting all their minds at ease and making them feel more comfortable despite the dire situation. What's perhaps even more interesting is that allegedly the firefighters that arrived on the scene said that their equipment was strangely not working. As soon as the mysterious man appeared and started praying, their equipment suddenly started to work again. Eventually, Lentz was able to get out of the dangerous wreck. However, when she went to thank the priest for his prayers, he was nowhere to be seen. The disappearing priest was so puzzling that local authorities had a sketch artist draw up an image based on descriptions from witnesses at the scene of the accident. This fascinating and intriguing story captured the attention of thousands of people when it was picked up by national news coverage. Those who saw the story couldn't help but wonder who the mystery priest was, and how he managed to help Lentz in the face of danger. Regardless of who he is, Lentz can take comfort knowing that if she ever finds herself in a similar situation in the future, her strange guardian angel may just appear out of nowhere and help her again. In May 2021, Coventry local Rebecca Glassborough took a group photo with her friends and thought nothing of it. However, when they later reviewed the photo moments later, they were all shocked at what they saw. In the picture, we see the group of friends posing together. On the left side of the photo, we see what appears to be a blurry-looking woman with dark hair and a grey face, hovering just above one of the friends. Glassborough emphasised that this was not an individual who was part of the group. After spotting the figure, the group explored the apartment for any signs of what the face could be, but found no reasonable explanation. There were rumours in the neighbourhood that a woman had died in the bathroom of the apartment that this photo was taken in. Without knowing how to explain the strange figure in the photo, Glassborough admits to having a few sleepless nights, wondering whether there's some kind of ghostly presence in her apartment. So could this ghostly figure be the very woman who passed away in the apartment? While there's no clear answer, hopefully the photo's owner can solve the mystery and get some sleep soon. While attending a ghost tour of a famous former slaughterhouse in the Village in Mansfield, Nottinghamshire, visitor Tanya Copeman felt a sudden urge to snap some pictures while down in the dark cellar. In the photo, we can see the cellar covered in a bright green carpet. A door stands in the middle with a sticker of an alien on it. But the creep factor gets cranked up to 100 when we look at the far right of the image. While initially hard to see, we can make out a terrifying, ghoulish face staring directly into the camera upon closer inspection. The photo's owner didn't initially notice the dreadful-looking face until later when she looked through her photos. At first, she thought the eyes of the figure were simply two bright white lights. Of course, this all changed when she saw the outline of a face. The couple then contacted the tour guide, who double-checked CCTV footage of the cellar and confirmed that no one else had been in the room with the group when the photo was taken. That's when the tour guide suggested that this could be a ghost of one of several monks who allegedly burned there hundreds of years ago. He even tried recreating the photo to see if he could catch the presence again, though he was unsuccessful. Historians say that an old barn once stood on the property. Prior to the 19th century, it was said to be used as a hideout for monks seeking refuge. One day, the barn was set alight and 7 monks perished in the blaze. Interestingly, Tanya had said that she felt her face go hot when she first entered the basement, even before knowing about the priests who had burned there. She believes the burning sensation is connected with what's been caught on film, and that there's no other way to explain what had happened besides referencing the paranormal. Now, if all this sounds familiar, it's because we featured footage from the Village in Mansfield just a few weeks ago. The clip we shared shows an eerie smoke blowing through the property. This was captured by a CCTV camera during a seance conducted by full-time paranormal investigator Lee Roberts. He too referenced the tragic fire that took the lives of several monks. So given the evidence, is something supernatural really happening at this old heritage-listed building in Mansfield? User Small Bees uploaded this eerie photo to our Slapped Ham subreddit. They took their nephew to the Kemah Boardwalk in Texas for a fun night out. In the pic, we can see a large splash pad area, with the Redditor's nephew looking down in the middle of the frame. To the immediate right of the child, there's a strange shadow. If you zoom in, there's even what looks to be a partially formed leg. Smallbees said they took numerous photos that night and they all seemed normal, except for this one. Most other Redditors were creeped out by the photo and were sure that this was evidence of something otherworldly. One viewer did say that this could be a case of motion blur. Perhaps the original poster had captured another child in motion who appeared blurry on camera. The original poster disputed this, showing another photo of a child running in the same area. While there is a little bit of motion blur in this second image, there are definitely no dark shadows near the children. While there's no way of knowing for sure what's been captured in this image, the dark shadow and the partially formed leg does make one's mind wander into the realm of the paranormal. In 2016, the aunt and uncle of Redditor Caramel Watermelon were on a ghost tour of the Waverly Hills Sanatorium in Kentucky. The aunt diligently took photos of all the rooms they visited, just in case they caught something supernatural. Sure enough, in a dark, dusty room that was once used as a children's play area in the sanatorium, something showed up on film that wasn't there in person. In the eerie photo, we can see a large, empty room. In the back of the room, in the doorway, we can see a small, dark shadow. From a distance, it resembles a girl. Waverly Hills was opened in 1910 to house tuberculosis patients. At the time, the local area was being ravaged by tuberculosis or the White Plague. In 1914, a children's wing was added, for not only kids suffering from tuberculosis, but also children whose parents contracted the awful disease. Over the years, it's been dubbed the most haunted location in the United States. The Redditors aunt explained that in this particular room where the photo was taken, the children of the sanatorium would gather to play games. As such, many commentators on the photo believe that this is the ghost of a little girl who once played here. Some Redditors noted that the figure seems to have disproportionately short limbs. Given the morbid history of Waverly Hills Sanatorium and the years of suffering and death that have played out amongst the halls of the old building, it's possible that the spirits of former patients do indeed linger here. Reddit user Kirkster1986 captured a bizarre incident on film one night that he had to share with other ghost lovers on Reddit. On the 9th of May 2021, while taking a nap on the couch, the Reddit user's home security system detected movement in the living room. In the first picture, we see the Redditor lying down on his couch, sleeping. However, judging by the timestamp, a fraction of a second later in the second photo, the blanket has been lifted off the Redditor. On top of him is what looks like a crouching shadow figure. Here it is, zoomed in. There were plenty of theories as to what's happening in these photos. Some jumped to the idea that this figure was actually a succubus. These demonic entities have been noted in historic literature all around the world for centuries. Folkloric tales refer to a feminine supernatural energy that haunts men in their dreams. Typically, these entities sit on the dreamer's chest and suck the life force out of their victims. From Arabian mythology to Buddhist scriptures and European folklore, it's interesting that these disparate cultures all refer to the same supernatural entity. One that visits you in your dreams, sits on your chest, and sucks the life out of you. So could these photos confirm a thread of truth running through the mythology behind the infamous succubus? Take another look and decide for yourself. Haunted hotels make for the perfect spooky outing. Reddit user cplats123 decided to get their fright on with a visit to Hotel Meade, a supposedly very haunted place in Montana. The building's history stretches all the way back to 1875, when it was first used as a courthouse. In the 1890s, it was transformed into a bustling hotel, where many of the town's big events and socials were held. The hotel was made into a makeshift hospital when epidemics hit the city, including smallpox and typhoid. In the 1940s, all the townspeople left the city, leaving the building abandoned. Fortunately, Montana State Parks decided to renovate the building and present it as a visitors center. Nowadays, visitors and workers on the building alike have reported countless sightings of all types of strange manifestations, with most of them believed to be previous residents of the hotel. In the photo shared to our Slaptam subreddit, we can see a room on the hotel's second floor. On the right side of the doorframe, we can see a strange strand of curly blonde hair. The Redditor explained that in 1916, a young girl named Dorothy Dunn had drowned in the hotel pool, and her spirit is said to haunt the second floor. The uploader said that they took the photo because they're fascinated by old-fashioned doorways that have internal windows on them for airflow, so they grabbed a quick snap, thinking nothing of it. Some commenters thought the girl's hair looked too vivid to be a ghost, and that there was probably just another person in the room when the photo was taken. However, the OP insists that the room was empty when they walked by and snapped the photo. So could this be a glimpse of Dorothy Dunn's spirit, or is there another way to explain the photo? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. There's someone at the door, and it's not your long-awaited delivery. Reddit user VeggieShite420 captured something with an accidental Snapchat picture that's been making people want to bleach their eyes out. In the image, we can see the Redditor's living room. Take a look at the doorway on the right-hand side. Here we can make out what looks like a dark figure wearing a white sweater and black pants. The head of the figure looks like it's sunken down into its torso. Take a look at this brightened version of the image. It's worth noting that the Redditor didn't seem to notice this horrifying figure at first. In fact, they posted the image asking about two small lights on the left side of the photo. In the pitch black under the window frame are what resembled two bright eyes looking inside the home. Most people shrugged this off as either lights from an electronic device or an animal. Instead, they were far more interested in the freaky floating figure in the doorway. So what do you make of this unsettling photo? Love to hear your theories in the comments section down below. In late August 2020, two pilots on two separate commercial flights reported seeing something unusual flying through the sky. While approaching LAX at around 6:30 PM, an American Airlines pilot radioed air traffic control to report an unidentified flying person at about 3,000 feet in the air. Listen to the call that was made.
Tower, American 1997, we just passed a guy in a jetpack.
American 1997, okay, thank you. Were they off to your left side or right side?
Off the left side, maybe 300 yards or so, about our altitude.
Then, a pilot on Southwest Airlines also reported the sighting. Take a listen.
We just saw the guy pass by us jetpack.
The mysterious jetpack man continued to be spotted by commercial airline pilots over the span of several months. Then, in December 2020, visual confirmation was released by the Sling Pilot Academy via ABC 7 News. A flight instructor managed to get some footage of the elusive jetpack man flying some 3,000 feet in the air. This took place around the Palos Verdes Peninsula, just south of LAX. Local law enforcement and the FBI launched an investigation into the infamous jetpack man, sometimes referred to as Iron Man, but were unable to track down the individual. Then, in July 2021, Jetpack Man struck again and was sighted for the fourth time flying near LAX. The puzzling thing is, there are only a handful of jetpack manufacturers around the world, and almost all of them are not for sale to the public. Stranger still, most models available only have enough room for fuel to reach heights of around 1,000 to 1,500 feet, about half the height Jetpack Man was seen cruising at. One theory put forward is that it's actually a mannequin strapped to a high-powered drone. Recreational drone users, however, aren't legally allowed to fly higher than 400 feet, but I'm guessing if you're flying a mannequin near commercial aircraft, you're not exactly one to play by the rules. So as it stands, Jetpack Man remains unidentified. To all our Los Angeles viewers, you'll have to keep your eyeballs peeled for a sighting of a real-life Iron Man. And just a reminder, if you've got your own scary photos or videos you'd like to submit to us, head to our brand new Slapped Ham subreddit. There's a link in the description box below. You can also email us at the address that's seen on screen there, submissions@hammedia.net. When the weird guy in the tinfoil hat claims to have seen Bigfoot, you might be skeptical. However, when the National Park Service shares a potential Bigfoot sighting, you're probably more apt to pay attention. When this video from mps.gov began circulating in 2014, cryptid enthusiasts around the world certainly took notice. The video was recorded via one of the many live webcams that the National Park Service streams from its various parks around the United States. This particular video was recorded on a webcam at Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming. They shared the video because it shows the arrival of buffalo in the park. However, the peaceful scene of the buffalo walking about in the snow is quickly overshadowed by something in the background. Take a look. In the trees just behind the buffalo, several bipedal animals can be seen walking along. The creatures are only seen in the distance for a few seconds before the camera turns away. Eagle-eyed viewers quickly spotted the unusual creatures in the background of the video, immediately labeling it as one of the most credible Bigfoot sightings in history. Bigfoot is one of the better-known cryptids said to wander the forested areas in the United States and Canada. Bigfoot is typically described as much larger than a human and covered in dark hair, often believed to be the missing link in human evolution. Many scientists, however, claim that Bigfoot sightings are typically a case of misidentification. They believe that rather than a distinct creature, Bigfoot sightings are usually bears, apes, or ordinary humans. So is Bigfoot real, or simply a part of common mythology that will never actually be proven? This video seems to suggest the existence of an entire Bigfoot family. Unfortunately, we may never know the truth about the existence of one of the world's most famous cryptids. Typically, when you jump in bed, you assume you're safe and sound and that you can get a good night's rest. However, this video, which was filmed inside an elderly woman's bedroom via security camera, shows that that may not always be the case. In the video, we can see an elderly woman tucked up in bed when suddenly something terrifying happens. Take a look. In early 2019, 75-year-old Keo Sutsufa from Bangkok, Thailand was sleeping in her bed when a python managed to slither into her bedroom. As you can see in the CCTV footage, the snake rears up and bites Sutsufa on the foot. Thinking she was having a nightmare, Sutsufa awoke with a fright. She grabbed her torch and scanned the room only to see a massive python coiled up on the floor. She managed to get past the snake and wake her son Nakorn, who was sleeping next door. Local rescue workers were called in to help flush the snake out of the home. When they arrived, they found the python curled up on the toilet seat in the bathroom. It was captured, catalogued, and released back into the wild some days later. Authorities were puzzled as to how the snake got into the home, speculating that it may have come up through the toilet. So when you're resting peacefully in your beds tonight, remember a giant python might just be slithering out of your toilet, on a mission to digest you whole. Reddit user Seaworthiness number 8416 uploaded a video of some security camera footage that was filmed at the Jacksonville Beach Pier in Florida. Take a look at what was captured.
Gotta get your finger out.
Whoa! You see it?
This, yep.
What is that? What in the world is that? It's just like hovering and pulsating.
As you can see, a strange flashing object flies in from the top left-hand corner of the frame.
I don't understand what is going on. That was a trip.
Matt Bullock was the first person to notice the strange flying object in the footage when he reviewed the security tape.
This, yep.
The reactions heard in the clip definitely seem quite genuine, and they sound legitimately freaked out when they make the discovery.
What is that? What in the world is that? It's just like hovering and pulsating. What? I don't understand what is going on.
It's possible that this is simply a drone flying by and that the compression rate of the security camera is making it look a lot more mysterious than it really is. So, until more info comes to hand, this strange flying object will have to remain unidentified.
What? I don't understand what is going on.
This video, published to the Instagram account UFO Sightings Footage, shows something truly unusual. Take a look.
Sonic boom. Wow, the sonic wave is... Holy...
While there's a spectrum of theories breeding in the comments section of the Instagram clip, everything from Project Bluebeam to alien invasion have been suggested. This sighting is most likely one of SpaceX's Falcon 9 rockets. While all rocket launches create shock waves, this particular flight was unusual. On August 24, 2017, a Falcon 9 rocket was carrying one of Taiwan's Formosat 5 Earth-observing satellites. Because the payload was relatively light, the trajectory of the rocket created a circular atmospheric shock wave, as opposed to a V-shaped one.
Let's see the first stage. Wow! Oh, see that?
The camera holder was definitely shocked to see the bizarre circular shock waves.
Wow! Oh, see that? Sonic boom. Wow, the sonic wave is... Holy...
A study into the incident found that the launch disturbed Earth's ionosphere so much that it affected local GPS navigation systems. Water in the rocket's exhaust system reacted with the ionosphere above California, ripping a hole in the plasma layer. For up to 2 hours, GPS coordinates were off by as much as 1 meter, potentially affecting commercial and military aviation navigation systems. And so, while this sighting is perfectly explainable, the intense circular shockwaves certainly put local residents on edge, as initially they had no way of knowing the incident was due to a SpaceX launch. So how would you react if you saw this in the sky above your house? Let me know in the comment section down below.
Oh, see that? Sonic boom. Wow, the sonic wave is...
The following video was posted to TikTok by a man named Carlos Ruiz. It's some security footage taken at a gym in an unknown part of Colombia. At first, nothing seems all that unusual about the clip, as we see a man preparing to exercise. As the camera pans to the left, however, we can see a few cables on one of the exercise machines moving on their own.
No, mire, la luz. Fue fruta. Mire, mire. Y de esto hay una segunda toma. Ahorita le muestro la segunda toma y hay cosas que no...
Now, keep an eye on the medicine ball in the bottom right-hand corner.
Mira eso.
Uy, ¿eso qué pasó? ¿Por qué eso se mueve?
From here, things take a turn for the worse.
Es una energía muy mala.
¡Ay, Dios mío! ¿Qué le pasó?
Mamá, mire.
No, Dios, no, no, eso no es normal.
Sí, yo sé
eso
que...
no es normal,
Sí,
no.
ya sé.
No.
As you can see, something seems to grab the man.
Mío, ¿qué le pasó?
He falls over, but his right leg stays in the air as if something's holding on to it.
Es una energía muy mala.
¡Ay, Dios mío! ¿Qué le pasó?
Mamá, mire.
No, Dios, no.
Frightened, he runs away.
Eso no es normal, no. No.
A second camera managed to capture the incident.
Hay unas cosas, mira mamá, digamos al inicio se ve, vea, las cuerdas ahí, pero pille eso no lo vimos en la primera toma, o sea, eso no se vio en la primera
Ahí
toma.
se ve más.
O sea, estas son unas...
Again, we can see the man fall over and something appears to grab his leg.
Está abierta, o sea, sí, podemos decir que es el aire, pero entonces ¿cómo explicamos la caída? Ahí la bola se mueve, ahí la bola...
Sí, no, Dios mío, eso ya no es normal, no, y mire como, no, no es terrible, no,
Sí,
no, Dios mío.
Entonces...
Hay que pedir...
This angle shows that there doesn't appear to be any wires or that the video's been manipulated in any way.
Mío, eso ya no es normal, no, y mire como, no, no es terrible, no, no, Dios mío.
Entonces...
Hay que pedir a alguien...
The man even runs to the gym's reception area to report what's just happened.
O alguien que sepa, por favor, dejarlo en los comentarios o no sé, alguien que nos pueda decir qué pasó.
Naturally, these two clips have since gone viral, racking up millions of views with thousands of comments chiming in trying to solve the mystery. The majority of people have been shocked at just how genuine the footage appears. However, skeptics said it has to be wires or CGI.
Sí, no, Dios mío, eso ya no es normal, no, y mire como, no, no es terrible, no, no, Dios mío.
Entonces...
Hay que pedir a alguien que...
So what do you think's been captured in this gym in Colombia? Is it all just a well-orchestrated hoax, or are we witnessing something paranormal? Love to hear your ideas in the comment section down below.
Ahí, mira eso, mira eso.
Uy, ¿eso qué pasó? ¿Por qué eso se mueve?
Esa vaina es pesadísima, eso es pesadísimo.
¿Sí?
Sí, parece eso es una energía muy mala.
¡Ay, Dios mío! ¿Qué le pasó?
Mamá, mire.
No, Dios, no, no, eso no es normal.
Sí, yo sé
eso
que...
no es normal,
Sí,
no.
no.
The Norwood Hotel, located in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, is by all means a normal hotel that you would stay in for a few nights and not think anything of it. But this video, uploaded by popular paranormal investigation team, the Paranormies, proves that the hotel isn't as normal as it seems. There's a room in the hotel, room 313 to be exact, that's allegedly haunted. It's had many strange occurrences throughout the years. The Paranormies team heard a story about a woman named Christina that had stayed in room 313 at the Norwood Hotel back in 2008. She was in town for a convention, was only planning on staying at the hotel for a few nights. The first evening she was there, she awoke in the middle of the night, unable to move. She said she could see a strange man in the corner of the room, grinning at her. He put his finger to his lips and told her to shush. Unable to move, Christina could do nothing but watch this strange man staring at her. 6 hours later, she woke up ill and violently threw up. There was no sign of an intruder, and the door was still double locked. Startled, Christina called her boyfriend to explain what had happened. He thought perhaps she had suffered an episode of sleep paralysis and that the man was just a hallucination. The following night, Christina had a dream that a man was on fire floating just outside her hotel window. She woke with a fright just as the phone in her room rang. It was her boyfriend in hysterics saying that he had just had a dream that someone broke into her hotel room and did awful things to her. Freaked out, Christina grabbed her keys and left the room. She slept in her car for a few hours till the sun came up. Wanting to leave immediately, Christina headed back to the hotel to grab her things and drive home. When she arrived back at the hotel, it appeared as though the door to her room had been tampered with. The window was wide open and a few of her things were missing. She rang her boyfriend to explain what had happened and to thank him for calling the previous night, otherwise she may have stayed in the room for the entire evening. Confused, her boyfriend said that he didn't call her. They both checked their call history list and sure enough, no calls were made. Christina doesn't know how to explain what happened that night in room 313. In order to see for themselves how truly haunted the room is, the paranormies decided to check into the hotel for the night to conduct a series of experiments. And as you'll see, things get increasingly more terrifying as the night goes on. During one section of the video, the team sets up a doll that's motion activated, having just changed the batteries. But whenever the cameraman waves his hand in front of the doll, strangely enough, nothing happens.
The doll won't go off. Jordan.
What?
Come look.
The cameraman says that the doll is normally motion activated and can't explain why it isn't working properly.
Wow. Usually she doesn't shut up.
What? You walk in front of it. Okay, hang on. Stay there. Flip it around. I want to just keep this in one shot to see.
Well,
what?
There she goes. Whoa.
But she's not making any noise.
She's not making any noise. That is weird.
She's not saying anything. Whoa. She's not saying anything anymore.
A couple of minutes later, the crew decides to bring an SLS device into the bathroom. Take a look at what they captured.
Get some light here. Whoa.
Mm-hmm. What is this now?
This special device detects that there's a presence in the bathroom.
That is really creepy.
Yeah, I'm looking behind there.
There's nothing there.
There's nothing there. That's just like it's like sitting in the corner of the tub. You hiding?
From here, the crew set up a series of motion-activated balls and spread them across the hotel room. And sure enough, one of them turns on all by itself.
You can touch any one of those. Obviously, he's just dead. Oh, whoa.
Whoa.
Thank you. I didn't... Scare. I did not expect that.
But perhaps the creepiest incident of the night happens when one of the crew members, named Jordan, walks past the mirror that is adorning the wall. Take a look at what was captured.
I'll check it out.
Heavy.
Although he didn't notice it at the time, if you look closely, you can see that Jordan doesn't have a reflection in the mirror when he walks by.
Heavy.
At first, you might think it's just the angle the camera's on. However, just moments later, another member of the team walks by the mirror and clearly has a reflection.
I'm not exactly sure where it's coming from. It almost sounds like Yeah, like water.
The camera's showing the exact same angle as before. Later that night, while the crew members are sleeping, their REM pod and K2 devices proceed to give them an unexpected wake-up call. While these devices being set off is creepy enough, something else happens in the room that is a little more unsettling. Let's watch it again, but this time keep an eye on the right of frame. As you can see, a shadowy figure seems to get on top of Jordan on the right. So given Christina's first-hand account and the bizarre video evidence that the Paranormies team captured, it would appear something very unusual is happening in room 313, but just what the root cause is remains unknown.
Heavy?
A woman from Barrowfield, Glasgow, named Maxine Hughes was enjoying a typical day at home, relaxing and spending time with her 2 children. Maxine says that during her day, her partner was checking the surveillance camera footage outside their home, which is when they spotted something quite chilling in broad daylight. Take a look. What appears to be a strange black mass slowly moves its way across Maxine's yard, before eventually disappearing without a trace. Maxine was so freaked out by what was captured on the security camera footage that she had to call a priest to bless her home from evil spirits. Maxine's neighbour, Debbie Michael-John, saw the video as well, and she too agrees that something is definitely not right. The clip understandably put the entire neighbourhood on high alert, as most of the town struggled to explain the strange floating black mass. Despite thousands of people watching the clip, there's been no logical explanation for the sighting. Simon Newcomb's YouTube channel currently has 2 videos published to it, one of which displays drone footage that he took while on a brisk day in January of 2020. The other video, however, proves to be a little more mysterious. This particular video was not filmed by Simon himself, but rather a friend of his daughter's, and for the first little while it seems as though they're having an average rainy day outside. The group are walking through Wistman's Woods, located in Dartmoor, Devon, England. It's said to be a place of much interest in the area. Although Wistman's Wood has never been 100% proven to be haunted, the origins of its name are quite interesting and creepy. The name Wistman's Wood is said to derive from the Old British dialect word wisht, which means eerie, uncanny, or haunted. Legend has it that a pack of hellhounds once roamed the woods. They had blood-red eyes, enormous fangs, and an insatiable appetite for human flesh. The woods themselves look like something out of a fairy tale. The trees are all twisted and gnarled. There are boulders carved with ancient symbols scattered around the park. It's within this mysterious setting that the following video was captured. Take a look.
Pissing it down. These 2 are doing my head in. It's getting dark. It's really cold. I've no idea where the dog is. What?
It can be hard to spot at first, but at around the 11-second mark, just behind the camera holder, a strange shadow can be seen ducking behind a log.
Doing my head in. It's getting dark. It's really cold. I've no idea where the dog is. What?
Here it is again in slow motion. It's hard to say what exactly this dark figure is, but given the ancient history of the woods and its haunted reputation, one's mind does wander into the realm of the paranormal.
It's getting dark. It's really cold. I have no idea where the dog is. What?
If you're well versed with horror folklore and urban legends, I'm sure by this point you've heard of the infamous La Llorona, or the Weeping Woman. This entity exists in Latin American folklore, and is a spirit who allegedly roams waterfront areas mourning her deceased children who tragically drowned. If you hear loud screeching noises anywhere outside, it's believed that you may have accidentally encountered La Llorona herself, and Nathan Channel on YouTube might have been one of those unlucky people. In the video, Nathan, who's a security guard at an undisclosed building, is walking around the area late at night when he starts to hear some awful sounds in the distance. The guard explores the area but can't seem to find the source of the strange crying sounds.
No se puede ver nada, pero sí se alcanza a escuchar. Oigan, oigan, oigan. Yo estoy aquí en mi trabajo.
So is this the infamous La Llorona herself? Or is it someone in genuine distress? If it is, why can't he find a single person anywhere nearby?
Oigan.
The Lamb and Lion pub, located in High Petergate, York, seems on the outside to be an average pub. However, on the inside, there's something a little more eerie taking place in the Grade 2 heritage-listed building that dates all the way back to the late 18th century. One night, pub owner Lee David Smith was reviewing security tapes when he noticed something on the CCTV cameras that shocked him. Take a look. Upon first glance, the security camera video appears to contain nothing out of the ordinary. As we watch, an employee cleans up various tables in the pub. But if you look in the corridor at the end of the dining area, you can make out what appears to be a small child. Lee says that at the time of the incident, the employee had no idea that anyone was there, but when he called her over to take a look at the footage, she was absolutely petrified. There were certainly no children around when the footage was taken. Lee also says he doesn't necessarily believe in ghosts, but admits this particular incident is making him less of a skeptic. To this day, Lee and other pub employees have never gotten to the bottom of what exactly happened that day. Some locals believe that a child passed away on the premises, and that this is the child's spirit trapped inside the old pub. As always, I'll throw this out to you, the viewer. What do you think's been captured in this strange CCTV footage? Love to hear your theories in the comment section down below. Many people are familiar with the anticipation and excitement that goes along with an intense amusement park ride. As riders line up, they wait anxiously for their turn. That adrenaline typically levels out once the ride is over, however. But what if the footage of the event shows that you were riding with a ghost? This video, which was posted to YouTube by Eli Zix, has made many people's hearts pound. But it's not because the ride itself is scary. It's because the woman on the right side of the screen seems to suddenly disappear, Take a look. The woman on the far right, wearing the white top, is laughing along with a group that appears to be made up of her friends, but she never seems to interact with them. As the ride continues, the woman seems to vanish. When the video is viewed in slow motion, the mysterious woman's face looks unusual. Takes on a strange grey hue. According to YouTube commenters who saw the original post published by the woman in pink who's sitting next to the disappearing individual, there were only 3 people in that row. The woman in pink never saw the woman in white until she watched the footage. Rumour has it that a young lady died on the ride in 2008. While she was on the ride, something went wrong. The woman suffered burns to her face and unfortunately died. Some say she still joins riders on the pirate ship today. So could it really be the lady caught in this footage? Is she really a ghost? Or just another passenger who happened to cower behind the woman in pink when the pirate ship picked up speed? Love to hear what you think in the comments section down below. In 2016, a video that was recorded by a private security camera went viral after Chris Mitchell-Clare, the homeowner, posted it on Facebook. On the night the footage was recorded, Mitchell was at home asleep. Little did he know that his front gate, which usually remained closed, had been pushed wide open during the night. When he awoke in the morning, he decided to do some investigating and played back the security video from the night before. Take a look at what was captured. The video clearly shows a closed gate, but then the camera appears to malfunction, creating a scrambled, digitized version of the mysterious activity. When the image on the camera clears up again a few seconds later, the gate is wide open. Mitchell-Clare says he didn't see any burglars as he expected. Instead, he believes that he witnessed something supernatural. A close-up of the footage reveals a strange figure at the edge of the gate. The fact that the video has 2 different timestamps has caused many viewers to question its authenticity. Mitchell-Clare notes that the timestamp on the right of the screen is the camera's internal clock. Because he never said it, that timestamp is inaccurate. The correct one, he says, is on the top left. That's the DVR's timestamp, which indicates exactly when the recording took place. It only took seconds for the eerie event to take place, but the image will be frozen in Mitchell-Clare's memory forever. According to locals in Sunshine Beach, Australia, the town where this took place, someone had died on the property several years earlier. While Mitchell-Clare isn't sure whether these rumours are true or not, he does affirm that the footage is real. In 2017, a bar in Liverpool, England changed its name from Garland's to Brickworks. It was at this time strange and unusual things began happening around the premises. After hours, as a cleaner went about her duties, something eerie took place. CCTV cameras managed to capture the incident. The footage was uploaded by Garland's. Take a look. So as you can see, some papers fall off a stool behind the cleaner. Seconds later, the woman ducks down abruptly as though she's dodging a swiftly moving object. There is a window to the left of screen. Although it's difficult to tell whether it's open, some viewers have assumed that wind knocked the papers over, or blew in a projectile which surprised the woman in the video. However, new staff at the former Garland's location say that other disconcerting events have been happening. Another video shows orbs floating around the space. Although they could just be pieces of dust, orbs are thought to occur when spirits are around. Other team members have witnessed lights flashing, toilets flushing, and faucets running on their own. There's even been strange black handprints appearing on the dance floor despite no paintwork being done on the premises. Employees wonder whether someone or something is trying to send them a message. The mysterious activities have even made their way to social media. Brickworks' marketing team has had trouble changing the name of the business. When they attempted to update the Facebook page with the new name, it kept reverting back to the old one. Facebook looked into the issue and couldn't explain what was happening. Although the video seems to speak for itself, some wonder whether the business is using manipulative techniques to gain a social media following and get some free exposure. Sam Quek is an Olympic gold medalist. She's perhaps most recognised as a field hockey player, but some people may know her for the strange video she posted which captures something peculiar in her garden. The video came from her CCTV security camera. Take a look at what was captured.
But as you'll see now when we press play, there's no wind, no leaves blowing around, no movement in the trees, so keep an eye on here. Notice the flip of the cushion and the flash on the grass. What the hell is that?
On the night the footage was recorded, there was no wind in the Merseyside backyard. In her narration, Quek explains that she's baffled by the fact that some cushions from a lounge chair disconcertingly fly across her yard.
So we woken up this morning and one of the heavy armchairs of the Rattan furniture set has ended up on the grass. So we went back on the CCTV just to check that there was no one robbing the joint. But as you'll see now when we press play, there's no wind, no leaves blowing around, no movement in the trees. So keep an eye on here. Notice the flip of the cushion and the flash on the grass. What the hell is that?
She initially checked the CCTV footage because one of her heavy outdoor chairs had been moved overnight. She wanted to make sure that no one had broken into her yard while she was sleeping. Some fans who watched the footage suggested perhaps a large rodent of some kind had flicked the cushions into the yard. Others insisted it was indeed the wind. So, having seen the footage, what do you think's going on here? Love to hear your theories down below.
Notice the flip of the cushion and the flash on the grass. What the hell is that?
If you were hiking through the woods and felt a presence lurking around you, what would you do? Jacob Gardner whipped out his phone to capture it on video, which caused quite a stir in the La Crescenta, California community in the summer of 2017. Gardner was just 40 feet away from the road taking a nature hike during his work break. He says he felt like something was watching him, but he didn't notice anything peculiar during his walk, although he did decide to record part of his journey on camera. It wasn't until he got home and slowed the video down that he witnessed something strange. Gardner says that it was his mother that first saw the beast. The recording shows a large ape-like animal swinging above his head. The creature is moving deftly from tree to tree. While news reports suggest that it might be an escaped exotic pet, Squatch Me Now on Instagram comments that it could be a juvenile Sasquatch. California Fish and Wildlife representative Andrew Heunen says that the creature is most likely dangerous and no one should interact with it if they spot it. Instead, they should stand still, then slowly walk away. It's not common to see apes near Los Angeles. There are no wild primates in the area outside of captivity. Moreover, it appears that no zoos or sanctuaries reported an escaped ape. Therefore, there's some speculation as to what the creature in the video actually is. Do you think it's a descendant of Bigfoot or just a wild animal? Love to hear what you think in the comment section down below. During a recent T20I cricket game between Bangladesh and Zimbabwe, something truly bizarre was captured on camera. The July 2021 clip, which was uploaded by Rabbit Hole, shows batsman Mohammad Safieddine facing an incoming delivery. Keep an eye on the wickets behind him.
He's probably going deep in the crease. Oh no, it's just happened on its own. How did that happen? Wow!
The batsman isn't anywhere near the wicket, yet it moves backwards on its own.
I've never seen this ever in cricket.
Yeah, you've just taken the words out of my mouth. I have never ever seen anything like that.
If you're unfamiliar with cricket, you may not get just how strange this incident is. The wickets are firmly placed into the ground and don't move easily, and wind has no effect on them. As you can hear, both commentators have never seen anything like it before.
I've never seen this ever in cricket.
Yeah, you've just taken the words out of my mouth. I have never ever seen anything like that.
One commentator even calls it a supernatural incident, as he's at a loss to explain it any other way.
He's probably going deep in the crease. Oh no, it's just happened on its own. How did that happen? Wow! That's something supernatural. I've never seen this ever in cricket.
Being an Australian, I've watched cricket all my life and I've never...
Wow!
St James Cemetery in Liverpool is the resting place of many individuals, some of who had disturbing and untimely deaths. Children who passed away during the cholera epidemics are interred there. So is William Huskinson, who was the first person to die in a passenger train accident. People have reported ghost sightings in this cemetery for decades. Huskinson, who was run over by a train, has been seen limping around his mausoleum. A black-robed woman from the Edwardian or Victorian era has been glimpsed near a tomb that was unearthed by grave robbers more than 50 years ago. Perhaps no one's surprised by yet another ghost sighting in St James Cemetery. Still, the video is incredibly creepy. The recording was uploaded in 2017 to the Way I See Liverpool page on Facebook. Take a look. A transparent figure materializes and vanishes repeatedly on a garden path in the cemetery. While some may pass this off as a trick of the light or a smudge on the camera, the figure changes location and shape. Although it's fairly blurry, there is definitely something there. Given the cemetery's eerie past, it's hard to not have your mind wander into the realm of the paranormal when watching the creepy footage. Nottinghamshire residents have long reported strange happenings in a heritage-listed building known as The Village in Mansfield, UK. Unexplained moans and shadowy figures are often said to plague the centuries-old building. Historians say that an old barn once stood on the property many years ago. Prior to the 19th century, it was said to be used as a hideout for monks seeking refuge. One day, the barn was set alight and 7 monks perished in the blaze. Having heard of the tragic history of the property, full-time paranormal investigator Lee Roberts decided to investigate the building for himself. Roberts and his team held a vigil. Using a Ouija board, they attempted to make contact. They even held hands, calling for any spirits to make themselves known. Several team members reported feeling uneasy, but on the whole, nothing too unusual seemed to happen. That was until Roberts checked the CCTV footage from the building. Take a look at what was captured. As you can see, an eerie smoke seems to roll through the room. Roberts has maintained that he's very scientific when it comes to his investigations. He doesn't like jumping to conclusions, but admits this is a very strange sighting. The bizarre event quickly caught on when several UK journalists ran stories featuring the strange CCTV footage. Viewers were quick to link the story of the burning monks with the strange smoke-like substance caught on camera. Some skeptics thought it might be vape or cigarette smoke caught on film. However, due to the Grade 2 heritage status of the building, the venue has a strict no vape or smoking policy. So what do you think's been caught on camera here? Could this strange smoke really be linked to the tragic history of the building? Let me know your thoughts down below. The London Underground has been reported to be haunted for many years. With a long and dangerous history, it's no wonder passengers and staff alike have seen and heard things that can't quite be explained. Neil Andrew Pike and his children were returning home from a day out visiting the Science Museum in Kensington. Pike had been filming all day, capturing the afternoon out with family. While waiting for the train at Knightsbridge Tube Station, Pike was filming the dark tunnel, expecting to see the train arrive at any minute. That's when he noticed some movement, but couldn't quite tell what had happened. When he watched the footage back, he was stunned at what he had captured. The video was uploaded to the YouTube channel ZeroFoxFK for all to see. Take a look. It's hard to spot at first, but if you zoom in, there's a dark figure leaping out onto the tracks. To make this sighting even more chilling, Knightsbridge Station has a dark and gruesome past. According to historical data, in 1664 the area was used as a plague pit. Anyone who died at the Knightsbridge Lazar House, which is basically a leprosy quarantine zone, was buried deep underground, right near the current tube station. In fact, the train tracks curve sharply between Knightsbridge and South Kensington stations, just to avoid the old burial grounds. So could the shadowy figure caught on camera by Pike be linked to the old plague pit? This footage was uploaded to the Instagram channel Squatch Me Now, and it seems to show a sighting of an animal that viewers can't quite explain. Take a look at what was caught on film.
Who's that?
As you can see, some kind of animal is lurking among the trees.
Who's that?
It's a large bipedal creature. At one point, it even seems to blink right at the camera.
Who's that?
The camera holder seems genuinely panicked as you can hear him taking some deep breaths.
Who's that?
Unfortunately, the source, date and location of the original clip is unknown, which has led some to speculate that the whole thing's a hoax. However, a lot of viewers were stunned at how realistic the footage looks. The blinking in particular has left many Sasquatch enthusiasts hopeful that this really is a genuine sighting.
Who's that?
So unfortunately, until more details emerge, this strange encounter will have to remain a mystery. A ghost hunting team operating out of Liverpool, England, known as Lionheart Paranormal, claim they have captured evidence of the supernatural. In 2017, the group were investigating the infamous St James's Cemetery when they captured some strange activity. They were on the hunt for the spirit of a little girl quite famous to the area, Little Grace. Grace is believed to be an 8-year-old girl who died from pneumonia. Legend has it she was from a wealthy family that lived in nearby Cambion Terrace. Grace loved playing among the cemetery, so much so she would brave freezing temperatures and rain just to play among the graves. It's thought that these harsh conditions led to her contracting the deadly condition. Grace's wealthy father was said to be so tight with his money that he refused to pay a doctor to look after his daughter. Sadly, she passed away under frightful conditions. The father was mortified that people might find out about his transgressions and not do business with him, so he told the town that Grace had moved south to live with his sister. In one corner of the graveyard, near a spring, a small stone is etched with the words, "Little Grace." Many believe that the father secretly had Grace buried in this out-of-the-way part of the cemetery to avoid suspicion. For years, locals have reported seeing a little girl playing in the graveyard. When they approach her to ask her where her parents are, she runs away, never to be seen again. Kevin Robinson Hale, the lead investigator from Lionheart Paranormal, was in the area when he captured this eerie footage. Take a look.
Can
you talk to us, please?
There? There?
As you can see, a strange mist or vapour seems to rise right out of the ground.
There?
It wasn't a misty night either, which makes the sighting all the more strange. Then, sometime later, the group managed to capture an EVP from out of nowhere. Take a listen.
Is there anybody here that'd like to speak to us?
It's hard to hear at first, but Kevin believes it says, "Don't tell anyone." If you isolate the sound and increase the volume, it becomes more apparent. It also sounds like, "Don't tell them." Many who have heard the EVP were quick to make a connection with the story of the wealthy father's neglect to the eerie whispering voice. They believe it's the spirit of the father whispering to little Grace, trying to keep his shameful secret quiet. Don't tell them.
Is there anybody here that'd like to speak to us?
And just a reminder, if you've got your own scary photos or videos you'd like to submit to us, head to our brand new Slapped Ham subreddit. There's a link in the description box below. You can also email us at the address that's seen on screen there, submissions@hammedia.net. Does a foul-smelling ghost haunt this old pub in Corsley, Wiltshire, UK? The owners of the White Hart pub believe a spirit resides in the building. A spirit with a distinct musty body odour. Staff and punters alike have reported a strange presence touch and even scratch them unexpectedly. The incidents are said to be followed by an awful smell. In July 2021, CCTV footage seems to have captured evidence of just such a spirit haunting the pub. Take a look. As you can see, the measuring cup slides about all on its own. Owners Adele Gill and Steve Ellis have dubbed the entity Henry and believe it's the spirit of the former landlord. For years, strange, unexplained events have been happening on the premises. Gill said that one time while clearing out the safe, she felt a hand grab her leg. She distinctly remembers feeling a thumb and fingers wrap around her leg and tightly grip. Kitchen staff have seen and heard things too. One morning they discovered a row of dishes, normally kept on the top of the fridge, all neatly lined up on the floor. Eerie, disembodied whispers have been heard and vapour-like substances have been spotted swirling around the pub. Guests sometimes leave in a hurry only to admit sometime later that they think they saw something moving behind the bar when there was no one else around. And, of course, time and time again, a strange smell is left in the air, distinctly like bad body odour. So could this CCTV footage be proof that a ghost really does haunt this old pub? Take another look and judge for yourself. David Langley Evans owns the Thomas Arms Hotel, a 184-year-old pub in Llanelli, Wales. He claims on numerous occasions he's seen a strange white apparition appear on the premises. Now he has CCTV footage that seems to substantiate his claims. Take a look at what the security cameras captured. As you can see, a white, mist-like shape seems to rise directly out of the carpeted floor. It then floats up towards the ceiling. David has worked in the old pub for over 10 years, and in that time he's said he's experienced all kinds of strange activity. One night while closing up, David and his wife saw a fishbowl slide the length of the bar and smash on the floor opposite. The couple believe the paranormal activity centers around the cellar, which dates back to around 1830. Staff have reported seeing shadowy figures, and they've heard faint whispers in their ears, and unseen hands seem to grab at them while down in the old cellar. Some skeptics claim that the footage shows nothing more than a bug crawling across the lens of the security camera. David, however, denies these claims, saying it looks too much like the apparition he's seen with his very own eyes. So, given the pub's eerie history, could this footage really show a ghost? Love to get your take on this in the comments section down below. In April of 1964 in Socorro, New Mexico, something strange happened in the desert that has continued to baffle historians for decades. It was around 5:45 PM on April 24 when police officer Lonnie Zamora was in pursuit of a speeding vehicle south of Socorro. Suddenly, he heard a loud roar accompanied by a flame in the sky about a mile away from the road his car was speeding down. Police radio dispatcher Nep Lopez received a call from Zamora asking him to look out the window to see if he could see anything flying in the sky. Lopez asked Zamora to describe what he was seeing. His reply was that it looked almost like a balloon. Zamora asked for backup to meet him right away. When Officer Zamora heard the boom, his first instinct was that the local dynamite shack had exploded. He stopped chasing the car he'd been pursuing to divert his attention to tracking down the explosion. As he headed towards the dynamite shack, Zamora saw a shiny object about 200 yards ahead. While his first impression was that the object was an overturned vehicle that had been propped up on something, this impression didn't last long. Zamora also observed two people clothed in white coveralls standing next to the object. He could also see that the shiny object was being held up by some kind of O-shaped apparatus. Zamora didn't get much of a chance to assess the scene before he heard a thunderous roar that conjured up a blue-orange flame under the suspended shiny object. The mystery object rose into the air before disappearing. When Sergeant Chavez arrived as backup, Zamora guided him towards an area of smouldering brush and grass near the road that had caught fire. Nearly 60 years later, nobody's sure what Zamora actually saw out there by the side of the road in New Mexico. The one thing that is certain is that Zamora's experience is one of the most credible UFO stories in history. Several theories have circulated in the decades since that day. Many people believe that Zamora had an encounter with an alien craft. Others are certain he caught a glimpse of some top-secret testing done by the nearby White Sands missile range. For others, this is clearly a prank done by some tech students attending nearby New Mexico Tech. Even the college's president thought it may have been some mischievous kids up to no good. Others have floated around the idea that the fiery image was actually just a mirage from a star called Canopus. In recent years, the people of Socorro have fully embraced the fanfare of this alleged UFO encounter. In fact, a special walkway with wooden benches was erected to make the landing site accessible to tourists. Recently, the town even erected a mural to commemorate the sighting. The only person who wasn't interested in the fanfare was Lonnie Zamora himself. Zamora was so tired of talking about the incident that he retreated to a quiet life as a gas station attendant. After spending a life avoiding UFO enthusiasts and their questions, Zamora passed away from natural causes in 2009. Positioned just off West Africa, the Canary Islands of Spain are known for their exotic beauty. People from around the world come to splash in warm waves beside dormant volcanoes in this luxury slice of heaven. As the largest island in the Canary Islands, Tenerife is best known for its beautiful festivals with ornate costumes and vibrant music. However, Tenerife has a darker side that you won't see if you stay at your resort. Barranco de Barrios is a ravine located just past the Canary Islands pyramids in Guimar. The area has a reputation for paranormal activity. In fact, many people who visit the ravine return with bizarre lights and figures captured in photographs. Among the sightings reported here are strange balls of light, bizarre orbs, creepy beings, loud voices, winged creatures, angelic beings, and UFOs. The most famous legend of all associated with this rocky remote area is an incident called the Girl with the Pears. According to this legend, a young local girl was sent by her parents to go pluck fruit from the trees at the ravine at some point around the late 1800s. When the girl never returned, all searches for her came up empty. However, the girl did eventually return on her own. Where the story gets stranger is that the girl didn't show up until decades later. In addition to being the exact same age she was when she disappeared, the girl also believed she had only been gone for a few hours. The lost time element of this story is a telltale sign of UFO abduction for many enthusiasts. In some accounts of the story, the girl shared that she had spent time with strange beings in a cave during her time away before being deposited back to the ravine. In 1912, two miners claimed to have seen strange white beings in one of the caves near where they had been operating. The workers were so shocked by the encounter they fled and reported what had happened to the Civil Guard headquarters in Guimar. While stories go back decades, it wasn't until July of 1991 that the paranormal happenings at Barranco de Barrios gained some real traction. On the night of July 1st, a photographer named Teo Bermeo was exploring the ravine with a group of people when he managed to take a photograph of an object that was allegedly fluttering around him. While the image is blurry, you can make out several streaks of light. The images have been studied by photography experts who have deduced that the photos haven't been tampered with in any way. However, they're at a loss to explain what's been captured. Interestingly, even historians and archaeologists agree that this is a significant site. Several mummies belonging to the Guanche tribe that inhabited Tenerife before the arrival of the Spaniards during the 15th century have been found in the lands surrounding the ravine. In 1991, a mysterious bronze handle was discovered in one of the caves. The handle depicts a winged humanoid with its arms reaching upwards. Many historians believe that the artifact was left behind by the Nazis, who were known to be searching the caves during World War II. Throughout the late 1930s and early 1940s, the Nazi Party deployed archaeologists around the world to look for relics rumoured to wield supernatural powers. History professor Eric Kurlander from Stetson University believes that the Nazi Party were obsessed with what is known as the supernatural imaginary. Things like the Holy Grail, anti-gravity machines, witchcraft, and world ice theory were all researched with intense curiosity and belief. Many people believe the bronze handle found in the caves of Barranco de Barrios depict the mysterious beings that locals have been reporting for centuries. So what exactly is going on in this mysterious ravine in the Canary Islands? Is it all just something dreamt up out of Indiana Jones's diary, or is there really something supernatural happening in Barranco de Barrios? It was just after sunset on a summer night in 1952 when two commercial airline pilots manning a Pan American World Airways route from New York to Miami saw something that still can't be explained. On July 14, First Officer William B. Nash and Second Officer William H. Fortenberry could still see the coastline as they cruised over the Chesapeake Bay, with plans to make a position report. As the city of Newport News passed under them, the pilots saw a radiant red-orange light covering the ground. This was followed by a series of 6 illuminated objects with rounded forms speeding towards the plane. The pilots reported that the lights were brighter than any city lights that could be seen from the plane. As the pilots watched the lights, the objects created a narrow echelon formation in the sky. In a dazzling display, the objects all switched to a vertical plane before zipping off in a southward direction. Having served in the Navy, Nash and Fortenberry both possessed extensive knowledge on aircraft identification. However, the only description that the pair could provide when calling in the sighting to the folks at Norfolk from their cockpit was that they were encountering flying saucers. The pair also noted that the intentional movements of the craft made it obvious that these saucers were being piloted by something with intelligence. The next day, Air Force investigators summoned Nash and Fortenberry. The two were interviewed in separate rooms for more than an hour. Using reenactments, the pilots confirmed that the aircraft would have had to have travelled at 200 miles per minute to be able to cover the distances that the pilots observed. Interestingly, several reports of local residents seeing mysterious sources in the sky on the evening of July 14 appeared in Norfolk newspapers in the days that followed. While credible reports of a sky formation from 2 pilots would point straight to UFOs, skeptics have other ideas. One theory is that the lights were caused by a beacon or searchlight off the coast of Virginia. Others believe that the stars simply aligned just perfectly for the pilots to encounter a mirage of Venus. There's even a theory that the pilots were simply seeing fireflies trapped inside the glass of the cockpit window. However, given the extensive training and specialized skills that both Nash and Fortenberry possessed, it's hard to think that they would both misidentify fireflies or a sighting of Venus in the sky. For decades, this encounter has continued to puzzle and intrigue anyone who researches it. Ultimately, however, what actually happened in the skies over Virginia on the 14th of July 1952 remains a complete mystery. If you ever find yourself trekking through the United Kingdom in search of strange places with curious pasts, mark a spot called Jay's Grave tucked away in Dartmoor on your map. The subject of local folklore, Jay's Grave is something you'd probably pass by without giving anything a second glance if you didn't know the legend. In fact, what your eyes are looking for is nothing more than a small burial ground about 1 mile west of Hound Tor. You'll know you've arrived at the place when you see fresh cut flowers resting on the grave. While nobody's ever taken credit for the flowers, they're always there. So who does this makeshift grave belong to? Locals believe it's the final resting place of a girl named Kitty Jay, a poor farmhand in the late 18th century. After becoming pregnant to the farmer's son, Kitty was outcast and ridiculed by the local town for being promiscuous. The pregnant teen gave birth and left the child on the steps of an orphanage. She later committed suicide. Her body was found hanging in a barn. Local authorities wouldn't allow Kitty to have a Christian burial due to the fact that she had died by suicide. They instead buried her on a tract of land beside an intersection on a quiet road. The burial site fell into relative obscurity. However, locals began noticing that the plot always had fresh-cut flowers adorning the grave. Come rain, hail or shine, there was always a bright, fresh bunch of flowers despite no one admitting to putting them there. In addition to the perpetual floral offerings, the spot that's become known as Jay's Grave is now a hotbed for bizarre sightings. Tourists often see what appears to be a teen girl wrapped in a black cloak. Others spot a ghostly image that's said to be the son of the farmer who banished Kitty after she became pregnant. Some have even reported crying sounds in the open fields. Even today, bunches of flowers appear without reason. Locals believe it's become something of a self-fulfilling prophecy. As the legend continues to be told, locals sneak up and place flowers on the grave to keep the tale alive. But as for the mysterious apparitions that have been spotted lingering near the grave, their true origins remain unknown. In 1983, Karen Collette rode the London Underground with her nephew on an afternoon outing. While on the Bakerloo line, Collette took a number of photos of her nephew sitting on the train, smiling. She thought nothing of the snaps at the time other than a cute way to remember the day. However, when she later had the photos developed, something strange was apparent in one of the pictures. Here you can see Colette's nephew holding a camera, smiling. Strangely, in the background is a stylized image of a seated man with electricity shooting out his fists. The train was speeding through a tunnel at the time and there was no advertising on the rear wall of the cabin. Collette was at a loss to explain the image. At the time, the photo caused quite a stir, so much so that it caught the attention of paranormal investigator Maurice Grosse, who gained notoriety for his involvement in the Enfield poltergeist case in 1977. Grosse carefully studied the image and found a number of bizarre details. Firstly, it was determined that it was highly unlikely that the image was manipulated. Robert Cox from the National Museum of Photography, Film and Television noted that specialized equipment would be needed to pull off such an image in the early 1980s. Grosse continued to investigate the photo and discovered a match for the image of the seated man seen in the window. It was an almost exact copy of a figure on display at the time in Madame Tussauds Chamber of Horrors exhibit in London. The man is Bruno Richard Hauptmann, a German-born carpenter. In 1932, he was convicted of the abduction and murder of 20-month-old Charles Lindbergh Jr. It became known as the crime of the century. Hauptmann denied his involvement in the case to the very end when he was executed in 1936, put to death in the electric chair. Here's a comparison of Madame Tussauds' waxwork and the reflection in the London Underground. The two images were found to be identical, except for the stylized bolts of electricity shooting out of his fists in the London Underground image. Theories at the time suggested Tussauds must have used the wax figure as advertising and posted the image in the London Underground. However, records indicate that the image was never used in marketing throughout its entire showing. To make this story even more mysterious, another strange incident happened to Collette sometime later. Months after the London Underground image was taken, Collette went to visit a psychic medium with a friend. While Colette's friend sat for her reading, the medium left the room and approached Collette. She said it was urgent that she talk about her photo. This is what the medium said. "It's about your photo. I just want you to know," the man said, "I'm accused of something I didn't do, but I did something else." While the message is cryptic, Hauptmann insisted he was innocent even in the minutes that led to his execution. This eerie set of events has continued to baffle anyone who investigates the incident. In 2005, the BBC aired a program called The Ghosts on the Underground, which featured interviews with Collette, Robert Cox and Grosse. But even after the BBC completed their investigation, the incident remains a complete mystery. In December 2020, TikToker DM Wesley began experiencing something strange in his home. Over a period of several weeks, he started hearing mysterious noises around the house. It got so persistent that he began trying to capture it on camera to share with the internet. After some days, he finally managed to capture the noise on camera. Take a look.
Okay, so I'm literally home alone,
Listen to how loud and aggressive it is.
He's allegedly home alone, yet loud knocks can be heard at the door.
Really home alone. Listen to how loud and aggressive it is.
In this second clip, we can see it happening again.
Okay, so I'm trying to get ready for bed. And there's another one.
This time, he tries knocking back.
Everyone's been asking me to try and knock back. You
In the third clip, we see the uploader awoken from a nap by the intense banging yet again.
So it's literally 3 in the afternoon, and it's been happening more during the day, and it's just not even scary. It's just...
There's clearly no one around.
To be completely honest, I can't take this anymore.
This series of videos went viral, with thousands of viewers intrigued by the eerie events. Naturally, hundreds of comments poured in trying to solve the mystery. Here's the TikToker answering one of the most common questions.
So I get this comment a lot, so I'm just going to show you right above the door. So here's the door frame, and right above it, there is no attic, just a smoke detector and a vent. And since I know people are going to ask, this is the closet right outside the room, no attic.
Some viewers suggested installing a camera outside the door to see if you can gather any footage that might explain what's going on. As it stands, this is an ongoing mystery. There's regular updates on the account, which we'll link to in the description box below. It's well worth checking out.
It's so... Everyone's been asking me to try and knock back. You
No one likes being woken up by strange noises around their home. YouTube user Ziggy09 managed to capture this exact situation on tape, making viewers double check their rooms before bedtime. In the video, we can see a person sleeping in a dark room. The person tosses and turns before getting up and turning on the light in the room. Watch what happens. As you can see, a strange figure appears in the window. The curtain on the right-hand side of the window inside the house moves slightly at the same time. Whatever it is just outside the window, it lingers for a few moments before disappearing. The individual returns and looks out the window for a few seconds. He then turns off the lights and gets back into bed. Later, more noises are heard. Take a look at what happens. This time, something white appears in the window. Unfortunately, this clip was filmed on a mouldy potato more than 10 years ago, so we're not able to get a clear view of what it is that's lurking outside the window. So just what is tapping at the window and waking this person up? Perhaps we'll never know. TikToker Megs Loves Ya seems to have caught something eerie on their home security system. In the first of a series of videos, we see footage shot from the security camera of the TikToker's front door. Take a look. We can see what looks to be a transparent figure jogging along the road in the early morning hours. In the second clip, uploaded by the TikToker, she's zoomed in on the original footage. Here we can see that the figure's body does indeed seem transparent, though the figure's face looks more solid. In the last clip, the TikToker shares footage of her daughter running outside of her home to prove that she shows up solid on film. We can see that the daughter does indeed have a more solid form. After this, in the same clip, we can see footage of a car driving by the home, proving that objects show up clearly on the camera as well. There were tons of suggestions from other TikTok users on what this could be. Some believed that the ghostly figure looked the way they did due to dark clothing, or perhaps they were wearing reflective exercise wear. Others, though, thought that this was actually a ghost. They suggested it could be the spirit of a jogger who died on this very stretch of road. Although there's no evidence to suggest this footage continues to intrigue viewers. Ghost Stalkers Paranormal Investigations are a group of supernatural researchers operating out of North Carolina. They regularly travel to some of the most haunted places in the United States in the hopes of capturing evidence of otherworldly happenings. However, this next clip happened a little closer to home, when they captured something strange in the back of a video of their son dancing. Take a look. While it's a little hard to make out at first, something appears to zip past the dancing child. The YouTuber believes that their house is active with spirits. They claim that a number of young children haunt their home. One in particular is a notorious entity they've dubbed Anna. The YouTuber believes that this is proof that Anna's spirit is lingering in the home. Could it be that their young son has befriended ghostly Anna? Or is there another way to explain this strange sighting? Love to hear your theories in the comment section down below. Some believe that loved ones who have passed away will visit from time to time. It's a comforting thought, though it's very rare to have actual proof of this happening. Reddit user bbeckers78 may have been able to experience just this situation, and shared a photo as proof. In the photo, we see three people posing together in a bar setting. In the background, directly above the woman in the middle, is what appears to be a blurry, slightly transparent figure. The figure resembles a woman smiling at the camera. Next to her, on the left, is a very bright orange light. The Redditor who posted this picture insisted that there was no one behind the group when the photo was taken, as he and his friends were the last people in the bar that night. Moreover, he claims that the orange light was not a bar light, and that it seemed to have appeared with the woman. He believes that the woman is the ghost of his mother, who passed away. Most other Redditors seem not to believe the photo, guessing that someone could have easily popped up in the background as a kind of photobomb. They blame the woman's transparency and the bright light as the result of a shaky hand taking the picture. Still, there are a small group of Redditors who thought the original poster should have the right to believe that this is his mum. If it brings him comfort, it may just be best to let this Redditor have this moment. There are certain locations that seem to attract spirits like magnets. Typically, these spots have tragic histories steeped in suffering and death. When YouTuber ZTube Family visited the town of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, they captured some compelling photos and videos of what is sometimes called the most haunted town in America. The owner of the channel, Melissa Zed, shared this haunting evidence with us. Gettysburg was the site of one of the bloodiest battles of the American Civil War. Over the course of 3 days in 1863, approximately 10,000 people lost their lives and 30,000 more were injured. With so many casualties, it's unsurprising that visitors to Gettysburg frequently report spotting ghosts around the battlefield. The hauntings don't end there, however. Injured soldiers were housed in buildings all around the city, and it's thought that the spirits of some of these unfortunate men linger in the places where they spent their final hours. Some think the spirits are peaceful, while others retain auras of anger and pain left over from their experiences in the war. Gettysburg truly is a town of the dead. The family that captured these photos visited Gettysburg in May of 2021. During their stay, the family visited a haunted location each night in hopes of capturing ghostly images. They weren't disappointed. On one evening, they hunted for spirits near Little Round Top, the site of one of the most famous skirmishes during the Battle of Gettysburg. This skirmish accounted for over 1,500 of the battle's total casualties. The family took numerous photos around the site. They later discovered something rather chilling in one of the photos. A mysterious black mass can be seen blocking the pathway in front of them. It almost blends into the surrounding darkness, but close inspection shows that there's definitely a dark shadow in the shape of a slightly rounded triangle, standing out against the night sky. The mass is even more visible in an equalized version of the photo. A noise analysis of the photo seems to indicate that it hasn't been altered in any way either. Some paranormal experts believe that some spirits are unable to appear in corporeal form, as it requires a high amount of energy. They believe it's more common for spirits to appear as shadows or balls of light. Often, these indications of a ghostly presence can't be seen with the naked eye, but show up clearly in photos and videos. So could this creepy black mass indicate the presence of one of the many victims of the Battle of Gettysburg? You never know what will happen during a night out on the town. Redditor Swedish Blueberry certainly didn't expect to come home with this eerie photo while sharing some drinks with a friend at a local park late one night. While the Redditor and her friend were having a good time in the park, they decided to snap a selfie. However, it seems as if the park wasn't quite as empty as they originally thought. When they looked at the photo later, they noticed a figure in the background that they're sure wasn't there when they took the photo. There appears to be a woman with pale skin walking down the path behind them. Some viewers think that she's probably just an ordinary woman that the girls didn't notice. However, one would think you would remember a strange pale lady walking through a park late at night. Although the Redditor admits to being under the influence of alcohol when they took the photo, this sight would be hard to miss. So what's actually going on in this photo? Does it show a perfectly ordinary woman that the Redditor and her friend failed to notice? Or were they being followed by someone or something? Look at the photo closely and judge for yourself. Cemeteries are a common spot for ghost hunters to try their luck at capturing evidence of ghostly activity. Sydney Southwest paranormal investigators believe they hit the jackpot when they visited St Bartholomew's Cemetery. St Bartholomew's Cemetery in Sydney, Australia is said to be haunted by numerous spirits. A few of the graves date back to 1841, with some even containing Sydney's first colonists. Stories say that John Pond, the former gravedigger and warden of the cemetery, still lingers there long after his death. Pond's spirit is said to be relatively friendly, unlike the ghost of Benjamin Holland, a former sea captain who is also buried in the cemetery. Holland's grave is the site of the majority of paranormal events in the cemetery, and not all of them are pleasant. Holland apparently takes great offense to anyone laughing near his grave, causing those who offend him to feel sick or momentarily paralyzed. Some people even claim they've lost consciousness at the gravesite. Others say that Holland's ghost sometimes appears walking around the graveyard, distinguished by his unusual gait. However, it's another spirit who caught the public's attention when this bizarre photograph was published by the group Sydney Southwest Paranormal Investigators. In the image, we see a translucent white figure standing near a headstone. The figure has a clear human shape but is completely devoid of features. A local historian who feels a strong aversion to visiting the area of the cemetery where this photo was taken believes this could be the ghost of Thomas James Willis, whose young daughter Emily is buried there. Emily died at the age of 3, and she and her father seem to be confined to the cemetery in the afterlife. According to the historian, Emily is a spirit that loves to play tricks on visitors, often darting towards the nearby highway to make visitors think that a child's in danger. So could this photo show the spirit of Willis looking for his missing daughter Emily? Or perhaps it's the spirit of the surly sea captain Benjamin Horlin, or even gravedigger John Pond. With so many reported hauntings and first-hand accounts of paranormal happenings, it seems this mysterious figure could indeed be a sign of the afterlife. When Slaptam viewer Gordon M snapped a photo to commemorate a fun night at a concert, he never expected to end up with a ghostly photo. However, it seems spirits have a way of surprising you. The photo was taken in May of 2017 when Gordon and his family were headed to see Iron Maiden play in concert. They found an out-of-the-way spot to capture the photo where the rest of the crowd wouldn't be in the background. Nothing about the spot seemed unusual. However, when they looked at the photo later, they noticed something rather strange: an unexplained person standing behind them. The figure appears to be a man wearing a red jacket. He's looking down towards the ground. However, Gordon and his son are absolutely certain that there was no one behind them when they took the photo. The figure is clearly very close to them, so it would have been difficult for him to sneak up behind them without them noticing. Even at the outdoor venue, they surely would have heard footsteps approaching from behind. So does this image show a photobombing concert goer, or something far more sinister? Love to get your thoughts in the comments down below. When the Retford ghost hunters visited the Sheffield General Cemetery in the UK, they walked away with compelling evidence of the cemetery's status as a haunted location. The Sheffield General Cemetery has been in existence since 1836, established during the country's Victorian era. The graveyard is filled with granite monuments and sculptures that lend an eerie air to the allegedly haunted location. When the ghost hunters visited, they took numerous photos so that they could examine them later for indications of spiritual activity. They weren't expecting to see something quite so compelling. In one of the photos, a white ghostly figure stands out starkly against the night sky. The figure appears to be a woman in a flowing white dress hovering just above a grave. The woman in white is a common ghostly manifestation typically believed to be the spirit of a woman who died amidst tragedy or heartbreak. This particular woman in white is believed to be the spirit of Catherine Parker, a merchant's wife who died by suicide in 1844. Her husband died without a will, leaving Catherine and her 5 children destitute. After years of struggling to care for them alone, the stress and anxiety became too much for Catherine. She hanged herself and became one of the first to be buried in the Sheffield General Cemetery. Numerous visitors to the cemetery claim to have spotted a ghostly figure garbed in a white dress floating about the gravestones late at night. Catherine's life was certainly filled with heartache, making her a likely suspect for the mysterious woman in white. So could this photo really show Catherine's tormented spirit? Let me know what you think down below. This photo from Redditor Beetlemuse seems to show something inexplicable and has caused quite a stir in the paranormal community. The photo was taken during a tour of a museum. Next to an exhibit enclosed in a glass case, we see a young man walking past. Everything about the photo seems relatively normal on first glance. However, if you look closely at his feet, you'll notice something highly unusual. There appears to be 3 feet instead of 2. The black sole of his left shoe is visible in one spot, and an entire shoe of a completely different colour can be seen in front of it. So what's going on in this strange photo? Some viewers believe that the shadows on the floor don't match with the image that we see, suggesting that it could be photoshopped. However, others point out that a ghostly appendage may not cast a normal shadow. Another possibility is a photo glitch. Because the man was clearly moving when the photo was taken, it's possible that the camera caught his foot in 2 different positions, creating the weird effect that we see. However, a close examination of the shoe seems to rule out this possibility. First of all, the ghostly foot is wearing a completely different shoe altogether. Additionally, the position of the mysterious third foot would be impossible based on the man's position. If the camera glitched and captured a previous or subsequent step, the third foot should appear further behind or in front of the man. So what do you think's going on in this strange photo? Until further information comes to hand, it will have to remain a mystery. Abandoned houses, such as the residence featured in this photo from imager user ARG6531, are another great place to hunt for spirits. Sometimes a ghostly apparition might make an appearance, even when you aren't expecting it. This photo was taken when the user's friends snuck into an abandoned house in their town to explore. They took numerous photos during their visit, including this photo from the attic. On first glance, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual. There are only a few items scattered around the abandoned attic, nothing to indicate a ghostly presence. However, when the explorer later shared the images with friends, they noticed something they didn't see before. It seems that the explorer wasn't alone in the abandoned house. If you look closely at the small bench on the left-hand side of the photo, there seems to be a translucent figure watching them. The figure is almost entirely transparent, but seems to be a young boy seated on the bench, with his head turned towards the camera. Some viewers believe he has an old-fashioned hairstyle and clothing, so who knows how long he could have been residing in this old attic. Is this ghostly boy for real, or is the photo a fake? Without more information, it's impossible to determine who this lonely spirit could be. For now, this ghostly presence remains an unsolved mystery. Clip Hantu is a YouTube channel based in Indonesia that investigates dark and eerie places. They often stream live to their audience as they explore abandoned buildings and other allegedly haunted places. In this clip, Clip Hantu explores an abandoned medical clinic. Not long into the clip, something eerie happens. Watch. As creepy as this moving bench is, it's what they caught later in the clip that has left many viewers freaked out. Take a look. As you can see, a body seems to appear out of nowhere. The examination bench was empty when he entered the room. Yet, seconds later, when he pans past, what appears to be a wrapped up body is now lying on the slab. Plenty of viewers said it could just be a friend of the YouTuber wrapped up in some sort of sheet lying on the table. While this is certainly plausible, there's no way of knowing for certain. Ultimately, this encounter left thousands of viewers freaked out, with many believing it's the real deal. So what do you think? Fire off your theories in the comment section down below. Spending the night in an abandoned, supposedly haunted house, a fun idea or a disaster waiting to happen? That seems to be the ultimate question for many paranormal loving fans. YouTuber Tim Morozov wanted to find this out for himself, so he decided to stay in a home riddled with haunted stories in a remote part of Russia. The YouTuber had first heard about the house from an amateur metal treasure hunter who had visited the home in search of precious metals. During his search, the man said he saw strange signs and phrases written on the wall and began to feel uneasy. He claims he started to hear whispers in his ear, and the word devil was spoken by an invisible presence near him. He quickly left the house, never to return. Morozov found this hard to believe, so he began to inspect the area himself, asking the neighbors if they knew of any strange stories about their house. He learned that a family once lived there with a daughter who was suspected of being mentally ill or even possessed by demons. The family left and was never heard from again. The YouTuber decided to spend the night in the dilapidated house. This is what he captured on film. In the video, Morozov decides to investigate the house with an ultraviolet light.
Искатель, надпись увидел. Я увидел еще одну. Она находится на печке. Здесь непонятные иероглифы в ультрафиолете. Видно.
Above the stove, he can see a scribble of indecipherable symbols, though one can be made out, an upside-down cross.
Напоминает такой же, как тот там. Перевернутый крест в кругу. Есть круг. А вот еще квадрат в кругу. А потом перевернутый крест. Да нахер. Видите это?
The YouTuber places cameras and paranormal hunting equipment throughout the house, continuing to explore as he does so. He finds a lot of items that seem to have been left behind by the previous occupants, including some creepy dolls.
Кстати, вот такая, не сказал бы, что привлекательная кукла.
With the cameras all set up and the equipment ready to go, Morozov decides to get some sleep. Take a look at what the cameras caught. As you can see, a glass begins moving on its own in the kitchen. Then something else is caught. The chair looks as if it's being pushed and pulled by an invisible force. Moments later, a dresser opposite the sleeping YouTuber seems to open all on its own. There are also eerie sounds that can be heard in the distance. It almost sounds like a muffled growl. The YouTuber then wakes up and begins inspecting his footage. That's when we can hear a glass breaking in the distance. Luckily, the cameras were still rolling. The YouTuber then goes to the kitchen to see what's happening. When he's there, something eerie happens.
Крючок закрыт.
As you can see, the cabinet door slowly creaks open. As if all this wasn't creepy enough, something even more terrifying takes place. As Morozov is inspecting some equipment, more activity is captured on film. Take a look.
Нихера себе. Фигарит вообще сейчас. Дико. Охренеть, это активность. Охренеть вообще.
There's no denying there is a ton of creepy paranormal activity that seems to be happening here. The question is, what is the source? Some viewers thought that it was very strange that so many objects were left behind. Had the previous family fled in a hurry? Love to get your take on this creepy footage in the comment section down below. The last thing we want to see when filming a cute video of our kids is someone or something running around in the background. Unfortunately, TikTok user Wahid_PC uploaded a clip that showed just that. In the video, we see a small child sitting on the floor in the middle of frame. Watch what happens. In the background, we can see what looks to be a small dark figure running past the doorway. The footage is quite dark, so here it is again in slow motion. The uploader said that just the child and the camera holder were the only ones in the house when the clip was taken, so there shouldn't have been anyone else in the home. Many took this with a grain of salt, however, and said that it was probably just another child running around in the house. Still, others were creeped out by the speed of the figure. Is a small child capable of running that fast? And if it's not a child, just what is it? In May of 2021, something strange was spotted in the sky off the coast of Huntington Beach, California. The mysterious sighting was posted to the TikTok account UFO Channel. In the clip, the camera holder shows viewers a wide shot of the ocean, explaining that he's on a ferry with no land or other boats around. He then points the camera to the sky, where we can see a cluster of bright lights hovering above the water.
What that is? We're in the middle of the ocean, on a ferry.
Most people's go-to explanation was that these lights were actually a group of floating lanterns. People often release these lanterns into the sky from a beach, either as part of a holiday celebration or a group event. Still, others were doubtful, claiming it was some kind of alien surveillance.
What is that? Anybody tell me what that is? We're in the middle of the ocean.
So until more info comes to hand, there's no way to truly verify what it is we're seeing. These will have to remain unidentified flying objects.
Bam! What is that? Anybody tell me what that is? We're in the middle of the ocean.
In June 2021, TikToker Samuel Aldridge, who goes by the username Slamuri, began posting videos documenting an alleged haunting in his home. He claims strange things have been happening around his house, unexplained noises have been heard coming from the attic, and objects often move about the house without reason. However, it was when things began happening to his young daughter that the haunting took a turn for the worst. Because the activity became so frequent and unsettling, Aldridge set up cameras all around his house to try and catch what was happening on film. The first video begins by showing footage of the TikToker's living room. Watch what he caught on camera. The rocking horse rocks back and forth, seemingly all on its own. The clip then cuts to a view of a hallway. An antique just in front of a dresser begins moving. The second clip finds the TikToker upstairs in a room. He hears a sound nearby and goes to investigate. He reaches a ledge that shows us downstairs, where we can see the rocking horse moving once again by itself. All of a sudden, there's a loud banging sound and the TikToker whips the camera around. We can see a small door in the wall, perhaps an entrance to the attic. The third video, filmed as a live video going out to thousands of viewers, shows things getting even creepier. While exploring a crawl space in his roof, he discovered a series of names etched into the wall.
We got C-H-E, whatever the hell that is, Y, Smith, Kathleen, Dave.
The TikToker reads the names out loud. As soon as he reads the name Norman, his flashlight begins to flicker on and off.
Norman. Are y'all seeing this?
He asks his live viewers if they're seeing what he's seeing. He says Norman once more and the flashlight continues to flicker.
Okay, let's try this again. Norman?
He then says it's starting to get cold in the room.
It's starting to get colder and colder, yo.
After a few moments of this strange activity, he panics and leaves the room.
Can you... no.
In the next clip, the TikToker is filming his daughter walking around in the kitchen.
Abigail.
She turns and walks down an opening to the left. The TikToker calls out her name but receives no response. Watch what happens.
Abigail. Abigail?
If we replay that again and listen closely, you can hear an eerie voice in the background call out what sounds like mine.
Abigail. Abigail? Abigail? Abigail?
Panicking, the TikToker frantically searches his house for his daughter.
Where is Abigail?
He looks in multiple rooms but finds nothing.
Abigail. Buddy.
Aldridge eventually finds his daughter back in her room in her crib crying. In the last video, the TikToker is talking to his daughter as she eats in her baby seat. He asks her where she went yesterday. Take a listen.
Can you show me where? Okay. So you were up there?
His daughter looks upwards, suggesting that she ended up in the attic.
You were up there? In the attic?
He then asks where it is right now, and the daughter just looks off to the side.
In the attic? Where is it right now?
Most viewers were absolutely terrified for the daughter, saying that Aldridge should immediately seek help from a local priest or exorcist to cleanse the house of its paranormal activity.
Yo, no, Abigail. Abigail, you at? Dude, not again. Abigail. Yo, how did you? What? Where are you?
Ultimately, no one knows what is actually happening in Samuel Aldridge's home. He continues to post updates to his TikTok account. We'll put a link in the description box below. It's well worth checking out. Instagrammer It's Corny posted what was supposed to be a goofy clip of a lady dancing around her house. Instead, it turned into something that's making many viewers give the video a double take. The clip shows a girl dancing in the middle of a messy living room. Watch what happens. For some reason, the light to the very left begins swinging back and forth, seemingly all on its own. It seems that nearly everyone who saw this clip couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Some suggested that the Instagrammer's house may be haunted, while others thought it was most likely a hoax to drive some views. So where do you sit on this one? Hoax or haunting? Let me know down below. In 1561, something strange happened in the skies over Germany that has left a lot of historians mystified. This event was a mass sighting of unidentified flying objects over what is present-day Nuremberg. A part of the Holy Roman Empire back when the sighting took place, Nuremberg remains on the radar of UFO enthusiasts centuries later. It was daybreak on April 14. Early risers throughout the city were witnesses to terrifying visions over the sun. First, it took the form of blood-red coloured arcs peppered with black spheres blotting out the sun. What came next was said to be worse. A series of blood-red crosses appeared beside the black globes. The images in the sky all seemed to battle amongst themselves in a torturous upheaval as the people of the city looked on. Finally, the objects all appeared to burn out from exhaustion before falling in the sky with puffs of smoke. Naturally, the people of Nuremberg applied a Christian interpretation to the incident. Many saw the blood-red crosses mixed in with a scene of turmoil and destruction as a call to repentance. However, many other interpretations have been floated around since. Many people believed the globe-like balls mixed with fiery blood-red puffs of smoke were cannons from a nearby military exercise. Others believed that the people of the city were simply applying their overzealous religious beliefs to a particularly red sunrise. Some took it as a sign of an impending apocalypse. Curiously, 5 years later in Basel, Switzerland, another very similar sighting took place. Over the course of 3 days, on the 27th, 28th of July and again on the 7th of August, mysterious black shapes were spotted in the sky. First, it was reported that the sun lost its luster, before blood-red tears seemed to form in the sky. On the 7th of August, the black floating balls appeared as though they were embroiled in battle. Some of the balls turned a fiery red colour before extinguishing. Again, through a modern lens, this event can be interpreted a number of ways. The most common explanation is that overly religious witnesses expounded the sighting of a solar eclipse as apocalyptic. During the 16th century, throughout Europe, there was significant conflict between Catholic and Protestant factions during Reformation. It's possible villagers witnessed military conflict without realising what was happening. Still, there's no concrete evidence that explains what witnesses saw in both Switzerland and Germany all those years ago. Strange flying balls in the sky that appeared to be engrossed in battle certainly does pique one's interest, but ultimately these incidents still remain a complete mystery to this day. Broadcasting at a frequency of 4,625 kHz, an eerie radio station of unknown origin sends a mysterious code out into the airwaves. UVB-76 is a radio station in Russia that no one claims to run. It emits a mysterious buzzing at 25 tones per minute, around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The exact start date of the station is unknown, but many speculate that it began sometime in the early 1970s. Day after day, it sends cloaked messages intended for an audience that hides in the shadows. The station does occasionally break through with a series of nonsensical words uttered in Russian. In this video from Mr. Dr. Smith Jr., you can sample the bizarre and mysterious buzzing sound that is emitted from the so-called ghost station. People from all around the world tune in to try and make sense of the station, crack the code behind the mysterious messages it's sending, and anticipate what type of potential doom the mysterious messages could be conjuring up. Is it a communication method for spies, a calling card for a secret society, a hoax, or a dead man's switch for nuclear retaliation? Nobody's certain. To deepen the mystery, in September 2010, the broadcast broke its monotonous tone to play a short excerpt from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. Take a listen. The theories behind why this station exists are intriguing. A popular one is that the channel's used for Russian military communications. Under this theory, the buzzing sound is merely a placeholder until the channel's needed for more important communications. Another theory that's been thrown around is that the tower that emits the buzzing sound is connected to Russia's missile system. If the signal is interrupted as a result of a nuclear attack, an automatic nuclear retaliation will be triggered. But ultimately, the true nature of this radio broadcast is still unknown. However, when you're trying to sleep tonight, think about this. It's possible that an antique radio station built in the 1970s somewhere in Russia could malfunction and trigger a nuclear war at any given second. Sweet dreams. As the world celebrated the close of 2019, a call went out to the US Coast Guard from Bahamian authorities. A 29-foot Mako Cuddy cabin vessel carrying 20 people on holiday had disappeared while bobbing along in the waves over the Bermuda Triangle on its way back to Lake Worth from Bimini. Rescuers searched an area covering 17,000 square miles for days without turning up any evidence that a boat had been in the area at all. Significant resources were used during the search for the boat, including HC-144 Ocean Sentry aircrew from Miami and a C-130 Hercules aircrew from Clearwater. The US Air Force, Coast Guard, as well as the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and the Bahamas Air Sea Rescue Association and Patrick Air Force Base units were deployed in the search. Despite such a significant search and rescue contingent, no evidence was found on the whereabouts of the boat. Ultimately, on the Friday morning, after more than 84 hours, the search was called off. The fate of all 20 people on the vessel is now one more mystery that's been swallowed up by the Bermuda Triangle. The infamous history of the Bermuda Triangle, or the Devil's Triangle as it's sometimes referred to, began in the early 1950s, when several journalists reported strange disappearances in the area. The first noteworthy disappearance happened 5 years earlier on December 5th, 1945. Flight 19 consisted of 5 TBM Avenger bombers participating in an overwater navigation training exercise. All 14 airmen participating in the training disappeared without a trace. To make the event even more bizarre, a 13-man crew was dispatched from Naval Air Station Banana River to search for the missing Flight 19. The search party also mysteriously disappeared while looking for the original missing crew. An eerie message from the doomed Flight 19 was later released to the public. Over the radio, the flight leader was heard saying, "We're entering white water, nothing seems right. We don't know where we are, the water is green, no white." This was followed by radio silence. Over the years, more than 30 disappearances have occurred in this notorious stretch of water. Numerous explanations have been put forth trying to explain the bizarre occurrences. Everything from compass variations and dangerous currents to wild weather and human error have been suggested. It should be noted that the official word from the US Navy and US Coast Guard is that no supernatural activity is responsible for causing disasters and disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle. Did Dr. Mary Neal really go to heaven? An orthopedic spine surgeon, Neal certainly seems believable as a woman of science and logic. However, her claims require faith in the unknown if they are to be believed. The good doctor was kayaking while on holiday in Chile in 1999, when her kayak pinned her at the bottom of a waterfall for 12 full minutes. When medical aid arrived, the ice-cold body of the doctor had no heartbeat or breath. Ultimately, she was without oxygen for a total of 24 minutes. Amazingly, Dr. Neal was revived without any long-term damage to her brain or body. While she was unconscious, Dr. Neal claims that she arrived in a place full of structures where spirits roamed. Overjoyed to see her, these beings were focused on nurturing and protecting her. They informed her that she needed to return to her body because she had more work to do. This place was allegedly so comforting and magnificent that Dr. Neal protested returning back to the living. Finally, the beings gently guided her down the path to be reunited with her body. However, they delivered a message to her before she should go. The beings informed her that she would suffer the great tragedy of losing her eldest son. It was a piece of knowledge that Dr. Neal tried to shake off after she returned to her life. For a decade, she kept the secret to herself out of fear of upsetting her husband and children. However, she received a phone call 10 years after her spiritual experience in Chile, informing her that her son had been killed in a car accident caused by a distracted driver. Neal claims she received the news of her son's death the day she finished her memoir. While Arkansas may be known as the natural state, an alleged supernatural happening has drawn a lot of attention. The situation became so serious that the Arkansas National Guard was asked to step in to confirm whether or not the soil in a small town called Midway was being used as Satan's playsand. As summer 2018 drew to a close, a flaming sulfur-emitting hole appeared in the ground near the town of Midway, Arkansas. The 2-foot hole was shooting flames reaching 9 feet high at times. Residents reported sulfur odors as they watched the ground burn up in a perfectly circular shape. Early theories ranged from a deadly gas leak to a portal to hell. Local officials took a more tempered approach by declaring the spontaneous fire circle as definitely man-made. The most plausible explanation was that a person had simply dumped some paint thinner that eventually caught on fire. However, some oddities were discovered when the Arkansas National Guard unit was brought in to use specialized equipment to test the soil inside the hellhole. What the unit concluded was the hole contained high amounts of sulfur dioxide that would not be found in the ground under normal conditions. They also found that the hole went down more than 3 feet before making a sharp 45-degree turn. The mystery behind why the flaming hole of Midway was created was never solved. However, local enforcement officials are adamant that the hole was man-made. The official conclusion is that the hole was part of a prank. However, no pranksters have ever come forward to take credit for bringing hell to Arkansas. Chicago's Graceland Cemetery is home to one of the creepiest sculptures ever created. A bronze sculpture called Eternal Silence is an eerie work of art with a dark story behind it. Locals often refer to it simply as the Dexter Graves Statue of Death. In 1831, a man named Dexter Graves led 13 families on a voyage to settle Chicago. While Graves passed away in 1884, it would be 75 years before the statue that is forever associated with him would be created. In fact, Graceland Cemetery itself wasn't founded until 16 years after Graves passed away. So how did this settler come to be associated with Chicago's creepiest statue? Dexter had a son named Henry who left behind a sum of money totaling around $300,000 to create a statue in honor of his father. When Henry died in 1907, instructions were left to create a monument in Washington Park in honor of a racehorse named Ike Cook that was beloved by his father. However, the horse-inspired monument was never actually built. Curiously, the funds were redirected to a statue built by Laredo Taft that featured an eerie hooded figure. The statue has haunted Chicago's Graceland Cemetery since 1909. Standing 10 feet tall, the bronze statue draws clear comparisons to the Grim Reaper. The statue has become something of a grotesque tourist attraction in recent years. According to folklore, anyone who looks into the eyes of the hooded bronze figure upon entering the Chicago cemetery will see a vision of their own death. There have even been reports that the statue's arms move throughout the day, often in such a subtle way that passers-by would never notice. At night time, witnesses say that eerie screams can be heard in the vicinity of the statue. Up until the 1970s, a pernicious rumour suggested that the statue wouldn't show up in photographs, adding to its mysterious lore. This theory has obviously been disproven, but it adds another layer of intrigue to the already eerie statue. So is this statue in Chicago's Graceland Cemetery really haunted, or is it just a case of an intricate layering of urban legend? One way to find out for sure is to stare deep into the black veil of the statue and wait for a vision of your own demise. Viewer Ken Criswell sent us this eerie footage. He believes something unusual has taken up residence in his house, and judging by the clip, he might be right. The beginning of the video gives a brief overview of the house where the shadow entity is said to be. Ken explains that the house is only used for storage right now, but is being renovated so that he and his band can practice and record music there. The reason he's walking around with a camera is that he's showing a mate some of the damaged roof that needs repairing.
And then this one, I've got the leak fixed.
For quite some time, Ken and his family have suspected something's off about the house. In the past, two of Ken's bandmates swear they saw an unknown person walk by while they were practicing, but when they looked around the house, there was no one to be found. In the video he sent us, we see Ken filming what needs to be renovated in the house, showing leaks in the ceiling. About 20 seconds after he starts speaking, he turns the camera to face a corridor to the left. See if you can spot anything weird.
That's one spot. And then we got another spot back here.
Viewers can see a very brief glimpse of what seems to be a shadowy figure down the hallway.
That's one spot. And then we got...
Here it is again in slow motion. Ken continues speaking for a couple of minutes about the house, seemingly unaware of the dark figure that seems to be looming in the background.
Now, I have to have a piece of the tin replaced on the roof. And then this one, I've got the leak fixed. But we need to replace the tile on both of them, back there and then this one here. So, oh, and check this out. Look what I saw on the ground.
Here's a still frame of the shadow. It's a solid black anomalous formation. Ken goes on to explain that the basement door was latched shut during the entire video, but the shadowy figure seems to have emerged from the door nonetheless. Family and friends of Ken have had experiences similar to this one, seeing and hearing bizarre and inexplicable sights and sounds. Since filming this footage, he has gone back to the house, where he's heard knocking coming from the basement door. He refuses to open the door and explore the area until he can do something to get rid of the alleged spirit. Viewers have come up with quite a few suggestions, such as saging the house, getting a priest to come and bless the room, or simply selling the house and never looking back. It's clear there's something in this home, but just what kind of presence we still don't know. What kind of vibe are you getting from this strange figure? Let me know in the comments section down below.
That's one spot. And then we got another spot back here.
In March 2021, YouTubers UrbexMX had an eerie encounter in a cemetery in Mexico. In the video, the group of explorers wander around the eerie graveyard at nighttime.
Compartan, amigos, compartan. Hoy está solo el panteón. Fuimos a dar un rondín.
It's creepy in its own right, but about 8 minutes into the video is when things take a turn for the worst. One of the explorers notices something and points in the distance.
No mames, güey. No mames, no mames. ¿Dónde? ¿Qué, güey? Espérate, güey. No, no, no. Espérate. Ey, no, vente. ¿Qué? Es un vato, vente. No, pero... ¿Qué? Es un vato. Fíjate. Fíjate, güey. No mames, güey. Buena.
They wander around the graves, calling out into the night to see if someone or something will respond. What they spot is truly unsettling. Take a look.
Una escalera, güey, se bajaría con esta madre. No mames, güey. Bueno, viejón. Ay, güey, trae una madre calavera. Cálmate.
A dark and menacing looking man seems to be resting in an open grave. They call out to the man who sits up in the grave looking up at the camera.
¿Cómo? Cada vez que venimos, ¿qué? No, pues nomás venimos a transmitir, compa.
They begin to question the man, who claims he was just resting in one of the graves and was doing nothing more.
Cada vez que venimos, ¿qué? No, pues nomás vinimos a transmitir, compa. Oiga, pero... ¿Qué, güey?
The man then stands up and leaves, disappearing into the night.
Tranquilo. ¿Qué onda, viejo? ¿Qué hace ahí? ¿Y ya se va o qué? Ah, güey. Cuidado. Cuidado. Cuidado.
Tranquilo, viejo, no. No voy a agarrar algo, viejo, porque está cabrón.
Agua. Agua. ¿Qué onda, compa?
Oiga, ve.
Viejo, ¿qué hace ahí, viejo? Viejo.
Ya, déjalo acá, no hay pedo.
No, pero hay que guacharlo, güey. Capaz y nos rodea.
Viewers were very concerned over the fact that the YouTubers had dared approach the man. They believed that he was up to no good, perhaps even robbing the grave. Other viewers took it a step further and suggested he was performing some kind of ritual in the open grave. And so while nothing paranormal was captured on film, finding a masked man inside a grave in the middle of the night is surely enough to give anyone the chills.
Tranquilo, viejo, no. No voy a agarrar algo, viejo, porque está cabrón.
Agua. Agua. ¿Qué onda, compa?
Oiga, ve.
Viejo, ¿qué hace ahí, viejo? Viejo.
Ya, déjalo acá, no hay pedo.
No, pero hay que guacharlo, güey. Capaz y nos rodea.
Facebook user Ben Lewis managed to capture a potential ghostly child playing around the back of Pulteney Street in Corning, New York. The footage was captured on a Wise security camera on the 21st of October, 2020. In the video, we can see a parking lot with a couple of buildings in the background. Immediately in the center of frame is what looks to be a small, transparent figure gliding across the ground. According to the Facebook user, it's rumored that there's a family of ghosts that haunt the neighborhood. In particular, locals tell of a little girl named Emily. Some say you can hear her laughing or crying at strange hours of the night. Locals believe this is the first hard evidence that her spirit really does haunt the town. This isn't the only chilling tale that haunts the streets of Corning. Just a few miles from where this footage was taken is Lindenwold House, a Victorian-era mansion built in 1877. Originally built to serve Civil War widows, Lindenwold House quickly became a refuge for the homeless, as well as sick and dying elderly residents without close family. The basement of Lindenwold House once housed a crematorium. If a deceased resident didn't have the money for a funeral or had no local family, they would be sent to the basement. It's said that the local government would pay a fee to Lindenwold House for every cremation that took place, preventing further government expense on burials. Over the years, entities have been spotted in the house. People claim they've seen ominous figures staring at them from the upstairs windows, only to vanish seconds later. In 2014, the Elmira Jackals hockey team took up residence in the building as part of a team home program. Rumour has it that they broke lease early because the players were experiencing very weird and very creepy things in the house. Things would go missing, there were footsteps in the attic no one could explain, there were cold spots and disembodied laughing experienced quite often too. The two reports are just a few of the countless recorded hauntings in upstate New York. With so much alleged paranormal activity going on, it makes you wonder if there's something about the area that causes spirits to linger on after death. A Facebook video uploaded by user Ilashiba Michael seems to show something strange hovering near the moon. The video begins with a wide shot where we can see the moon in the sky. The camera then zooms in to get a much clearer and more impressive view. Take a look at what was captured. There seems to be two objects that move just above the surface of the moon. It almost looks like two pieces of floating debris. It could be something floating in our upper atmosphere, and the perspective makes it look like it's floating just above the moon. Commenters had a lot to say about this video. Some brushed it off as CGI, while others were more prone to believing something bigger was at play. A few commenters suggested that these objects could simply be satellites or something similar, while others were sure this clip was proof of aliens. The question then becomes, what do you think? Let me know your theories down below. Is there anything scarier than hearing a blood-curdling scream in the middle of the night? For YouTube user El Pinche Macas, the answer is a resounding no. A video captured by the YouTuber shows this exact situation come to life. The video begins by showing security camera footage outside of the viewer's home. We can hear dogs barking in the background. About 10 seconds later, we hear the first hair-raising scream sound out. A few seconds later, the second scream occurs, seemingly from the same individual, though a little shorter this time. The uploader claims this happened at around 12:30 AM. He got out of bed and took a look around but couldn't find anyone around or anything out of place. Seconds later, the second scream happened, yet he still couldn't find the source of the noise. Due to this and the fact that his dogs barked before the screams, the YouTuber's sure this was a ghost wailing into the night. Some paranormal experts believe that animals can often sense ghostly presences, so the dogs may have been able to sense that there was something there. Whatever the scenario, a chilling scream in the middle of the night is unsettling, no matter what. TikTok user JJMC12 uploaded a brief clip that's been creeping out millions of TikTok users with plenty of theories to share. In the clip, we see the TikToker pulling something out of the water. Take a look. The object seems to be some type of skeleton, though it doesn't resemble a fish usually found in the sea. The skeleton has a pink and brownish colour to it and is long and narrow. We can see what seems to be a tiny rib cage and a human-looking head at the end. The TikToker then dumps it back into the water as screams can be heard in the background. The TikToker thought this skeleton might be proof of the existence of mermaids, though other viewers threw around some other ideas. Some thought this could indeed be a sea creature, perhaps even a partially decomposed seahorse. Still, others suggested this could just be a plastic toy that may have deteriorated in the ocean waters. So what do you think this strange video shows? Mini mermaid, seahorse, or just a toy? Throw your theories into the comment hole down below. Many people love hearing and watching rainfall as it brings a rhythmic sense of calm. TikToker Melon's mum Jen uploaded a video that was meant to show a soothing rainstorm. The video, taken from a front door security camera, shows the front of the uploader's yard. We can see rain falling on the pavement for a few moments until something eerie seems to appear in the middle of the frame. As you can see, right next to the lights on the grass in front of the house appears a strange vapour that glides over the pavement and disappears from view. It's a strange little clip that quite a few viewers asked for us to show. While it does look weird, it's most likely just vapour caused by the rain that's reflecting light. However, dozens of commenters weren't so sure, claiming that the vapour could be some kind of spirit caught on film. With the limited information available, you'll have to watch the clip again and take from it what you will. skeleton scratching on your door. It wasn't just a nightmare for Texas resident John Thompson. An individual dressed in a spooky skeleton mask decided to pay a visit to Thompson's home in the middle of the night, and it was all caught on camera. In the home security camera footage, which was shared to the news outlet WZZM13, we can see the figure in question right in front of the homeowner's door.
The homeowner and neighbors were creeped out. Tonight, they're talking to Eyewitness News reporter.
The person has a smiling skeleton mask on and wears a white cloak. Even creepier, the figure scratches on the door, which can be heard in the video.
Listen closely, and you can hear the scratching.
During an interview, Thompson states that the figure went on to hide around the corner, waiting for someone to open the door. Luckily, the homeowner wasn't home at the time. He believes this was simply a kid pulling a prank, though one of his neighbours thinks this could have been a more severe situation and is now on guard. There's no doubting that the video is terrifying, though it's not easy to know what this person's intentions actually were. Could it have been a teenager pulling a midnight prank, or was this someone with more sinister intentions, hoping to attack the homeowner and break into the house? One of the neighbours interviewed stated that this incident occurred in Texas, where people are quick to draw guns if needed, so this situation could have ended very differently.
I think it could be dangerous, could end up with a different situation if they went to a different house.
How you doing? I'm Callan and this is Slapped Ham. Today we're looking at some scary videos that are leaving viewers on edge. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content just like this. In June 2021, paranormal investigators Lalo Escalante decided to search a local cemetery in Culiacan, Mexico. They had heard rumors of strange things happening on the property. Locals often report hearing screams and spot unusual shadowy figures walking through the property late at night. The most unsettling story revolves around a supposed haunted doll that sits in one of the graves. It's said to come alive and move among the tombstones. Under the glow of a full moon, the investigators explore the graveyard.
Güey, es que es luna llena, güey. Es el día que los brujos su trabajo lo hacen efectivo. Es ese día, güey.
For the first 10 minutes or so, the YouTubers appear on edge. They claim to hear strange noises coming from all directions of the cemetery.
¿Alguien ahí? ¿Qué ves? ¿Estás viendo algo? No se alcanza a ver nada. Nomás se alcanza a ver la luna llena, güey.
After exploring for some time, they come across a mausoleum and look inside to find a tall doll with lengthy blonde hair standing next to a large cross and flowers.
Ay, la madre. Estoy cagado, güey. Estoy que le recagado, güey.
What happens next is sure to give you the chills. Watch.
Amigos, eso estaba así. No mames. No mames. Creí que la abrió ella, güey. Pero qué pedo, güey. Esto se abrió sola, cabrón. No mames. La muñeca se movió, Chicho. Chicho se movió con la muñeca, güey. La madre, güey. La madre, güey. Ay, güey. A la mierda.
As you can see, the doll appears to move inside the sealed mausoleum.
La muñeca se movió, Chicho. Chicho se movió con la muñeca, güey. La madre, güey.
There's no doubt about it, viewers have been terrified by this clip. There seems to be no way that the doll could move without the explanation of something otherworldly. To make this incident even scarier, a month prior, a separate group of urban explorers known as Urbex MX captured the exact same doll moving on its own. Take a look.
Ay, mamacita, se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. Neta, se movió, güey. No mames. Se movió, güey.
This incident was captured during a live stream. Hundreds of viewers watched in real time as the doll moved inside the mausoleum.
Ay,
Ay, mamacita, se mamón, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey. No mames. Se movió, güey.
So is this graveyard home to restless spirits? And is this doll really possessed by some unknown entity? According to these two separate accounts, it would appear so.
Ay, mamacita, se mamón, güey. Se movió, güey. Se movió, güey.
In Milingimbi in the Northern Territory of Australia, 4 young kids had a strange encounter with an unknown entity. The clip was sent to us by viewer Dallas DH. In the video we can see 3 young boys in the centre of frame. They believe that the cameraman's taking a photo, so they begin to pose, but the cameraman is actually joking around and taking a video. A few moments into the clip, we see something creepy happen. Watch. As you can see at the very bottom right of the frame, a terrifying shadowy figure crawls on the ground right behind the boys. They all scream and begin to run away as the video ends. So what could this strange shadow be? During World War II, the remote area of Milingimbi was bombed in a series of Japanese air raids. 2 people were killed and 15 others injured during the attack. So could this clip show evidence of a lingering spirit? All across the world, in areas affected by war, soldiers and civilians alike have reported seeing strange shadowy figures lurking in their periphery or hiding in the corners of a room. Some paranormal experts believe these shadowy beings are drawn to areas where a tragedy has taken place, feeding on the negative energy. So did these kids encounter an infamous shadow figure? Watch the footage again and judge for yourself. Paranormal places don't just attract ghosts, they also attract the curiosity of paranormal investigators. The YouTube channel Paranormies thrives off spooky locations, attempting to catch as many ghostly sightings and events as possible. In one video shared to the channel, the YouTubers decide to explore a church in St. Elizabeth in Quebec. The tiny community was first established in 1898 and grew over time to encompass several stores and businesses. Over its history, it's seen plenty of tragedy, including the death of several children due to scarlet fever in 1910. A fire in 1918 destroyed the large barn in town that housed nearly 20 horses. Soon after, the town's barber lost his children in an accident involving an explosion of a lamp. There were additional deaths due to other fires and floodings in the decades that followed, leading many to speculate that ghosts haunt the area. The video follows the 2 YouTubers exploring the area's only church. They come across a noose hanging from the ceiling while exploring the uppermost part of the church.
Look how high it goes up here.
While inspecting the noose, they hear disembodied voices, almost like a man moaning from downstairs.
What's that? What's that? What's that? There's people here.
They head back down, only to see their motion sensor doll going off about 100 feet away, suggesting nearby activity.
Whoa. Whoa. Dude. There's no way.
That was not us.
Turn the mics on. Okay.
After some more exploring, the YouTubers decide to set up a camera in the room with the noose. As they're doing so, their EVP picks up what sounds like a British man saying the word worth.
Right here?
The video then cuts to a close-up of both YouTubers' hands on a planchette attempting to talk to any present spirits.
So you need to move this planchette.
You just say yes. Just move it to yes.
Then the camera in the noose room appears to capture the sounds of footsteps. We're then brought back to the two men speaking to possible spirits. Suddenly, a loud sound can be heard.
Oh, dude, that scared me. Hello? Hello?
The investigators later find that a ladder inexplicably fell over while they were interacting with the Ouija board. The final scene of the video finds the two men back in the noose room. One of them sits down, undergoing sensory deprivation.
Benny. Sight.
Was that you that knocked the ladder over downstairs?
The cameraman asks some questions.
Why are you here?
After about 30 seconds, something truly terrifying happens. Watch.
Why are you staying here? Why are you staying here? Dude, go. I can't see. Grab the light, grab the light.
The YouTuber's beanie is slowly pulled back by an invisible force.
Dude, go. I can't see. Grab the light,
In response, the two men jump up and run out of the room.
Why are you staying here? Dude, go. I can't see. Grab the light,
Thousands of viewers of this video have been stunned by the beanie being pulled backwards. Many took it as a sign that the spirit or spirits of the church were starting to get upset and decided to spook the boys in order to get them out of the building.
Dude, go.
The community's history is certainly interesting and riddled with death, so perhaps it's no surprise the church is filled with such frightening incidents. If this footage is genuine, it would have to be one of the most startling paranormal encounters ever caught on film.
Why are you staying here? Dude, go. I can't see. Grab the light, dude.
People associate many things with K-pop, catchy songs, flashy outfits, and die-hard fans, to name a few. But what about the paranormal? Viewers noticed something very mysterious occurring in a YouTube video uploaded by NCT Daily that shows NCT members Mark and Yuta enjoying a meal at a restaurant. What was supposed to be a cute vlog turned into something that's making many people scratch their heads. The first few minutes of the video show the two K-pop members arriving at the restaurant, ordering their meal and chatting about various things. Everything seems normal until one of the members mentions there's things happening in the world that are hard to explain. This quickly leads to a discussion on aliens and whether they exist either on Earth or in the universe as a whole. Soon, the conversation turns to other topics, but that's when something strange happens. Take a look. The fork in front of Mark suddenly slowly moves backwards on its own and tumbles down to the floor. Mark looks down confused, asking Yuta if he had somehow pushed the fork. Yuta denies this, equally confused, but the boys just shrug it off and move on. What makes this video strange is the fact that the boys have been talking about otherworldly things right before the incident happened. Could they somehow have conjured up a mysterious force who decided to make themselves known by moving the fork? Or is it all just a prank, as many think? There's no clear answer, but there's no denying this is certainly a very strange moment indeed. A vehicle arriving out of nowhere, picking up no passengers and seeming to vanish into thin air. It sounds like something right out of the Twilight Zone. For Slaptown viewers Lynn and Brittany M, this situation turned into a reality, with a limo captured on film outside their apartment late one night. The limo was not seen arriving nor leaving from any other camera in the complex, and no one claimed to have ordered a limo service that late at night, chilling out all who viewed the clip. We see CCTV footage of the parking lot outside of the viewer's apartment building. In the background, we can see the limo in question appear and slowly drive up the parking lot. It's what happens next that has left the tenants of this apartment complex creeped out. Watch. As the vehicle turns, it seems to disappear completely, with the rest of the parking lot remaining completely quiet. The tenants emphasise that the complex has about 20 cameras on the property that are motion activated, making it extra bizarre that the limo was not caught anywhere else. So how is it a car of this size could somehow disappear without a trace? And how is it not seen anywhere else on the property? Until this limo is spotted again or more info comes to hand, this strange incident will have to remain a complete mystery. Orbs have been a source of debate in the paranormal community for as long as anyone can remember. Are these floating balls of light really spirits? Slaptown viewer Stacey W. from Memphis, Tennessee shared footage taken in her home, featuring a potential orb that is sure to arise speculation among viewers. The footage shows Stacey's kitchen at nighttime. Immediately, we can see the little orb of light dancing around the kitchen, first moving towards the refrigerator, where it seems to bounce around before moving back to the center of frame. The orb continues to move around for the rest of the video, occasionally disappearing from frame only to reappear once again. Stacey explained that she first spotted the orb when checking a security camera alert on her phone that showed activity in the kitchen. She saw that her children were sneaking in a late night snack and that an orb seemed to be floating around in the space near them. She asked her children to go back to bed but noticed the orb still remained. She went to the kitchen to see if she could see anything in person, but there was nothing there, though she felt a strange presence in the air before leaving. At times during the video, it seems that the orb could actually be a spider web caught in front of the security camera's lens. This sometimes happens with security cameras, giving the impression that there's an orb when it's actually just an insect floating around. Still, the possible orb's movements are very erratic, throwing into doubt this theory, and leaving the mystery open for all to interpret. Let me know what you think down below. An apartment is supposed to be a home, a place to take comfort in after a long day. Unfortunately for TikToker Bunny Squid 95, the new apartment she moved into with her fiance above a decrepit house is far from comforting. Instead, the videos she's shared display quite the opposite. In the first clip, the TikToker explains that it's midnight and that she's just heard some strange noises.
Hey guys, it's 12 o'clock in the morning and I heard some weird noises.
She moves the camera around and we can see objects falling around her.
12 o'clock in the morning and I heard some weird noises. Jesus Christ, oh my god.
In the second clip, the TikToker is in the kitchen and tells viewers that she went to turn the light on when more weird things began to happen.
Okay, so I just got up to turn the light on and there's still... Okay, and yeah, okay.
We can see a cupboard door open on its own, a magnet falls from the fridge, and something drops from the kitchen counter.
And yeah, okay. Yeah, there's still weird happening. Okay, goodbye.
The final clip finds the TikTok user explaining that the fan in her apartment is just a regular oscillating fan. Some viewers of previous videos had speculated that her fan could be the instigator of all the abnormal activity, but she denies this. She whips the camera around to face the kitchen where objects on the counter budge.
So I was going to just record and see what...
She continues to explain that most of the activity happens in the kitchen, and as she does so, more objects ruffle around.
Activity is centered mostly in my kitchen.
Soon after, we can hear the sound of an object falling nearby.
Yeah, a lot of weird stuff happens down there too.
Viewers had plenty of suggestions. One speculated that this could be the ghost of a cat, as the objects seemed to be knocked over as if played with by a small animal. Others thought that this was indeed a ghostly spirit that wanted to mess with the new apartment renters in order to get them to leave. People suggested that the woman sage her apartment, or perhaps even call a priest for help. So what do you guys think? Love to get your opinions on this one in the comments section below.
Record and see what happened.
If you walk around Boston's North End on a hot summer day, some say you can still catch the sickly sweet scent left lingering after a tragic day that took place just over 100 years ago. In 1919, a deluge that can only be described as a molasses tsunami erupted from Purity Distilling Company before ploughing right through Boston's commercial street on a busy January afternoon. The wave froze its victims in place by trapping them under a hard, unyielding veil of amber-coloured suffocation. There was no warning, other than a soft, muffled roar in the seconds before more than 2 million gallons of ultra-thick, ultra-sticky molasses overtook the streets. The deluge tore through Commercial Street to take down trucks, overturn wagons, ruin buildings, and push a train from the tracks. Witnesses who were caught up in the chaos of the day reported seeing sticky, molten waves that were 30 feet tall barreling past them at 35 miles per hour. Sadly, 21 people perished during the event. Another 150 people were injured during the molasses flood. The aftermath was so severe that both the Navy and Red Cross arrived to help rescue survivors, amid a gooey, sticky post-apocalyptic scene that required effort to pull the victims from their hardened tombs. In the initial aftermath of the tragedy, the molasses flood was blamed on anarchists sabotaging the molasses storage tanks inside Purity Distilling Company to create a roaring, rippling explosion. However, further investigation began to point to poorly built and maintained tanks. The likely cause of the explosion was a buildup of pressure within the factory's molasses tanks that simply couldn't be contained by the walls of the building. Civil lawsuits against Purity Distilling Company stemming from the incident lasted until 1925. History never quite put a lid on the molasses flood, however. In recent years, scientists have been revisiting Boston's Great Molasses Tragedy to make sense of how it all happened. Ultimately, we may finally have an answer to why something as sweet as molasses can turn so deadly. Modern researchers speculate that a shipment of molasses that arrived from the warm Caribbean, meeting with the freezing temperatures of a Boston January, helped to create the perfect recipe for disaster. The reason why the molasses was so deadly once it was in motion was that the liquid hardened as it moved. As a result, people became unable to escape being trapped by a wave that was hardening in real time. A television program that aired on BBC One on Halloween night of 1992 still has people questioning if what they saw was real 30 years after the fact. This program was so sensational and controversial that it never aired in the United Kingdom ever again. Ghostwatch was a 90-minute horror film shot in a documentary style that was inspired by the tale of the Enfield poltergeist. Its subject matter was a haunted home in a London area called Northolt, where a family was being harassed by a terrifying poltergeist named Pipes. The premise was essentially to debunk the claims of children who insisted that strange sounds in their home were caused by ghosts in real time. During the program, the audience was invited to call in with their own ghost stories as they watched along to shaky camera footage from a handheld video camera. In reality, the documentary was a professional production, full of footage that had been shot weeks in advance. Viewers were left to play along, as the program's host sat with a supposed paranormal expert to determine whether the family on the screen was genuinely being harassed by violent spirits through a barrage of banging noises, moving objects, and claw marks. Of course, everyone on the screen was part of an elaborate cast of child and adult actors. Ghostwatch had such a profound psychological impact on viewers that the BBC received more than 30,000 calls from angry, scared members of the public. The British press was highly critical of the disturbing nature of the program. Many claimed that the program didn't do enough to identify itself as a piece of fiction. Sadly, the program led to the suicide of a young viewer, whose parents claimed he became hypnotized by the program after becoming convinced that the ghost depicted in the program was indeed real. Medical journals have even published several cases of post-traumatic stress disorder being induced in young children who watched Ghostwatch. This may be a case where there's good reason to avoid ever talking about this bizarre piece of television history ever again. It has cropped up in horror anthologies that are sold or aired outside of the United Kingdom from time to time. If you've ever seen Ghostwatch, would love to hear about it in the comments section below. Some events are so bizarre and impossible to explain that the collective subconscious of society tries to wipe the memory clean. However, the memory of the Beast of Gévaudan still prowls the French countryside that was terrorized centuries ago. Deep in the Margeride Mountains of France, a series of attacks that took place between 1764 and 1767 by man-eating beasts with razor-sharp teeth created fear and terror. According to reports, more than 600 attacks resulted in 500 deaths and 49 injuries. The beast had a habit of attacking lone men, women, and children as they tended to livestock on the outskirts of town. Curiously, there were several reports of the beast being killed before the attacks officially stopped. From the modern lens, the most likely cause of the attacks was not a supernatural being at all. During the 1700s, wolf attacks posed serious problems throughout Europe. The high death count associated with the Beast of Gévaudan likely points to the idea that packs of wolves were causing chaos in France's Margeride Mountains before being scared off by wolf hunters searching for the supernatural beast. One theory that has floated around is that the creature was actually a red-coloured mastiff, wearing the hide of a boar that was sired by a villager named Jean Chastel. Notably, Chastel was a farmer and innkeep in Gévaudan in France, who was credited with killing the Beast of Gévaudan in Montmouchet during the summer of 1767. A 2001 French film called Brotherhood of the Wolf that centered on the legend features Chastel as a character. However, some people have reviewed the ghastly incidents and have wondered whether wolves could have caused so much death and chaos. So the question remains whether something a little more sinister was stalking the Margeride Mountains all those years ago. This one will make you want to run out to the car and check your windshield. In the spring of 1954, more than 3,000 windshields in the Seattle area experienced mysterious unexplained pitting. Police initially blamed the blemishes on vandals. However, the pitting became so widespread that it became clear no criminal could work quite so swiftly. It wasn't long before reports of the pitting hit the mainstream news. A number of theories were floated around that spring. One was that the nearby Jim Creek Naval Radio Station was producing waves with a new 1,000,000-watt radio transmitter that was powerful enough to impact the physical properties of glass. Another was that cosmic rays were shooting down over the Washington area. A tamer theory was simply that sand fleas were burrowing into the glass. Most mysterious of all was that the pitting abruptly stopped on April 17 of that year. The windshield pitting epidemic is one mystery that has never quite been solved. However, one theory that is being pitted against all others is simply that this was a case of mass hysteria. For those who subscribe to this theory, all it took for the hysteria to take off was one person noticing pitting on their windshield. That person then shared their observation with others, The fact of the matter is that a good amount of natural pitting occurs on windshields due to the general rocks and debris that exist on our roads. Once stories about pitting made the news, many people throughout the area looked for pitting on their own windshields for the first time. This led to a huge spike in reports over something that had actually been there the entire time. It's highly possible that the pitting abruptly stopped because people simply lost interest in the story after a few weeks. This next forgotten tidbit of history was widespread enough that it touched royalty. During the Middle Ages, there was a recorded widespread psychiatric disorder that caused people to believe that they were made of glass. People afflicted with the fear lived in terror of shattering to pieces at any minute. King Charles VI of France was famously so afflicted by this preoccupation that he refused to allow people to touch him out of fear that he would shatter. He also supposedly wore special protective clothing. The glass delusion was so prevalent that it was mentioned in the works of famous authors like Miguel de Cervantes, Constantine Huygens, René Descartes, and John Locke. From today's lens, the fear of being made of glass can be seen as a manifestation of anxiety. It's not all that wild to consider that people had lots of anxiety regarding physical well-being and death during a time of disease and pestilence back in the Middle Ages. While the idea of shattering like glass is an obvious manifestation of a fear of death, it's very likely that the fear of falling apart if touched was a subconscious protective measure against catching illnesses. This forgotten piece of horror from history dates back to July 25th of 1184 in what would be modern-day Germany. A number of nobles from throughout the Holy Roman Empire had gathered in Erfurt for a meeting across from the Church of St. Peter, as part of King Henry VI's attempt to neutralise a feud between Archbishop Conrad of Mainz and Louis III, Landgrave of Thuringia. During the meeting, the weight of the crowd caused the wooden floor in the hall to collapse directly into the latrine beneath it. During the horrifying event, more than 60 nobles and meeting attendees were sent to their deaths to drown in suffocating liquid excrement. Among the dead nobles were Frederick von Abenberg, Heinrich von Schwarzburg, Heise Gottsmar von Ziegenhain, Burkhard von Württemberg, and Frederick von Kirchberg. Many of the survivors avoided getting sucked into the foul pit by clinging to the rails and windows until rescuers could arrive. By luck, King Henry's positioning within a stone alcove allowed him to be spared. During the 16th and 17th centuries, artists had a very colourful way of sourcing a special brown pigment that was a favourite of the famed pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, that included English authors like William Holman Hunt, John Everett Millais, Thomas Woolner, Frederick George Stevens, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, William Michel Rossetti, and James Collinson. The hue was a mix that fell somewhere between burnt umber and raw umber, that happened to have an especially good consistency for fleshy tones and shadows. However, it wasn't necessarily the colour of this pigment that made it so striking. What really stands out about this hue is the way it was sourced. Mummy brown was comprised of white pitch, myrrh, and the actual remains of Egyptian mummies. Both human and feline remains were used. In some cases, the ground-up remains were sourced from the Guanche mummies of the Canary Islands instead of Egyptian mummies. Mummy brown was so in demand during its heyday that the need for it often outpaced the available supply of authentic Egyptian mummies. This led to some interesting practices among suppliers. In many cases, mummy sellers substituted modern-day corpses of slaves and criminals for genuine mummy remains. The demand for mummy brown eventually died down significantly by the start of the 20th century. In fact, it had essentially dried up by 1900. Artists looking to experiment on canvas with mummy brown today can still use formulas that recreate the same hue, without being sourced from actual remains. Today's mummy brown is made from kaolin, quartz, geothite, and hematite, a somewhat more palatable mix. YouTuber Steph's Basement 89 created her channel in an effort to show viewers the strange things that occur in her house, which she believes to be haunted. She notes that the majority of the paranormal activity seems to be focused in the basement. In fact, even while introducing her channel, the YouTuber is suddenly caught off guard when she and her cameraman both see a strange figure standing in the doorway.
It's mostly in the basement, but... Right? Which I feel like I just saw someone standing in the doorway, and so did he. No one, right?
Unable to find an earthly explanation for what they saw, this footage provides an appropriately eerie introduction to the other videos that showcase the supposed ghostly activity in the house. In one of the channel's earliest videos, Steph records her dog's strange behavior.
She's down here in the basement, just obsessing over this closet door.
She notes that the dog is ordinarily very friendly and excited to see her when she arrives home. On this day, however, the dog is focused on a closed closet door in the basement and seems to ignore Steph completely.
Came home, which is very weird. Bella. She's not even answering to her name.
The dog stares at the closet with a laser focus until Steph opens the door to show that there's nothing inside.
See, baby, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. There's nothing in there, crazy lady.
Many people believe that animals are more attuned to the spiritual world and are therefore able to sense things that we can't. Does this footage prove that those theories are correct? In another video, the uploader attempts to record a friend playing an electric drum set. However, as the camera pans past the open closet door, it seems to have inadvertently captured something chilling. Take a look.
Michelle's getting like really good at the drums. So you might have some competition when you get back. We love you, we'll see you soon.
As you can see, there appears to be a creepy, pale figure standing in the darkened closet. Because the light is dim, it's difficult to make out the figure's features in any great detail. However, it's clearly human in shape, standing completely still inside the dark closet, watching the unsuspecting residents as they go about their activities.
Michelle's getting like really good at the drums. So you might have some competition when you get back. We love you, we'll see you soon.
Could it be possible that this eerie figure is the cause of all the paranormal activity occurring in the basement? Since the closet seems to have some sort of paranormal presence surrounding it, the YouTuber decides to set up a camera to monitor the area. It isn't long until the closet door appears to open all on its own. Seemingly spooked, we can see a woman run past the camera. Mysteriously, after this video was released, the channel suddenly went silent. So what could have happened to this YouTuber? Did something sinister befall them? Or perhaps the paranormal activity simply stopped? For now, the fate of those residing in Steph's basement remains a complete mystery.
Michelle's getting like really good at the drums. So you might have some competition when you get back. We love you, we'll see you soon.
This video seems to show that not everyone who experiences supernatural activity is actually aware of it. In the clip, we see an unlucky man seemingly stalked by a shadowy apparition without even noticing that it's there. The footage appears to have been captured on a security camera set up to monitor a loading dock. It's late at night and we can see a trucker backing up his rig. He pulls the truck into the shadowy area, gets out and walks away. On first glance, nothing seems that unusual. However, if you look closely at the man, you can notice that a large dark shadow follows him from his vehicle and across the street. While the shadow is much darker and more pronounced than one might expect in such dim light, it seems logical that this is his shadow. However, if you go back to the beginning of the video before the truck even parks, you can clearly see that the dark figure is actually already in the loading bay. The shadow lurks in the dim light, waiting for the man to get out of his truck. Then, as the man passes the spot where it hides, it seems to attach itself to him. At one point, the man even looks behind as if he senses he's being followed. This behaviour is thought to be common for the type of entity known as a shadow person. It's said that these beings can only be seen from the corner of our eyes, giving us a sense that something's watching us from the darkness. Some people believe that shadow people are mostly harmless, but others are certain that these entities are dangerous. Some even think that these beings could be manifestations from another dimension. Whatever the explanation, the man in this video would be wise to be on guard, as this shadowy figure seems to have taken a keen interest in him. It isn't unusual for a young child to have an imaginary playmate that only they can see. Most parents simply attribute them to the child's overactive imagination. However, according to TikToker elkakui.tv, imaginary friends might not always be harmless products of a child's imagination. The father in the video recently moved into a new home with his daughter, and the two supposedly live alone. According to the video's caption, the young girl often points to an empty white chair, indicating that there's someone sitting there. In the video, when the girl is asked about the person in the chair, she becomes visibly scared, hiding her face and crying while pointing towards the chair. While this certainly seems a little creepy, a later clip appears to show something far more chilling. As the child plays, she begins pointing to the opposite side of the room. Her father pans the camera around, attempting to capture whatever it is that's causing the child's distress. A few moments into the clip, the culprit seemingly reveals itself when a stuffed toy topples to the floor. Things get even scarier when the toy is suddenly dragged into the shadows beneath the dresser by some sort of invisible force. It's unclear what could be causing these strange occurrences in the young family's home. However, the toy dragged beneath the dresser suggests that a poltergeist could be responsible. Poltergeists are often said to be the only type of spirit with the ability to move physical objects. Some poltergeists are thought to be content with playful mischief, but others could be dangerous. Based on the toddler's reaction to what she sees, this particular entity could certainly be something to fear. Wooded areas seem to be a common location for creepy things to lurk. In this case, a video shared to Reddit by user Nimrose has viewers debating whether the lurker is a man, animal, or something far more sinister. The footage was supposedly shot in Sweden, where the poster can be seen walking to a bus stop near her apartment complex. The area has some trees and other foliage, but is still close enough to a populated area that the woman appears to feel safe enough to walk through it. However, on this particular night, it seems she may have felt uneasy, as she obviously decided to pull out her camera to record her trip. Upon first watch, the video doesn't obviously reveal anything too creepy, though eagle-eyed viewers might be able to spot the culprit. Take a look.
Den här veckan och jag undrar vad han kommer ställa för diagnos på mig. Och alltså...
Upon a second viewing, you can see the woman continues deeper into the wooded area, but suddenly an eerie figure can be seen peering out from behind one of the trees. It has a pale white face, a long nose, and glowing eyes. The figure is unlikely to be a person, as human eyes don't reflect light in this way. Some viewers believe that the face is that of an animal. However, the poster notes that the area is too small to be home to any animal as large as the figure seen in the video. What other explanation could there be for this mysterious figure then? Viewers have suggested everything from ghosts and demons to some sort of unknown cryptid. But what do you think it is? Love to hear your opinions on this strange bit of footage in the comments section below. Over the last few years, urban exploration has become very popular. YouTubers like Adient GPT find old abandoned places to explore, hoping to come across something creepy or paranormal to share with their followers. This footage certainly doesn't disappoint. The video was shot while the YouTuber was exploring an abandoned building in Bandung, Indonesia. The structure appears to be completely deserted as he walks around, the only light coming from his camera. Several minutes into his search, something terrifying happens. Take a look.
Allahu Akbar, la ilaha illallah.
As you can see, just as the light of the camera illuminates a dark doorway, we can clearly see a figure in a white dress.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
The figure begins to ascend into the air, disappearing through the ledge above.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ah! Guys,
the YouTuber believes that the entity he spotted is a kuntilanak, a female spirit that can be vengeful and dangerous. They are said to sometimes drink the blood of men who encounter them. They supposedly emerge during a full moon, and their appearance is often preceded by animalistic noises or the sound of a woman's laughter. It's said that she can only be killed by plunging a nail into the top of her head. Understandably, viewers have been disturbed by the figure's ghostly appearance. If the stories of this creature's desire to feed on the blood of men are true, then this YouTuber should consider himself very lucky to have escaped the building unscathed.
Guys, gua udah zoom.
Ouija boards can be purchased all over the world and are often marketed as harmless toys. However, after watching this video from the YouTube channel Haunting Jersey, you might think twice before playing around with one. The clip shows a young girl chatting with a friend via a video call.
She's in Canada, I'm in New Jersey. Sure.
She uses the camera to record herself performing several gymnastic moves, then asks her friend to do the same.
Wait, now your turn.
However, while preparing to do her next move, something eerie is caught on camera. Take a look. As you can see, she's suddenly interrupted when a paper towel holder flies off the countertop. The shocked girl discusses what just occurred with her friend. Then moments later, something else is caught on camera. Watch. A ceramic mug or bowl suddenly flies off the counter and smashes onto the ground below. The young girl runs off camera, quite scared. While these two occurrences are creepy in their own right, there is another strange phenomenon caught on camera. At around the 1 minute mark, just before the clip ends, a dark blur briefly appears on the right-hand side of the screen. It's only visible for a moment, but if we slow it down, it almost looks like a shadowy hand. The video's description notes that it wasn't until after playing around with a Ouija board that the creepy things began to happen. Could the uploader have accidentally summoned some sort of supernatural entity into their house? Watch the footage again and judge for yourself.
Whatever, it's fine. Okay, anyway.
Living in a haunted house would certainly be no joke, and YouTuber Sabia L seems to make this very clear in their videos. In this series of clips, we see a variety of bizarre events taking place in their home in the Netherlands. In fact, there have been so many strange occurrences that several viewers have even recommended that they send for the help of a priest. In the first video, the camera begins focused on a mantle above the fireplace. Suddenly, a clock begins to move. It slides around for a few seconds before crashing to the floor. The homeowner then hears a strange noise behind them, turning the camera towards a set of shelves. After recording for a few seconds, a cup can be seen clattering to the floor. It continues to roll around as if being manipulated by some sort of unseen force. In another video, we see the lights flickering on and off, seemingly all on their own. There are at least 2 lamps in the room and both turn on and off without anyone standing nearby. What makes this scene even creepier is that, as the lights flicker, the voice of a little girl can be heard whispering in Dutch. Translated, she says, "Leave, and you don't belong here." Viewers believe that it could be possible that a young girl died tragically in the home and remains there in a ghostly state of confusion and anger. They encourage the homeowner to do some research on the property, as identifying the potential spirit may help to uncover the reason why it's lingering there. Is it possible to conjure up ghosts simply with our minds? That was the question asked by a group of individuals from the Toronto Society of Psychical Research in the early 1970s. None of the members of the group were gifted with any supposed psychic or spiritual powers. Still, they were curious to see if they could conjure up a ghost by simply using their collective imagination and visualization. Lead researcher Dr. A.R. George Owen believed that ghosts were merely an illusion created by the mind, if the mind truly believed it to be so. To test Dr. Owen's theory, the group created a fictitious spirit named Philip. Philip was given a complete biography by the group, from his birth to his unfortunate death by suicide at the age of 30. The spirit was born in the 1620s in England and was a knighted member of the military. One day he met and fell in love with a gypsy girl, beginning an affair with her. His wife discovered the affair and burned the girl at the stake. As a result, Philip ended his life, driven to death by sorrow. For the experiment, the group was seated around a table discussing Philip as well as visualizing him and his life. For months, absolutely nothing occurred, though some group members swear that they could feel another presence among them. After a few months, the group decided to switch up the experiment by incorporating a more traditional seance scene, dimming the lights around them and placing their hands on a table. In doing so, they hoped that Philip would speak to them by either knocking on or rotating the table. Only when they changed the experiment up did they finally find some success. They asked Philip questions about his life and the supposed spirit began to interact with the group. There was rapping on and vibrations of the table, as well as unexplained echoes and sudden gusts of air felt by the group. At one point, the table the group was sitting at levitated and moved across the room of its own accord. The experiment began to be filmed, and at one point there was a live taping of the group done in front of an audience of 50 people. A video on YouTube gives glimpses into the experiment, including snippets of the actual paranormal activity. In the video, uploaded by History vs. Hollywood on YouTube, viewers can see the group seated around the table, hands out, asking Philip questions.
Margot. Oh, yeah. Yes. Say it again. Did you love Margot? Good.
At one point, a rapping sound can be heard in response to a question.
Did you like Dorothea?
Following this, the table shakes and seems to lift off the ground. The video cuts to another clip with the group standing up with their hands on the table, singing. Suddenly, the table completely tilts to the left, falling on its side. Dr. Owen's wife, Iris Owen, explains that the group was very surprised when they first heard the knocking. The video then cuts to an interview with psychologist Dr. Joel Witten, who theorizes that the paranormal occurrences happen due to the collective belief and concentrated energy of the group.
The group is involved in a joint feeling of mutuality. Each member almost intuitively senses the other person and their feelings. Is it some type of concentration of energy?
The Philip experiment was met with both awe and criticism in its day. The main criticism lay in the fact that the experiment didn't have any control factors, as usually found in scientific experiments. Additionally, the scientific community remains hesitant to call seances trustworthy. There have been other groups who have tried to replicate the experiment, though usually to no avail.
Did you like Dorothea?
The Philip experiment may be just one mystery left unsolved. In April 2016, a 7.3 magnitude earthquake hit Fukuoka, a city located in northern Kyushu Island, Japan. While the earthquake caused plenty of damage itself, it was what happened shortly after that left many residents scratching their heads. 90 miles from the epicenter of the earthquake appeared a thick foam that covered the streets. Residents walked and drove over the foam but had no idea where it emerged from. In some places, the mysterious foam was knee-high, making it hard to wade through. Other residents refused to leave their houses in fear of what the foam could be. Local first responders and authority figures tried to theorize where exactly the foam came from. Some believe the foam could have been derived from a busted pipe under the streets, though no cracks could be found in the streets which the foam could have leaked through. Others thought the foam could be from a firefighter's hose, though no foam was found in the hoses either, and the sheer size and breadth of which the foam covered made no sense either. Still today, the foam remains a complete mystery with no explanation given. What do you think this foam could be? Love to get your thoughts on this strange mystery in the comment section below. To this day, 80% of the ocean remains unexplored by mankind. This has left plenty of room for speculations and theories as to what mysteries are in the deep blue, just waiting to be discovered. One of these mysteries became known as the Baltic Sea anomaly. In 2011, the Swedish diving team named Ocean X came across an abnormal sonar image, leading to a baffling discovery: a sunken object that strikingly resembled a craft of some kind. The object quickly became known as the Baltic Sea anomaly, as it was discovered in the Baltic Sea between Sweden and Finland. The diving team described the object as having what looked to be man-made formations, including ramps and stairways. Scientists quickly began to come up with ideas to explain the strange object, including the idea that it was a geological formation created over thousands of years, possibly since the Ice Age. Samples taken from the object and examined by scientists concluded that the structure is made mostly of granites, gneisses, and sandstone. The object's discovery led to some controversy, as the tabloids began to create sci-fi fantasies of what the object could be. These fantasies included everything from being a flying saucer to the Millennium Falcon. Scientists around the world were adamant that this was nothing more than a simple rock formation blown out of proportion. The Ocean X diving team also eventually came under fire, as they offered to take wealthy tourists down to the sea floor to see the object for themselves. The team also claimed that they were never able to capture a good photo of the object due to technical difficulties. Many believe the group have exaggerated what the anomaly really looks like in order to gain notoriety. Could this be the case? Or has the mystery object blended in just well enough to escape deeper discovery? Over the years, there have been countless supposed alien sightings. with one of the most prominent occurring in early 1800s Japan. Whether it's simply a Japanese legend or a real recorded experience remains up for debate to this day. The event took place in 1803 in the Hitachi province of eastern Japan. A group of fishermen on the region's coast noticed a large ship drifting alone in the waters. Curious, the group towed the boat to shore to inspect it. The large boat resembled a wooden rice pit, with the upper half of the ship constructed of rosewood and the lower half of brazen plates. The strange ship was said to have windows made of crystal lined by an unknown resin. The fishermen decided to look inside the ship, where they saw inscriptions written in an unknown language. Suddenly, they came across a peculiar figure, a beautiful woman somewhere between the ages of 18 and 20, with very pale pinkish skin, striking red hair. She was donning clothes that were unrecognizable to the group of Japanese fishermen. Furthermore, she spoke a language the group couldn't understand and held a box in her hand that she wouldn't let others go near. The villagers began to speculate as to who this woman could be, with one villager theorizing that the woman was a prominent figure in her homeland, wherever that may have been. He further speculated that she was cast away from her homeland after engaging in adultery, and inside the box that she so desperately protected was the head of her deceased lover. The other villagers became terrified and decided to send the woman back to her boat so she could drift away. This same story was recounted in 3 different texts over the years, with each text following the same themes of a strange boat that looked nothing like regular boats of the period, as well as a beautiful woman holding a mysterious box close to her. Plenty of Japanese and international researchers have tried to find an explanation for this story. Some believe that the drawings that accompanied the story portrayed what a typical Russian woman might have looked like at the time, including the description of her hair and skin. Still, plenty of other individuals, including ufologists, believe the incident was an encounter with an alien species, and the boat was an unidentified craft of some kind. However, many Japanese individuals believe this story is simply a myth, created in olden times to add to Japanese folklore. $1 million to demonstrate some paranormal activity. Talk about a good deal. While this isn't a mystery as such, it's well worth taking a look at. The $1 million Paranormal Challenge was initiated by the James Randi Educational Foundation in 1964 to any applicant who could perform paranormal or supernatural activity beyond a reasonable doubt. Over 1,000 people applied and every single one failed. James Randi, a prominent stage magician, believed that there was absolutely nothing magical about magic. It was simply a well-planned and put-together illusion. Upon hearing this claim, a parapsychologist challenged him to put money up against any potential paranormal challenger. Randi initially agreed to give out a $1,000 prize, but as the challenge grew in popularity, other organizations and individuals decided to join in on the fun, raising funds up to $1 million US. Until the challenge's discontinuation in 2015, applicants attempted to demonstrate many different kinds of skills and abilities, including medical dowsing, mediumship, and the use of performance-enhancing bracelets. One prominent psychic, Sylvia Brown, was challenged live on air by famous broadcaster and journalist Larry King to take the test. Brown accepted. On September 3, 2001, Brown and Randi appeared on Larry King Live once more, but Brown refused to take the test. Afterwards, Randi posted a timer on his website that recorded the number of days and weeks that had passed since Brown accepted the test but failed to follow through. A martial arts group based in Bali, Indonesia, known as Yellow Bamboo, claim one of their members, Pak Nyoman Serengan, can knock down approaching attackers from a distance using only a piece of yellow bamboo. Sketchy, low-resolution videos were posted to the group's website showing the alleged abilities. Here's some footage of the group's practices uploaded to YouTube by IET4C0S. Participants run at a practitioner who shouts and pushes them to the ground, allegedly by some sort of invisible force. Volunteers working with the James Randi Educational Foundation agreed to travel to Bali and conduct initial testing on these abilities. However, the Yellow Bamboo group began making excuses as to why they couldn't participate. Eventually, James Randi called the whole experiment off. Out of the hundreds of applicants applying for the fund, none of the experiments were successful, though some critics disagreed with the sincerity of Randi's challenge, as the measurements of proving something was real without a doubt is hard to define. Still, the challenge was popular and remains a hot topic of conversation for paranormal fans around the world. Tina Resch's story seems too bizarre to be true, though sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. Tina's story starts in October of 1969. Just a few months after she was born, her mother brought her to the hospital and left her there, abandoning her. She was therein adopted by Joan and John Resch, who were physically abusive to her during her childhood. When she was 14, Tina watched the horror film The Poltergeist, and the alleged paranormal activity that would follow her for the rest of her life began. Shortly after watching the film, strange events started happening when Tina was near. These included flying objects around the house and things falling down from the walls. Parapsychologist William Roll decided to investigate the case and stayed in the Resch's house. Roll claimed that there were indeed telekinesis events in the house, but never when Roll was actually looking at the objects in question. Reporter Mike Harden and photographer Fred Shannon were also given access to the Resch household, but, like Roll, didn't see any paranormal activity until they looked away. Shannon attempted to take a picture with his camera while looking in a different direction, and managed to capture one photo of the house telephone flying across Tina's lap. Still, many speculated that Tina was able to manipulate the objects while others were looking away, probably because she was a young girl who craved attention. Subsequently, a video camera caught Tina knocking over a table lamp and screaming as if it happened in front of her, confirming many individuals' doubts about the paranormal activity. However, Tina Resch's story only gets stranger. As an adult, Tina was married and divorced twice and had one child. At age 3, Tina's child died. Both Tina and her then boyfriend were arrested and charged for murder, though Tina wasn't present when her daughter died. Still, Tina received a life sentence plus 20 years and remains in prison to this day. Tina didn't mention telekinetic activity during her trial, though perhaps such a tragic finale to such a bizarre life is no big surprise. Eerie screaming in the dead of night. It's a situation most of us have nightmares about at one point or another, but never really expect to actually experience in real life. For one Reddit user in Switzerland, Stix Zardinia, this terrifying situation became a reality during a stroll in the dark one unlucky evening. In the video, we see the ground where the camera operator is walking, a flashlight illuminating the path. A couple of seconds into the clip, we can already hear ear-piercing screams in the distance. The sounds continue to shriek as the camera operator walks forward. The cameraman lifts the camera up where we can see the continued dark wooded path. Shortly after, the clip ends and the screams fade away and stop. The Reddit user included a disclaimer with the upload of the video, saying that the screams couldn't be from foxes, as the surrounding forest is allegedly fox-free. Still, most other Reddit users believe that the screams were that of animals, including the possibility of birds, coyotes, or bobcats. Some users noted that the way the camera operator walks casually suggests it probably wasn't the scream of children, or else he would have had a greater sense of urgency in his movements. Regardless, this video remains hotly debated, and a potentially true nightmare come to life. For most, a home means shelter and rest from the outside world, a place where we can fully relax from our pending responsibilities. This is not the case for YouTuber Sabia L, an apartment renter in the Netherlands. Her home recently became a place where relaxing has become downright impossible. Instead, all she feels is terror. The first video the YouTuber shared to the site shows several instances of possible paranormal activity. In the clip, Sabia L shows us her kitchen before moving to her living room. Suddenly, there's a banging sound, and the YouTuber pans the camera up. We can see the ceiling lamp eerily swinging back and forth, all on its own.
What the f***? Oh my god.
Soon after, the kitchen lights begin to flicker on and off. The YouTuber slowly walks back into the kitchen, and we can now see that all the cupboards and drawer doors have been opened. She then leaves the kitchen, walking back towards the living room. There's another banging sound from the kitchen, and she whips the camera around. This is where something truly eerie is caught on camera. Take a look. If we take another look, you can see a terrifying black shadow peeking out from behind the kitchen entrance. In the second video, we're back in the YouTuber's living room. For the first 30 seconds or so, nothing out of the ordinary happens. Until suddenly, the ceiling light begins to swing. "30 seconds after this, the curtains in the living room begin to move all on their own. Moments later, the YouTuber turns the camera to the kitchen. Watch what happens. As you can see, a bottle is suddenly thrown into the living room. The uploader walks straight into the kitchen, but there's no one there. She walks around making sure the doors to the apartment are locked, proving no one could have snuck in or out during the clip. The videos have been viewed by thousands of people, causing a stir in the paranormal community. Many viewers believe in the authenticity of the videos, hoping that the YouTuber is finding a way to deal with the paranormal presences, or even encouraging her to move into a new home. A common suggestion by many has been that the apartment get blessed by a holy person such as a priest. Whatever the YouTuber decides to do, hopefully she does so quickly, before things get much more sinister. Sometimes getting a bad haircut can be scary in and of itself, but what about when alleged paranormal activity also gets involved during the experience? That's exactly what happened in one barbershop as uploaded by GQ Cuts on YouTube. The video begins with a brief explanation that the barbershop recently had security cameras installed inside. We then see footage from the security camera of the barbershop during the day. One barber cuts the hair of a woman, while another worker stands by the desk and another customer waits nearby. Nothing seems amiss at first, until about 30 seconds later. On the right side of the video, we can see something odd taking place. Take a look. As you can see, a blue cloak begins to slowly lift up, seemingly by itself. It continues to rise, and the customer behind the desk suddenly jolts up in fear, quickly walking away from the desk. The employees ask him what's wrong, and the customer explains that the cloak just moved. The employees disregard it, but the customer continues to claim it happened. Now, while all this is going on, something else happens in the background that falls in the category of inexplicable. Have a look. If we play it back, we can see a mannequin head resting on a shelf. It starts to turn and face the customer. The customer then leaves, and the clip ends shortly after. There are some characteristics of the video that have made some viewers suspicious that it's all just a hoax, such as the barber's grin towards the security camera at the very end of the video. Some believe the video could just be a prank pulled to raise publicity for the barbershop, while others think this is paranormal activity caught right in action. But what do you think's going on here? Let us know in the comment section below. Spending time with friends usually means having good times and forming fun memories together. But what about when those times go from fun to downright horrifying? That may have been what occurred to one group of friends when spotting a creepy figure in the distance. This eerie clip was sent to us by one of our viewers, Bianca. Viewers see a group of friends hanging outside under blankets, chatting with one another. One of the friends pulls out his iPhone and checks the weather, discussing the temperature. This goes on for another minute or so, until the camera operator moves the camera around, where viewers can see a house in the distance. Watch what they caught on camera. Viewers can see two large yellow eyes peeking out from the doorway of the home. The eyes look like they're part of a larger yellow-brownish head. The camera operator turns the camera back in a panic, and the video suddenly ends. The large eyes and peculiar shape of the figure certainly resemble an alien-like creature. The figure's grilling stare is also particularly haunting, almost as if it's stalking the boys. So, is this an intruder spying on the boys, or something a little more mysterious? Let us know your thoughts down below. It would seem an apparent haunting can happen at any time and anywhere. Popular YouTubers Mighty Car Mods have become one of the biggest sources of debate for paranormal fans recently, thanks to various sightings in their car workshop. In the first of 4 clips with potential paranormal activity, we see 2 men sitting in a car hooked up to a computer to monitor system stats.
You just wanted the noise, that's it? Done, let's go home.
They chat casually about the results, when suddenly something very strange can be seen outside of the driver's window. Take a look.
It has so far made 22 kilowatts.
If we take another look, a nearly transparent white figure appears for a few moments before fading away.
It has so far made 22 kilowatts.
Upon closer inspection, it seems the figure has the face of a ghostly woman.
It has so far made 22 kilowatts.
In the second video, the YouTubers are working on a car engine. Keep an eye on the background.
When you put a lot of energy into something, we actually love it. Like, this car is actually freaking...
As we can see, an engine crane begins to move very slowly, seemingly all on its own.
We actually love it. Like, this car is actually freaking...
It creeps to the side before stopping for a moment, starting again until stopping a few seconds later.
So we can fix fix it. It's worth saying as well that this issue that we have is the same thing that would happen if you actually didn't have any oil.
The third clip finds the two men standing next to a car talking to the camera. All of a sudden, a large wooden block in the background slides forwards and falls to the ground.
It's going to be excellent. So let's get to work, people. It's going to be...
One of the men freaks out, asking the alleged paranormal presence, "What do you want and why?"
Excellent. So let's get to work, people. It's going to be... What do you want?
What is going on?
What do you want from us?
Seriously?
The fourth video finds the same two men standing near a car and talking, with another man in the background leaning over the engine. In the top left of the video, we can see a box sitting on a mezzanine. It slowly inches forward until it completely falls off and topples to the ground.
Turbocharger was spinning. It's getting oil, but we've actually got to make it run.
One of the hosts states, "That was weird."
We've actually got to make it run. That was weird. We've actually got to make it run properly, and that's why Dave's here.
The debate on these videos remains hot with many viewers. Some believe that some of the activities can be explained via a string or a person hidden off camera, manipulating the moving objects. Others think something more mysterious is afoot. For instance, some believe that the engine crane is way too heavy to be moved by a simple string.
The issue that we have is the same thing that would happen if you actually didn't have...
But what do you think? Are these car shop owners having a bit of fun, or is their shop genuinely haunted?
It has so far made 22 kilowatts.
Slaptown viewer Mega Squirrel 64 Gamer sent in a video that captured something completely spine-chilling right next to his mother in their living room. In the provided video, there's an explanation by the narrator that a ghost was caught on live camera. The footage was captured via their doorbell camera as they received a package. The video cuts to the footage in question, where we can see a woman, the uploader's mother, sitting on a couch. Our viewer claims they have no idea who the spooky figure is sitting right next to her.
You guys will see this weird looking figure on the right.
The figure seems to have a greyish face and is wearing a dark robe. The video then cuts to a shot from further away, where we see the viewer's father opening the front door with his mother, and the creepy figure is sitting in the background.
Now, as you can see, when he moved, it was still right there.
The uploader further explains that his sister was in the kitchen and he was upstairs, so there's no way to explain the figure as being a family member in disguise.
I was upstairs, and my dad was doing a package. Who was that?
The clip is played once again in slow motion and with a close-up on the unknown entity before the video ends.
I really cannot tell.
The fact that the spooky figure is sitting so close to the narrator's mother makes this video both extra bizarre and frightening all the same. One viewer brought up the possibility of the figure actually being a demon hiding under a robe. Others thought perhaps it's a mannequin or a pile of clothing that just happens to look spooky. Give this clip another view and judge for yourself. Going hunting is a popular hobby for many individuals around the world. For YouTuber Tim Wells Bow Hunter, his hunting trip took a mysterious turn when he spotted something in the sky that couldn't be explained as just another animal. The video begins with the YouTuber broadcasting his hunting trip with his friend.
So I'm in New Mexico and I'm filming with my buddy, Kay.
The host states that they're hunting near Area 51 in Nevada, a facility in the US well known for being home to hush-hush experiments and operations as overseen by the US government. Just when they're about to wrap up their hunting session, they notice something strange in the sky.
There it was. Best I could tell, it was nearly a mile out.
The YouTuber zooms in on the object, which looks to be a small electronic device zipping through the air.
The wind. Glistening in the sun.
The object moves very quickly against the wind, and the narrator suggests that it could be made of aluminium.
Sun. It kind of looked like it was made of aluminum, but...
It then disappears from sight, leaving the hunters dumbfounded by what they just saw.
What is that? I don't know what it is. I have no idea what that is.
The YouTuber suggested that it could be some type of UFO, which many believe are common in Area 51 and its surrounding locations, based off numerous sightings from other people. There were many other suggestions from other viewers, including the possibility of it being a balloon, a bird, or some type of humanoid. However, remember that it was flying against the wind, so that would rule out any kind of balloon. Many viewers were impressed with the quality of the video, as compared to many other similar UFO sightings that are often blurry or shaky. So could this really be some kind of craft being tested in Area 51? Love to get your take on this in the comment section below.
And moving fast against the wind.
YouTuber Stephanie Almagar claims to be able to see and hear dead people. In this video, she records some of the bizarre happenings that regularly occur in her home. She films her smoke detector beeping and explains that it sometimes goes off despite having no batteries.
Nothing. Oh, did you hear that beep? That was pretty loud that time. Nobody behind my door. See, this is the smoke alarm that I'm talking about. There's one right there. But they do it all through the house, and they all do it, and not one of them have batteries in them. You can see because there's not even a red light.
Even an electrician was unable to find a reason for the unexplained sounds that it makes. Stephanie believes that the beeping indicates that a spirit may be nearby.
Battery, but it'll do that beep, and I know when it's doing it, I've got ghosts or something going on.
Suddenly, the TV in the living room turns on.
Now, okay, do you hear that? My TV just came on. Oh, and the alarm just went off again.
A Mickey Mouse cartoon can be seen playing, creating an eerie vibe.
Just came on. Holy crap.
Stephanie asks the ghost to give her a sign if it was them that turned on the TV.
I'm gonna reach down and turn it off. If that was a ghost, give me another sign. Anything.
Suddenly, a light on the other side of the room mysteriously switches on. She crosses the room to show the location of the light switch, pointing out that if anyone had been standing there, they would have easily have been spotted by the camera.
There is nobody in this house. Look, the lights are right there. If anybody...
Then, just after she switches the light off, the camera captures something truly terrifying. Take a look.
I'm gonna turn it off. It was even up. Look, if anybody... Holy fuck! What the Oh my god!
If you slow it down, a creepy pale face in the corner of the adjacent room can be seen. Stephanie screams in terror and quickly leaves the area. However, she soon gathers the courage to return, only to discover that the room is now empty.
I am not losing my mind. What the hell? There is nobody in here. Look, there is nobody anywhere.
While viewers seem skeptical that the beeping smoke detector could be caused by spiritual activity, no one's been able to explain the other aspects of this video. How did the TV and lights turn on all by themselves? And who was the creepy figure lurking in the darkened room? If Stephanie really can see dead people, maybe it's time she thought about moving to a new house.
Oh, I'm gonna turn it off. It was even up. Look, if anybody... Holy fuck! What the Oh my god!
Often, people think that ghost videos are only reserved for the dark recesses of YouTube and other social media platforms. However, when a reputable source like Asianet Suvana News shares a ghost video, even the most hardened skeptics start to pay attention. The clip shows a group of men standing at a gas station. They're all looking towards the camera, completely oblivious to anything that's happening behind them. Suddenly, something bizarre happens. Take a look. As you can see, a ghostly figure floats past. It moves quickly behind the group of men before flying upward and disappearing into the sky. The figure's shape resembles a human figure with pieces of cloth or wisps of smoke trailing behind them. Some viewers have suggested that it reminds them of a witch flying by on a broomstick. However, in this case, the figure is transparent, making it impossible to confirm any definite details. So what could this eerie shape be? A ghost, a witch, or something else entirely? Take another look at the footage and judge for yourself. Sometimes it's hard to tell what's scarier, the normal or the paranormal. In this TikTok video from Blissfully Ironic, either explanation could be just as terrifying. The TikToker begins recording soon after he hears something in the backyard. At first, he suspects that it might be his neighbour, so he grabs a flashlight and peeks out the window.
What is it? You want to hear that?
Unable to see anything unusual, he decides to open the back door and bravely steps out into the yard to take a look around. He pans the flashlight across the fence line. Then, just as it reaches the edge of a small shed, he spots the potential culprit. Take a look. Upon review, you can see a dark figure that quickly disappears into the shadows. Some viewers have suggested that it could be yet another sighting of a mysterious shadow person. However, others think it's more likely to have been a human dressed in a black face mask and dark clothing, which could suggest someone was casing the joint looking to break in. If you were confronted by an eerie figure in your backyard, which would you prefer? Some sort of supernatural entity or a human prowler with unknown intentions? In the future, this TikToker may want to think about installing some well-placed security cameras. Popular YouTubers, the Sidemen, regularly go to interesting locations to record their content. In this video, they gather at an abandoned prison to play a creepy game of hide and seek. The hiders head into the prison wearing the same style of orange jumpsuits typically associated with prisoners. It's the middle of the day, so they begin the game by searching for the darkest corners of the facility in which to hide. At one point, two of the crew head for the basement. As they enter, an eagle-eyed Redditor by the name of Rob Impulse has noticed something rather creepy. It seems that the Sidemen might not have been the only ones in the prison that day. Take a look.
Oh, f off, I'm gonna get the jump scare of my life. I don't want to do this, I don't want to. Look at all the moths.
At first, it can be very difficult to see, as the basement is made up of a series of dark, interconnected hallways. However, if you watch closely, you may be able to spot an unexplained figure lurking in the background.
I'm gonna get the jump scare of my life. I don't want to do this, I don't want to. Look at all the moths.
If you brighten the footage, it suddenly becomes apparent that the mysterious figure is also dressed in an orange jumpsuit, similar to the ones the players are already wearing. However, according to the video, only 2 crew members ventured into the basement. The Sidemen clearly don't seem to notice the strange figure and continue their game.
One of you is in here, I can feel it!
Once the keen-eyed viewer pointed out the chilling figure, the speculation in the comments section began. Some suggested that it was probably just another member of the crew hiding in the darkness. However, others thought that the camera might have inadvertently captured the spirit of a former inmate. Have another look and judge for yourself.
I'm gonna get the jump scare of my life. I don't want to do this, I don't want to. Look at all the moths.
Home security cameras are becoming an ever more frequent source of creepy footage. In this video, TikToker Miss Hayley Michelle has spotted something strange that was captured by her front door camera. The motion sensor seems to have been triggered as 2 cars heading in opposite directions passed by the front of the house.
Alright, so here's the video again. I just wanted you guys to get a better idea of it and let me know what you think.
At least, that's what it looks like at first glance. However, if you zoom in and slow the footage down, you can see what the camera has actually captured is something else entirely. Take a look. It turns out that there's actually only one car. The uploader mentions that at first they thought the second light could have been a reflection.
At first it appears to be a car and a light moving in opposite direction. We thought it was a reflection until we zoomed in.
That was until they noticed that it actually appeared to have legs.
We see the car go by, and then we see the light go in the opposite direction. The light turns into an orb, which turns into legs, is what I'm seeing. Do you see this too?
The close-up shows what looks like an orb of light moving through the air at the same height and speed as the headlights of the other car. After it passes the car, the light gradually fades and seems to morph into a pair of human legs. The legs continue walking down the street until disappearing off screen. Orbs are often thought to be common manifestations for spiritual energy. However, this may be the first time that someone's ever captured footage of an orb morphing into a partial human figure. Does this footage prove that orbs are indeed supernatural in nature, or could there be some other explanation for this strange footage? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section below.
Alright, so here's the video again. I just wanted you guys to get a better idea of it and let me know what you think.
These days, whenever anyone hears a strange noise in their home, their first instinct seems to be to go and grab their phone and start recording. Sometimes the camera holder ends up with a terrifying video, like this one uploaded to TikTok by I Am The Hunter. The two people are clearly spooked when they hear strange noises that seem to be coming from the closet.
Seriously? No, it's... Oh my god.
They appear to be the only ones in the house and seem to have no idea who or what could be causing the sounds.
Oh my god, here, I'm it's
They cautiously approach the closet, calling out to whatever's inside. However, when they finally swing the door open, the space is empty.
If somebody's in there, they need to come out.
The camera holder then quickly turns around to continue searching the house for the source of the sound. As they do, they manage to inadvertently record the potential culprit. Take a look. Upon review, a dark figure on the other side of the living room can be seen. It's only visible for a second, and if you're not paying attention, then chances are you'll miss it. Here it is again in slow motion. What do you think this eerie figure could be? A human intruder, or perhaps even a ghost or shadow person? Let me know your take on this in the comments section below.
Yeah, we need to get out of here.
TikTok account Creepypesto regularly shares scary videos with no accompanying explanations. This piece of terrifying footage may just haunt your nightmares. The clip shows a young girl at a playground with her father. She points to something behind him, motioning for him to turn around. Immediately, we see what has caught her eye. Take a look. As you can see, there's a ghoulish child lurking mere inches away from her father. She has ashen grey skin. Her dark sunken eyes and sinister smile seem to suggest her likely malevolent intentions. Clearly spooked by what he's just witnessed, the father drops the camera, but if you watch the clip in slow motion, it seems to reveal that the ghoulish girl actually starts to vanish. Some viewers have suggested that it could simply be an ordinary girl wearing creepy makeup or even a mask. However, this doesn't explain how she manages to disappear in the final seconds of the footage. This mysterious vanishing act could suggest that the man and his daughter were actually confronted by some sort of terrifying ghost. Generally, going to the local store is a rather mundane task. However, not so for this man, who found himself the unwitting star of a very mysterious video. Let's take a look.
Where this thing?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what is that?
This is blowing, I don't know.
Oh my god.
The footage, which appears to have been taken from a security camera, shows the man standing in an aisle. He takes a product off the shelf and begins examining it. Suddenly, a box from the shelf behind him floats forward, appearing to hover in mid-air.
Where this thing?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what is that?
A few seconds later, another box flies off the rack in front of the man and onto the floor.
This is blowing, I don't know.
Oh my god.
Surprised, the man bends down to pick it up just as the floating object also falls to the floor.
Oh my god, that looks like a poltergeist or something like that. You know,
Startled voices, presumably those of employees watching the footage, can be heard in the background, with one suggesting that it could be the work of a poltergeist.
oh my god, that looks like a poltergeist or something like that. You know, when they hear about things like flying, oh my god, I don't like that.
The way the first box appears to slide off the shelf and hang in mid-air without any support certainly seems within the realm of the supernatural. And with no other people standing nearby, it seems difficult to explain the situation any other way. If it turns out that this video does indeed show a poltergeist, then the man may have been incredibly lucky. After all, it seemingly chose only to manipulate the items on the shelf while leaving the unaware shopper to continue about his day.
This is blowing, I don't know.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that looks like a poltergeist or something like that.
YouTuber Sylvia C is no stranger to paranormal activity. With many unusual events occurring in her kitchen, this video confirms what many often suggest, that the kitchen can be a dangerous place to be confronted by the supernatural. As the video begins, all seems normal. However, the peace and quiet is soon interrupted.
Cutlery's moving.
As you can see, a piece of cutlery begins to swing back and forth all on its own.
Cutlery's moving.
As the camera holder moves in for a closer inspection, it falls forward onto the countertop. Soon after, several more pieces are disturbed, almost as if violently knocked from their stand by some sort of unseen force. Then, just as everything seems to settle once again, a knife flies from a block and lands on the kitchen floor.
Oh my god, guys.
Luckily, the camera holder is standing far enough away from the dangerous object, which could have caused a serious injury.
Oh my god, guys.
The woman then asks the unseen entity if it needs her help in some way, and if so, to move something as a sign.
Do you want my help? Please move something if you want my help.
No sooner have the words left her mouth that a pot on the stove begins to turn.
Do you want my help? Please move something if you want my help.
Many viewers have questioned the intentions of the potential poltergeist in this video. The sharp knife being thrown onto the floor is certainly suspicious. However, the fact that the entity appears to respond when the woman asks if it needs help suggests that it might simply be manipulating its surroundings in an effort to get the woman's attention.
Do you want my help? Please move something if you want my help.
Could it be possible that this video actually shows evidence of a ghost reaching out to the living for help? Perhaps a trapped spirit unable to move on, or even a former resident of the house trying to communicate. Whatever the case may be, let's hope that this woman's able to figure out its message sooner rather than later.
Do you want my help? Please move something if you want my help.
Most people probably have an idea of how they think they would react if they were to come face to face with a ghost. While many may see themselves acting brave in such a situation, the truth is that most would probably run in fear. In this video shared to YouTube by Maduka Narote, we get to see what a genuine reaction to something supernatural might look like. The footage, which appears to have been captured on a security camera, shows a room with a desk and 2 chairs opposite it. A man sits behind the desk using his phone as 2 other men enter the room from the front door. The 3 of the men begin to speak before one of the men leaves. The 2 remaining men continue to talk for several more seconds until something eerie is captured on camera. Take a look. Startled, the pair look at the chairs. However, they soon resume talking. Suddenly, the chairs move once again. This time, they're lifted into the air with enough force to slam into the door. Scared, the men scatter. One runs through the front door while the other opens a side entrance and flees into the darkness. Understandably, this video's been met with mixed opinions. Some feel that the clip's been staged, noting what appears to be some overacting. However, others in the comments section think it's actually a genuine response. Imagine how you might react to the same situation. Running for the nearest exit certainly seems like a logical thing to do, given the circumstances. Surely no parent ever wants to witness something creepy occur around their child. Unfortunately, that seems to be what happened to YouTuber Original Bayless, as he was filming his toddler playing on the floor. In the video, we see a young child sitting in a living room with a mix of toys scattered behind them. The child's father explains that for the last 5 minutes, one of the toys has been moving by itself without explanation.
Yes, I don't know if you can see that, but that thing just keeps moving completely by itself.
It continues to rotate in a circle,
doing its own thing there. Okay.
At one point, the toy appears to hit a green ball, causing it to roll forwards.
And nothing really around it. It's been doing it for about 5 minutes or so.
The general consensus from viewers is that the toy's movement is certainly creepy. However, some have wondered if the toy itself is motorized and has a rolling head.
Kinda creepy.
So what do you think? Is the uploader just playing funny buggers with us? Or is this genuinely something supernatural caught on film? Love to hear your opinions in the comments section below.
And nothing really around it. It's been doing it for about 5 minutes or so. The green ball just moved.
Most people visit the library in order to read or study in peace and quiet. In this video, however, there's anything but tranquility. In the footage, which appears to have been taken from a series of internal security cameras, you can see various areas of the library. One in particular picks up something rather unusual. Take a look. The eerie stillness is suddenly interrupted when one of the books at the table appears to levitate in mid-air. The book then opens up as if someone or something is attempting to read it. While there's little information available on this footage, all we can do is speculate about its authenticity. However, the original uploader has circled what appears to be a fan attached to the ceiling in the upper left corner of the video. If you look closely, you can see that it seems to be switched off, ruling out the possibility of it being somehow responsible for the book's movement. Still, even if the fan was working, it would do little to explain the book's seeming ability to hover in mid-air. Of course, a lot of people have pointed out that it could just be CGI. So what do you think? CGI hoax or genuine floating book? Let me know what you think down below. As is often the case, renovating a house can lead to some strange discoveries. Bizarre items in the attic or an old newspaper between the crawl space. However, discovering a dormant, potentially dangerous paranormal presence is probably not that common. Initially, YouTuber Rocky Mills thought that it was a squatter that might have been responsible for a series of mysterious incidences that occurred in a property he was renovating.
Hello?
In the video, he begins to explain what's been happening as he wanders around the house.
And I think there's a squatter in this house. I think it's in here.
When he reaches the basement, he points the camera down the stairs and calls out into the darkness.
Hello?
Receiving no response, he decides to move on.
Hello?
After another minute or so of searching, a door slowly begins to open. The man cautiously moves in for a closer look. However, there doesn't seem to be anyone or anything nearby. Suddenly, the door to the basement slams shut. The man immediately opens it and calls down the stairs one more time. Again, there's no response.
Who is it?
The light then begins to flicker. Spooked, the man drops the camera and runs from the building. All seems still and quiet until something rather chilling occurs. Take a look. The camera begins to spin wildly as a deep breathing sound can be heard in the background. It continues for several seconds before coming to a stop. The camera then remains motionless on the floor for another minute or two, then the man comes back to pick it up. Many viewers agree that the activity seen in this video appears to be genuine, and that the man made the right decision not to enter the basement. Could it be possible that the renovations disturbed some sort of supernatural entity that was lying dormant in this house's basement? Perhaps all this spirit wanted was to be left alone.
Who is it?
While the favourite haunts of the supernatural seem to be old, decrepit, or well-lived-in buildings, could it be possible that restaurants are also prone to paranormal sightings? That seems to be the case in this video uploaded to YouTube by Daily Pakistan Global, who captured the footage whilst eating at a restaurant named Broadway Pizza. The narrator explains that he and his friend had just come into the restaurant to grab some lunch when they thought they saw one of the chairs move by itself.
So we just came to Broadway for lunch and it's this.
Thinking quickly, the YouTubers pulled out a camera and attempted to catch the potential poltergeist in action.
Outlet and...
Sure enough, after a few seconds, one of the chairs moves, as though being pulled by some sort of unseen force.
Rashid Manas Road. This chair literally moved.
The narrator and his friend react in shock and the clip abruptly ends.
This chair literally moved.
Viewers have several theories about this video. Some have suggested that it might be a promotional stunt cooked up by the restaurant's owners. Others are more confused and surprised by the footage and are not sure what to believe.
Outlet in Rashid Manas Road. This chair literally moved.
Without further information, this clip can only remain open to interpretation. Does it show something supernatural? Or could it be a clever plan to attract more paranormal enthusiasts to the restaurant? While videos of objects moving around or falling off tables for no obvious reason are certainly scary, when they contain a potential paranormal entity, they become a little more chilling. That may be just what occurs in this clip, uploaded to the YouTube channel DM Secret Facts. In the video, we see what looks to be a kitchen. In the foreground, there's a table and chairs. Suddenly, the ceiling light begins to flicker, illuminating the room with an eerie glow. Several objects fall from the table. And the lamp begins to bend. All is still until a menacing black figure suddenly appears at the table. The figure is only visible for a split second. However, if you pause the footage, you can see it in greater detail. Take a look. Shortly after, the figure reappears, this time in the kitchen. As before, its appearance is brief, and only those with a keen eye are likely to see it. A moment passes, then the door in the background begins to open and close, seemingly all on its own. While the initial movement of the objects on the table is difficult enough to explain, the sudden appearance of the dark, shadowy figure is even weirder. Though it's only visible for a split second, its presence evokes an uneasiness that only adds to an already creepy video. A video that seems to offer more questions than it answers. So what do you think the mysterious figure could be? A ghost, shadow person perhaps, or is it simply a glitch in the film? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. There's nothing creepier than taking a leisurely night stroll at a local park and seeing something that can't be explained. One Reddit user, STXBark, shared 2 pictures that showed just that situation. Originally believed to have been taken in Mexico, before it was then proven that they were actually taken in Manchester, England, by Twitter user Iconic Autograph. In the first picture, taken at nighttime, viewers can see a tree. Perched high up is a dark, menacing figure with piercing white eyes looking directly into the camera. Even stranger is the fact that the figure seems to be wearing some type of white hood over its head. In the second photo, the bizarre figure has moved slightly, seeming to grasp onto the tree as it continues to stare into the camera. The story behind the 2 pictures is somewhat complicated. The original poster claimed that these photos were taken in a mountain range in Mexico by a man who believed it to be a bruja or witch. In Mexican culture, brujas are known to cause trouble for those around them. Another idea was that the figure could be a nahual, or a human who has the ability to take on an animalistic shape. The user who stated the pictures were actually taken in Manchester received several suggestions about what it could actually be. Many believed that the figure could be some type of animal, perhaps a dog or small bear, but one has to wonder how a dog could climb a tree as suggested by the photo. Since there's yet to be a confirmation as to what or who this might be, the mystery remains open for all to contemplate. As always, I'll throw this out to you, the audience. What do you think that thing is? Let me know in the comment section below. Human photobombers can be annoying / hilarious depending on the circumstances. But what about ghostly photobombers? This spooky interruption happened to Reddit user Big Revolution 4581 during a wedding party in Canada in 2018. In the photo, we can see 2 men sitting at a table posing for a picture. Just behind them stands a man, semi-transparent, with short black hair, yellow eyes, and dark lips. The man looks right at the camera with a devilish grin. The photo is certainly creepy in its own right, but it's the story behind the picture that adds to the scare factor. The original uploader of the image revealed that he had often received scratches on his skin at his house prior to this particular photo being taken, and felt strange burning sensations right before the scratches would appear. He's never been able to find the reason behind these strange injuries. No one remembers a person walking by when the photo was taken, so it does make it difficult to confirm whether the figure in the photo was just another partygoer. Even creepier, the men claimed they were directly against the wall, so it would have been impossible for someone to be standing behind them. Could this spooky figure captured on film be the same one causing the scratches and burns to the unlucky original poster? Waverly Hills Sanatorium has the honour, or misfortune, depending on who you ask, of being one of the most haunted places in all of America. Originally opened in 1910 to house tuberculosis patients, the sanatorium is now open for haunted tours and paranormal investigations. One Reddit user, GhostGuy68, had the opportunity to see something extra ominous on a tour of the facility. It seems to prove why this place is so popular with fans of the paranormal. Viewers can see a black and white photo with a white post to the center right. To the left of the post stands the figure in question. Upon closer inspection, viewers of the picture can make out what seems to be a human-shaped ghost with a white head. The Reddit user who shared this image explained that he shot the photo with a regular digital camera with no flash. It wasn't until he lightened the photo up in editing that he saw the mysterious figure, so he denies that the figure could be the result of a flash or any other camera malfunction. He also believes that the figure seems to be a nurse carrying a clipboard or chart. As the sanitarium has a long history of employed nurses, this may well be a ghostly nurse of the past. The question then becomes if she has good intentions or not. Photos of young children are supposed to act as memories of cute moments in a child's life for family members to look back on. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case for Reddit user Lord Cancer's nephew. In one eerie photo, this young child was seen with something far from cute. Even worse, the photo itself has been the center of many mysterious disappearances. In the image, we can see a young child crawling on the floor looking up at the camera. Above him and to the left, we see something that looks anything but normal. There's a black shape that may be a type of chair with a greyish looking purse hanging off of it. Extending from the chair is a white, ghostly long arm, and what looks to be a hand floating directly above the child. Around the long arm seems to be other formations of white that resemble wisps of air. The child's uncle revealed that ever since this picture was taken, the photo has been found in various parts of the house, with no explanation as to why it had been moved. None of the other family members claimed to have ever touched it. As a solution to this terrifying problem, the family glued and taped the image to a photo album so it wouldn't disappear. Additionally, the uncle reported that one time when the child was younger, he had mentioned seeing grey shapes in a field where a plane had once crashed. Could this child be prone to paranormal figures and activity? And if so, could the figure in the photo cause other ghostly figures to want to show themselves to this child? Throughout the paranormal community, there have long been discussions about parallel universes, with many believing that these other universes could be home to alternative versions of ourselves or others. Much of the time, people believe that figures of an ulterior universe come with bad or downright scary intentions. On Reddit, user RightPercentage2310 offered a photo that may be an example of this happening right before our eyes. In the photo, we see the Reddit user to the left smiling and looking somewhere off frame. To the Reddit user's right is some glass, explained later to be the windshield of a pickup truck. Upon closer inspection, we can see that, although this appears to be the same girl, the perspective is all wrong and she has a completely different facial expression. Instead of smiling, she looks angry with no smile whatsoever. Right Percentage 2310 explained that her brother took the photo as she was sitting on the passenger side of a pickup truck. When she first had the photos developed, she flipped through the collection and didn't take any notice of the difference in the reflection. In fact, years had passed before she noticed the bizarre perspective and unusual reflection. She offered the idea that it could simply be a case of double exposure. However, others are convinced this is a glimpse into a parallel universe. Give the photo another look and tell us if you think this could be an alternate version of the Reddit user or simply a camera trick. Let us know down below. Over the years, security cameras have caught many kinds of interesting sights, from insects on the lens to wandering children and even paranormal activity. Reddit user mshell2003 gave viewers an example of the supernatural variety with the photos he shared to the site. In the first photo, we see the inside of a house. In the center of the photo sits a woman on a reclining chair. Right on top of her appears to be a lit up figure that looks to be a child. It doesn't seem that the woman is aware of the figure right in front of her. In the second picture, we see a porch outside of a house at nighttime. A woman stands on the porch to the lower right-hand side of the photo. To the left of her looks to be a small white-grey figure on the move, perhaps running towards the woman. Commentators of the photos have inquired about the history of the house, as they believe there may have been a strange or tragic event that transpired in the house's past that could be used to explain the bizarre happenings. The original poster isn't aware of any past weird happenings occurring at this residence, leaving this mystery completely open. The house owners can only hope that the potential supernatural beings don't have any sinister intentions up their sleeves. What do you think these two bizarre shots have captured? Let me know in the comments section below. There's sleep talking, sleepwalking, and then sleep bonding with ghosts. This is possibly what happened to Reddit user Additional Matter 745. After weeks of sitting up in her sleep, moving her arms around and mumbling to herself, her husband finally caught what could have been the cause of all the strangeness at nighttime. In the photo, we see the Reddit user sitting up in her bed, eyes closed, with her arms out, presumably how she acts every night when her husband sees her. Directly above one of her hands rests a separate orange hand with a slender arm that doesn't seem to lead to any person. The orange hand just hovers by itself. Although it's somewhat of a horror movie cliche, the woman in the picture revealed that the photo was taken inside of her home on a Native American reservation in Minnesota. There have been stories of ghostly spirits or paranormal figures roaming indigenous reservations over the years. This is not the first time this woman has seen something abnormal appear in her bedroom, making her certain that this isn't a one-time event. Could this orange hand really belong to a spirit of the reservation? If it's trying to make contact with this woman in her sleep, what message is it hoping to convey? Without more info, this bizarre occurrence will have to remain a mystery. Reddit user Europe is my nation shows us another instance of a ghostly figure photobombing what was supposed to be just another nice photo. In this case, the photobomber looks to be none other than an old-fashioned soldier, proving neither annoying nor amusing, but downright terrifying. We see two individuals sitting on chairs outside in the dark. In the center right of the picture, we see a grey, ghostly figure that resembles a human male. The figure looks to be wearing a type of old-fashioned soldier's uniform, looking more specifically like a Confederate soldier. The ghostly soldier seems to be holding a musket in his arms and looks right into the camera. Some commentators originally believed that the figure was simply a bunch of branches wrapped around together from trees in the background. These users decided to enlarge the picture and zoom in on the so-called soldier, quickly changing their minds as to what it could be after getting a closer look. The shape of the figure is distinctly human, and the object he carries definitely resembles an old school musket. Could this soldier be paying a visit to an old battleground that he once died on? Love to hear your thoughts on this mysterious photo in the comments section below. For many security guards working at nighttime, shifts go by relatively quiet as most of the world's sleeping. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case for one unlucky security guard working in a nursing home in Chicago. YouTube user The Hidden Underbelly 2.0 shared Officer Jay Brown's story of meeting with something creepy during what was supposed to be just another shift. In the video, the security guard shows CCTV footage taken during his shift. In the footage, the guard is sitting at his desk and all seems quiet. But then, something eerie happens. We can see what looks to be a nearly transparent white shape floating over the carpet that lays in front of the entrance to the building. The security guard sits back against his chair, obviously perplexed. He stands up for a few seconds before putting his arms up and pointing to the camera.
And I'm like, okay. So I looked at the camera, I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna calm down. So I wanted to tell the camera, y'all see that? Y'all saw that, right? I'm telling.
The security guard explains via voiceover that he wanted to ask those viewing the camera if they had just seen what he had seen, which is why he raised and moved his hands.
So I wanted to tell the camera, y'all see that? Y'all saw that, right? I'm telling CHA, did y'all see that? Okay.
Here's the footage in slow motion with a close-up of the eerie, ghostly figure. This means the security guard saw the strange anomaly in person as it passed through the lobby, and the video evidence certainly backs this up.
See, I saw that.
Commentators of this video were certain that this footage showed a real ghostly appearance. They also stated that the security guard's reaction seemed genuinely shocked. There were a number of suggestions thrown around as to what the shape could be, including a spirit of a person roaming the building, a ghostly animal, or even the idea of a demon. So what do you think? Given the guard's reaction, coupled with the video evidence, makes this a compelling piece of footage, one that may provide a glimpse into the afterlife. Hospitals are considered by many to be hotspots for wandering spirits and ghosts, as they see a lot of death in their halls. One particular hospital in Peru is said to be home to multiple hauntings that simply can't be explained any other way. In one video shared by YouTuber Jesus Enrique Manzano Ramos, we get to see one exceptionally eerie spiritual happening right in front of our eyes. The CCTV footage provided shows an early morning feed of the empty day surgery service of the hospital. It would appear something very unusual was caught on camera. Let's take a look. 15 seconds into the footage, viewers can see what appears to be a spooky human-like shape appear on the left side of the frame and walk through what appears to be a car park. As the figure walks to the right of shot, it begins to become more and more transparent until it fully fades away into nothingness. Workers in this hospital have stated that these spiritual sightings are quite common in the building and that they believe they're actually souls. As this figure looks like and walks exactly as a human does, could it possibly be a soul that once passed away inside this very hospital? Usually parents use baby monitors to watch over their little ones in case they begin to cry, shift around, or express other types of discomfort. But what about when a parent notices something happening nearby the baby that is not explained by any usual behaviour? That's exactly what happened to YouTuber Dad's Always Right when he saw something on his baby monitor that gave him the chills. In the brief clip, a baby sleeps soundly in a baby carriage, snuggled up in blankets, when suddenly something eerie happens. The bear slowly turns sideways, seemingly all by itself. It stops a couple of seconds later, seemingly looking directly into the camera as the clip ends. Teddy bears and dolls moving all by themselves have been the plot points for countless horror films and TV shows. Usually in these films, the stuffed animals and dolls have sinister intentions, bringing death and destruction to the humans around them. Thankfully, this baby's dad and his child haven't experienced any harm. Still, the fact that the teddy bear stopped moving as soon as it was facing the camera certainly leaves viewers of the video with an unsettling feeling in the pit of their stomachs. It's rumoured that all kinds of paranormal activity haunt the many theatres around London. As London has such a long history, it's perhaps no surprise that paranormal and poltergeist activity has been reported. One particular theatre, the Victoria Palace Theatre, is said to be especially haunted. Check out this frightening clip, uploaded by the YouTube channel Billy Elliot the Musical. A number of inexplicable occurrences seem to take place. Check it out. At around the 7-second mark, we witness the door to the costume changing room open, seemingly of its own accord. It stays open for a few moments before slowly closing again on its own. A little time goes by before we get to see another hair-raising event. One of the model heads on which a wig rests suddenly falls to the ground. Shortly after, a few objects that were on the wig changing table suddenly fall to the ground, right before the clip ends. Dressers of the Victoria Palace Theatre have suggested that the hauntings could be due to one specific person, the early 20th century Russian ballerina Anna Pavlova. While Pavlova was an extremely successful dancer, she was also incredibly superstitious, even afraid to see her own picture on posters. She used to use different entrances than most people to enter the theatre. In the wig room once rested a statue of Pavlova, which was eventually removed during World War II. Present-day dressers believe that Pavlova's spirit continues to haunt the room, causing the random opening and shutting of doors as well as flying wigs and missing props, forever imprinting her own superstitions onto the theatre. Museums are a great place to see some incredible art, learn about history, and, according to this footage, possibly see ghosts. This eerie CCTV footage, uploaded to YouTube by Casper Web TV, has left viewers on edge. In the video, viewers see what appears to be a large room in the museum, with two bright lights shining down on the floor. The camera appears to have caught some unusual activity. Take a look. A ghost-like figure appears out of nowhere and strolls over the floor under the lights, where it becomes difficult to make out. As it does this, the turnstiles in the bottom right of the shot appear to spin all on their own. After a few moments, the transparent figure turns around, making itself visible once more, before it walks back to the left of shot, then completely disappears. As this is live CCTV footage, viewers state that they're more likely to believe that this is an actual apparition over something that could have been manipulated or edited. Moreover, there doesn't seem to be anyone else in the room that could explain the arrival of the figure or why the turnstiles appear to move on their own. More importantly, the transparent nature of the figure is certainly mysterious. Give this clip another view and let us know what you think. It's thought that paranormal entities can take on all types of different shapes and forms. One of the most common is the shape of a shadow figure, or a dark entity that resembles a shadow. In this instance, viewers can see a possible shadow figure taking on the manifestation of a circular black mass. YouTuber Hidden World has shared this clip, which has made the employees of this office want to give it a double look. The first 25 seconds of the video is still footage of an office space, with a couch, a couple of desks, and a chair. It's after the 30-second mark, however, that something bizarre is caught on camera. We can see a small black mass appear near the doorway of the office space. The mass slowly hovers up from the floor before suddenly moving over the desk and chair and turning into a strange mist. The clip is played twice more with a focus on the strange shape as it moves over the desk. What's particularly odd about this shadow figure is its transformation from a solid black shape to being nearly transparent in just a second. We can only hope this dark figure had innocent intentions. While driving on freeways, we expect to see lots of cars, lights, and long stretches of road. But what about when we see something more sinister on the highway? That's what seemed to happen in this clip, originally posted on I'm Haunted's YouTube page. In the video, we see CCTV footage of a freeway with cars driving by. After a few moments, on the left side of the frame, we see something eerie. We can see what appears to be a mysterious figure resembling a man casually walking across the left side of the road. A couple of seconds after it appears, a big truck drives into frame and seemingly right into the figure. As the truck drives on, we can see the entity again, walking just as it was moments ago. The figure then steps onto the freeway median before disappearing completely. Here it is again, zoomed in and in slow motion. The uploader of this video believes that the ghostly figure could actually be a time traveler from another era exploring the road. Some commentators of the video have disputed this, however, wondering how a time traveler could have walked away unharmed after being hit by a truck. This led to others speculating that it could indeed be a ghost, spirit, or other paranormal being haunting the highway. Give the clip another look and judge for yourself. In this video, a shadow figure makes an appearance in yet another seemingly normal place, this time in a hallway of a regular home. What makes this particular video more spine-chilling is the fact that an innocent baby may have been involved, as shared by YouTuber Captured Camera TV. We see what appears to be a hallway of a normal residential home. Soon after the clip starts, we hear a violent banging sound. Seconds later, we see something unusual. Take a look. A dark shadow appears on the left side of the wall. The figure seems to travel down the hallway with its shadow appearing on the right wall as it makes its way down the hall. We then see the shadow figure go into a room on the right-hand side. After a few moments, the shadow entity reappears briefly outside of the door again, while a baby begins to cry. As the video goes on, the baby's cries turn into loud screams, until the baby ceases to make noise. We then see the shadow figure re-emerge and leave down the hallway. The fact that the baby started howling when the shadow figure entered the room is certainly eerie timing. What could the figure have done to the baby while it was haunting the room? Or could the baby's cries not be related to the figure at all, and instead be pure coincidence? There's been no explanation for what's happening in this clip, so we can only make assumptions for ourselves. As usual, I'll throw this out to you, the audience. Let me know what you think's happening in this eerie video, then let us know down in the comments. There's nothing like developing film after a vacation and getting to see all the fun images of the trip afterwards. But what if one of the photos features something or someone unexplainable? That's exactly what happened to Reddit user GCR Costa on his trip to Pinacoteca de Estado de Sao Paulo. This long exposure shot of the original poster's girlfriend has been sending chills to over 1,000 other Reddit users on the site. The photo, a black and white shot taken from a distance, shows the original poster's girlfriend standing in the center of the frame, taking a picture herself with her own camera. Directly behind her stands something that turns this photo from a cool black and white shot to a terrifying one. Standing just behind the girlfriend is what appears to be a shadowy figure that resembles a man wearing a dark t-shirt looking directly into the camera. The original poster emphasizes that no one else was around when the couple were taking the shots. One other Reddit user suggested that the strange shape could be an effect of the long exposure. However, the uploader emphasizes that the speed the long exposure was shot in, 1/15 of a second, is a very quick time frame for any human movement to take place. So could this be a case of a complex camera technique in action, or was this a ghostly figure making an appearance? The Stanley Hotel, located in Estes Park, Colorado, has seen plenty of history and garnered quite the reputation since its first opening in 1909. Many will know the Stanley Hotel as the backdrop for Stephen King's classic work, The Shining, in which the main character Jack slowly descends into madness and attempts to murder his entire family. Since the film adaptation of the work was released in 1980, the hotel has been the setting for plenty of paranormal investigations, ghost tours, and curious guests who hope to spot something straight out of a King novel. Slapped Ham viewer Andy S sent in a photo taken by her aunt at the hotel that may have just caught something that would make King proud. In the photo, viewers can see a group of children standing at the top of a stairwell looking down at the camera. At first, it seems like a normal enough photo, but with some context and a closer look, viewers will begin to understand what makes this photo particularly spooky. Andy S.'s aunt explained that there were only 6 kids on the tour that went up the stairwell to pose for the photo. But in this picture, viewers can make out a 7th odd shape that stands third from the right. The form has no dense body like the other children, instead looking like something transparent and ghost-like. There was never any explanation for the photo's strange 7th figure, leaving the photo's original taker and any viewers of the image completely puzzled. Considering that the Stanley Hotel is supposed to be active with ghosts and other paranormal entities, perhaps this figure can only be explained by the supernatural. A graveyard is meant to be a place of rest for deceased individuals, and where loved ones of the dead can go to pay their respects. Unfortunately, this is not always the case. Oftentimes, visitors report seeing spirits, ghosts, or other mysterious paranormal beings. Reddit user Stonewall Brigade's aunt managed to capture not one but two potential terrifying graveyard sightings. We see a graveyard at night in the photo with grass on the ground and a tree to the right of frame. In the center and to the right of the image is where we can see two things that don't seem like they belong. In the center looks to be a ghostly woman in a dress floating above the ground with a surprised expression on her face. To her right floats another transparent figure, though this one is less defined. We can make out what seems to be a cloak with a dark opening in the front as if the figure's face is covered. Other Reddit users came up with ideas as to why the ghostly woman may have appeared. Some suggested that she was warning the picture taker that danger was near and that she should leave the cemetery immediately. Others thought the strange apparition didn't want to be disturbed. So what's your take on these two scary figures? Love to hear your opinions in the comments section below. On June 5th, 2015, a 5.9 magnitude earthquake hit the Malaysian state of Sabah, located in the northern part of the country. It was the strongest earthquake to hit the region since the mid-1970s. The disaster threw the state into disarray, with hotels, schools and other significant infrastructure being damaged in the incident. 18 fatalities were reported. Despite the tragedy, locals banded together to help with the cleanup effort. 7 days after the earthquake took place, a group of donors from a local organisation posed for pictures in front of Mount Kinabalu located in Sabah. While their photos were meant to capture a nice moment among a group of donors, things quickly turned scary when the images were examined later. These photos, recommended by Slaptown viewer L. Pete and posted on The Star, have been making people all over the world scratch their heads. The two pictures were snapped with both a mobile phone and a Nikon camera. In the photo taken with the Nikon camera, viewers can see the group of donors posing in front of a large sign. It's the man on the far right who has a terrifying meeting with the unknown. Viewers can see a small dark hand wrapped around the man's jeans. In the photo taken with the mobile phone, there are two of these hands holding onto his jeans, both small and dark, with no other person standing behind him to account for them. The men in this photo were asked about their thoughts on the matter. One of them stated that since he and the group were there to make contributions to the earthquake relief, he believes the eerie limbs were not there with any bad intentions, and instead could be spirits of the earthquake's victims wanting to thank them. The man who had the direct bizarre encounter, Miss Bahudin Rita, was more amused about the situation, not taking it too seriously. He did mention that he tried to replicate the hand's positioning, but found it very difficult to do so. Even scarier, the hands don't match Rita's hands at all, and he additionally notes that the fingernails of the mysterious hands look dead. So, could these hands belong to ghosts of the victims of the recent earthquake, or is there another way to explain this eerie image? When we look in the mirror, all we expect to see is our reflection. But what about when we turn our backs? Since their invention in the 1800s, mirrors have been connected to various religious rituals and superstitions. In this photo, shared by Reddit user Minimum Sector 2859, something unsettling seems to be taking place. In the photo, we see a woman smiling and posing for the camera. Behind her, we see a mirror mounted on the wall. Immediately, we can see a reflection of the camera light. To the right of this light is a horrifying white face staring right at the camera. The woman explained that both she and her aunt had found mirrors on the side of the road one night and decided to keep them. The mirror in this picture is her aunt's one. She emphasized that there was no lamp behind the picture taker that could act as the petrifying figure's reflection. One Reddit user, however, decided to blow up the picture to get a better look at the frightful face. After examination, they believe that there's a shade behind the picture taker that is causing pareidolia. Pareidolia is the tendency for humans to make patterns or see shapes in random objects that are not actually there. Still, the original poster maintains her statement that there is no object behind the picture taker. So what do you think? Eerie coincidence or genuine spook? Let me know down below. Hunters expect to see animals on the prowl when they go hunting, but what if they spot something that can't exactly be explained as a furry creature? That's exactly what happened to Reddit user Live Professional 631's brother-in-law in 10 Mile, Tennessee in December of 2020. When the hunter returned home after dark, his phone pinged, alerting him that something had been caught on his trail cam. When he took a look, he was shocked at what he saw. The trail cam picture shows what looks to be a field all in black and white. In the center right of frame is what seems to be a man who looks to be wearing a gas mask. His left foot, closest to the camera, is covered in a black combat boot, while his other foot is not apparent, almost as if it's disappeared. Upon closer inspection, the man also seems to be sporting an ammunition belt. As there are usually just deer in the area where this photo was taken, this figure is certainly worth suspicion. The gas mask and missing foot also add to the air of mystery. Even if this is just a person, why are they traipsing through private property wearing a gas mask with a belt of ammunition? This photo is unsettling, to say the least. Abandoned asylums are the perfect horror setting for scary films, novels, and TV shows. Their history of housing the insane makes for a spooky atmosphere. In real life, they're the location for many ghost hunters, paranormal investigators, or bored teenagers looking for something to do. In 2005, Reddit user Ken and his friends decided to explore Larundel Mental Asylum in Bundoora, Australia. Larundel once housed notorious Australian serial killer Peter Dupas, among hundreds of other deranged criminals. This Reddit user and his buddies certainly got what they were looking for, with the picture he shared upon exploring Larundel. In the photo, we can see a group of 4 friends standing together and posing for the camera. All seems well until we see something hiding behind the friend to the far left. Standing behind the group, we can see half of a face of what looks to be another young man, with grey skin and short hair. Plenty of suggestions were made by other Reddit users to explain this eerie photograph. Some suggested that there was indeed a 5th friend in the group, who decided to play a prank and hide behind his friends for the photo. Others believed the photo had a processing error or was manipulated in editing. Still, others know that asylums are prone to a hotbed of strange activity, so if the photo is real, it would be no big surprise that something creepy decided to make an appearance. In another instance of eerie figures caught on camera, Reddit user Wonder Woman 1078's friend caught something terrifying manifesting itself right behind her son. Other Reddit viewers are in 100% agreement that this is one creepy image that's worth a second look. The photo shows a boy standing in front of a sign that appears to be a big letter O. Right behind the boy floats something strange. Upon closer examination, we can see that the figure seems to be ghost-like, with disturbing wide eyes that look directly into the camera. As this figure doesn't have the density of a normal human, it can't simply be explained away as another person behind the boy. Moreover, the fact that the shape is floating can't be rationalized by any logic or science. Lastly, those wide eyes certainly don't look normal. So is this a camera malfunction, or a genuine ghost caught on camera? When most people think of paranormal activity, they probably picture it occurring in an abandoned building, haunted house, or even a graveyard. However, it seems it might actually be able to happen anywhere, including one's own kitchen, thus proving that nowhere is truly safe from the paranormal. In this video, YouTuber The London Paranormal 1 may have captured just such an event. The clip opens with a view of what looks to be an everyday kitchen, Everything seems normal for a few seconds, until a strange banging sound can be heard in the background. Shortly after, some bizarre activity is caught on camera. Take a look. Upon review, you can see a small bowl on the kitchen counter is pushed to the side without explanation. Then a few dishes fall into the sink by themselves, shortly followed by a can that flies across the countertop, almost as if violently thrown by some sort of unseen force. All is still for about another 15 seconds, until a cupboard door slowly opens by itself. Items begin falling onto the floor. Another cupboard opens and even more items fall to the floor before the clip suddenly ends. The YouTuber who captured this creepy footage claims all the commotion in the kitchen was the result of poltergeist activity. However, the reaction of viewers has varied greatly. Some were in awe of what they saw in the clip, believing that the mayhem was indeed caused by something supernatural. Others were not so sure, however, speculating that the video could be a hoax, with someone off camera causing the mysterious movements. While this is possible, it seems unlikely when the cupboards swing open. Yes, that part could be caused by string attached to the door handles, but the items falling onto the floor would be much harder to fake. So what do you think? Could there really be something supernatural afoot in this kitchen, or is it all just a case of well-crafted trickery? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. With its history stretching back for eons, perhaps it's no surprise that the number of ghost sightings in Ireland has always been abundant. In this video uploaded to YouTube by Keanu Gorman, we see what could be evidence of a supernatural entity caught on film. Unfortunately, there's little accompanying information. However, the video appears to be security footage taken from a camera that overlooks the entrance to a large building. A few seconds into the clip, we see something eerie. Take a look. You can see a strange human-like shape appear on the pathway leading from the gate on the right side of the screen. At first, it's quite difficult to see, and if you're not aware it's there, you could easily miss it. Here it is again in slow motion. One viewer suggested the possibility that the figure could be a reflection on glass. However, the uploader disagreed, noting that the camera is mounted directly to the wall on the outside of the building and not behind any glass. Others suggested it could be a glitch in the camera recording. This video really does appear to have captured something odd, but is it really a ghost? We'll throw this one out to you, the audience, to decide. The last thing most people would expect when they go to the gym is to be spooked by something supernatural. However, this video uploaded to Instagram by Paranoid Normal shows that we should all take a good look around us next time we decide to hit the weights. In the video, we see a woman performing an exercise when suddenly something bizarre happens. Take a look. The handle on the chain next to her begins to rise. Startled, the woman leaps to the ground and quickly moves away. If you zoom in on the chain, you can clearly see the handle lifting into the air, almost as though it's being moved by an invisible hand. It hovers mysteriously for a second before dropping suddenly. There doesn't appear to be a string attached either. This is certainly a very strange clip. There's nobody near the chain that could explain its strange movements. This begs the question, what is manipulating the chain? Could it really be a ghost? Whatever the reason, this video will surely remind you to keep an eye out for cheeky poltergeists next time you hit the gym. Sometimes the scariest things caught on camera don't include sudden, rapid movements or things being thrown around a room by an invisible force. Instead, some of the most haunting activity involves a single, isolated occurrence. In this video shared by Boy Viral on Facebook, viewers get a glimpse of some odd activity. The clip, seemingly taken from a security camera, shows an outside garage. The space is mostly empty except for a red motorcycle to the left of screen. If you look carefully, you can see a strange flickering anomaly to the side of the bike. It stays there for several seconds, then all of a sudden something truly chilling happens. Take a look. The light on the motorcycle turns on and the front of the bike turns. The bike then begins to roll forward before completely toppling onto its side. It's almost as if something turned the motorbike on, then pushed it over. There's clearly no evidence of wind in the video, let alone one strong enough to tip over such a heavy object. Some paranormal enthusiasts believe that certain ghosts might possess the ability to manipulate physical items. These ghosts, known as poltergeists, are thought to be able to interact with the world around them. Could this explain the bike's sudden movement? Some viewers have suggested that prior to the motorcycle toppling over, it almost appears as though a ghostly figure is attempting to interact with the bike in some way. Then, after several seconds, it seems to gain enough strength to finally tip it over. While the reason for the bike's bizarre movement ultimately remains a mystery, this video certainly does raise several eerie questions. Does this video really show proof of a pesky poltergeist determined to leave its mark? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section below. The number one priority for all parents should be to keep their children safe from harm. But what about if that potential danger was coming from inside the child's room? When father Stephen Armstrong glanced at his baby monitor, he froze in fear after spotting something rather chilling in his daughter's room. Take a look. In the footage, we see the young child sleeping soundly in her bed. To the very left of frame, there's something that clearly doesn't belong, a strange bright shape lingering near the crib. It dips in and out of view for a few seconds before disappearing completely. Some viewers thought the strange shape could simply be a spider or insect crawling across the lens of the baby monitor. Occasionally, these little critters show up as mysterious blurry shapes and often scare those who view the footage at a later time. Other viewers offered a more paranormal explanation, suggesting that a dead relative could have made a visit to the child's room from beyond the grave. Either way, it's easy to see why the father was so spooked by the footage. Let's hope for the baby's sake that if the visitor was something supernatural, it came with no sinister intentions. While security cameras are usually installed to catch unwanted intruders, they often film some very strange and sometimes creepy things. These cameras are meant to make their owners feel safe, but sometimes they can make them feel even more uneasy than they did to begin with. In this video, uploaded to YouTube by Akaldama, a strange sighting has viewers wondering just what's been caught on camera. The footage shows an outside view at nighttime when something strange appears on camera. Take a look. A strange white shape appears to the left of screen. It flies in front of the camera before disappearing into the darkness from whence it came. While some viewers think the shape could simply be a leaf blowing in the breeze, there are a few factors worth considering. Firstly, there doesn't appear to be any wind. Even the branches on the tree in the background remain motionless, as the white object wafts past the camera. Secondly, the object doesn't resemble any known animal or insect, but rather has a strange wispy translucent quality. So what do you think? Leaf, insect, or something more mysterious? Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comment section below. Poltergeists are thought to cause all sorts of disturbances, from furniture being moved around to cups and plates being pushed from cupboards and benches. In this video, Mallow Bird, a YouTuber well known for experiencing ghostly encounters in his home, has captured evidence of a potential poltergeist doing something a little bit different. At the beginning of the clip, the uploader explains that he's just heard some strange noises in his house.
Okay, we got banging noises again. That seem to have stopped.
Armed with a camera, he enters the kitchen with hopes of catching some paranormal activity on film.
See, I haven't got a camera out yet, I should have.
He pans the camera around the room, urging the unknown entity to make another noise, but nothing happens.
Okay, make that noise again.
He then asks if it could bang or throw something to make itself known.
Camera out, yeah, I should have. Bang something, throw something, do anything.
Suddenly, there's a clanging sound which causes the uploader to turn around swiftly.
Give me a sign.
He searches the room for the source of the sound and soon spots a coin on the floor. Jokingly, he asks if the entity could throw notes instead of coins.
Can we not throw coins? Can we throw notes, please?
When viewing the clip for the first time, it can be hard to spot anything unusual. However, if you slow the footage down, you can see 2 or 3 coins flying through the air before they hit the cupboard and fall to the ground. Since nothing out of the ordinary was in the cupboard itself, this video certainly managed to raise a few eyebrows. Additionally, several viewers agree that one thing's for sure: Mallow Bird should be glad that the poltergeist didn't throw anything more serious than a few spare coins. As one viewer noted, there are far more dangerous objects that can be found in the kitchen. Mallow Bird is an OG ghost channel from back in the day, and is certainly not without his detractors. Over the years, many people have called him a fraud, claiming all his paranormal evidence is a hoax. However, with strange incidents such as the flying coin caught in this video, does make you wonder as to what actually is happening in that house. To see more of Mallow Bird's paranormal experiences, check out his channel. As always, there's a link in the description box below. Of all the places where one might think to see paranormal activity, a nightclub is probably not high on the list. These locations are usually hotspots for bad dancing, overpriced booze and loud music, but not so much for supernatural sightings. However, this footage captured at the Attic nightclub in the UK appears to show that nowhere's safe from ghostly goings-on. The venue's general manager says he's heard rumours of inexplicable activity happening in the club, but has never seen anything for himself. That is, until now. Take a look. The footage shows an empty room, seemingly filmed after the club's been closed for the night. Suddenly, a sign in the middle of the floor falls over. This is soon followed by a mysterious orb that streaks through the air. A few seconds later, a bar stool begins to move before toppling over. The manager of the club said that although he thought the footage was spooky, he wouldn't mind buying this spirit a drink. He believes that not all ghosts are bad, and some can actually be good if treated right. This is truly a creepy piece of footage, and one that can't easily be explained. While the sign and stool's movements could be caused by someone pulling strings off camera, the bizarre glowing orb is not so easily dismissed. Often, orbs caught on camera can be explained as insects or dust particles moving close to the lens. However, some proponents of the supernatural swear that these orbs are paranormal in origin. It seems that in this case it's hard to deny, because of the other events that have also been caught on camera. So what do you think this video shows? Genuine ghostly activity, or is there another way to explain this spooky footage? Love to hear your opinion in the comments section below. This video, uploaded to YouTube by Michael D. McGee, seems to have caught something very eerie taking place. The clip begins in the middle of the day with the uploader assuring viewers that he's the only one home at the time. Be that as it may, the uploader explains he's heard the unnerving sound of footsteps coming from inside the house.
It's like the middle of the day. I'm the only person in the house, and just heard some footsteps going up and down the stairs.
The uploader points the camera down a set of stairs. Check out what he captures. Listeners are able to clearly hear the sound of feet pounding running up the stairs. The door at the top of the stairs slams shut. The camera holder is plunged into darkness. They sheepishly investigate the bathroom, where another strange bit of activity is caught on camera. Take a look.
Mike. Charlie.
As the uploader asks if his roommates are in the bathroom, the cabinet door to the left suddenly moves. Still, it seems clear to the viewer that this is no practical joke. The bathroom closet door seems to pry itself ajar all on its own, and the uploader examines the space. There's no one around, yet there's no denying the odd occurrences took place. Were they the work of practical jokers after all, or the result of something more sinister? Similarly, this series of videos posted by Reddit user RUAmyC143 seems to have stumped even the most discerning of skeptics. The first clip sent Redditors into a frenzy in an attempt to decipher just what's going on in the 3-minute video. The uploader explains that she originally purchased the camera situated in her room as she had heard noises and seen odd figures in her house since she had moved in. The resulting clip is filled with odd shadows and dusty anomalies flitting by the camera. At around the 30-second mark, something eerie can be seen. Keep an eye on the doorway. As you can see, a strange figure creeps past the open door. The figure appears to pace back and forth and is seen at multiple points throughout the video. Take a look at the 1:16 mark. You can see the figure pace back across the doorway. Then again at the 1:42 mark. While one of the top commenters floats the idea that the anomalies present in the video are nothing more than floating dust, the comment sets off a wave of similarly minded commenters agreeing with the idea that the contents of this video are alarming. The consensus seems to be that the figure is distressingly humanoid, and worryingly seems to hang around the uploader's bedroom. In response to the attention the first clip received, the uploader chose to release a second clip, in an attempt to clarify just what exactly the area outside of her bedroom door looked like. The video shows the angle at which the camera was pointing, as well as the hall directly across from it.
In my hallway. Now if you watch where I go.
The video demonstrates that the figure would have walked straight into a wall adjacent to the doorway.
Here is the wall they walked into. I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
This makes it unlikely to be simply a person pacing back and forth, as they would have been blocked by the wall.
Wall they walked into.
Adding to the cavalcade of supernatural activity surrounding the home, this third clip seems to further confirm the presence of something odd in the uploader's home. Take a look.
What are you trying to find? What do you see?
It is well documented through similar videos that cats seem to have an eye for the supernatural. Oftentimes, cat owners will catch their feline companions staring off into space, seemingly looking directly at nothing. While some may dismiss this as unknowable pet behaviour, others seem to take this as confirmation of the ability that cats can see ghosts and other supernatural beings. Thoroughly creeped out by the cat's behaviour, the uploader seems to take the event as proof that she's not the only one to have noticed odd activity in the home.
There's something with that wall. That's the same wall that it keeps walking into.
A fourth post seems to capture the same shadowy figure. This time we're treated to a still frame from one of the video feeds. Take a look. While the still frame is blurry, we can make out a strange shadowy figure standing in the middle of the room. The uploader does appear to be genuinely freaked out by the alleged hauntings, and judging by the footage, it would appear something mysterious does indeed appear to be happening in the home. Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. Home to dance challenges and viral videos, TikTok has become the internet's hub for candid ghost appearances. Such is the case with this video posted to TikTok by user Chloe Hart X. Originally intended to capture a funny dance, the video later revealed itself to be so much more. As the text overlaying the video explains, the uploader had originally not even meant to upload this particular video to the site. However, upon further examining the video, it seems the uploader came to a frightening conclusion and knew she had to share it. See if you can see anything weird. Although the uploader is home alone, a mysterious figure is very clearly present on the stairs behind her. Watch again. While she's oblivious to the figure's presence at the time, one can only imagine just how horrified she would have been upon reviewing the footage. The figure seems to move with great speed. Without the uploader choosing to record at that moment, it's likely the odd figure would have gone completely undetected. As the uploader thought herself to be home alone, the figure on the stairs presents a degree of horror. Regardless of whether or not it's supernatural in nature, the intruder on the steps is enough to give viewers the creeps. While some ghost sightings are captured completely by accident, other videos are captured more purposefully. Uploaded by YouTube user Jeremy Bateman, this video fits into that exact category. The clip begins with the uploader prompting an invisible presence to do something, anything, and show itself again.
Come on, slam it. Throw something, do something.
As viewers can safely assume the viewer began recording after something weird had taken place, viewers are left eagerly expecting a spirit or something to show itself once again from the start of the video.
Come on now, you can do it. Throw something. Open a cabinet door.
As if acting upon command, something strange is caught on camera. Take a look.
The hell?
On the left side of the screen, a pan or pot is seen moving by itself atop the stove.
The hell?
As though playing with the uploader, the alleged ghost appears to do nothing more after the uploader acknowledges that the pan is moving. While still attempting to push the ghost to its limits in order to confirm it's truly there, the uploader asks the ghost once again to open a cabinet door or open the microwave.
Open a cabinet door. Open the microwave.
The video then ends without another event. Filmed back in 2015, this clip has its fans and detractors. Some believe it to be a simple parlor trick, and that string or wire may be the culprit in moving the pot.
The hell?
Others think the video shows some ghostly activity, with the uploader's demands coming off quite genuine.
Open the microwave.
The fact that only one small piece of strange activity is recorded adds credence to the footage. It's not over the top. But as always, I'll throw this out to you. What do you think? String or paranormal pantomime? Let me know down below.
The hell? Open a cabinet door.
In this video, Reddit user Brick Whimsy seems to have captured something eerie on camera. The camera holder walks through an unknown and seemingly abandoned hospital. As they film the dark and empty hallways, something unnerving happens. Take a look. As you can see, a curtain begins to draw all on its own. Clearly frightened, the uploader moves towards the corner in an attempt to check for any person or presence responsible for pulling back the curtain. After making certain that there's no one there, the uploader immediately makes a run for it, ending the video then and there. While it's easy to see why the uploader would have been so freaked out, both the uploader and viewer are left questioning just what it was that moved the curtain. The video has prompted much discussion on Reddit, with most comments agreeing that the video is beyond creepy. Sadly, the OP hasn't given an update or told anyone where it was filmed, so for now, this clip will have to remain a mystery. Posted by Reddit user Shadow12, this next clip appears to show some good old-fashioned haunted activity. The short clip aims at a small frame near the top of a ceiling in a residential home. Take a look at what happens. While nothing obviously dangerous or mind-bending appears to occur in the video, the implications of the clip are enough to creep anyone out. The frame in question appears to move slightly back and forth. It looks as though it's being pulled to the viewer's left from the bottom of the object. It doesn't look like it's shaking by a knock or vibrations in the walls. In the comments section, the uploader explains that strange things often happen around the house. Their cats stare at what seems like nothing, a lamp was found in the middle of the floor for no reason, footsteps have been heard running up the hallway, and the uploader's mother has felt things fly past her face in the middle of the night. Although the clip is short, the uploader expresses just how glad they are that they no longer live at that location. While tech enthusiasts may marvel at just how far technology has come, it's safe to say that even the most die-hard Tesla fans wouldn't claim a supercar can sense the dead. That is, until they've seen this video. Posted to TikTok by I Am Edgar, this clip shows the uploader as they slowly drive through a cemetery. Check out what happens. Taken in the middle of the day, there's clearly no one anywhere near the car. The Tesla's smart technology, however, seems to capture someone regardless. The sensor, indicating that a person's nearby, flickers on and off as the uploader drives through the cemetery, seemingly indicating the disappearing and reappearing presence is just outside the car. The camera pans over, showing once again that there's clearly no one visible. Enough to give anyone the chills, some may argue the Tesla is simply malfunctioning, just to help themselves sleep at night. There are a few clips going around the internet showing Teslas detecting people that aren't there. However, the fact that this one was caught in a cemetery makes it that much more chilling. Viewers will have to decide for themselves as to what exactly it is they're seeing. A super advanced computer sensing the dead, or just a malfunction? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Abandoned houses are fun to explore for many thanks to the potential treasures and interesting sights that can be found inside. Reddit user a Caymanist decided to see what could be discovered in an abandoned house on the beach, but wound up seeing much more than he bargained for. In the picture, viewers can see an empty room with dirty walls, a floor and a ceiling. In the center of the photograph is an open window that initially seems to give in to another dark room, though there's what looks to be a grey shape in the back of the room. When viewers zoom in, they suddenly get a clearer view of that shape. It seems to be an eerie grey face with dark eyes looking into the distance. Commentators on the Reddit post went wild with theories as to what the grey face may be. Some noted a resemblance to Japanese demon face masks, while others remarked that the figure looks like some famous television or movie characters. The original poster suggested that the figure could simply be an object that resembles a human face, though most commentators agree that seeing this sight in person would have certainly been enough to nope on out of there. Visiting locations rich in history, especially going back to prehistoric times, is a thrill for many. The number of exciting events or happenings that may have occurred in these areas make for plenty of interesting stories and memories. At the same time, ancient places have the potential to showcase things or figures that aren't expected, such as with Reddit user Motorbiker 1985's photo taken in a ruin in Scotland. The black and white photograph shows a ruin with an open window frame. In the middle of the window, we can immediately see what appears to be a normal human face, though upon closer inspection, we can see that the figure's skin seems slightly transparent, and a mist appears to surround him or her. Viewers can also see that the figure is not connected to a body. Reddit user Motorbiker 1985 snapped this picture near a prehistoric burial ground, a common hotspot for ghosts, spirits, or otherworldly entities. He remains positive that this picture is not a case of double exposure, as the clarity of the face is quite sharp. Some other Reddit users brought up the possibility of it simply being another person. Still, others pointed out that this isn't possible as there's no body to match the face. So, could this be a complicated trick from the camera, or could this entity be someone visiting from beyond the grave? There are abandoned buildings, and then there are abandoned psych wards. Psychiatric hospitals that have been stranded are a popular destination for ghost hunters and other curious individuals alike, due to the history of what once went on behind the walls. From old school psychiatric medical treatments to the housing of the insane or even criminally insane, there's plenty to be found in an abandoned psych ward, as Reddit user Quay's photographer proves. In this picture, viewers can see what looks to be a large grey wall with some graffiti scribbled on top. To the left is where the real creepiness begins. Standing behind the wall is what looks to be a child whose face is distorted, though viewers can make out hair in front of some eyes, a sly smile, and a type of formal school uniform. The figure appears to be looking right in the direction of the camera. The picture was taken in the nurses' quarters of the abandoned psych ward, with the original photographer claiming the child was not with his group and stating that there were no other visitors when they were there. Some other viewers of the photograph believe that the photographer may have unsuspectingly snapped a photo of a sneaky child who moved quickly away from the shot. In contrast, other users are thrown off by the face distortion, claiming it has to be a ghost. Either way, the sly smile given by the figure is enough to give anyone the chills. Family pictures are supposed to be an opportunity to capture a loving, special moment between relatives that they can cherish forever. Unfortunately, not all family pictures portray just happy moments, with some photos capturing something unpleasant altogether, like in Reddit user Anesthetic Pathetic's photo. Viewers first see two young girls hugging each other, presumably in a kitchen or other living space. To the right of the girls, we see a hallway that gets much more frightful with a zoom in. Here, viewers can see what looks to be a ghostly figure with a face that resembles a skull looking at the girls. The photo's original poster claims that she often suffered from night terrors while living in this house, and blames the ghostly woman captured here as their cause. Some Reddit users believe the woman is a ghost, while others believe the figure is an aura of some sort. Though what the figure exactly is not clear, it's very understandable how such a presence can cause the worst of nightmares. With the region stemming back hundreds of thousands of years and many civilizations, it's no wonder that Italy is filled with supposedly haunted areas. Some of the most haunted places are castles that were initially constructed hundreds of years ago, including the infamous castle of Monclieri. Reddit user Makis Fatchum shared one eerie picture taken in the castle by a Carabinieri officer that has many internet users both puzzled and creeped out. In the picture, viewers see what looks like a long hallway leading to a room in the back, with one woman walking towards the end of the hall. To the left of the door of the room at the end stands a mysterious figure that appears to be wearing grey clothing, has a white face, and is looking dead on at the camera. The first structure of what eventually would turn into Monclieri Castle was built in the year 1100. It wasn't until the 1500s that the structure was turned into a castle, where it went on to see plenty of royal and historical figures. As the castle's history extends so far back, many who see the picture don't doubt that this figure could be a ghost or spirit who continues to live on in the castle to this very day. Love to get your thoughts on this mysterious figure in the comments section below. Children are a source of joy for many around the world, with their laughter and play infectious to those around them. But what about when the joy is replaced by fear? Reddit user Uncle Hobbs provided a picture that may show the latter. The picture shows a young boy whose face has been blurred out, looking at the camera. Right above him is a bone-chilling, translucent, yellowish presence, with two eyes, a nose, and a mouth looking at the camera. Many photography enthusiasts chimed in, believing that this photo is simply a case of double exposure or motion blur caused by the camera. Still, other commenters state that the figure looks like an entity that has attached itself onto the young child. Either way, the presence of the additional figure is certainly not something to be joyous about. Sometimes we don't even realise something's off or scary about a picture until much later on after giving it another look. That's exactly what happened to Reddit user Sketchnote Sky when her sister sent her an old picture with something unrecognisable and terrifying in the background. A young girl sits at a table in the picture, putting some food in her mouth and looking into the camera. Behind her sits the kitchen, dark with no lights on. Right above and behind the girl, viewers can make out a strange black mass. The head of the body is particularly frightening, as viewers can see a white, misshapen face with holes where the eyes should be. The general consensus of the figure in this picture is that it's simply a mix of different pots and pans bunched together, giving the effect of an eerie figure. Others suggested a balloon, a cookie jar, a clock, and even a cat. Still, others were reminded of certain movie characters such as Jason from Friday the 13th, or even the Scream mask. Could this simply be a case of objects caught strangely in the background, or could this be a sinister entity making a surprise appearance? For most horror lovers, ghost tours are typically seen as a tourist trap, with genuine ghostly sightings a rarity. Tourist David Duran expected more or less of the same on a visit to Savannah's Sorrelweed House, where suicide and murder have run rampant. While his initial trip proved to be disappointing, the next day, checking the photos he took on the tour brought his experience into an entirely new, horrifying light. In the first photo Duran took, we see a mirror with other tourists taking pictures of it, as the mirror is supposedly haunted. Nothing looks particularly abnormal in the photograph, along with the second picture, which is overexposed. It's the third photograph that viewers get a glimpse of something goosebump-worthy. The tourists in the picture's right-hand side have turned away from the mirror, but one figure's reflection seems to remain. The figure looks to be a young man who is tall, lanky, and looking into the camera. Duran explained that the young man reflected in the mirror was not part of the tour group, with his attire looking something like it could have been found in another century. He had checked the timestamps with other members of the group, and none had recalled seeing the man on the tour or in any other picture either. After some research, Duran discovered that the Sorrelweed House is located near an area where a blood battle occurred during the American Revolutionary War. Could this figure be a ghost of a soldier who has remained forever trapped here on Earth? The owners of Sorrelweed House are investigating the image, as are several other paranormal specialists. The general consensus seems to be that this is indeed evidence of a ghost. Moving into a new home is supposed to be an exciting time for any new homeowner. But for Reddit user Stretch a Smile, this exciting time turned into pure fear, thanks to a photo they shared. In the photo, viewers see a hallway that leads to a bedroom with an open door. From the doorway, viewers can see a frightening sight, what looks to be a face peeking out from behind the doorway that looks greyish in colour with black hair. The picture was enough to prevent the original poster from moving into the new home. Many of the comments on the photo agree that the sight is creepy, agreeing that they wouldn't want to move into the potentially haunted residence either. Not all who move into a new home know of any potential hauntings, so maybe this Reddit user should consider themselves one of the lucky ones. Parties are made for good times, with pictures capturing the best moments possible. Unluckily for Reddit user Gettin' My Van 444's uncle, one party picture captured something far more sinister. Viewers see a man on the left standing in front of a TV in the back. On the TV screen, viewers can see the reflection of the light of the camera, as well as something much stranger. On the right side of the TV looks to be a figure of an older woman, with large dark eyes looking exactly into the camera. Viewers of the picture have had plenty to say about it. Some noted that older TVs have image burns, with images from the TV still lingering even after the TV's turned off. Other viewers were puzzled by the position of the old woman, as her reflection is large and would require someone to stand close enough to the TV to capture it. Could this be explained by an image burn, or is this indeed something from the afterlife making contact? Houses where menacing figures once lived have often been the setting of many a horror film. While they're terrifying themselves in the movie world, they become even more frightening when one visits these houses in real life. Slaptown viewer Christopher G proves why this is so, with the photograph he shared originally sent to him by a friend who visited an old home with plenty of history. In the photograph, we see a room that appears to be an attic with objects and furniture strewn about. While the camera's focus seems to be a pink chair covered with an American flag, something more sinister catches our eyes in the upper left-hand corner. Here we can make out a translucent figure standing and looking in the direction of the photographer. While the bottom half of the figure is harder to make out, the head of the figure is more defined, looking like a man with a darkened face. The photographer didn't initially notice the figure until the photo was posted online. The figure becomes even more frightening once the history of the house is brought into context. The house once belonged to Captain George Conrad Flavel, who moved into the home with his wife and son in 1901. The house was passed down to Captain George Conrad Flavel's son, Harry Flavel, who lived there with his wife and 2 children until he died in the 1950s. But it was in the 1940s when trouble first started. Harry Flavel's son, Harry S., attacked a neighbour with a hatchet in 1947. After the incident, the Flavels became ostracised by the rest of the neighbourhood, living as recluses in the home. 40 years later, Harry S. went on to randomly attack a neighbour's car with a chain. He eventually stabbed the neighbour too. He served 7 years in prison, and when he returned, the family quickly moved out of the house where it was abandoned for nearly 20 years. Having housed a man who was prone to attacking those around him, the question arises, could the creepy figure caught in the photograph be the spirit of Harry S., displeased with visitors to his once territory? Or could it be that a spirit with evil intent perhaps drove Harry S. to these violent actions? Both theories, coupled with this photo, make for an unsettling conclusion either way. Yearbooks can already be scary enough thanks to awkward adolescence forever captured in photographs. But what if something else, equally as harrowing, is caught on camera? Slaptown viewer Corey S. offers viewers the chance to see something not commonly seen in yearbook photos, in his dad's 1984 book. Upon first glance, viewers of the black and white photograph see 2 young women sitting on a couch in white dresses, smiling for the camera. There are windows that seem to show the trees outside of the house or perhaps a building in the back. Upon closer inspection, viewers can suddenly see something else, what appears to be a man standing behind the window on the left. He appears to be wearing a cap with his hands crossed in front of him, looking directly into the camera. Corey S. explains that his father and his father's high school classmates could never identify who the man was in the photograph. While some have suggested that the picture could simply be a case of double exposure, Corey S. denies this due to the man's position behind the window frame. Could this man just be a reflection, or could it be a ghostly figure who wanted to leave his mark? Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. Most of the time, when people hear strange sounds in their house, they can be explained by a house settling, the weather outside, or other housemates moving about. Reddit user Oopy Spoopy Man began to hear strange noises in his kitchen, but this time, something far more terrifying may have been to blame. In the photograph, we see a hallway that leads to a kitchen. The part of the kitchen we can see initially looks dark, though there seems to be a strange blur to the left of the door. When we zoom in on the picture, the blur takes on a horrifying shape. The blur comes into focus to show what looks to be a man's head turned to the side, completely white with dark eyes gazing at the photographer. Initially, many other Reddit users couldn't see any shape. When they were able to look at the picture closer, they completely freaked out and began to come up with many different theories. The original Reddit poster claimed that his housemates were all out of the apartment when the picture was taken, and that there's simply no way to explain what was captured on film. He ended up deciding to move out of the residence and in with his family, too scared at the possibility of seeing the figure once again. While some skeptics bring up the potential that the figure could be someone in a mask, such as Michael Myers as seen in Halloween, most agree that the original poster shouldn't take the chance of staying in the residence. So what do you think that mysterious face could be? Love to hear your thoughts in the comments section below. Taking pictures in the mirror is usually a fun activity for most people to do together. Unfortunately for Reddit user Bedaily13, what was supposed to be a fun mirror picture with her sister turned into an unnerving mystery. In the picture, we see a fogged up mirror with a finger-drawn heart right in the middle, presumably with the sister's name scribbled inside of it. We can also make out the two sisters posing, but what we see in between the girls is what makes this photo a scary puzzle. In between the sisters are what seem to be two ghostly figures, with one standing above the other as they both look into the mirror with the girls. The original poster explained that her house was originally built in the 1960s, but there was no abnormal history that took place in the house that she knows of, even after doing some extensive research on its background. Other Reddit users suggested that the two boyish figures could have been siblings in another time, who wanted to join in on the photo and believe there's no huge threat to the girls. Still, the mystery of who these boys are and why they chose this particular house to appear is a puzzle to everyone who's seen the photo. Yetis have been a source of debate among individuals across the globe for thousands of years in history, derived from Himalayan folklore. In the West, the Yeti is commonly referred to as the abominable snowman, with many individuals having reported seeing evidence of them in various parts in the West and East alike. Could Scott Yeoman have spotted one outside of his home in Bailey, Colorado, as seen in these photographs from 2017. Yeoman's photographs immediately give viewers a chill. Prior to snapping the pictures, Yeoman claimed that he had entered his living room and quickly noticed a terrible stench that smelled like a combination of animal waste and vomit. He first thought the stench could be emitting from a bear, but one glance out of his window completely changed his mind. In the photos that he took with his Kodak, we can see what appears to be a Neanderthal-like being with long, scraggly hair, a wide, flat nose, a face covered in marks, and piercing black eyes peering into the room. Yeoman claimed that once he grabbed his gun, the creature quickly disappeared into the woods. He called the police, who arrived and examined the photos. Two of the policemen were equally as puzzled as Yeoman, while a third insisted it was simply a bear outside of the window. Commentators of the photographs had varying opinions, with one suggesting that it could have been an escaped gorilla, and yet another offering the idea of Bigfoot. The shape and form of the figure's face is certainly strange and could be many different things. Take a look at the photos and judge for yourself. As hospitals are commonly associated with death, it's perhaps no surprise that there have been countless sightings of strange ghostly shapes and figures around them for years. Kit Williams' mother-in-law was yet another individual who had a peculiar experience in her hospital room in Brisbane, Australia. In the unsettling photograph, the camera is pointed towards the ceiling of a hospital room. In the mid-right view of the photograph, we can see an air vent. While most of the vent looks normal, we can see a strange yellow-brown shape on the left-hand side that seems to peer out eerily into the room. What makes this bizarre figure even scarier is that the mother-in-law claims the shape would blink and look around the room as if inspecting her from above. Even more terrifying, the mother-in-law claimed that she would feel others touching her and waking her up, but no one was around when she would wake up. Others who have viewed the photograph suggested that the figure could simply be a small animal, such as a possum, that have been known to crawl around air vents. Others believe this figure could be something paranormal with sinister intentions. Further still, some have suggested it could be a peeping Tom that has crawled into the vents for a better view. Either way, there's no denying that this air vent is definitely home to something that shouldn't be there. While the purpose of motion sensing cameras is often to keep individuals inside a residence safe from things outside of it, sometimes it's the inside forces that pose the biggest threat. Slaptown viewer Phil Hayball offers evidence of this with a photo he shared of a friend's house in the United Kingdom. In the picture, the motion sensing camera is pointed at the front door. This time there's no need to zoom in to get a closer look. The petrifying figure is clear as day, hovering right in front of the entrance to the home. The large figure, semi-transparent, seems to be wearing a large cloak or trench coat that covers its body except for its large dark hand hanging from a sleeve. The head of the enormous figure is cut off by the top of the image. There's no denying that a strange figure is in this photograph, though what this figure could be is a mystery to all who see it. Phil Hayball says he has no further information on the figure or what it could possibly be, making this one of the more head-scratching motion sensing camera puzzles we've seen. Is there anything scarier than a family picture gone wrong? Chris Downing soon discovered that perhaps nothing is, with a family picture that was taken with his children in 2012. The picture first appears to be a normal family photo, with Chris Downing sitting in the middle, his daughter to the viewer's right and son to the left. The family all seem to be perfectly happy, smiling for the camera, but a look at the son's leg begins to paint a different picture. On the son's leg appears to be a small hand that seems to grip onto him, which comes from no discernible body or another figure that we can tell. Downing explained that a week after the photo was taken, his daughter called him and frighteningly pointed out the hand that was gripping the son's leg. None of the family members were able to explain the hand in the photo initially, though Downing soon came up with an idea. Prior to the photo being taken, Downing had suffered a drug overdose, where he had temporarily passed away before coming back to life soon after. Downing believes the only logical explanation of the hand in the photo is that a ghost or spirit came back with him from the afterlife. Most of the commentators of the photo are quick to disclaim the picture, simply suggesting the hand could be one of a relative out of the shot. However, the family has been adamant that no one else was in the room beside the photographer. Dying and coming back to life is a very rare medical occurrence, so it's definitely not hard to believe that something just as unusual could have joined him on his journey back to reality. Just a reminder, if you have your own scary photos or videos that you'd like to share with the community, head to our subreddit. If it's scary enough, we may feature them in an upcoming episode. As always, there's a link in the description box below. When it comes to what we may see in space, extraterrestrial or otherwise unexplainable life is to be expected for some. After all, much of space remains unknown to humans, including what could inhabit other planets. The Curiosity rover managed to capture a photo of a very strange object indeed, located on Mars, now nicknamed the Martian Rose. In the Curiosity rover's picture, we see what appears to be a large rock formation on Mars, with nothing particularly out of the ordinary. With a closer look, we can spot what appears to be a small object that seems to be sticking out vertically from the sand. At the top of the object sits a round formation that seems to face up towards the sky. Space fanatics soon began to speculate about what the object could be, ruling out the possibility of another rock, instead suggesting that it could be either a plant or mushroom. The top of the object looks like a flower that is yet to bloom, where the Martian Rose got its nickname. So what do you think? Could there really be a plant on the surface of Mars, or is it just a trick of perspective? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Many individuals post eerie pictures and videos on social media in hopes that others can explain the creepy stuff that they've seen. Facebook user Tyler Thornton did just that, with the photos he uploaded of what was supposed to be a completely empty house in Victoria, Australia. The photo, taken at the house of the Facebook user's recently deceased father, is a close-up of a window. Here, viewers see a glimpse of the kitchen, but what stands inside of it is what's gone on to divide the internet. Standing to the viewer's left of the kitchen is what appears to be a tall man holding and looking down at something. The man's face and body look grey and hard to make out, but stand out clearly across the black background. The uploader of the photo emphasises that no one was home when the photos were taken, and other Facebook users quickly began to post theories as to who the man could be. Some automatically suggested a ghost, resembling a man who's doing the dishes, while another user wondered if the man could be a squatter. The photo still divides viewers today, with no definite answer as to who the figure is ever given. This footage was initially caught during a live stream by paranormal investigators Sean and Cody for their Instagram, The New Reality 11. The stream begins with the investigators explaining that they're in an abandoned building somewhere in the deserts of Idaho.
I don't know where we're at. We're in the middle of the desert and we found another abandoned location.
Got a knock right where that was.
Yeah.
They claim that as soon as they arrived, they heard strange voices and banging sounds coming from empty rooms.
And it's got a creepy vibe to it, right? We came in, we were getting knocks, right. We heard the voice in the other room.
Yeah, and then those weird K2 hits you on the Eddie.
Yeah.
The clip shows them exploring room after room of the derelict building.
This place is massive, guys. Like, it's crazy.
More than half an hour into the stream, the pair of investigators find a mysterious hatch, leading to a small basement. Inside the room, they discover an old children's swing set among the debris.
Stomach.
How creepy. Look at that child's swing, bro.
The ghost hunters comment on the eerie vibe of the basement.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, bro.
Dude, so when we went down to the attic, I got a feeling, it's a bad feeling, but I got a feeling of a little baby in there.
Like kept down there. I felt like it was a punishment area. Like,
right.
Get down there and whatever.
Towards the end of the stream, the brave investigators decide to take one last peek in the basement. This time, something truly unsettling happens. Take a look.
Hi. Is that a ball?
There's a ball.
Oh, it just moved! Oh my god, it just moved!
It just moved.
Holy cow!
As you can see, the ball on the ground seems to move all by itself.
There's a ball.
Oh, it just moved! Oh my god, it just moved!
It just moved.
Holy...
Cody and Sean are stunned by the strange event.
Oh, it just moved! Oh my god, it just moved!
It just moved.
Holy cow!
The strange sounds and whispers and the inexplicable movement of the ball have left viewers wondering if something sinister happened in this building, causing it to become abandoned.
Another knock.
Yeah, right.
Could that basement have been used as a punishment room for some poor child long ago? Let that thought sink in for just a moment. Sean and Cody also run a YouTube channel called The New Reality Paranormal. They regularly investigate strange and eerie locations. As always, there's links in the description box below.
Did you hear that?
Yeah,
I heard that. That was a knock, right?
Basements are often feared for their eerie quiet and still darkness, but what about when they're full of inexplicable sounds and creepy images? YouTuber and everyday Canadian captured what may be considered the ultimate nightmare for many with his hair-raising video. The video begins with the YouTuber explaining the situation to his viewers. He says that he was upstairs when he started to hear strange banging sounds coming from his basement. The sounds are unlike the usual laundry machine noises he often hears, making him question what could be happening downstairs. He announces that he'll go down and check out what's happening.
And I'm gonna go down and check right now. This is freaky right now.
He slowly descends the stairs, saying that he's freaked out as he rarely goes into his basement, an unfinished room in his house.
This is freaky right now because I rarely go in my basement. It's an unfinished basement.
As he goes down, there's a loud banging sound that scares him.
Oh, what the is that sound?
It shows viewers the dark basement, moving the camera around slowly.
Holy
He walks further into the basement, stating that he's alone down there when he spots a small, old-looking baby carriage. Take a look at what happens.
It's just me in the basement. Holy crap. What the was that? What the
As you can see, the baby carriage begins to move and speeds towards the YouTuber as he screams and the video ends.
What the was that? What the
Commenters on the video agreed that it was a scary situation and offered a few suggestions for how to get rid of the potential ghost or other paranormal figure. Some suggested bringing a priest into the house to banish the presence, while others recommended buying a ghost cleansing material such as burning sage and spreading it around the basement. Others, however, think that the carriage could have been pulled by string. As you can see, the bottom of the carriage flip upwards as though it's being dragged by something.
What the was that? What the
So what do you think? Flippant hoax or genuine haunting? Love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comment section below.
What the was that? What the
Shadow people have been seen by millions of people worldwide. These are shadowy figures that tend to resemble human beings and are usually caught in the individual's peripheral vision. YouTuber Drew Flo may have managed to capture one on camera for everyone to see quite clearly. The beginning of the video shows the narrator walking down the steps towards his basement, whispering that he's hearing strange sounds and hoping to capture something on tape.
Let's see if I can get anything on video.
When he gets to the basement, he pans the camera around, giving us a good view of the whole scene. There's a toy box in the center of the room with toys spilled out around the carpet, and the narrator claims that no one's been in the basement all day.
Nobody's been down here all day.
The man looks around some more before backing out of the room. We'll play it at normal speed first, see if you can spot anything weird. When you slow it down as he shifts the camera away, viewers get a brief glimpse of a terrifying shadowy figure with bright eyes looking straight at the camera. The man turns the camera back to the basement where there's now nothing. He looks around more for a few moments before going back up the stairs. Shadow figures are often associated with malintent and dread for most individuals who have the misfortune of spotting them. They're even more suspicious as many individuals can't see the figures head on. While many see these figures in the evening or at night time, could it be that this YouTuber caught one in the middle of the day for all to see? Also, just on a side note, how freaky is the painting on the wall on the far right? That alone would cause laundry day to come early. In this bizarre video uploaded by X Hauntings, viewers are treated to two potential paranormal activities, ghosts and orbs. The creator of this video claims the renovations they completed in their house stirred up some pretty strange activity, as renovations often do for many. The video starts at regular speed, showing the camera operator walking in their basement and moving the camera around with nothing initially bizarre being shown. The clip is then played again, this time in slow motion. Listen to what was captured. As the camera operator turns left, a horrifying scream and growl is heard coming from the room opposite. If you watch closely, a strange light seems to zip right past the camera. Here it is once again in slow motion. The clip then jumps to another scene. Here the camera operator moves the camera around the basement. Take a look at what they captured.
Oh, hello. Oh my god.
This time, orb-looking objects seem to jump around, with someone off camera exclaiming, "Oh my god," before the clip ends.
It smells in here. Oh, hello. Oh my god.
Orbs have been the cause of many debates within the paranormal community. Some believe that orbs are supernatural with potentially evil intent. Others argue that they may simply be floating dust particles that reflect the light of a room or camera. The number of orbs moving around, as well as the scary scream and flash of light, make this video lean more towards the realm of the paranormal. But as always, I'd love to hear what you think in the comments section below. Often, people associate ghosts or otherworldly figures with slow, floating movements as they wander around scary basements. In Harry McClary's TikTok video, he caught anything but a slow-going figure, leaving many viewers looking over their shoulders. The clip starts with the cameraman walking through his kitchen as loud banging noises are heard coming from the basement. He turns the camera around to capture a scared-looking girl with a hand covering her face in fear. The cameraman turns on the lights for the stairs and begins to descend. His dog barks in the background in response to the loud sounds. The man stops halfway as viewers see the entrance to the dark basement. The man calls out, "Hello?" What happens next will surely give you the chills. Take a look.
Hello?
Oh my god!
On a repeat viewing, we can hear the sound of loud footsteps coming up the stairs.
Hello?
Oh my god!
Since the man turned so quickly in the video, it's hard to see what exactly seemed to storm up at him. Regardless, the inexplicable banging sounds and freaked out girl and dog prove that there's no doubt something unfriendly lurking in the dark.
Hello?
Oh my god!
Blake Smith's Gaming Blitz provided a video saga of ghostly wailing coming from his basement. The 3 videos he uploaded to his YouTube channel give 3 different accounts of a very mysterious situation that would eventually even involve the police. In the first video, the YouTuber explains that he's alone in his house and hears what he believes are crying noises coming from his basement, possibly of a young woman or child.
I hear what sounds like crying coming from the basement. I got a deadbolt for the basement after the last occurrence down there, but...
He recently purchased a deadbolt for the basement, he elaborates, after the last time this same situation occurred, hoping to keep whatever was crying out. He states that he even called the police last time, who managed to find wet footprints in the basement after a search of the area.
I even called the police. They found wet footprints down there when I let them down there, so I don't know what to... Alright. Let's just...
He walks down the basement stairs. Listen to what he captured. It sounds like a crying child. The man calls out hello to no reply except more loud wailing.
Hello? What the is that? Hello?
He continues to call out as he walks into the basement. He shows viewers a weird substance on the wall that resembles handprints before panning the camera around to an empty room. This next video, which is a little longer, sees the YouTuber explaining the situation again, where he adds that he's heard loud bangs and other eerie sounds coming from the basement recently at unusual times.
I don't know what's going on now. I keep hearing bangs and just really weird noises coming from the basement, and...
He adds that some viewers of his last video recommended that he leave his phone in the basement to see if he could capture anything peculiar. He walks down to the basement once more, moving the camera around to see if he can spot anything unusual, but nothing appears. He then sets his phone down and leaves the room. A minute after he goes, the noises begin. The noises are a mix of screaming, wailing, and howling. After a couple of minutes, the man comes back downstairs, looking around and asking if there's anyone there.
Hello?
There are no more sounds. The man picks up his camera and leaves the room. As he begins to walk up the stairs, he whispers that he just saw a shadow and he flees up the stairs.
I just saw a shadow move away from underneath. Oh man, I'm out.
In this last clip, the man walks down the stairs, turning on a bright light as the scary sounds emerge once again.
Hello?
The man shines a light in the basement, calling out to no response before the video abruptly ends.
Hello?
These YouTube videos have received tens of thousands of views and mixed responses. Some argue that the sounds resemble those usually found in a recording or video and therefore might be fake. Others swear that there's a spirit haunting the basement, possibly a child who died there long ago. However, the fact that the police allegedly found wet footprints in the basement make this video saga chilling for all who see it. I've wondered if Christian music can successfully keep demons away, or if the music brings demons out. YouTuber Donnie Drunkard decides to test this theory after seeing shadow figures appear in his home that he swears are of a demonic nature. The video creator reveals that a shadow figure has been appearing at the top of his staircase to the basement, as well as inside the basement itself. He believes the formation may be demonic in nature. The video then cuts to footage of the video creator's basement, as the narrator describes how he's been seeing a fast-moving shadow out of his peripheral vision when he's sitting in the basement alone at nighttime.
Always over there, in the corner of my eye, I can see something like that, like black like that, just goes zip, zip, zip like that, always out of the corner of my eye.
He then begins to play Christian gospel music to see if he can provoke the demon. "20 seconds later, the video cuts to camera footage of the stairs leading down to the basement. The video goes back and forth between the two images. Viewers are taken back to the camera from the top of the stairs, where something truly eerie is seen. As you can see, an unidentifiable black figure seems to float down the stairs as the lights on the ceiling begin to shake. Back in the basement, the sound of beer bottles clinking and falling can be heard in the distance. The narrator picks up the camera and walks towards the sound, saying, "I heard you. You are not welcome here."
I heard you. You're not welcome here.
There's more sound of beer bottles falling as the man continues to walk down the hallway where nothing appears. The strange black mass, the shaking of the lights, and the sound of beer bottles falling is certainly creepy in its own right. Though whether the Christian music being played is protection or provocation is a question perhaps we'll leave up to you, the viewer, to decide.
You're not welcome here.
Objects randomly moving on their own have been common in many horror movies, shows, and video clips. Advil's first video shows just why this event has many people getting goosebumps, while his second video explores an even scarier nightmare for many. Advil's first video begins with him calling out "hello" while pointing the camera towards the stairs leading to the basement.
Hello? I'm gonna turn on the light. Alright?
He looks around claiming that he heard something, asking if there's anyone in the room.
Okay. I heard something.
After a few seconds, something terrifying is caught on camera. Take a look.
Whoa, Jesus!
If you slow it down, a rack of some kind suddenly starts to move towards the camera. The uploader screams and retreats in fear.
Whoa, Jesus!
In the second video, a voiceover explains that the video was recorded after voices were heard coming from downstairs.
The following footage was recorded after hearing voices from upstairs. Please be advised, the images that you see may be disturbing.
The clip begins with the same narrator calling out again down the stairs that he heard noises.
I heard some noises again. Hello?
After a moment, strange whispers can be heard.
Hello?
Then something chilling happens. Take a look. A dark figure is seen walking across the basement at the bottom of the stairs. At first it's hard to see, but if you lighten the image, the strange figure becomes more apparent. Could this same dark figure have been the thing that moved the rack in the first video? Commentators aren't sure, but they all agree that the video creator should look for a different place to live or face even scarier consequences. Cameras set up around a house are usually there to provide comfort for a family that no unwanted visitors are inside. But what if something paranormal arrives instead? Reddit user KittyK38 shared footage of some frightful activity going on in her basement at nighttime. With this clip, viewers see an image of the video creator's basement, where nothing looks amiss. 10 seconds later, however, a sheet in the middle of the frame shifts down by itself. About 30 seconds after this, the light switches off before another light in the middle of the room grows larger and brighter. The regular light switches back on, with this happening once again before the video ends. As no one was around when these mysterious events happened overnight, the Reddit user is completely stumped as to what could have caused these weird events to happen. Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. For centuries, there's been sightings of the paranormal around Japan. With such a long history and rich culture when it comes to spirits and ghosts, it's perhaps no surprise that there are many videos on YouTube that claim to show scary things occurring in the country. In this video, an individual is exploring an abandoned building somewhere in Japan. Viewers can see a derelict building in disrepair. During one part of the video, the camera operator pans downwards, where viewers can see a square hole in one of the building's walls. Take a look. Initially, there seems to be a small ball of light that appears. But if you replay the footage in slow motion, something sinister becomes apparent. In the dark, you can just make out two bright orange eyes peeking out from the hole. Replayed once again at an even slower speed and with the image brightened a little, viewers can now see a grey face belonging to the eyes, staring at the camera operator. The figure's facial shape resembles that of a man, but the greyish skin and ghoulish eyes seem to take on the shape of something out of this world. Could it be that an evil spirit has taken refuge in this abandoned building and is not happy with an unwelcomed visitor? Security cameras often capture some very strange things: pets behaving badly, potential paranormal activity. However, this footage seems to have captured something so strange it's difficult to explain. Take a look. A small, unidentified flying object can be seen maneuvering its way around the kitchen. Thanks to the security camera's fisheye lens, we're able to get a fantastic view of the entire area. The object begins at a door in the back right-hand corner of the kitchen and then floats forward towards the window. It then approaches the table, descending and hovering before setting off towards the window once more. Whatever the mysterious object is, it appears to be paying meticulous attention to its surroundings, almost as if it's gathering information. While at first it might be easy to dismiss the object as a drone that's being controlled by someone off camera, it's what happens next that will likely change your mind. As you can see, the miniature craft seems to disappear into the ceiling for a second or two before entering the room again. It then continues its sweep of the kitchen before the footage suddenly ends. What could this mysterious object be? Its apparent disappearance through the ceiling certainly seems to rule out a man-made drone. Its movements seem purposeful, leading some to ask the question, could this object actually be sentient? Others have suggested that the craft might have been surveying the room. However, if that was the case, who or what is controlling it? This video seems to raise more questions than it answers, and the more you watch it, the more mysterious it gets. Often it's amateur footage that reveals the most mysterious things. This is certainly the case with this video, captured by a young boy who was attempting to film the tattoo on his father's back. In fact, what the boy seems to have inadvertently caught on camera is so strange that the footage was reportedly featured on an Ecuadorian news broadcast. The video begins as the boy approaches his father. The man sits shirtless in front of a computer, seemingly unaware of his son's intentions. The boy holds up a phone and begins to zoom in on a tattoo on his father's back. He then briefly turns the camera on himself before panning around the room. Shockingly, the camera then captures what can only be described as the face of a monster. The blurry quality of the footage and the sudden movement of the camera makes it difficult to pinpoint just where this ghoulish creature is standing. However, there's no denying that it's there. It has dark, menacing eyes, and its skin appears wrinkly and deformed. While the exact details of how and when this video was captured are vague, it would appear that neither the boy nor his father noticed the creepy face at the time. Furthermore, the creature's face seems far too real to be a mask or makeup, leaving many skeptics stumped as to an explanation. Some viewers think that the monster might be peering in through a window, while others have speculated that the creature was invisible to the naked eye and only showed up on film. Much like the first video, this footage is certainly difficult to explain. What do you think's going on in this clip? We'd love to hear your opinions in the comments section below. When Loch Ness Monster enthusiast Andy Dixon discovered a shadowy form on Apple Maps' satellite imagery, he reignited the debate over the cryptid's existence. Dixon found the image by chance while using Apple Maps to view the loch and its surroundings. He first thought that it was the legendary monster, so he contacted Gary Campbell of the official Loch Ness Monster Club. Campbell quickly added the image to the treasure trove of videos and photographs that have helped build the tale of the creature over the years. The image clearly shows what appears to be a large whale-like creature swimming just below the surface of the loch. It has a broad head and large fins and tail. However, its shape appears contrary to the popular depiction of Nessie, which is usually described as having a small head and long thin neck similar to that of a plesiosaur. Some skeptics have noted that the shape also resembles the wake off a boat. However, experts believe it to be unlikely as there's no hull visible in the image. Whatever it is, it's just below the surface and heading south, so unless there would have been a secret submarine trial going on in the loch, the size of the object would make it likely to be Nessie, Campbell said. While this image doesn't prove the existence of the Loch Ness Monster, it certainly adds to its legend. For now, it seems that keen-eyed cryptid enthusiasts will be left debating whether Apple or Google is the better option when searching maps for mysterious creatures from the safety of their armchairs. When this homeowner was away on holidays, their security camera managed to capture something truly mysterious. A few seconds into the footage, something seems to trip the motion sensor, activating the front light. However, there doesn't appear to be anything moving outside the house. The light soon switches off. Now keep an eye on the skyline just above the houses. As you can see, a light can be seen in the sky emerging from behind the houses in the distance. It disappears behind the houses once again, only to reappear to the left soon after. It then does a 180-degree turn and begins flying back in the direction it came from. As is often the case with videos like these, one's first instinct is to think that it could be a bug moving on the camera's lens. However, in this video, that's clearly not the case, as the mysterious light first appears from behind the houses. A meteor or two seems out of the question as the shape seen here changes direction mid-air. Some viewers have suggested that the light might simply be a remote-controlled drone. Others believe that it could be some sort of military jet. Still, footage like this certainly does make you wonder how many other mysterious objects might have been unknowingly recorded in the night skies, then stored in temporary files of hundreds of thousands of other security cameras out there. Have you had a chance to check your footage lately? If you've ever wondered what goes on in your house when you're not at home, then this mysterious video, uploaded to YouTube by Wilderberg, will likely give you the chills. They claim that while they were out driving, they received a message saying that their camera had detected movement. This is the footage that was captured inside their house. As you can see, a bright flash of light can be seen snaking towards the right of screen. When the footage is slowed down, the mystery becomes no less clear. It appears too large and moves too fast to be an insect, and there's no clear outline of a shape, just a streak of bright light. In fact, the object moves so fast that it leaves a tail, much like the spreading wake of a boat as it speeds across the room, eventually disappearing into the darkness. While many videos showing mysterious lights exist, a substantial amount of them can usually be explained away as insects, the passing lights of a vehicle, or even a poorly applied special effect. However, this video appears to have captured something different. What do you think this clip shows? Could it be something supernatural or even extraterrestrial? We'll leave this one up to you to decide. YouTube channel The Hidden Underbelly 2.0 is no stranger to mysterious videos, and this footage is certainly no exception. Supposedly captured somewhere in China, the clip shows a man holding a strange object while standing on the shoreline of a large body of water. Seemingly delighted with his discovery, the smiling man exhibits his find in front of the camera. The object appears to be some sort of living creature. Likened by some to a gingerbread man, the creature squirms as though it's been removed from its natural environment. Could it be some sort of bizarre aquatic creature yet to be classified by modern science? In the video's description, the uploader suggests that the creature could be some sort of mutated starfish. However, some keen-eyed viewers believe that the creature might be a hoax. They suggest that the figure is simply some sort of grotesque puppet, being manipulated by the man as he shows it to the camera. Unfortunately, as is often the case with mysterious videos such as this, there's little to no accompanying information, making it difficult to speculate on what it is we're actually seeing. However, with so much of our planet's oceans and lakes yet to be explored, it's easy to assume that these watery depths hold many secrets that scientists have yet to uncover. So what do you think this video shows? Some sort of strange aquatic creature, or just a simple hoax? Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. Trail cameras are a popular CCTV technology frequently used by hunters, hoping to spot potential targets in forests near their homes. When a friend of Reddit user C. Grazia checked his trail cam, something much more disturbing than a rogue deer appeared. The images are black and white, but the first shot shows the forest clearly. The trees in the area are in sharp focus. However, there's something else in the shot that is more difficult to discern, what appears to be the figure of a person walking through the woods. Whatever it is blurry as if caught in motion. Its back appears to be to the camera, so no facial features can be distinguished. All that we can tell is that it appears to be a man walking with his hands in his pockets. At first, users assumed that the camera had simply caught the image of an ordinary person walking through the woods. However, C. Grazia pointed out that the camera takes pictures in bursts, capturing numerous images over the course of a few seconds. This figure only appears in one of the photos. In addition, another photo was captured in the same burst that is much more terrifying. A close-up shot of what seems to be the head and shoulders of a brightly glowing figure staring directly into the camera. Combined, these two terrifying photos paint a much more disturbing picture. Could there be some sort of ghostly entity walking the trails near this camera? Redditors are hoping that additional photos will shed some light on the issue, but for now, the figure remains a mystery. Reddit user JustSin1 posted this eerie picture in mid-2020. They said their mum's goddaughter had been feeling weird in their apartment lately. According to the goddaughter, she had suspected that she's not really ever home alone since she moved into her new place. She often feels a strange presence in the apartment, especially when she's home alone. Sometimes she sees figures in the corner of her eye, but is never able to get a good look. An innocent selfie ended up giving her the clearest indication of what may be haunting her. In the background of her photo, peeking around a doorway, appears a shadow, a humanoid shape, but it's entirely black. It appears to have long hair or be wearing some sort of veil over its head. The Redditors who saw the photo were shocked by the image. They believe that the picture clearly confirms the existence of shadow people. According to one commenter, the girl in the photo should be careful. Shadow people tend to drain positive emotions from those they visit unless they're properly banished. Not much is known about shadow people. It's said that they lurk in dark corners, terrifying those unlucky enough to encounter them. If a shadow person has latched itself onto this young woman, she should indeed be wary. Some terrifying photos come with a tragic backstory, such as this image shared by Redditor MJMJ101. What was meant to be a loving tribute to a beloved pet turned sinister when something odd was spotted in the background. The picture shows a dog curled up in a comfy dog bed. Unfortunately, the pup's time was limited. Shortly after the photo was taken, the dog passed away from parvovirus. This fact makes the oddity spotted in the photo even more terrifying. Just behind the pup, we see a set of strange feet that appear to be walking through the room. The person who took the photo says they were alone with the dog when the photo was taken, but the image suggests otherwise. Viewers have noted that the legs don't seem to belong to an ordinary person. The feet are fairly large, but the legs are extremely thin. However, the position of the feet suggests that they don't belong to a small, frail person. They're extremely far apart, indicating that the legs belong to an exceptionally tall person. The skin is also very pale, adding to the sickly look of the spindly legs. No one is sure who or what these strange feet belong to. Some viewers have suggested that the ghostly figure was hanging around, preparing to escort the pup to the afterlife. Could these legs belong to some sort of canine Grim Reaper? The last place where you want to spot terrifying photos is on your baby monitor. Unfortunately for Redditor, Slaggedly, this is exactly what happened when they reviewed footage from when their infant was asleep in their crib. The image is disturbing. It shows crystal clear a figure leaning over the crib, looking closely at the sleeping child. Because of the position of the camera, only the figure's legs and lower torso can be seen. Both parents were said to be in the yard at the time the photo was taken on the motion sensing camera, and no one else lives in the house. Viewers have suggested 3 possibilities, and all options are equally terrifying. The figure could be some sort of ghost peering in at the child, or an intruder has snuck in, or worse still, a mysterious person could be living secretly in the house. Whether the figure is a ghost or a human, one thing's clear. These parents had better keep a very close eye on their child when they're asleep in this nursery. When Redditor Connor Parry 2003 was a kid, Halloween was an exciting holiday. However, on one particular year, things got a little scarier than they had hoped for. The youngster posed for a picture in their costume before heading out to trick or treat. When the pictures were developed, it became clear that the child's costume wasn't the scariest thing in the image. Just over the child's shoulder, there appears to be a sinister face peering out of the shadows. The face appears to be a brownish green colour with a mass of dark hair. Some viewers of the photo are skeptical, believing that this could be a case of pareidolia, the human tendency to spot faces where none exist, because the brain is naturally wired to search for recognisable patterns. However, others are certain that a ghostly entity was lurking in the shadows on that Halloween. Is this simply part of the couch behind the boy, or is there something ghostly going on? Take a close look at the photo and judge for yourself. Redditor Native Meraki installed outdoor cameras for security, never expecting to end up with terrifying photos. However, it seems that a spirit may have had other plans. The image was taken by a camera in the driveway late one night. A few yards away from the camera, a woman appears to be walking through the tall grass. She's translucent white from head to toe. She appears to be wearing a long dress and has her arms wrapped around her torso. The Redditor wanted to believe that she had caught herself on the camera. However, she never goes out into the driveway at night without a flashlight and doesn't own a dress like the one in the picture. According to this Redditor, the former owner of the home passed away and had her ashes spread on the property. The area was also once home to Native American tribes, some of whom are likely buried nearby. Could this figure be the ghost of a former owner, or that of a Native American woman who once called the area home? For now, the identity of the figure remains a complete mystery. When Redditor Staggernaut lost their father as a child, they were devastated to know that they would never see him again. However, a photo taken at a family event seems to suggest that he might be closer than anyone thought. In the photo, we see the Redditor posing in front of a delicious feast with their mother and two siblings. The family is smiling, but it's clear from their expressions that they were missing one crucial member of the family that day. On the left-hand side of the happy family photo, something seems amiss. A streak of bright light appears in the photo right next to the Redditor's mother. While some may believe that the mark is just a flaw in the film, others are skeptical. The Redditor is convinced that the photo proves their father was with them the day the photo was taken. This event happened in the same year their father passed away, so it isn't unreasonable to believe that his spirit could still be lingering around. Is this a photo of a lost family member, or merely some damaged film? Take a closer look at the photo and decide for yourself. Then let us know what you think in the comments section below. When this employee was alone in the office late one evening, he probably wasn't expecting a fright. However, it seems that something paranormal may have had other plans for this unsuspecting man. At the start of the video, we see the employee sitting alone at his desk in the darkened room. He begins blowing into his hands, almost as if the room started to drop in temperature. Suddenly, he turns around as some machines in the background begin making noise. Curious, the worker gets up to investigate, but nothing seems amiss, so he returns to his desk. A moment later, the lights in a nearby room suddenly turn on. Once again, the man gets up to investigate, but, just as before, is unable to find anything out of the ordinary. He turns off the light and closes the door. Then suddenly, something eerie happens. You can see the door slam shut behind him and a chair slides across the room. Spooked, the man runs away in fear. However, the security camera keeps rolling, and what it captures next is sure to send chills down your spine. The light in the room turns back on and the door slowly swings open. In the glass, you can see the reflection of a shadowy figure standing motionless inside the room. The figure remains eerily still for several seconds before the door slams shut once again. It seems likely that this figure wasn't there when the employee first inspected the room, or he surely would have run out much earlier. What do you think this figure could be? A ghost or a shadow person perhaps? Or was it just a fellow employee waiting in the darkness to spook his colleague? Without further information, we may never learn the truth behind this seriously scary video. YouTuber Joseph Chanselm is no stranger to scary experiences. In fact, he used to think that his apartment was haunted. Luckily, he was able to capture some of the supposed paranormal activity on camera, and the footage has been shocking his followers ever since. In this video, he begins filming his kitchen early in the morning. The footage remains uneventful for some time. The setting is eerily still, except for a few blurry orbs flying past the camera that some viewers believe could be supernatural. However, the orbs are quickly upstaged. Take a look. As you can see, the kitchen cabinets slowly begin to swing open. A few seconds pass, then the sound of several items falling from the cabinet can be heard. The next video is even more shocking. This time the YouTuber sets up a camera in his bathroom. Take a look what happens.
Maybe we'll get something. Good night.
After about a minute after he shuts off the lights, the tap in the bathroom suddenly turns on. The view in the mirror shows that there isn't anyone in the room when the water begins to run, nor does it seem likely that a piece of string or fishing line could be used to turn the tap on, as its shape would make it almost impossible. Many viewers of this YouTube channel are truly disturbed by the footage. The simplicity of the videos and the raw nature of the footage has many convinced that this paranormal activity is definitely the real deal. Was this YouTuber the target of a playful poltergeist, or is there another way to explain these mysterious events? In the last video that Chanselm ever posted to his channel, he says that he has since moved out of his old apartment and hopes the poltergeist didn't follow him. So, unfortunately, it seems unlikely that we'll ever know what happened next.
I seriously doubt a poltergeist would probably follow me here. If it did, well, please don't break any of my new crap. I'd really appreciate it.
When Redditor 1970 saw movement in the dark, their first instinct was to grab their phone and take a photo. To an anxious mind, there are many things that can lurk in the dark, and in this case, it seems the Redditor's instinct was right. The photo that they managed to capture appears to show an eerie face watching them from the wall. The second image in particular, which has been colour enhanced, shows the face with more clarity. It has large, scowling eyes and a mouth that appears to be laughing in a sinister manner from its vantage point high on the wall. The photos were quick to garner much attention when they were first posted online. Some viewers suggested that the face was simply a case of pareidolia. However, the Redditor states that they tried to replicate the shot numerous times and failed to achieve the same result. They claim that the paint on the wall is matte and doesn't easily reflect the light, making these two photos the only ones that show the sinister face. While it might be easy to dismiss the images as an anomaly, the fact that the Redditor claims they saw movement in the dark just prior to capturing them certainly adds to the creepiness. So what do you think? Do these photos really show the face of some sort of paranormal entity, or are they merely a trick of the light? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. This video was captured by YouTuber Pack3y3 at a famous landmark in Melbourne, Australia. At first, the footage seems uneventful. However, as the camera pans around the old building, something creepy can be seen on the upper balcony. Take a look. Initially, it seems that the shape resembles the classic depiction of a ghost. So much so, in fact, that if anyone were to take a quick glance at the footage, they might easily think that the figure is little more than someone dressed in a sheet. However, if you take a closer look, you can see that the figure is actually transparent, and what's more, it appears to be crawling along the railing. While this might simply be an illusion caused by the figure's lower body being obscured by the pillars of the railing, there is certainly something mysterious about the way it glides out of sight. The camera too doesn't seem to focus on the figure, which could indicate that the uploader might not have noticed until reviewing the footage sometime later. Could it be the ghost of a past resident of this iconic old building? It seems that no matter what the eerie figure actually is, one thing's for sure. This YouTuber has certainly managed to capture some very mysterious and rather unsettling footage. These days, home security cameras are common. Designed to pick up movement while the residents are out during the day or asleep at night, these devices can sometimes capture things that most would prefer when unnoticed, such is the case in this video. Little is known about the origins of this disturbing footage. However, that certainly doesn't detract from the chilling feeling that this footage will likely give you. First, the camera picks up an unexplainable banging sound. Then something truly terrifying happens. Take a look. A dark, transparent entity appears to walk right out of the wall. Its shape is clearly that of a human, even though no features can be seen. It makes its way across the screen before the footage abruptly ends. The figure certainly looks as though it could be a ghost or even a shadow figure. However, as there's little information available on this video, it's difficult to know for sure just what it is we're seeing. If this footage does indeed turn out to be genuine, then the residents should seriously consider a move. YouTube channel Big Mystery 22 regularly posts videos of UFOs, prompting viewers to likely ponder the question, are humans alone in the universe? This footage, recorded from the window of a plane flying high above the surface of the Earth, may go a long way to answering that question. The footage was recorded during a flight back in 2013. It seems a passenger noticed something strange outside their window just as the plane flew above Atlanta, Georgia. They quickly took out their camera and began to capture this strange sight. Through the window, we can see 3 distinct orbs of bright light that appear to be flying alongside the plane. Due to the background, it's difficult to make out how close they are to the aircraft. At first, the 3 orbs maintain a triangular formation, never moving too far away from each other. At this point, some viewers may be inclined to believe that the video simply shows ordinary aircraft making their regular scheduled flights. However, as the footage continues, that scenario seems less and less likely to be the case. Firstly, it would be highly unusual and even dangerous for other aircraft to be flying so close to a commercial flight. Secondly, the craft looks spherical in shape and unlike anything in this world. Suddenly, the orbs change their formation, making a line as one by one they appear to accelerate from view. The passenger can be heard gasping in disbelief as the video suddenly ends.
There.
What do you think these mysterious orbs could have been? planes, weather balloons, or were they actually extraterrestrial spacecraft, observing the plane as it flew through the sky? Love to get your opinions on this mysterious piece of footage in the comments section below.
What's that?
When it comes to haunted hotels, few are so iconic as the Stanley Hotel. Even skeptics will be familiar with the hotel's imagery, thanks to Stephen King's immensely popular suspense novel, The Shining. King claims that just one night's stay in the hotel was enough to inspire the sinister events that take place in the Overlook Hotel, where a majority of the novel takes place. It's little wonder that both supernatural enthusiasts and skeptics have long since flocked to the hotel to see the source of King's inspiration for themselves. Such seems to have been the case for one Henry Yao, who claimed to have been doubtful of the rumoured supernatural activity in the hotel. However, as is often the case, Yao would find his doubts challenged after snapping this photo of an oddly ghostly figure stood at the top of a staircase in the hotel. As is the case with many such photos, it seems Yao was only able to capture the figure in a single frame before the figure most likely disappeared. While the entity in the photo is slightly obscured in the hasty snap, it nevertheless seems to be quite clearly clad in a long black dress or robe. With a swathe of white visible, the figure could easily be identified as a nun, or simply a woman dressed up wearing a shawl. Either way, the figure appears to be fairly ethereal, with its face obscured and its posture making it seem as though it's ready to glide away at any moment. Chilling and odd, this figure is nearly exactly what one would hope to see during a stay at the Stanley Hotel. Posted to the website Ghost and Ghouls, the tale behind this creepy photo lends a whole new dimension to the story of the shadowy figure seen wandering in the background. Captured at Muckross Abbey, a historic Irish haunt, it's believed that the shadowy figure seen in the photo is that of a ghostly monk. The site explains that the 15th century abbey suffered historic raids until naught but ruins remained in the abbey's place. Some claim that author Bram Stoker spent time in the cemetery at Muckross Abbey, soaking in the dark atmosphere. With such concentrated atrocities having all taken place in this historic location, it's little wonder the locals believe the ghosts of the wronged friars remain to haunt the abbey. Some say the sounds of Gregorian chants can still be heard drifting faintly from the abbey to this day. With scary photos such as this adding to the haunt's reputation, the ghostly monk won't likely be the last such haunting to be reported here. When Adam Smith happened to walk past this defunct Welsh psychiatric hospital, it's likely he didn't imagine capturing any scary photos. With the old hospital in Bronlis Brecon, Wales having been officially shut down in 1999, it hadn't housed any official patients in decades. However, there was no mistaking the figure Smith managed to capture staring directly out of the window of the hospital. With its eerie face visible staring directly through the window, it seems to have perfectly timed its appearance in order to make itself known to Smith. While the figure is slightly obscured in the full-size picture, a zoom in to the photo makes the frightening face clearly visible. The hospital is a former prisoner of war camp, which was said to have housed captured German soldiers during World War II. Ghastly lobotomies were performed on site in a bid to cure conditions like alcoholism, senile dementia, and postnatal depression. With so much turmoil occurring in one building, it's easy to see why spirits may have chosen to hang around. Be they former prisoners of war or victims of unethical psychiatric practices, one could see why the building remains a source of discomfort for locals. So what do you think's been caught in this photo? Tormented spirit or something more easily explainable? Let me know in the comments. Captured in the middle of the night, this photo, allegedly taken in the uploader Nick D3's living room, seems to show a ghostly woman sat on the sofa. Although the photo is fairly dark, the gauntness of the woman's face is still easy to make out. With a pained expression, the woman immediately gives off some spooky and ghostly vibes. Although the single frame doesn't reveal any actions taken by the potential spirit or reveal any of its movements, its appearance is unnerving to say the least. With the end of the video begging the question, what was it? Angel, demon, or something else? It would seem fair enough to eliminate the possibility of it being some sort of angel. With that in mind, it seems easy to see why the uploader claims to have since gotten rid of the couch the woman is seen sitting on in the photograph. Since removing the furniture, the figure hasn't been seen since. Sent in by Slaptam viewer Linda S, this next photo is truly a mysterious one. The blurry photo was taken in a hallway where one young man and one older man are both visible. The older man appears in the bottom left corner of the photo, appearing to be mid-motion. Meanwhile, the younger man seems to be standing still, focusing on the camera. Linda explains that the young man in the photo is her nephew. Taken at her brother and sister-in-law's home, Linda wanted to capture a few snaps of her nephew as he had just returned home from college for a visit. Linda explains she snapped a few photos, including consecutive photos of her nephew. It wasn't until she examined them the next day that the confusion surrounding this photo set in. There, clearly visible in the photo, was the older man in the red shirt. However, the man in the red shirt was completely unknown to Linda and her family. The man shouldn't have been there at all. Linda would have surely noticed a strange old man in the hallway when the photo was taken, yet, clear as day, an unknown person has appeared. Linda's unease seems to have been corroborated by her nephew, as he was so freaked out by the photo he threw Linda's phone down onto the lawn after seeing it for the first time. Sure, the man in the photo was some sort of ghost or demon, Linda explains that her nephew has chosen to never look at the photo ever again. Without any idea of who the man in the photo was, and with clear photographic evidence of his presence, Linda assures us that her belief in the supernatural has been solidified ever since she captured the photo, and it's easy to see why. Without any possible explanation for the man's presence, this photo certainly fits in the realm of the unexplainable. Taken by one Amy Harper, the last of these scary photos seems to have converted its photographer from a skeptic to a believer in one fell swoop. Harper explains that while her husband had already been a staunch believer in the supernatural, she had no cause to believe in spirits or ghosts. However, a trip to Dudley Castle has changed her mind considerably. After returning home, Harper began to examine the photos she had taken. Seen quite clearly in one of the archways is a woman in a grey and billowing period-style dress. Quite clearly not of this era, the woman's presence is strikingly eerie. What's more, Harper is convinced she knows the identity of the figure in the photograph, believing her to be none other than the castle's infamous Grey Lady. Known as Dorothy Parker during her lifetime, the woman, now known as the Grey Lady, is said to have had one dying wish: to be buried next to her child. This wish was never granted, seemingly leading the Grey Lady to continue haunting Dudley Castle to this day in her anger and sorrow. With the woman in the photo so clearly resembling the description of the would-be Grey Lady, it seems clear enough why Harper would suspend her disbelief and identify the woman as the well-known spirit. As the photo so clearly shows the Grey Lady stood outside Dudley Castle, one can only assume that the legend of her haunting will continue to convince other visitors to the castle of its haunted nature in the years to come, maybe even converting a few more skeptics along the way. Viewers beware, these freaky clips uploaded to TikTok by user Harry McClary are enough to keep you up all night. The first clip opens in the middle of the night. The uploader is awoken by his Alexa assistant.
A deliberate attempt to contact the spirit of
Alexa seems keen to give the definition of a seance, completely unprompted.
A deliberate attempt to contact the spirit of a deceased person is known as a seance.
Alexa gives a creepy and unnatural laugh once she's done. She then maniacally tells the uploader she has a skill he might like.
I have a skill you might like.
While it's not out of the ordinary for the assistant to suggest a set of actions, it's odd to do so unprompted. Laughing still, the door to the bedroom begins swinging open and closed as the colours change rapidly.
Want to try it?
The unit continues to terrorize the uploader as the short clip ends. The second clip begins with a knocking sound coming from the basement. A dog can also be heard barking in the background. Clearly scared but needing to know what they're dealing with, the uploader attempts to venture down to the basement. They're heard saying hello to the source of the banging.
Hello?
The banging stops. However, a scraping sound follows nearly immediately after, as though whatever's been making the sound was quickly scrambling up the stairs towards the uploader. If you watch it again, it actually sounds like footsteps running up the stairs towards the camera holder.
Oh my god!
The dog continues to bark as the uploader shouts, "Oh my god," just as the clip ends. This series of clips seems to show something seriously wrong with the uploader's home.
Oh my god!
YouTube channel Wolfcry Weather and News seems to have stumbled upon jinn activity in these freaky clips. Making their way through an abandoned hospital, the ghost hunter in the video remains brave in the face of a series of odd occurrences. All is quiet until just after the 1 minute mark when strange noises can be heard. The man asks if there's anyone there and demands the jinn show itself, to no avail.
إذا في أحد جن أو إنس يثبت حضوره.
He continues to pray as he makes his way through the hospital, seemingly certain he's in the presence of a less than friendly jinn. Still, the man seems to believe in the power of his prayers.
وأشهد أن محمد رسول الله.
When a chair seemingly moves out of nowhere, the man can't help but let the distress be heard in his voice. When the chair moves once more, it seems clear the jinn is growing increasingly angered by the man's continued prayers.
الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم.
The man makes his way through the hospital. His nerves appear to become more and more frayed. He makes sure to shout his prayers louder as a door slams out of nowhere.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله.
He enters a room at random and sees a window slide open without anyone visible near it. The man is clearly near his breaking point as a loud, unnatural screeching or scraping sound can be heard coming from somewhere in the hospital. The sound continues as the man is finally spooked enough to make a run for it. He lets the jinn know on his way out that he was far from defeated. Assuring the jinn that he would be back, one can't help but think the jinn would be far less passive the next time he visits. The mystery behind the next of these freaky clips, posted to TikTok by user Mysterious Unknowns Exposed, may never likely be resolved. The clip begins with a man seated on a bench near some woods. He's talking to the camera, which seemingly why this event was recorded in the first place. Another man appears to be walking in the woods behind him. Something seems off immediately, as the cameraman zooms in on the second man quite quickly. The man's presence becomes much more ominous. The man continues walking. As he approaches a thin and barren tree, however, he's not seen emerging from the other side. Too thin to disguise him, this immediately raises a red flag for the man behind the camera, who goes to investigate. He pans around the entire tree only to find the man has disappeared completely. He looks around the entire area, but still there's no sign of the man who just disappeared. Without any rhyme or reason, the man seems to have made himself known only to scare those around him. Seemingly unworried about being spotted, he almost seems to be taunting the viewer by allowing him to glimpse his disappearance. Still, without the man anywhere in sight, it's likely the man in question will never get an answer as to the mysterious man's identity, and neither will the viewer. There are few legends so enduring as that of the cryptid Bigfoot. Explorers everywhere are keen to catch a glimpse of the creature, proving its existence once and for all. Uploaded to YouTube by user Sunny Vater, one can only imagine the uploader's shock at seemingly finding proof of Bigfoot's existence entirely by accident. The uploader explains that they had been hunting elk when they caught the footage in question. Noticing that they were near a large moving animal, the hunter tracked what they thought would prove to be a family of elk. Instead, they managed to capture this footage, which appears to show a large Bigfoot-like creature snuggling a smaller one on its chest. At first, it's hard to see any sign of the creature. However, upon closer inspection, you can see a large clump of hair hugged up against the tree. Miraculously, the creature appears to be simply taking a moment to rest, there in the middle of Banff National Park. With the large furry creature clearly in sight, it's unlikely the footage has been faked in any way. All that's left for viewers is to decide just what it is they're looking at. An odd angle of a known animal, some otherwise unknown creature, or definitive proof of Bigfoot's existence. Some cryptid enthusiasts think this clip is some of the most definitive evidence of Bigfoot's actual existence yet. They believe it's done more for the cryptid's credibility than some of the other more sensationalized clips attempting to prove its existence. Posted to Reddit by user Alien Alien, this seems to be one in a series of freaky events occurring in a former hospital turned office building. Providing context for the clip, the uploader explains that this event was far from isolated. With odd occurrences having taken place before the clip was posted, the uploader is sure the office is the scene of some distressing haunting. The uploader first explains that the owner of the building has often imagined the figure of a man standing in the corner of the office when no one should have been around. Still, the office manager believed he was simply being paranoid rather than the victim of a haunting. It's likely this clip played a part in convincing him otherwise. Roughly a week later, the police were alerted to what would otherwise be considered some sort of break-in or suspicious activity. A door had opened in the building, but when the police arrived, they saw no one around. It wasn't until that event that the surveillance video was checked, revealing this clip. In it, one can clearly see what appears to be the blinds on one door's window opening by themselves. Next, the door slowly begins to creak open with no one around or captured in the video. The odd and careful activity seems to have confirmed the office manager's worst fears, that he was perhaps not truly alone when he pictured the man standing in the corner. He's likely the victim of something much more sinister than a trick of the imagination. The last of these freaky clips, posted to Facebook by user Kayleen Bowman, is just as inexplicable as some of the others. What's been dubbed a glitch in the simulation, viewers are left to come to their own conclusion. Seen floating in mid-air appears to be a dark object. The object seems to be suspended from nowhere with no wires or structures nearby. On closer inspection, it appears to be a bird frozen in place mid-air. A still photo was also taken so we can get a better, more focused look. Floating in the air and completely still, the object almost seems to be levitating as if by magic. Either it's something supernatural and mysterious, or the aforementioned glitch in the Matrix. The clip is nevertheless enough to shake even the most die-hard skeptics. So what do you think's going on in this clip? Is it just a bird suspended on some thin, unseen wire, or is it truly a glitch in the Matrix? Love to hear your opinions on this one in the comments section below. Uploaded to the Journey Indiana YouTube channel, this clip is not so much frightening as it is mysterious and intriguing. The clip is centered around the infamous Willard Library in Indiana, a famously haunted attraction for ghost enthusiasts. Declared to be haunted since 1937, when one Willard Library employee first claimed to have spotted a ghost, the library has been home to numerous instances of ghost sightings ever since. All sorts of eerie activity has been reported at Willard Library. Unexplained perfume smells, cold spots, books moving on their own are just the tip of the iceberg. Employees have been reporting apparitions for years. Two visiting lecturers from the University of Southern Indiana claim they saw a person peering into a pool of water. However, when they looked again, the person was nowhere to be seen. On another occasion, two police officers responded to an alarm being tripped within the library after hours. When they arrived, they spotted two people in the upstairs window of the building. After a thorough investigation, no one was ever found on the premises. In another encounter, a single frame captured from CCTV cameras inside the library shows a grey, somewhat translucent figure standing by a wall of books. Some say it looks like a librarian attending to their duties. In recent years, the haunted library has gained attention from supernatural enthusiasts worldwide. When an attempted Halloween stream a few years back attracted over 2 million viewers, effectively crashing the stream, the library finally realised just how popular of a haunted attraction it had become. We took a look at their live stream on their website, but unfortunately it didn't seem to be working. Leaning into their haunted status, the Willard Library has gone so far as to offer haunted ghost tours to those seeking their own paranormal thrills. TikTok user Theatre of the Absurd seems to have captured a chilling bit of ghost footage, thanks to the likely haunted old theatre where he works.
Someone in here? Hello?
In the video, the TikToker gives viewers a tour of the creepy old theatre.
It's a really beautiful theater, as you can see, if you can see it at all.
He explains that he had been hearing a noise coming from the theatre when no one else was supposed to be around.
But I keep hearing a noise in here, and there's not supposed to be anybody here, so...
Filming for posterity, the uploader shows the unique old architecture of the theatre, as well as one of its unique attractions, the ghost light.
There's the ghost light. It's a light we keep on for...
The uploader explains that the light is usually left on in order to help guide any spirits that happen to remain in the old theatre.
It's a light we keep on for ghosts, for people who still remain here and whatnot, and
However, it's just when the uploader explains the function of the light that he immediately seems to get the sense that he's not alone. Looking up into one of the far balconies, a creepy figure can be seen lurking, watching the uploader.
What is that?
The camera holder tries to get a better vantage point. It's here we can make out a grey silhouette of a man staring down from the balcony. The uploader then follows up with a second clip in which he investigates a potential intruder in the theatre. After the theatre's sirens went off, alerting the worker to the presence of an intruder, he was unable to find anyone in the theatre.
Someone in here? Hello?
However, he explains that he did hear the sound of piano keys tinkling in another room. Going to investigate, the uploader warns the potential intruder that no one's supposed to be in the theatre.
You're not supposed to be in here.
The unseen figure plays a few notes on the piano in response, scaring the uploader, who is now certain he's not alone. Still, he calls out to the intruder again,
Who is it?
Suddenly, the lights turn off and he's confronted with the discordant and menacing notes from the piano. The clip ends with the uploader understandably worried, running away from the theatre from whatever meddling intruder awaited him on the other side of the room. In late 2019, a group of friends attended a night market in the Philippines. They huddled together to snap a memory of their trip to the bustling market. Nothing seemed amiss until one of the group members reviewed the photo. There on the right-hand side is a small child's face jutting out on a strange angle. The face is pale and slightly out of focus. It doesn't match the skin tones of the rest of the group at all. No one there that day remembers seeing a small child in the area, let alone right next to the group when the photo was taken. Some viewers have taken the pale features of the child as a sign that it's not of this world, some ghostly visage attempting to make contact. This video, uploaded to YouTube by user Luke Gustafson, seems to show some mysterious activity. Just as the video begins, a small vacuum in the corner of the room is seen rocking back and forth without anyone present to cause it to move. Then, a rain of particles, which some viewers claim to be ghostly orbs, float by the camera. While the two events have been linked by viewers, not all believe their origins to be supernatural in nature. Some viewers argue that the shaking of the vacuum and the falling debris are likely the result of an earthquake or other naturally occurring phenomenon. Still, the uploader argues that this is absolute proof of poltergeists. Many supernatural enthusiasts are quick to note the popularity of floating orbs in footage such as this, as the orbs seem to congregate in spots that are notoriously haunted. Orbs typically show up on film in either still photographs or videos, where they go seemingly unnoticed by those around them. While some skeptics attribute these orbs to specks of dust or pollen flying in front of the camera lens, others cite their odd behaviour and concentration around haunted sites as proof of their supernatural nature. So what do you think? Earthquake and dust, or poltergeist and orbs? Love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comment section below. The ghost footage submitted to the GMA Public Affairs YouTube channel by one Leah Pineda Fuentes claims to show the spirit of a bride's deceased mother. As the text before the photo states, "Just wanted to share this photo taken last August 2016. It was my sister-in-law's wedding. Her mum died in 2007. I was taking a picture, but I felt something else. I'm arranging a picture to post on FB. I was shocked by what I saw. Mama was there a long time ago." When zooming in on the picture, there's a mysterious figure partially hidden by a bouquet of flowers. While the photo is blurry and hard to make out in any great detail, the family insists it resembles the bride's deceased mother. As Fuentes pointed out, it would seem her sister-in-law can rest assured knowing her mother is likely still watching over her during the big transitions in her life, which is surely more of a comforting thought than anything else. This unsettling photo was submitted to Reddit by user Red Desert Cowboy. The uploader claims the photo was taken in 2012 during a demolition of the old East Junior High School in Wyoming. A woman on site was documenting the demolition of the historic building when one of the photos seemed to capture something more than a record of posterity. In the photo, a figure stands among the rubble. It appears to be a woman in a white dress. Her head is bent on an unnatural angle. A second, lightened version of the photo shows the figure in more detail. Many of the comments on Reddit made the connection between the frightful image and the bent neck lady, featured in Netflix's horror series Haunting of Hill House. The uploader claims the old building dates back to around the 1920s, and that it was used as a brothel for a period of time. It then became a home of education where students often reported seeing ghostly figures in darkened areas of the hallways. There's no indication of who this woman in white might be. There appears to be no deaths linked to the property, so why then are there so many reports of ghostly activity? Until further information comes to hand, this freaky bent neck lady will have to remain an unsettling mystery. This first item on the list of unexplained paranormal mysteries from around the world looks like a student prank. However, more than 100 students and adults experienced something that can't be explained. It happened in a Malaysian school back in April of 2016. The situation was so intense, the school involved was actually forced to temporarily shut down, while education officials tried to figure out exactly what was going on. The saga started when a group of students and teachers supposedly witnessed spirits and experienced supernatural events while in a school building located in Kota Baru. Believing the claims to be credible, school leaders closed the school temporarily to bring in Islamic scholars to conduct prayer sessions and other spiritual exercises. Some of the students who allegedly encountered the supernatural happenings at the school claimed they saw a black figure making its way through the campus. One of the teachers at the school told local media that she could feel a heavy entity touching her. Another teacher claimed that the being attempted to enter her body. A photo was tweeted by star journalist @PhilipGolangai on April of 2016. It supposedly captures an insight into what was haunting the school. In the photo, you can just make out an outline of a dark figure lurking at the back of the room. Ultimately, a formal explanation was never given regarding what actually happened at the Malaysian school. Many who have investigated the incident claim it's a classic case of mass hysteria. However, most of the students and faculty present during the haunting say a jinn was wreaking havoc, with many still fearing another attack. This next unexplained mystery came to life with a little help from Google Maps. Speculation and conspiracies have been running wild ever since savvy map watchers spotted what appears to be a mysterious object emerging from the melting ice in Antarctica. The strange object was first spotted by YouTuber Mr. MBB333. He uploaded a video analysing the area and offered some insight into what the shape could be. When looking at the screenshot of the object that made the rounds during October 2020, it's hard to deny that it resembles some type of disc-shaped spacecraft. Many commenters who have studied the image credit it with being very intelligently designed. Some have even speculated that the object measures in at 60 feet in width when using the scale of the space around it. It's really just questions on top of questions when pondering the origins of this paranormal mystery. Is it something that was left behind by humans? Did aliens park it there? How long has this object sat buried underneath Antarctic snow? It's unlikely that any real answers will come from the science community anytime soon. For now, all internet sleuths can do is continue to dig in the virtual sense to try and uncover any real answers to this strange mystery. The Whitby Museum in North Yorkshire, England is where you'll find the Hand of Glory. This object is thought to be full of supernatural powers, if you can stomach seeing it. History tells us that this mysterious object is prepared by combining a hand taken from a criminal who's been executed on the gallows with a candle made from fat from the corpse. After a carefully measured processing stage that includes pickling the hand in salt and allowing it to steep in specific herbs for a month, the hand is then placed on an oak tree for 3 nights in a row before being brought to the doors of a church, while the preparer of the hand keeps watch. The person who prepares the hand is free to keep it, if they're able to keep watch over the hand all night without running away in fear. So what could make such a gruesome ritual worth it? Myths surrounding the power of the Hand of Glory date back to 15th century Europe. Some people supposedly believed that the light of the Hand of Glory could burn forever without ever being consumed. Others believed that possessing this object would allow them to open any lock on any building. It was also believed that this formidable hand could render anyone who gazed upon it motionless. The Australian outback is the perfect place for paranormal mysteries to thrive. That's probably part of the reason why the Min Min light phenomenon is so intriguing. According to many witnesses, mysterious lights are often spotted in the area near the Min Min settlement. The lights often seem as though they're following or approaching people. Legend also says that anyone who dares to try and chase the lights down will never be seen again. While the first recorded sighting of the Min Min lights was in 1838, stories of strange lights have been present in Australian folklore for generations. Sightings of the Min Min lights are so common that the focus is really on determining what's causing them instead of trying to debunk their existence. The scientific community has some thoughts on what might be behind these lights. One idea is that swarming insects in the deep brush of the Australian outback actually take on bioluminescent characteristics after coming into contact with fungi. Others who have researched the mystery believe the lights are created by marsh gas or other geophysical phenomena. The possibilities are endless, and it still remains a mystery. Something mysterious oozed its way onto the list of the oddest paranormal mysteries in 1986. Venezuela's La Mancha Negra, or the Black Stain, defies logic and explanation more than 3 decades after it was first discovered. In fact, millions of dollars and countless hours have been spent by government officials and researchers to try and determine exactly what this substance is, why it exists, and how to stop it. La Mancha Negra is an unexplained black substance that oozes from roads in the capital city of Caracas. People who have seen it describe it as a greasy, slick, and thick black blob of something that looks like chewed bubblegum. Far from being a minor nuisance, the slick substance has actually been responsible for multiple fatal accidents over the years. More than 1,800 people were killed as a result of La Mancha Negra, during just the span of time covering its discovery from 86 until 1992. Washing, scrubbing, rinsing, and scraping have not worked for cleaning up La Mancha Negra. However, the Venezuelan government did manage to get the issue mostly under control, in highly populated areas using complex cleaning equipment in 1996. That hasn't stopped the sludgy substance from continuing to creep in. What's more, nobody knows what this substance is even today. There are some theories regarding what causes La Mancha Negra to slither its way across Venezuelan roads. Some people believe it's simply a sludge that forms when older cars spray fluids while driving on the roads. Others claim it's caused by oils that are seeping out from poorly made asphalt. In 1992, President Carlos Andre Perez accused his political enemies of spilling the oil around the country, just to damage his reputation. Then there's more paranormal explanations. Some believe it's extraterrestrial in origin, something akin to the Blob, the sticky, all-engulfing entity from the 1958 cult sci-fi horror movie starring Steve McQueen. As of today, La Mancha Negra is simply a black sludge without an explanation. Ray Myers Hollow is a bone-chilling paranormal mystery. The spot is located near the Maryland border in York County, Pennsylvania. It was here that a murder took place that grabbed headlines back in 1928. A woman named Nellie Knoll, known as the River Witch of Marietta, instructed a local man named John Blymeer. She told him how to deal with the suspicion that he had been cursed by another local man named Nelson Raymeyer. Knoll advised Blymeer to break into Raymeyer's home to retrieve the spell book that he was almost certainly using to conjure up his curses. While taking Knoll's advice, Blymeer also decided to take along 2 companions. The group was unable to find the book when they arrived at Raymeyer's home. However, they did bump into Raymeyer himself. Determined to remove the curse, the men murdered Raymeyer before attempting to burn down his house. Ultimately, the house failed to burn enough to destroy the evidence of the murder that had taken place. The 3 men who murdered Raymeyer were eventually charged. The The story was big enough that the trial of the men became a media sensation known as the York Witch Trial. However, what was an even bigger story was the speculation that Ray Meyer really was a witch, with the ability to stop his home from being burned down even after death. Ray Meyer's unburnable house still stands today in Stewartstown, Pennsylvania. In 2007, Nelson Ray Meyer's descendants opened the home for public tours. However, the property is closed to the public today. The YouTube channel Dan Bell Film It uploaded an interesting tour of the property. I'll put a link to the full video in the description box below.
Strange tale.
In 2013, the idea for the video doorbell was first introduced. Since the product has been mass marketed, users such as Redditor Love Crystals from Dallas, Texas, have been picking up strange things on their doorbell footage. It seems that these cameras are good for catching glimpses of more than just human intruders. The camera that recorded this footage seems to have been placed near the top of the user's garage. The footage shows a driveway and a parked car outside the user's house late one night. It isn't unusual for these cameras to pick up mysterious videos of passers-by or animals. However, this footage shows something else entirely. In the driveway near the car appear two small bipedal creatures. They wander around the driveway for several seconds. When they approach the car itself, we can see that they're about the same height as the tyres, most likely between 15 and 19 inches. The creatures are an odd shape with extremely small legs that cause them to walk with a waddling gait as they explore the user's driveway. They're entirely in shadow, making it impossible to discern any specific features. The viewers of the video on Reddit have suggested that the creatures could be something as normal as large birds, perhaps even owls. However, others are less sure. It's odd to see such large birds walking around on the ground for such a lengthy time. Others believe that the creatures are some sort of cryptid that resembles a gnome, or perhaps even garden gnomes that have come to life. Without additional footage or sightings, it's difficult to determine what these unusual creatures might be. Perhaps this Redditor's security camera will yield more mysterious videos. According to a post uploaded by Redditor datboy475, working in a fire station has dangers other than fires. In this footage, we see what many believe could only be ghostly activity. This video, which appears to be recorded on a smartphone camera, begins in chaos.
Everything's going on.
The camera holder is in the office area of the fire station, and everything around them is pandemonium. The lights on the phones and other electrical equipment are blinking on and off rapidly, as are the lights on the ceiling.
Everything's going on. Haywire.
The person holding the phone whips the camera around, attempting to take in the full scope of the chaos.
Look at that poltergeist.
At first, all of the crazy blinking lights seem as if they could be caused by some sort of electrical malfunction, even if the scope of the chaos is massive. However, there's another aspect of this footage that isn't as easy to explain away. As the person behind the camera records, a wooden door suddenly slams shut.
Poltergeist or some in here. Oh! No.
It's unlikely that a simple wooden door would be in any way connected to the building's electrical system, suggesting that something else is happening here.
Poltergeist or some in here. Oh! No.
Typically, ghosts that are able to interact with the physical world are considered poltergeists, a specific type of spirit with incredible strength. It's said that most poltergeists are only able to perform small feats, like moving an object or turning off a light. A spirit with the ability to cause this much turmoil in such a short period would have to be unusually powerful, making this footage one of the most frightening poltergeist encounters ever caught on camera.
No.
It's a bit unusual to see mysterious videos from USA Today, a highly reputable news source. So when this news outlet shared these strange and unexplainable videos, the internet paid attention. In a series of videos recorded in Texas in the United States, a group of amateur sky watchers who regularly watch and record aircraft flying over the area spotted something strange.
A group that might be called the Interceptor Club watches everything military that flies over. But back in March, they spotted 3 craft they'd never seen before.
About 6 miles above the ground flew 3 triangle-shaped aircraft that resembled nothing they had ever seen before. The triangular craft's front ends resembled stealth bombers. However, the back ends of the craft were straight, not jagged like a typical stealth bomber.
The back edge was flat, like a Dorito. It wasn't jagged.
A week later, another enthusiast spotted the same type of aircraft flying over Kansas, also in a formation of 3 planes. The witness in Kansas has a significant amount of professional-grade equipment for monitoring aircraft. He claims that on that day in question, he heard air traffic controllers communicating with the craft, giving them clearance.
Douglas recorded air traffic controllers giving the aircraft a clear lane through the sky.
The United States Air Force would not confirm this claim, and no crafts resembling these mysterious planes have ever been seen up close. Could the aircrafts be extraterrestrial in origin? Their communication with air traffic controllers makes this scenario seem unlikely. Most witnesses are apt to believe that they're some type of secret transportation craft, developed by the US government and kept under wraps. The true purpose of such aircraft remains a mystery. Live streams such as those created by YouTuber Conman167 can cover a number of topics. However, it's less common for live streams to feature mysterious videos of ghosts. In this live stream video, our YouTuber appears to be discussing women's professional wrestling.
And they leave a commercial, like, I'd be okay.
The screen is mostly covered with information about the fighters and a running commentary by viewers, but the streamer is visible in the upper left corner of the stream as he talks.
Seriously, like, they run their entrances?
Suddenly, he breaks off his commentary and looks behind him in confusion.
Did anybody else just see that?
He asks if any of the viewers saw a strange white line floating down by his face.
That was weird. I could have swore I saw like this white line run and just like fall down back here.
If you watch the video closely, there does appear to be something floating in the air on the left side of the screen. It only appears for a moment and then it's gone. Some viewers believe that it could be dust capturing the light or even smoke floating past the camera. However, others who have watched the video in slow motion insist that the motion of the white line doesn't look like anything natural. Is this a bit of dust or perhaps even a hoax created by the live streamer? Or is this a supernatural sighting? Watch the video closely and judge for yourself, then let us know what you think in the comments section below.
Not having commercial break during the match. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
in another strange video recorded by a home security system, Redditor David Corkill provides possible evidence that humans are not the only ones who haunt the living after death. The camera that recorded this video seems to be mounted on the back of the user's house. We can see a large empty backyard and a small terrace. It appears to be early morning in the dim light of dawn. Everything is still and quiet. The stillness is interrupted when a cat emerges suddenly from the plants along the side of the terrace. The cat appears to be all white and it almost seems to glow in the dim light. It walks along the side of the terrace, then pauses for a few seconds. It stands eerily still, staring back at the house. Then it turns towards the opening in the terrace and trots off towards the yard. However, just as it crosses onto the grass, it seems to vanish. The Redditor who shared this video has no idea how to explain the ghostly feline. Often things seem to appear or disappear in CCTV footage because of a glitch in the video. However, the cat in this clip gradually fades away over the course of a few seconds, making it impossible to explain it away as a glitch. Sightings of ghostly pets are not uncommon. Over the years, many witnesses have told stories of spotting their beloved pets after death in photos and videos. It's possible that the cat that appears in this video is the spirit of a much-loved pet that lived in the area at one point, coming back to visit its old home or to check on its former family. However, cats have been known to cause mischief in life, so it's possible that the ghostly feline is up to no good. If YouTuber 2cents14 is to be believed, mysterious videos can be recorded thousands of feet above the ground. This video raises questions about what strange and unexplained things could be happening far above the clouds. The footage appears to be filmed on a smartphone camera recording through the window of a commercial airplane. According to the YouTuber, their friend's brother captured the footage when he spotted something truly unusual during a flight in 2019. The video shows what appears to be two long entities flying in the distance, visible just under the plane's wing. They almost resemble kites with long tails flying behind them. However, no kite could possibly reach the same altitude as a commercial plane. Viewers of this video have suggested several possible explanations. Some skeptics believe that the video merely shows two ordinary aircraft flying in formation in the distance, leaving exhaust trails behind them. However, others insist that the long trails are too dark to be caused by ordinary exhaust. They believe that the strange shapes were caused by alien aircrafts, investigating Earth, possibly for nefarious purposes. Is this video evidence of an extraterrestrial presence in the skies above Earth? If so, what could be the purpose of such strangely shaped aircraft? Whatever the explanation, seeing such bizarre shadows outside of an airplane would be enough to make anyone consider staying on the ground. The story behind this photo is as sad as it is disturbing. The photo has been retold over the years as the tale of the ghost that screamed, and 30 years later it's still causing a stir. The origin of this story dates back to a 1984 car accident involving 4 teenagers. The exact circumstances leading to the crash are unknown, however some have blamed the winding roads. Regardless of the cause, the teens lost control of their vehicle that night. They hit a curb and crashed into nearby trees. As fate would have it, 3 of the 4 teens survived the crash. It proved fatal for the boy in the front passenger seat. At just 16 years old, the teen boy tragically lost his life. What followed was a routine police inspection complete with photos capturing the scene of the accident. Not having witnessed anything abnormal at the time, the police officer sent the photos off to be developed. However, what the police department found in those photos was distressing. The first signs of supernatural interference were floating red and yellow dots visible in many of the photos. However, they wouldn't go on to raise any red flags on their own. But one of the photos in question would haunt those who saw it for the rest of their lives. The photo seems to have captured the boy's spirit yelling in agony. There's a disturbed face visible and clear. Some even believe you can see the outline of a brown Labrador. Some say it's the very same dog that belonged to the boy recently deceased. Skeptics involved had to admit it seemed the photos captured 2 unique spirits. There's the boy himself in agony after the accident, and the boy's pet there to guide his soul. Posted to Reddit by user DIY Gardening, this picture can only be described as nightmare fuel. The photo was taken at Easter and was simply an attempt to capture a nice gathering of friends. As the title of the submission explains, the photo features one guest who was certainly not invited. We see the food laid out and a group of friends standing by, but there's one glaring addition to this photo that certainly doesn't belong. In the mirror, you can see the creepy and shadowed face of their uninvited guest. It looks to be a person with long hair wearing a white mask. Like many similar ghost photos, this one seems to reveal a being whose presence was not known until the parties involved were able to examine the photograph. However, once they did, it seems certain they were horrified by this creepy figure. All present insist they have no idea who the person might be. Let's hope this unwanted guest didn't stick around for too long after the photo was taken. Sent to the news outlet The Irish Mirror by Paula Whelan, this selfie of her daughter's friend appears to have gone horribly wrong. In this instance, the selfie seems to have strayed past fun and silly and gone straight to disturbing instead. While looking through the selfies in order to delete the less than perfect ones, the friend came upon something utterly horrifying. Positioned right behind the girl seems to be a ghostly figure. Enough to send shivers down anyone's spine and make them take a cursory glance behind themselves, there appears to be what looks like a man's face just above the doorframe. The longer you stare at this particular photo, the more eerie it feels. Some viewers claim it's nothing more than a Photoshop job, but the family insists they've not manipulated the image in any way. Posted by Reddit user Project Mindless, this photo seems to suggest that something eerie happened when this picture was taken. Taken at a family gathering, we see 6 people all smiling happily at the camera. However, if you look closely, it would seem a spirit has attempted to join them. With all the happy faces, it seems as though none of them had any idea this dark shadowy figure lingered behind them while capturing the photo. Directly behind the poster himself is a small dark figure, heavily shadowed. If you zoom in for a closer inspection, you get a better idea at what this shadow truly is. You can see a small, childlike figure directly behind the group. Reminded of the child from The Grudge, the poster and his family were seriously creeped out upon reviewing the photo. They say they have no idea who the boy could be or why he was there. With no other potential explanation for the face behind them, the group seems to believe that a ghost chose their family's gathering to visit that day. Uploaded to Reddit by user Ricky on Radio, this is yet another ghost photo set to creep you out. It reveals an invisible and horrifying presence in an otherwise peaceful home. The uploader explains that this photo was taken by their aunt. The photo of her son after he got out of the bath should have been a cute and precious memory. However, it quickly turned into something far more sinister. The uploader explains that the two were the only ones at home when the photo was taken. This makes the appearance of the person in the corner of the room all the more mysterious and eerie. In the photo, a strange figure is visible standing in the background. You can see a hand and white outfit of some kind. What's even more unsettling, the uploader posted a second photo, showing what the room normally looks like unobscured. When you compare it to the first photo, it looks like it would be impossible for a person to be standing in the corner, not unless they were wedged tightly up against the toilet. The poster also clarified that there is or was no mirror in the room when the photo was taken. Some viewers have suggested the spirit to be that of a nurse or another figure wearing a lab coat. Others pointed out that the thumb on the figure seems to be unnaturally pointed. So what do you think's going on in this strange photo? Love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. Sent in by Slaptam viewer Tammy D, it came with a terrified plea to be taken for her word. Tammy notes that her granddaughter captured this photo as she was playing around with her phone's camera. As Tammy explains, no one aside from herself and her granddaughter were present in the room when the photo was taken. Showing a disturbing figure behind her granddaughter, Tammy asserts the figure was not visible when the photo was taken. This implies that the figure only happened to be accidentally captured by her granddaughter. As Tammy explains, the presence of the spirit in this photograph is easily the scariest thing that's ever happened to her. Those who have previously scrutinised the picture have questioned whether the figure was Tammy herself, but she assures viewers that this is not the case. In fact, Tammy has her own theory behind the origin of the spirit. Built on top of an old fort, Tammy's quite positive that many people had likely been buried beneath their home. Looking for peace or purely restless, a spirit seems to have wandered into their old home and into the photo captured by Tammy's granddaughter. With some relief, Tammy assures viewers that she has since moved from the allegedly haunted home. Sent to the news outlet The Irish Mirror by Gráinne Dowdall, it would seem an eerie figure has ruined what would be a perfectly fine mirror selfie. As with previous ghost photos, the spirit went completely unnoticed until the selfie was reviewed. As the girl strikes a pose in the mirror, another figure is seen striking a pose just outside her window. It looks to be a pale, expressionless face hanging just outside of the house. Creepily, the article confirms that the girl's bedroom was upstairs, meaning this couldn't have just been someone passing by. Instead, the latitude of the room and the spirit's odd appearance all seem to point towards a genuine haunting. Some viewers have suggested it could be an odd reflection or perhaps even a case of pareidolia, a tendency humans have to identify familiar patterns in the things we see, i.e. a face hanging in the window. Still, the image is chilling nonetheless, and until further information comes to hand, it will have to remain a mystery. Sent into the news outlet The Irish Mirror by Ciara O'Callaghan, this last photo is certainly an eerie one. Facebook's facial recognition software seems to point to the legitimacy of this sighting, throwing off even the most hardened skeptics. As the family were taking a series of nice family photos, O'Callaghan's niece grabbed the phone and had snapped a picture of the roof in her haste. When they looked at the photo, they could see an odd shape in the ceiling that resembled a face. When they uploaded the image to Facebook, it even gave them the option of tagging it as if it was someone they knew. With Ciara herself being a self-described skeptic, she admits she had submitted this photo to the public's discretion in order to potentially find some explanation other than the supernatural. For now, she admits she herself couldn't find any other potential cause, going so far as to manipulate the photo in Photoshop, playing with darkness and contrast, looking for any other reason the face should have appeared. However, altering the image only seemed to deepen the mystery. Strangely, the face in the ceiling bears a striking resemblance to the selfie we showed earlier in this episode. Are these shapes related somehow? Perhaps there's a filter that can imprint eerie faces into photos. Let me know if you've seen an app or filter that has similar looking effects. Love to hear about it in the comments section below. This eerie piece of security footage uploaded to Instagram by New Mexico Grown seems to show an eerie figure walking down their nature strip.
You can't see it turn the corner. Look at this, guys.
The uploader explains that at 3:09 AM they noticed the strange person walking down their street on their home security system. By the time they went outside to investigate, the figure had somehow travelled to the next block over, in what seemed like an unusually quick time frame. When they went inside to review the footage, they were stunned at what they saw. The white flowing figure seen walking down the road is distinctly non-corporeal.
You can't see it turn the corner.
At times it appears to float directly through other objects, becoming more or less translucent. In the description of the video, the uploader urges viewers to focus on the license plate of the vehicle across the street. It remains in view even when the figure appears to walk in front of it.
Look at this, guys.
Viewers often chalk these kinds of events up to the poor quality of home security systems. However, this piece of footage is undeniably creepy and does make you question just what's being captured on camera. Posted to Reddit by user Katie1113, this clip is certainly unnerving. The poster explains that the video in question features a voice text from her friend. Her friend had just undertaken a 10-hour car ride solo at the time. She sent the poster a voice text when she had reached a standstill. Having just witnessed a car accident, the friend clearly needed to work out what she had just seen. However, the contents of the voice recording would unveil more than the friend originally intended. During the call, there are two distinct moments when another person can be heard breathing. As the friend explains the accident and what she saw, you can hear a deep, breathy sound.
A trailer would have been carrying or something, like a, I don't know, like a
It happens a second time later in the clip.
I don't know if there were like any other people in it. And then
Again, the friend was alone in the car with her windows up. She was also insisted that the files haven't been edited in any way. So where did this strange sound come from?
Something like a, I don't know, like a
Some commenters were quick to connect the accident with the eerie breathing. They concluded that perhaps someone died in the crash and the soundbite somehow captured the breathing of the person as they passed over.
I don't know, like a
In fact, some headphone users even reported hearing a childlike giggle before the second string of breaths.
But I didn't see any ambulances or anything, so I think they're probably fine. I don't even know if there were like any other people in it.
This is enough to send chills running down anyone's spine. Love to get your thoughts on this eerie clip in the comments section below. Posted by Reddit user Clo-chan, this video appears to show something inexplicable. The video is focused on a normal living room setup. Pointed toward the sofa, a cat is seen lounging cheerily. However, it's not this cat we're worried about. Keep an eye on the sofa to the left. As the lights turn on and the camera switches out of night vision, you can see what looks like a black cat materializing on the couch. The uploader then comes into the room, looks around and leaves. Scarier still, the uploader claims they used to have a black cat named Blackjack, who passed away almost exactly a year prior. Surely the uploader would have noticed a black cat sitting on their sofa when they looked in the room. But there, caught on camera, a black cat does indeed appear to materialize out of nowhere. Could this really be Blackjack trying to reconnect with their former owner? Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. Like many classic ghost videos, this security camera footage is short yet telling. Seemingly captured in a residence in the middle of the night, this footage shows a ghostly figure walking on the left side of the screen. The shape in question appears to be mostly translucent. Nearly invisible to the naked eye, the figure can only be slightly differentiated from the dark background. Slightly flowing and translucent, whatever it is resembles the classic representation of ghosts. Unfortunately, there's little information to go with this strange piece of footage. Like many ghost clips on the internet, it's all too brief and doesn't fully explain where or when it was taken. So until further info comes to hand, this mysterious clip will have to remain uncertain. Posted to the YouTube channel The Hidden Underbelly 2.0, this next video is certainly chilling. The video very clearly shows a ghostly woman dressed in white with long black hair walking through an empty mall at nighttime. The shopping mall in question is none other than Galerías La Paz, a Mexican shopping mall known for its association with the occult. According to the video's description, the mall is rumoured to be linked to odd occurrences and has a history of human and animal sacrifices. The woman in question appears on the security footage clear as day. In fact, she almost seems to walk right through the security officer doing his rounds. He just continues walking forward right as the ghostly woman seems to vanish. Apparently unfazed, the security officer continues walking, finishing his checks, and reports back to the security room. It's alleged that his partner asked if he saw the strange woman while doing his rounds. He said no, he didn't see anyone while walking through the mall. Puzzled and unsure what his partner was talking about, the two replayed the CCTV footage. Startled, the security officer was confronted by the clear video of this ghostly woman in white walking towards him, a woman he had no real-life memory of seeing. Thoroughly creepy, this footage would surely haunt those security guards for the rest of their days. Before we take a look at an eerie shadow figure caught on camera, remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon there and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be notified every time we upload our scary and mysterious videos. Also, if you're enjoying our content, remember to give that thumbs up button a nice oily massage. Uploaded by YouTube user Leo Lins, this video features the popular Brazilian comedian, writer and actor and his Brazilian model partner Aline Mineiro. Due to his popularity, it's no surprise this video's already seen over 500,000 views and counting. While responding to social media comments, the two are seen sitting alone in a room with the camera focused solely on them. They continue chatting and responding to fans. That's when something eerie appears to happen in the background. The first occurrence, roughly around 1735, seems to show a strange shadow moving in the background. It moves quickly from left to right. If you slow the footage down, there is indeed something moving behind the famous pair. While the two are speaking in real time, it's clear the footage hasn't been sped up or altered in any way. In fact, because the two don't notice and therefore don't draw any attention to the shadow, it helps to solidify the idea that the footage hasn't been altered in any way. It's not until later in the video, around the 21:56 mark, that the shadow is seen again. This time the appearance is less obvious, but if you keep an eye on the TV on the right, you can see it once again. At first, it looks like something simply moving on the TV. But the more you watch it, the more it becomes apparent that it's not connected to the visuals being played on the television. Because Lins and Mineiro don't play up the event or even seem to notice, and the fact that they're talking about something else entirely does lend a bit of credibility to this sighting. But as always, I'll throw it out to you, the audience. What do you think, real or fake? Love to hear your opinions on this one in the comment section below. According to Tom O'Flynn, ghost sightings are a regular occurrence at his workplace. This might lead you to think that Tom works in an old building with lots of stories. Actually, he's the owner of Tolleson Service Station, an ordinary store and gas station in Cork. One morning, Tom came into the store and found a package of snacks on the ground. He didn't think much of it until he saw that a fruit bowl had also been overturned and knocked to the ground. This prompted him to check the CCTV cameras. These showed footage of items being pushed over and flung around the store late at night after closing. The footage found its way to the internet, where amateur ghost hunters have been trying to come up with theories about the strange happenings. If you slow the footage down, you can indeed see that the object falls to the ground by itself. As it's after hours, it's clear that there's no one around to cause such a strange event. So what did move this object? About a week later, different cameras showed a possible explanation. While the clip is dark and grainy, some viewers believe it shows a shadowy figure. The footage does distort in a strange way, pulsing in and out. But it's hardly conclusive. Seeing the events from this new angle, viewers are convinced that a dark, shadowy woman caused the strange events. Tom isn't quite sure about the ghostly woman supposedly showing up in the video. However, he notes that his store is positioned between two funeral homes. Anything's possible, including a recently deceased spirit looking for a midnight snack. This historical photo from Getty appears normal at first glance. However, a viewer with personal ties to one of the figures in the photo noticed something that led to one of the creepiest ghost sightings in Ireland. The photo in question was taken over 100 years ago. It shows several young women who worked in a linen factory. They're posed with their arms crossed, wearing the traditional garments that such factory workers regularly donned a century ago. The photo was published to an Irish website as part of a gallery of old photos. A woman named Linda commented on the photo, stating that one of the girls was her grandmother, Ellen Donnelly. Her father has the same photo in his home, and the family's been speculating about it for years. So what has the family so interested in this photo? If you look closely at Linda's grandmother on the far right in the second row down, on the girl's shoulder just in front of her, you might notice something odd. An unexplained hand gripping at her right shoulder. There's no one on her left who the hand could belong to, and all of the other girls have their arms tightly crossed. The fingers on the hand seem to be digging into the woman's shoulder, so she certainly would have noticed if it had have been a human hand. Some believe the hand is a trick of the light or something amiss in the way the woman's dress is lying. However, others are convinced that this is evidence of a century-old ghost. An Irish mum named Jerry Moran decided to enjoy a sunny day by taking her two children for a walk near an old out-of-service train track in Derry. During the walk, she snapped a cute photo of her daughter waving to the camera, while her other child heads into a darker wooded area. No one noticed anything amiss, and the family had a nice time on their hike. However, when they returned home and Jerry looked at the photo, she was shocked by something eerie. Just beyond her son, you can see what appears at first to be a grey blur. On closer inspection, the blur takes the form of a man walking past the tree. He appears to be wearing the uniform of a soldier and looks straight into the camera at the moment the picture was taken. According to a local historian, the area where the photo was taken was full of British soldiers during World War I because of its proximity to the country's border. In fact, a famous soldier and poet, Francis Ledwidge, frequented the area during the war, writing many poems about its beauty. He was an officer, so perhaps he returned after death to the place he loved during life. Regardless of who the soldier was, this Irish mum might hesitate before taking her children for more walks along the abandoned railway. Laura Clark of Belfast is no stranger to bizarre ghost sightings. Ever since her father Terry passed away shortly before the birth of her youngest son, strange things have been happening in her mother's house. The family regularly spots strange shadows and inexplicable reflections in the house. In addition, numerous children who live in or visit the house regularly talk about a man in the attic that no one seems to be able to explain. To make matters even more frightening, Laura's sister used to talk about the same man in the attic when she was young, but has never mentioned it to the children. Recently, Laura's mum hosted a Day of the Dead party so the family could gather to remember their lost loved ones, including Terry. They took numerous photos while the family was gathered to commemorate the event. The party went on without a hitch. However, when they reviewed the photos later, they noticed something eerie. In one photo, Laura is holding her young son. The photo caught her eye because there's an eerie third arm in the shot, and her son seems to have 3 legs. All of the limbs are clearly in focus, much to the chagrin of naysayers who believe that the bizarre effect was captured because Laura and her son moved when the photo was taken. Plus, Laura states that her son was talking about his grandfather when they took the photo. Could this photo be evidence that Terry was in fact with them on this day, the Day of the Dead? While home alone in her Cork residence, Ashley Murphy was terrified to be at the centre of numerous eerie events. However, not all of the tens of thousands of viewers who have watched this video believe her claims. The video was taken in Ashley's kitchen. Things start to go awry when a lampshade suddenly begins to shake and spin in a bizarre fashion. There's no one anywhere near the lamp when it happens. Then the doors on the room's cupboards begin opening and closing seemingly on their own. Ashley insists they were home alone when the strange events unfolded. Some who have seen the video believe that the entire thing was orchestrated using clear string manipulated by someone just out of sight. However, others are convinced that it is the work of a playful poltergeist. So what do you think? Hoax or genuine haunting? Love to hear your opinions on this strange piece of footage in the comments section below. When Bethany Harvey opened her Snapchat app to take a cute photo of herself with her nephew, she was rudely interrupted by her sister, who decided to pop into the photo as well. Without thinking much of it, Bethany posted the photo and captioned it, "Photobombed." Little did she know that she had also been photobombed by someone other than her sister. It wasn't until later in the day that Bethany noticed something amiss. A friend came to visit her and pointed out something truly bizarre in the photo, what appears to be a girl or woman in a purple dress. The figure seems to be sitting in a chair behind the girls with her hands folded neatly in her lap. Because of the positioning of the people in the photo, we're unable to see the figure's face. However, the rest of its body is crystal clear. Bethany was shocked when she noticed the woman in the purple dress. According to her, there was no one else in the house besides her, her sister, and her nephew. The figure appears so close to them that there's no way someone could have snuck in without them noticing. The family has no idea who the woman could be, but her appearance certainly has them spooked. When Paranormal Investigators Island visited the supposedly haunted Sharon Rectory house in Donegal, they were hoping for some creepy ghost sightings. They were not disappointed. The building has seen numerous paranormal events in the past. Visitors and locals claim to see various ghosts walking the halls throughout the day and night. A woman who once lived in the house with her family published a book detailing the terror of living there, with stories of numerous physical attacks by what she thought to be demons. According to a history of the place, it was the site of a gruesome double murder that could be the cause of the terrifying supernatural events. When the paranormal investigators began their evening, they set up a camera at the base of a staircase. They placed a ball at the top, hoping to capture ghostly activity. The ghosts obliged. In the eerie footage, we can see the ball suddenly being pushed down the stairs. However, when you slow it down, there's clearly no one near it. According to the investigators, this staircase was the site of several other strange events that night. One person who attended the investigation collapsed on the stairs. Another claimed she felt someone trying to push her down them. In this famously haunted location, there's no telling what could happen. If these investigators are correct, there's certainly something sinister happening at the Sharon Rectory house. Posted to TikTok by user MaryLiz9, this video will have viewers watching over and over again. In the video, the uploader seems to be doing just what teenagers like to do most on TikTok. They're filming themselves doing a dance for the camera. The uploader says in the video's description that this clip was in her drafts and was appealing for viewers to explain the strange man that can be seen behind her. As it's a rehearsal that was never meant to see the light of day, we see the uploader walk through a few dance moves, making her way towards the camera. As she moves to her left, an elderly man can be seen walking towards the camera. The girl ends the video moments later, blissfully unaware of the man behind her, who is now out of sight. If you slow the footage down, you can actually see that the figure is walking backwards toward the camera. This would be incredibly hard to pull off if it is indeed a hoax. The erratic movements of the girl would make it difficult to hide someone the entire shot. Since going live, the video has racked up 11 million views, with thousands of comments speculating on who the old man might be. Theories range from a ghost, to a stalker, to a friend who helped stage the video. MaryLiz9 has since posted a video update in which she insists the video isn't staged, and that she doesn't know who the person was.
The video wasn't staged. I really don't know who the guy in the back was. I wasn't alone in the parking garage, I was with my sister. It was just kind of a strange experience.
She does, however, think that the man might have managed to walk away when she went to pick up her phone after the dance had ended, and just didn't notice a person behind her. So what do you think? Ghost, coincidence, or something else entirely? Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comments section below. Uploaded to YouTube by user Transistus Fluvis, this video claims to feature real footage of a small ghost boy captured by CCTV. The channel is known for posting scary videos of ghosts. It claims each video features real instances of paranormal activity. The footage comes from a camera stationed in the upper corner of a convenience store. It's been positioned to keep an eye on both the counter as well as the front door. At around 30 seconds into the clip, you can see a small child appear out of thin air. It looks as though they materialize out of nowhere, rather than simply walking up to the window. A man is seen behind the counter working and attending to menial tasks. He doesn't respond to the figure clearly present outside the door. The young child raises an arm and it looks to be eerily long. Although admittedly, this could be the two windows creating a warped perspective. The figure steps to the side and looks through the other part of the window. It's at this point that the young child seems to shift in and out of focus, almost as if switching in and out of a solid form. The worker's ignorance of the boy's presence is another telling factor, which raises a few questions. Was the boy truly a ghost, so incorporeal as to be easily ignored if one were not looking right at him? Or was he perhaps the type of spirit that can be captured on camera but not seen in real life? Or further still, perhaps the child is just some riffraff that the store clerk is choosing to ignore. Either way, the man pays the boy no mind. The boy remains staring longingly inside, all the while appearing to wish to come in as he waits alone, leaving viewers to wonder at the strange boy's fate. Sure to stump, frighten, and even amuse is this next video posted to Reddit by user KittyK38. The uploader explains that after she and her husband were concerned by a cupboard that seemed to open by itself the previous night, they set up a camera to record the kitchen the following night. That very evening, the uploader's husband is seen grabbing some cereal as a midnight snack. After pouring the cereal, the man puts the box down on the counter and retrieves milk from the refrigerator. As he does so, the cereal box is seen sliding down the counter by itself. Although the man doesn't see the box slide, he does notice that it's moved when he turns around. Only a bit confused, the man moves the box back to where it had been. As he pours some milk into his bowl, the box moves once again. The man looks slightly more concerned but finishes pouring the milk. He moves to replace it in the refrigerator once again. As his back is turned, the box begins to slide down the counter once more. Clearly spooked, the man does something very few people are seen to actually do in genuinely scary videos of ghosts. He jumps and moves away from the box comically fast. He runs out of the kitchen. The man's reaction is most likely the real deal, as he runs away from the serial poltergeist haunting his kitchen. A spirit trapped in a mirror located in a haunted Irish castle seems to be the plot of a horror movie. Yet lead paranormal investigator Siobhan Macaulay seems to have captured proof. The ghost is known as the Man in the Mirror. There were two separate stories in the news outlet The Irish Mirror. The original piece was by Mark Corcoran, followed by a second piece by William Dunn a month later. They both feature the video and photos captured by the 6-person paranormal investigations team during a public lockdown of one of Ireland's most haunted castles, Leap Castle in County Offaly. In the footage, you can see the lead investigator pointing out to her fellow partner that the man visible in the mirror seems to be wearing a straw hat.
There you go. Is he wearing a hat? Yes. No. Yes, he's wearing a hat. Fuck off. Yes, he's wearing a straw hat. Look. There he is.
The two seem to be able to make out separate and distinct features in the mirror.
There you can see his nose and the hat around the rim of the hat and everything. Yes.
Like many scary videos of ghosts, this video has come into its own fair bit of contention. Another group of paranormal investigators seem to deny any claim of a ghost's presence in the mirror. They claim the mirror simply needs to be cleaned. While at some points in the video you can actually see something that resembles a man wearing a hat, it's a little odd that the man only moves when the investigator moves her torch. She even admits in the video that the entity moves opposite to her actions.
I'm going to step forward. Are you going to do the opposite again? Look, I knew he would.
With two directly opposing investigative results, viewers are left to decide for themselves just what they've seen in the mirror.
Hey, there you can see his nose and the hat around the rim of the hat and everything. Yes.
Uploaded by YouTube user CH3 Thailand, this next clip captures something frightening on dashcam. The footage was captured in the middle of the night. As the car drives down an empty highway, a figure seems to materialize out of nowhere. Continuing on, the car seems to pass right through the mysterious figure. This video gained a fair bit of media attention in Thailand where it was captured. After being shared on social media, the video was picked up by a Thai English language news outlet. Strange videos like these reach peak levels of speculation when they broach the mainstream, and this one is no different. The clip has drawn a fair amount of skepticism, with some viewers asserting that the figure was simply the result of a reflection on the window. However, discerning viewers find it unlikely that a window reflection could so accurately show a person standing up straight and unmoving in the middle of the road in such a way. If it was just a person wandering aimlessly on the highway, perhaps drunk, how is it that they managed to pass right through the driving vehicle and disappear without a trace? It's no coincidence that St. Augustine, the oldest city in the US, is also frequently referred to as the most haunted city in the US. Posted to the YouTube channel Paranormal Planet, this video takes us on a tour of some of St. Augustine's oldest sites, all of which are reported to be haunted.
The old Spanish fortress still haunted by slaughtered soldiers.
The oldest house in America stands in an area known for a vicious slaughter by the Spanish Armada.
This right here, the oldest house.
In an old room just adjacent to the oldest house in America, the uploader claims the Spanish Armada slaughtered up to 50 people.
When the Spanish Armadas invaded the city, they slaughtered 50 people in this room.
It's here that they set up a time-lapse shot to see if they can capture anything unusual on film. Shortly into the time-lapse shot, a shadowy figure is seen walking between rooms. It glides eerily from door to door. Given the area's history, it's clear why ghosts would remain tied to this place. Being one of the oldest continually lived-in cities in the United States and being the site of many historical battles, there is more to these buildings than meets the eye in the light of day. Almost like a movie, it would appear these shadows tend to walk across the buildings of their old stomping grounds, seemingly restless and haunting such areas of strife for all eternity. This crazy dashcam footage captured by Karina Dimitrieva and submitted to the Daily Mail seems to confirm decades worth of hauntings. Filmed in Western Russia, the footage captured by Dimitrieva seems to show a woman in a white gown standing in the snow. As someone passes the camera, the woman in the background vanishes from view. Local folklore says that in 1989, a newlywed couple were heading to a local park to celebrate with friends. Their car allegedly smashed head-on with a truck, killing the bride instantly. The spot where that horrific accident happened decades ago is said to be just meters from where this striking footage was captured. Since that day, over 30 years ago, locals have attested to multiple accidents in the region, located between the towns of Lyubertsy and Litkarino in western Russia's Moscow Oblast region. All of these occurred on the same stretch of road where the bride was killed all those years ago. Known as a black spot, it's said that the same area has seen 10 fatal accidents in recent years. The spot has also been known for producing sudden blinding fog and other bizarre phenomena. This has caused even more drivers to lose control of their vehicles. The spot has been so riddled with accidents and ghost sightings that one Russian paranormal investigator, Ilya Sagliani, confessed to studying the location for over 8 years. Sagliani even claims to have seen the bride ghost himself. The footage captured by Dimitrieva appears to corroborate the story of Sagliani and so many others. Dimitrieva claims to have seen the woman's shape before pulling over to investigate. She got out of her car in order to look at the woman. The video clearly shows a ghostly woman who seems to disappear right after Dimitrieva walks past the camera, further solidifying the ghost's reputation. Captured by a man from Maine named Chet Cook and sent to The Sun, this video has effectively stumped paranormal investigators. Cook appears to be driving along a perfectly average stretch of road. However, the footage quickly shows a mysterious black shape scurrying across the street just in front of Cook's car. Not appearing to be corporeal in any way, the substance in Cook's video appears more like a shadow than a person. Cook said he felt a nagging feeling to review the dashcam footage when he got home. While Cook explains he reviewed the footage expecting to see a deer run across the road, he instead saw the strange black shape. Working in IT, Cook had a fairly good idea that it wasn't a camera malfunction that had led to this figure. He was fairly positive he hadn't actually seen anything in front of his car that night. So spooked, Cook sent the footage off to a paranormal team in order to conduct their own investigation. Instead, the crazy dashcam footage stumped the investigative team. They noted an animal wouldn't have appeared so transparent. As for Cook, he explained to the Sun news outlet that those who live in Maine are generally used to creepy sightings, and that there's a reason a lot of Stephen King's stories are based there. So what do you think this strange black mass is? Deer or something more sinister? Love to get your opinion on this one in the comment section below. Uploaded to the YouTube channel Hidden Underbelly 2.0, this piece of dashcam footage is bizarre to say the least. The footage shows a red taxi making its way along a winding road. However, things change suddenly and dangerously when a white blur appears out of nowhere. The strange light, which some have called a ghost, seems to slam right into the vehicle ahead. The vehicle immediately swerves off the road, crashing into a tree. The driver of the vehicle with the dashcam swears, clearly just as surprised as the rest of us by the strange incident. It appears the ghostly figure quite literally knocked into the vehicle in question, causing the accident. Some viewers have called the event a coincidence. Some say it's just the headlights of the car hitting a patch of mist, then the taxi swerved for a completely separate reason. Others, however, find this explanation hard to buy, saying that the strange spectral light flies out of nowhere and is in fact the cause of the accident. Covered by news outlet The Irish Mirror, this next piece of crazy dashcam footage shows yet another chilling brush with death. What could have been a fatal accident is barely avoided, but it's been captured on camera for the world to see. In the footage, a couple drives down a dark road. They come face to face with a mysterious figure standing in the middle of the street. What looks to be a female dressed in a white top and blue skirt, the couple is faced with the dangerous possibility of a collision. Panicked, the couple yells to one another. They swerve out of the way, a dangerous maneuver which could have caused an entirely separate accident. Confronted with the image of a ghostly woman standing in the middle of the road at night, arms outstretched, the couple may have slowly reached a supernatural conclusion themselves. Is this a genuine ghost sighting, or just a confused pedestrian who narrowly missed being hit? Uploaded by YouTube user Molly the Lag, this footage is the sort of eerie occurrence dashcams are perfect for capturing. As two men are driving down the street, one of them suddenly exclaims just how creeped out they are at something they've just seen.
What was that? What?
The viewer is able to make out a bright light far in front of the vehicle. Suddenly, the light seems to completely disappear as the vehicle gets a bit closer. The passenger explains that he had seen a man on what was either a bicycle or a motorbike flashing a blinding light in their direction.
No, I literally just saw somebody on a bicycle or a motorcycle with a headlight on, and then as we came close, it just disappeared.
However, as the light seems to disappear, so too does the figure entirely. Describing the figure's appearance as almost that of a hologram, the passenger is very obviously spooked by what he's just witnessed. The driver has no idea what they were seeing. Instead, the passenger recounts just what he had witnessed, thankful that they had the dashcam footage to go back and review after the fact. Some viewers have said the footage is simply a trick of perspective. They claim the light is just a street lamp up ahead that appears to disappear as the road curves in the distance. However, later in the footage, the uploader shows a map of where the incident took place. It seems to show that the road isn't as windy as it appears in the footage. It also shows there's no roads that a vehicle could have turned off on.
Picking up a tire, and right on the left over here, back there.
Upon review, the street lights also seem to flicker just after the light vanishes.
Creepy. but it literally just disappeared. It just like, it was there and then just stopped.
So what do you think these two men witnessed? A strange trick of perspective, or something else entirely? Love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comments section below.
What?
Posted to the YouTube channel Dashcam Owners Indonesia, this piece of crazy dashcam footage perfectly illustrates the sort of classic ghostly appearances one might miss without a dashcam. In this blink and you'll miss a ghostly appearance, an unsettling figure appears to be standing directly in the middle of the road. While not visible for a good stretch of the road, the figure appears suddenly. Eerily, the man appears to face away from traffic and doesn't move at all. While the traffic up ahead has to quickly swerve in order to avoid the man, he does nothing. The fact that the vehicles up ahead have to swerve means the man was physically there. It also makes it less likely that the footage has been digitally manipulated in some way. When a story like this seems far-fetched to anyone who wasn't there, dashcam evidence becomes extremely vital for proving one's case, and potentially proving to oneself they hadn't simply imagined the figure after the fact. While the man was clearly physically present and appeared unmoving, his exact motives remain unknown. If he was a spirit, one would have to wonder just what sort of evil motivation would lie behind such a reckless haunting. And if it was a living person, why would they just wade into oncoming traffic like that? Most people who get arrested fear being alone in a jail cell. According to this footage from Paranormal Activity World, there might be something very different to fear. In this video, we see a man behind bars in a maximum security cell. He's standing alone in solitary confinement looking through the bars. When the man in the cell takes a small step to the side, things get really bizarre. When the prisoner steps to the side, he no longer seems to be alone in his cell. With his body out of the way, we see a bizarre shadow figure lurking just behind him. The shape is terrifying. It almost appears to be part human, part arachnid. It has a human head, but seems to move on a set of spindly legs, staying down near the floor. The shadow quickly disappears, stepping back behind the man after he moves. Clearly, this entity has some attachment to this unfortunate prisoner, using him to hide from other prying eyes. Imagine being trapped behind bars all alone when you realise there may be a shadow person sharing the cell with you. YouTuber Hablemos de Misterio uploaded this strange encounter at a funeral home. It was allegedly captured by a security guard doing his rounds late at night. In this footage, we see what appears to be the lobby of a large funeral home. The video is taken from a distance, but appears to focus on the entrance, where visitors come into the funeral home. At the far end, there's rows of metal poles used to direct large crowds. As the guard's camera rolls, we can see a metallic glint coming from the other side of the lobby. On closer inspection, we see the silver metal bar of one of the poles moving on its own. It rocks back and forth. It's quite clear there's nothing around that could be moving the pole. This footage was taken in a funeral home, so some sort of ghostly entity is an obvious culprit. Perhaps the spirit of someone whose funeral was held in this building lingered long after the services ended. The powerful movement of the pole indicates that the spirit's a poltergeist, and a strong one at that. This could suggest the spirit has left this world in significant turmoil or suffering, causing it to linger long after death. YouTube channel The Haunted Side Paranormal Investigations is no stranger to scary videos. They frequently share footage of eerie things that investigators spot in their visits to abandoned and haunted places. This video, however, is enough to leave even the most seasoned paranormal aficionados feeling rattled. This investigation takes place at the Clean Water Demon House in Reno, Nevada, USA. According to the stories surrounding this property, more than a dozen people have met tragic ends in the house. There have been numerous reports of paranormal activity taking place there. The investigators visit the property in hopes of finding evidence of demonic activity.
So let's grab the SLS camera, let's grab the Ovilus, and let's head in there and just kind of do a walk around and see what's going on.
The investigators use numerous pieces of equipment, including a night vision camera and spirit box. Spirit boxes operate by scanning through radio waves in supposedly haunted places, allowing any entities in the area to make their voices heard using the waves. As the investigators explore the house, the spirit box quickly begins talking.
Ambition.
Oh, God.
Jesus.
Applet. Children.
Applet and children?
Shove.
It says a lot of random words, but one quickly stands out. Nail. As the box speaks this word, the investigator looks down and realizes he was inches away from piercing his foot with several large nails.
Nail. Watch.
Oh my God. Look what I almost stepped on.
Chief.
And it said nail watch. And there's all these nails right here. And I stopped because I didn't want to step on it. And it said
Disregard.
nail. Disregard. Threshold. What? That's crazy.
As they keep exploring and the spirit box continues chattering, the investigators locate bones on the floor. Just as they spot the bones, the box states break.
See these bones?
Break. Please. O-I.
Break, please. You said, look at these bones. And then it goes, break, please.
Moments later, one of the men claims to have seen a figure pass the door.
It's got like a weird, very weird layout. What the was that?
What?
Something just went by the door.
Diction. Swim.
Something just went by this.
They then discover strange symbols written on the walls. They ask the spirit what the symbols mean, and it says anti-prey.
What does that mean? Oh, I'm getting bad.
Anti-prey.
Anti-prey?
The camera begins detecting movement in various places around the room.
Leather.
It's like doing that. Look. Oh, there. Oh, that was somebody.
Yeah, I saw
it was
that.
right there too, like just on the edge of the stair. There they are.
Right.
The investigators decide to explore the second floor. They hear strange, disturbing sounds that resemble footsteps as they continue their exploration.
Like.
Star.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
No.
Yeah. What the was that?
What?
I saw another shadow dart that way. I heard a footstep kind of at the top of the stairs right there. Who's in here with us?
A curious shadow figure appears to be following them around the building. At one point, as the crew are walking back into the house, an ominous black shape can be seen standing in the window.
What was that?
What?
I don't think that was a shadow.
However, upon reviewing the footage, seconds later, the shape is gone.
I don't think that was a shadow, but it was on the other side of that window.
A second camera that was simultaneously filming the inside of the house shows that there was no one inside the building when the shadow figure was seen in the window.
I don't think that was a shadow, but it was on the other side of that window.
If you slow the footage down, there is indeed a tall, dark shadow in the window.
That I'd captured probably one of the best shadow figures I've ever seen.
The appearance of the shadow figure is followed by disturbing growling noises, footsteps, and knocks on the walls and ceiling, terrifying the investigators.
What was that? It sounded like grumbling. Like,
yeah.
What the f?
The motion sensing camera picks up a clear humanoid figure standing nearby.
I don't know what that
Oh, there it is. There he is.
On the door?
Yep.
It appears to be attempting to close a door, but is unable to do so.
He's trying to... It looks like he's trying to close that door. or like move that door. Let's see if it maps anything.
Near the end of the investigation, the entity appears to become more powerful. It takes a lot of energy for ghosts to move objects, but it eventually moves a plank of wood during an EVP session in a completely empty room.
Whoa! Dude.
It also knocks over a bike that is leaning against a wall in the empty room.
Did you see that?
It seems the attentions of the investigators have made the spirit stronger or perhaps just bolder.
Did you see that?
A pub should be a place to relax and unwind after a long day. Unfortunately, for the patrons of Barney Mac's Bar in Drogheda, County Louth Island, their time at this bar isn't always peaceful. The bar was a regular haunt of a man named Joe Murphy for years. Not long ago, the regular unfortunately passed away. However, the staff at the bar believe he still occasionally comes to visit. In this footage, recorded by the bar's CCTV system, we see a pint of beer on a table in front of a guest. One of the patrons stands up, and while he's not looking, the pint glass explodes, sending beer and shards of glass all over the table. After the explosion, the patrons simply stare at the broken glass, flabbergasted. According to the staff, this isn't an unusual occurrence. Ever since the passing of Joe Murphy, exploding pints have been an occasional problem. Those who work there have gotten used to the strange emergences of their late customer, but it still terrifies customers who aren't used to Joe's shenanigans. A lot of people are working and attending school online these days, but meetings and classes don't usually yield scary videos. At least that's what Twitter user Freddy Giza thought. The teacher claimed to be alone in his recently purchased home in Nuevo Leon, Mexico, while teaching the class. Yet the students attending seemed to think that something else was present that day. The teacher is presenting against a blank wall with a doorway just behind his left shoulder. It's this doorway that becomes the center of attention when a pale face seems to peek into the room. The entity appears to be a pale young woman with dark hair. The teacher glances over his shoulder several times but is unable to see the creepy entity. At one point, he closes the door to end the distraction that the strange entity is causing. Towards the end of the video, he moves the camera around the house to show that he's alone except for his dog. Some of the students who watched the video think it was staged, but others are certain that it was a real ghost attending class that day. What do you think that strange face is? An accomplice, a real ghost, or something else entirely? Love to get your thoughts on this one in the comment section below. Abandoned hospitals and other places where the sick and dying meet their ends are popular locations for scary videos. In this exploration by YouTubers Finders Beepers History Seekers, they visit a former care home. According to the stories about the place, it would seem the elderly residents who lived at the facility had a difficult time during their residence there. The facility was reportedly shut down because of widespread accusations of abuse, neglect, and deplorable living conditions. Given the history of the building, it's unsurprising that numerous ghost hunters have found their way to this building.
So this place was eventually shut down for a catalogue of abuse. It was really terrible. Some of the people were classed as being put in cells. The bedrooms were that bad. They were locked away, ignored.
The investigators take their time moving through the building, examining the rundown state of the place, a perfect setting for a ghost hunt.
Like Chainsaw Massacre type horror film, yeah. You can imagine people being locked up down here.
At one point, they find a logbook containing complaints issued by visitors who were horrified by the conditions their relatives were living in.
arrived, he didn't look suitable to enter the building on account of him having a wild expression in his eyes.
Jesus Christ. How can
psychopath coming in?
As they head to the second floor of the building, the investigators are surprised by an unexpected visitor, a shadow figure walking across the top of the stairs.
So, but yeah, you can see it goes up again. Hey, wait up. Hello?
It only appears for a second before disappearing into the shadows.
See, it goes up again. Hey, wait up.
But then, when the men reach the floor where the shadow vanished, they discover that there's nothing but a wall. This indicates that nothing corporeal could have caused the mysterious shadow.
But they went that way, and there's no way you can go.
If you slow the footage down, you can indeed see a solid shape moving at the top of the stairs. Could a former resident be lingering in the place where they met their end? Or is it just a homeless person evading detection? Love to get your opinions on this one in the comments section below.
See, it goes up again. Hey, wait up. Hello?
TikToker Noah.vq captured this eerie video. As a security guard on an empty floor of a hospital, he wasn't expecting to see anything weird while on the job late at night. However, this eerie piece of footage seems to show a creepy shadow figure hanging out in one of the empty rooms. This security guard was working the night shift when he thought he heard some strange noises. The hospital where he works is fairly empty, and the floor that he was assigned to was totally deserted. If he was completely alone on the floor, it makes sense that he'd be a little uneasy hearing unexplained sounds. He quickly takes out his camera to hopefully capture evidence of his mysterious visitor.
Some noise coming up right now. It's kind of freaking me out. So.
He walks down the hallway, slowly peering into each room that he passes. Unfortunately, one of the rooms doesn't look as empty as the others. As he passes the room in question, the camera captures a shadow that appears to be looking out a window. At first, the security guard continues down the hall. When his brain has had time to process what he saw, he slowly returns to the room for another peek. By the time he returns, the shadow is gone. Some people who have seen the video believe it was most likely a hoax with an all-too-human accomplice. However, several security guards have spoken up, insisting that guards rarely get company on their shifts. Others are certain that the footage captured a real shadow creature, a specific type of spirit that lurks in the shadows, tricking witnesses into questioning their own perceptions of reality. Some hypothesize that this is the spirit of someone who died in this very room. Regardless of who the spirit is, its appearance in the video is downright terrifying. YouTuber Aloha Treasures wasn't expecting to capture any ghost videos when she set up security cameras around her home. Unfortunately, a bizarre shadow has her questioning how safe her home really is, sending her to the internet for answers. The YouTuber has multiple CCTV cameras set up inside and outside her home. When watching the footage of her living room one day, she noticed something odd, a human-shaped shadow peeking in through the doorway. The shadow pops in a few times, standing out in stark contrast to the white door, before fading away. No trace of a person casting the shadow ever appears. On the first two appearances, the shadow is indistinct. It appears to be human in shape, but it's hard to make out a defined silhouette. On its final appearance, the shadow becomes more defined and seems to raise its arm to point at something toward the ceiling. After that, it fades away for good.
Better go. Don't you ever come back?
In the video, the homeowner doesn't seem sure whether she's looking at a ghost or the shadow of a real person. However, none of the other cameras provide any evidence of an intruder entering or exiting the home. If a person had broken into the house, it would have been difficult to evade all of the camera feeds. This has led the homeowner to believe that she is in fact dealing with a spiritual entity.
You better go. Don't you ever come back.
A convenience store in Tlaquepaque, Jalisco, Mexico, has become internet famous for starting ghost videos. A place to buy snacks and drinks during the day, this store seems to be a haven for ghostly entities after dark. In one clip uploaded to YouTube by Videos Famosos del Facebook, we see a number of strange movements caught on an employee's cell phone camera. As the camera pans across the store, the employee is startled when the door to one of the drink coolers suddenly opens on its own. The employee steps outside for a quick break but continues recording through the door. A few seconds later, the cooler door opens and closes again. The store is completely empty, so there's no doubt that the door is moving on its own. As the employees discuss the strange event, they notice that the lights in the store begin flickering off and on in an almost rhythmic pattern.
Mira, güey, las luces.
With no one in the store to control the lights, how could this be happening? In another video by Low Paranormal MTY, an employee begins recording when the lights to the cigarette case begin flickering off and on. A few seconds later, the overhead lights join in and begin turning themselves off and on.
Las luces. No mames.
As he films the lights, the cameras capture a cooler door opening and closing on its own.
No mames. Ven.
Near the end of the video, he also captures a bottle inexplicably rolling across the floor.
Ven. Una botella.
Some viewers suggest that the videos are a prank perpetrated by hidden accomplices in the back rooms or crouched below the shelves. However, many are convinced that these videos depict real poltergeist activity. So what do you think? Is this convenience store really haunted? Love to hear your opinions in the comments section below.
Ven. Una botella.
According to Instagrammer Terra Prime, there could be some very scary things lurking in the dark. This footage, taken from a CCTV camera, shows a dim room that looks like a large kitchen or cafeteria. At first, everything in the room seems normal. However, that quickly changes when an abrupt flash of light appears near a closed door. The flash of light briefly illuminates what appears to be a human figure. The figure is only visible for a moment before the room is once again plunged into darkness. If you watch closely over the next few seconds, the figure seems to stand and move around behind the counter on the far side of the room. In the darkness, it appears as a white mist moving and writhing above the countertop. After a few seconds, the room is